Shen Xiaobai, burdened with a useless spirit root, found himself stagnant at the second level of qi, refining even after a decade of cultivation. Everything changed when his master fell victim to poison, prompting him to offer his assistance. "Master, I am willing," he declared. Yet, after she was cured, she abandoned him in a desolate mountain cave to fend for himself. By mere chance, he stumbled upon the Nine Turns' mysterious tower. In the outside world, a single day equated to 10 within the tower, and he discovered supreme techniques such as the Great Freedom 5 Elements Technique and the Great Freedom Yin-Yang Harmonization Technique. What did it matter if he possessed a flawed spirit root? With diligence, he could compensate for his shortcomings, transforming his fortunes tenfold, a hundredfold, even a thousandfold. Indeed, even a so-called failure could soar to great heights. Chapter 1. Master, may we have another chance? Master, please don't. Shen Xiaobai pleaded, witnessing his master, Hu Yunshu, in a daze, recklessly tugging at his Taoist robe. The neckline of her cloud-patterned robe had fallen open, revealing a generous expanse of her porcelain skin. Shen Xiaobai, anxious, implored, "Master, this will be difficult for me to endure." Seemingly oblivious to his words, Hu Yunshu murmured, "Disciple, my time is running short." Her slender fingers grasped a white jade hairpin, pulling it free, allowing her inky tresses to cascade down her shoulders. As she swept back her hair, her cheeks flushed with an unusual warmth, her red lips unconsciously nibbling at her lower lip. "I feel so hot in that dimly lit cave." Hu Yunshu reclined against a cold rock, her voice fragmented and urgent. Though she was the leader of the Ziyun Cave, the lowest-ranking sect of the Zhenjiangong, she was renowned as the youngest cave master in its history. Her beauty eclipsed that of all within the Zhenjiangong and even the entirety of Qi country, earning her the title of Fairy Yunshu, with countless admirers, including Shen Xiaobai, who had never dared to reveal his feelings. Once as frigid as a snow lotus, the Fairy Yunshu now appeared as a different person. Her hands roamed erratically around her neck and neckline, revealing glimpses of a crimson undergarment beneath her delicate collarbone. Ugh! Shen Xiaobai found himself involuntarily stepping closer. "Disciple, come here. Help me with the antidote." She clung to the last vestiges of her sanity, each word forced through gritted teeth. "I have been afflicted by the Fenchin powder of the Hahuan sect. If not treated, my cultivation will be forfeit." Embarrassment and anger swirled within Hu Yunshu. She could hardly fathom how a mission intended to expose her inept disciple to the world had led them into an ambush by the Hahuan sect. Stranded in this remote wilderness, devoid of spiritual energy and unable to use communication talismans, she found herself reliant on a disciple she had long since lost hope for. Was this the will of heaven to extinguish her? A sense of unwillingness surged within Hu Yunshu. Shen Xiaobai's mind buzzed. He stood frozen, taken aback by the sight of his master, the exalted Fairy Yunshu, now issuing a command so fraught with implication. Her once clear eyes now shimmered with a beguiling allure. "Master." He stammered, swallowing hard, his throat parched. "Enough with the nonsense. I command you, come here." As he gazed at her, a tumult of emotions churned within him. At 25, he had been her disciple for a full decade. Due to his flawed, 5-element spirit root, his progress had remained at the second level of qi refining, making him the subject of ridicule within the Ziyun Cave and the Zhenjiangong alike. Were it not for his parents' life-saving grace toward his master, he likely would never have even qualified for admission to the sect. Over the past 10 years, he had endured scorn and derision, finding solace only in the quiet moments of night, gazing at the peak of Ziyun Mountain where his master resided, drawing strength from the dream of her to him. She was a benefactor, an elder, and an unattainable aspiration. Now, that dream had shattered before him, not in fragments, but opening her arms wide. Could the moment he had longed for finally be upon him? He stepped toward her. "Master, I am willing. Less talk." The love poison within Hu Yunshu could no longer be contained. She lunged forward, pulling Shen Xiaobai into her embrace with fervor. "Master needs you. Quickly. The Fenchin powder is taking effect. I can't control myself." Exerting the last of her strength, she drew him close, her lips almost brushing against his face. Her hands began to. Feeling the urgency of her wild tugging, Shen Xiaobai's long-suppressed desire morphed into an overwhelming compulsion. He suddenly grasped her waist, reversing their roles. He gazed into her flushed cheeks, close enough to feel the heat radiating from her. "Master, I will be gentle. Let me show you what it means to have no regrets." He took control, pressing Hu Yunshu against the rock. His hands fumbled, clumsy and hurried. "I shall now serve as your antidote, master." With a resolute kiss, he claimed her lips. Quickly, it's happening. "Master, master, I am coming." Time passed in a blur. The light outside the cave shifted from a dull yellow to a deep blue. Hu Yunshu slowly opened her eyes, the effects of the Fenchin powder completely dispelled. The searing heat that had consumed her vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of relief. She could distinctly feel her cultivation, once stagnated at the mid-foundation stage, beginning to budge. peering into her dantian, she sensed her spiritual energy had become even more refined and potent. A tumult of emotions surged within her. How could this disciple, whom she had always regarded as worthless, possess such pure and overwhelming yang energy? Not only had he neutralized the treacherous poison, but he had also revitalized her cultivation. If she were to seclude herself for a time, she was confident she could break through to the late foundation stage. Hu Yunshu's thoughts were a chaotic storm. She had been far too reckless just moments ago. A blend of shame, shock, and elation coursed through her. Turning her head, she saw Shen Xiaobai lying beside her, a look of satisfaction on his face, a silly grin gracing his lips. Master, Shen Xiaobai, gazing at her restored demeanor, now exuding a languid charm, mischievously inquired, "Do you feel better? Perhaps we could do it once more?" Rebellious disciple. Hu Yunshu's cheeks flushed crimson with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Her reason ignited. She shot upright, not even glancing at Shen Xiaobai, and with a swift motion, she struck him with her palm. Boom! Shen Xiaobai felt a tremendous force strike him, sending him hurtling back like a kite with its strings severed, crashing against the cave wall, spitting blood, and instantly losing consciousness. Without a backward glance at the fainted Shen Xiaobai, Hu Yunshu adjusted her robes, restoring her aloof demeanor, and soared out of the cave. Yet, as she reached the cave's mouth, her steps hesitated imperceptibly. That strike, though fierce in appearance, had been softened by 90% of her strength. Had she not done so, given her mid-foundation stage cultivation, Shen Xiaobai would have been a cold corpse by now. Let him fend for himself, rebellious disciple. She scoffed internally, her figure transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the night. Chapter 2. The urine unveils a treasure. Is this justifiable? When Shen Xiaobai awoke once more, he felt an overwhelming ache throughout his body, and a burning pain in his chest. Struggling to sit up, he managed a bitter smile and shook his head. To die beneath the peony is to be a poetic ghost. I almost became a romantic spirit indeed. He touched his chest, recalling that while his master had held back, the strike had still inflicted significant internal injuries upon him. Nevertheless, he held no regrets. Reflecting on the previous tumultuous encounter and the alluring yet infuriated visage of his master, he felt that the beating had been worth it. The air still seemed to carry the faint fragrance of his master's body. He inhaled deeply, a smile of reminiscence gracing his face, even prompting him to hum a little tune. The woman below the mountain was like a tiger. One must surely steer clear upon encountering her. Nature calls, especially after one has endured a fierce battle, both mentally and physically. Shen Xiaobai staggered to the cave entrance, unfastened his belt, and relieved himself against an unassuming dirt slope, the sound of water cascading over the earth echoing around him. Just as he was about to finish, a flicker of movement caught his eye. Beneath the soil washed away by the stream, a peculiar object seemed to emerge. It exhibited an ancient bronze hue, adorned with intricate patterns. What is this? Curiosity piqued, Shen Xiaobai hastily pulled up his trousers and approached the dirt slope, digging away the moist earth with his hands. Before long, a delicate small tower, about the size of a palm and comprising 9 tiers, materialized before his eyes. The tower, crafted from an unknown material, felt slightly heavy in his hands, its surface etched with mysterious runes, emanating an aura of ancient grandeur. It resembled an antique, though its value remained uncertain. Shen Xiaobai examined it closely, turning it over in his hands, yet could discern nothing of significance. Attempting to infuse it with his spiritual energy yielded no response. It was as if his efforts had vanished into a bottomless abyss. Disappointment washed over him, and he was about to discard the object when, in a moment of carelessness, a sharp protrusion on the tower inadvertently cut a small wound on his hand. A drop of crimson blood fell, landing perfectly upon the tower's surface. Buzz! In an instant, upon contact with the blood, the ancient tower erupted in a dazzling display of 9-colored radiance. The brilliance flickered and vanished, as the tower transformed into a streak of light, merging seamlessly into Shen Xiaobai's forehead. He felt a resounding thud in his head, as if struck by a colossal hammer, and darkness enveloped him, pulling him into a bizarre realm. It was an expanse of limitless, chaotic void, with a towering giant structure standing resolutely in the center. "Welcome, Master, to the 9-turn Xian Tower." An ancient and weathered voice resonated within his mind, gender indistinguishable. "Master?" 9-turn Shin Tower? Shen Xiaobai stared blankly, surveying his surroundings. Apart from the colossal tower, there was naught else. I am the spirit of the tower. This tower is the innate spiritual treasure, the 9-turn Shen Tower, containing 9 layers of space, filled with boundless mysteries. The voice continued to elucidate. Since you have acknowledged your bond by shedding blood, you are now the new master of the Shen Tower. An innate spiritual treasure. Shen Xiaobai's heart pounded wildly. Though his cultivation was humble, he understood the significance of the words innate spiritual treasure. These were legendary artifacts nurtured at the dawn of heaven and earth, each possessing the power to annihilate worlds. What stroke of sheer fortune had he encountered? To have produced an innate spiritual treasure by mere chance. Who would believe such a tale? Master's cultivation is still shallow, capable only of unlocking the first level. The tower spirit spoke calmly, continuing, the first level contains a time acceleration array. 1 day outside equals 10 days within. There is also a pool of innate spiritual energy to aid Master in refining marrow and cleansing channels, laying an unparalleled foundation of the Tao. Time acceleration, innate spiritual energy. Shen Xiaobai felt his breath quicken. This was a miraculous boon descending from the heavens, striking a beggar starved for 10 years senseless. 1 day outside equated to 10 days inside. This meant tenfold the time for cultivation compared to others, and with the innate spiritual energy to purify marrow and channels. Trembling with excitement, he hurriedly asked, his voice trembling, Tower Spirit, can I cultivate with my 5 elements mixed spirit roots? This was a question that weighed most heavily on his heart. Talent was his greatest anguish. Without transformation of his innate aptitude, no amount of time or resources would avail him. Though 5 elements mixed spirit roots were not worthless, the world's ignorance failed to recognize their subtlety. The tower spirit's voice carried a faint trace of disdain. This is the great freedom 5 elements technique, which allows Master to harness the 5 elements, mutually generating and restraining, harmoniously unified, far surpassing the incomplete arts found in the world. As the tower spirit finished speaking, a profound and arcane scripture flooded into Shen Xiaobai's mind. Metal generates water, water generates wood, wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates metal. The 5 elements cyclically nurture each other without end. Metal overcomes wood, wood overcomes earth, earth overcomes water, water overcomes fire, fire overcomes metal. The 5 elements mutually restrain, producing endless transformations. Even with a cursory comprehension, Shen Xiaobai felt this scripture was vast and profound, as if it had opened a gateway to an entirely new realm. Within his body lingered a pure essence of primordial Yin energy, an exceptional catalyst. The tower spirit continued. Master need only enter the pool of innate spiritual energy and use the primordial Yin energy as a guide to refine and absorb the innate spiritual energy, reconstructing the foundation. Cleansing marrow and channels. Primordial Yin energy? It was his Master's. Shen Xiaobai's mind involuntarily conjured the image of his Master's exquisitely beautiful face, flushed with both shame and anger, and that voice that stirred his blood, an uncontrollable yearning. Yet above all, his heart swelled with unrestrained joy. The accident involving his Master had left him with such a tremendous opportunity. Could this be the legendary blessing born of misfortune? No. This was an extraordinary boon bestowed by the heavens. Without hesitation, he bowed deeply to the tower spirit in the void. Thank you for your guidance, tower spirit. Then, unable to contain his eagerness, he followed the tower spirit's instructions and approached the pool emitting a misty white vapor, nestled in a corner of the first level. The pool was modest in size, scarcely spanning more than a few yards in circumference. Yet, it contained not mere water, but a dense, nearly liquefied spiritual energy. Vaporous and ethereal. A single inhalation of its essence invigorated the soul with unparalleled clarity. This was the legendary, innate spiritual qi. Shen Xiaobai stood at the pool's edge, his heart brimming with excitement. 10 years, an entire decade had passed. Chapter 3. The Master's primordial Yin seated cross-legged beside the pool of innate spiritual qi. Shen Xiaobai did not immediately immerse himself. Instead, he found a calm composure settling over him. He devoted himself to the profound study of the arcane text residing in his mind, the great freedom 5 elements technique, like sharpening a blade before chopping wood. This cultivation method was the very foundation upon which his future existence depended. It was imperative that he comprehend it thoroughly. Time within the tower flowed at 10 times the normal rate, granting him ample opportunity. The introductory section of the Great Freedom 5 Elements Technique elucidated the method of sensing the quintessence of the 5 elements and channeling them into the body, storing each within its corresponding meridian to attain the state of 5 qi, returning to the origin, where each element rests harmoniously in its rightful place. This step was notoriously arduous for cultivators possessing mixed elemental roots, as the diverse energies often conflicted internally, causing anything from meridian damage to fatal bodily ruptures. Yet, this technique charted a novel path, not forcing fusion, but emphasizing equilibrium and cyclical flow. Metal energy entered the lung meridian, with the liver meridian, water the kidney meridian, fire the heart meridian, and earth the spleen meridian. Each energy circulated within its respective channel, free from interference, yet interconnected through an exquisite symbiosis, establishing a nascent cycle of mutual generation and endless vitality. Immersed in the profundity of the technique, Shen Xiaobai lost all sense of time. One day passed within the tower. The introductory formulae were etched deeply into his memory. 2 days elapsed. He began to attempt guiding the sparse ambient spiritual energy in the air, simulating the prescribed circulation. By the 3rd day, his eyes snapped open, a gleam of certainty flashing within them. The moment had arrived. Drawing a deep breath, he shed his garments and stepped resolutely into the mist-laden pool of innate spiritual qi. The instant his soles contacted the liquefied essence, an indescribable sensation of exquisite comfort surged through him, compelling an involuntary gasp, like a parched wanderer in a desert plunging into a crystal-clear spring. Without hesitation, he submerged entirely. Save for his head, countless droplets of the purest innate spiritual qi poured through every pore, flooding his limbs and bones as if they had found a long-awaited outlet. At once, deep within his danshan, the warm current that had long slumbered, the very essence of Hu Yunshu, was ignited by this overwhelming influx of external energy. A tremendous explosion of power ensued. 2 distinct yet equally refined energies collided violently within him, akin to kindling meeting a raging inferno, bursting into a blazing conflagration. Shen Xiaobai felt an uncontrollable tempest of force surging through his meridians, as though it sought to rend his body asunder utterly. Such torment is a suffering he has never experienced in his lifetime. The surface of his skin began to exude dark, foul-smelling blood-like substances, a manifestation of the impurities accumulated within him over the years. Awakened, Shen Xiaobai gritted his teeth, drawing blood from his gums, yet he refused to yield. He endured the excruciating pain, desperately following the guidance of the tower spirit to initiate a brand new technique. The Great Freedom 5 Elements Technique. Metal births sharp light. Water gives rise to spiritual waves. Wood brings forth verdant intentions. Fire ignites crimson flames. Earth cultivates profound virtue, and the 5 energies return to their source. Utilizing the explosive primal Yin energy as a catalyst, he forcefully commanded the violent, innate spiritual energy surging into his body, adhering to the root of the technique to break through his severely blocked meridians. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times. Each impact was accompanied by a piercing agony. Yet Shen Xiaobai could distinctly sense his meridians gradually expanding and strengthening. Those pathways, once resembling narrow, winding trails, were transforming into broad, smooth thoroughfares under the dual baptism of the innate spiritual energy and primal Yin energy, visibly widening before his eyes. The expelled black impurities were increasing in number. As his body underwent a profound metamorphosis, time languidly slipped away amidst the torment. 3 days later, The innate spiritual energy in the pool had visibly thinned. However, Shen Xiaobai, seated at the center of the pool, had undergone a remarkable transformation. His previously sallow skin now gleamed like jade, with a subtle radiance flowing beneath the surface. Though not particularly robust, every inch of his muscle was infused with explosive strength. More importantly, the aura within him. At a certain moment, Shen Xiaobai's tightly shut eyes suddenly flung open. Two brilliant beams of divine light shot forth from his eyes, converging in the air with a sizzling sound. Boom! A powerful wave of energy radiated from him, dispersing the mist surrounding the pool, refining qi to the 3rd level, refining qi to the 4th level, refining qi to the 5th level. In just a few days, his cultivation had soared 3 levels, catapulting him from the 2nd level of qi refinement to the 5th. He clenched his fist, reveling in the unprecedented strength coursing through him, a jubilant smile spreading across his face. Refining qi to the 5th level. I'm no longer a waste. Although he had only ascended 3 levels in rank, he felt that his foundation had improved by more than 100-fold. His current self possessed a vast danshan, resilient meridians, and pure spiritual power, significantly enhancing his speed of refining and absorbing spiritual energy. Even when faced with cultivators at the 7th or 8th levels of qi refinement, he was ready to engage in battle. Indeed, the tower spirit's calm voice resonated once more. Master, by employing the great freedom 5 elements technique to reshape your foundation and purify your essence. Your current Tao foundation far surpasses what is deemed as extraordinary in this world. In future cultivation, simply absorb the 5 elemental spiritual energies systematically, and your progress will be swift as lightning. Shen Xiaobai nodded in delight. This was indeed the most significant gain. While his rank could be gradually elevated, a solid foundation would ultimately determine how far he could go in the future. By the way, Tower Spirit. Suddenly, Shen Xiaobai recalled something and, feeling somewhat bashful, inquired. This great freedom 5 elements technique contains numerous secret arts, among which there seems to be a dual cultivation method. While comprehending the cultivation technique, he discovered an accompanying secret art at the end, titled Great Freedom Yin-Yang Harmonization Technique. The detailed content and diverse postures left him, a novice, blushing with embarrassment. Indeed, the Great Freedom Yin-Yang Harmonization Technique, included with the Great Freedom 5 Elements Technique, is a supreme method for replenishing yang by absorbing yin, harmonizing the 5 elements, and accelerating one's cultivation. It assists the practitioner in dual cultivation with a female counterpart, enabling mutual enhancement and progress. This method can transform the partner's primordial yin energy into the most refined elemental spiritual power according to their root attributes, supplementing the practitioner's consumption, yielding results far superior to independently absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Shen Xiaobai's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this not tailor-made for him and his master? His master possessed a water spirit root. If they utilized this method for dual cultivation, would it not directly convert into a vast reservoir of water elemental power? The mere thought of deepening his connection with his master while simultaneously elevating his cultivation sent his heart racing with excitement. Master, remember, while this technique is indeed beneficial, do not overly rely on it, lest it shake your resolve, the tower spirit timely reminded him. I understand. Shen Xiaobai nodded repeatedly, his heart brimming with joy. The righteous path must be followed, and his master must cultivate too. Rising from the pool, invigorated, he glanced outside and asked Tower Spirit, "How long has it been outside?" While 6 days have passed within the tower. Less than a day has passed in the outside world, the Tower Spirit replied. A thought sparked in Shen Xiaobai's mind. It was time to venture forth. With a single thought, he vanished from the 9-turn mysterious tower and reappeared in the dimly lit cave. Chapter 4. The 5 Elements Techniques, Killing and Seizing Treasures. Upon returning to the cave, Shen Xiaobai's first action was to don his clothing. As he felt the surging spiritual power coursing through him, an uncontainable urge arose within. Approaching the cave entrance, he took a deep breath and, following the recorded elementary divine abilities of the Great Freedom 5 Elements Technique, raised a finger. Gold radiance breaks barriers. A flash of golden light erupted from his fingertip, shooting forth in a silent streak and vanishing into the opposite stone wall. Instantly, a finger-sized, bottomless pit appeared in the rock face. What formidable penetrating power! Shen Xiaobai's heart leapt with joy. This was merely a casual strike. He proceeded to experiment with several other spells. Vines of the green wood entwine. From the ground, several resilient vines burst forth, writhing like spiritual serpents. Crimson flame warms the body. A ball of orange-red flame ignited in his palm, emanating searing heat. Although these were merely introductory-level divine abilities, the completeness of the 5 elements and the dexterity of their application resided in the heart. This granted him a far greater array of techniques in combat compared to cultivators with a singular spirit root. Suddenly, a growl from his stomach interrupted his thoughts. The vigorous practice had left him ravenous, with hunger gnawing at him. He needed to find something to eat. Shen Xiaobai patted his stomach and prepared to leave the cave, intending to search the forest for wild fruits or hunt a couple of beasts. As he stepped out of the cave, not venturing far, his ears suddenly perked up, catching the sound of rustling footsteps and hushed conversations from within the woods. Be more vigilant. That woman has been afflicted by the ancestors' passionate powder. She cannot have gone far. One voice sneered. If we manage to capture her, it would be an immense achievement. Perhaps the ancestor, in his delight, will reward us brothers with her for our amusement. Stop dreaming. The fairy Yunshu is a formidable practitioner at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Even if she is poisoned, she is not someone we mere chi refiners can handle. Our task is to locate her trace and then signal for assistance. It was the members of the Hehuan Sect. Shen Xiaobai's heart plummeted, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. These were the very individuals responsible for his master's grievous affliction, nearly leading to his demise. He immediately stifled his presence, darting behind a sturdy tree, peering cautiously from behind its trunk. Before him stood 3 practitioners clad in red-clouded black robes, fanned out as they scoured the forest, inching closer to the cave's entrance. Among them, 2 were at the 4th level of chi refinement, while one had reached the 5th level. Their lewd expressions betrayed their unsavory nature. In the past, encountering such men, Shen Xiaobai would have had no choice but to flee, too intimidated to utter a sound. Yet now, he was a 5th-level chi refiner, robust in foundation and possessing various formidable abilities. Rather than retreat, he licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of a hunter spotting prey. Today, I shall exact vengeance. Old grievances shall be avenged upon you 3 as a tribute to my rebirth. He stealthily retrieved the standard long sword issued by his sect from his storage bag, the sole weapon in his possession. The 3 disciples of the Hehuan sect continued their irritable search. This cursed place has no birds in sight. Where could that woman be hiding? Split up. There's a cave over there. Li San, check it out, commanded the leading practitioner, a 5th-level chi refiner, gesturing towards the very cave where Shen Xiaobai concealed himself. Understood. Brother Zhao, Li San replied, gripping his sword with a wary expression as he approached the cave entrance. The opportunity had arisen. Shen Xiaobai held his breath, fully concealing himself in the shadow of the tree trunk. Step by step, Li San drew nearer. Just as he brushed past the tree, his attention fixated on the cave entrance. Shen Xiaobai seized the moment. With explosive force, he leaped from behind the tree, his long sword thrusting forward with no embellishment, aimed directly at Li San's vulnerable back. It was too swift. Li San felt a chilling gust behind him, his instincts screaming in alarm. He had just begun to turn when a searing pain erupted from his back. The sword pierced through his heart. Ugh! Li San gasped in disbelief. Looking down at the bloodied sword tip protruding from his chest, his eyes filled with terror and confusion. Until his last breath, he would never comprehend how he had met his end. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Xiaobai kicked Li San's lifeless body aside, withdrawing his long sword and leveraging the momentum. He leaped backward, vanishing once more into the woods. The entire sequence unfolded with the grace of flowing water, devoid of any hesitation or delay. This was his first act of murder, yet he felt no discomfort. Rather, it was a sensation akin to a long-repressed pleasure finally erupting after a decade. In the world of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails. Either you perish or I do. Li San, the two disciples of the Hehuan sect, alerted by the commotion, approached cautiously. Upon discovering Li San lying lifeless in a pool of blood, their expressions shifted dramatically. Who? Show yourself. Zhao, a fifth-layer Qi practitioner, shouted sternly as he fumbled in his pocket for a communication talisman, ready to shatter it. Yet, Shen Xiaobai would not grant him the opportunity. Thick earth protect me, he silently intoned, a pale yellow aura enveloping him in an instant. Without hesitation, he surged forth from his hiding place, directing his assault toward Zhao, the fifth-layer practitioner. Seeking death. Zhao, seeing Shen Xiaobai alone and seemingly youthful, felt a wave of relief wash over him. With a sinister grin, he advanced rather than retreating, swinging his blade at Shen Xiaobai. Another disciple, at the fourth layer of Qi, flanked him from the side. Undeterred by the dual assault, Shen Xiaobai remained composed. Entwining greenwood, he formed a hand seal with his left hand and pointed at the feet of the fourth-layer disciple. Several vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the disciple's legs with precision, causing him to stumble and fall in a most undignified manner. Meanwhile, Shen Xiaobai met Zhao's powerful strike head-on. Clang! The clash of blade and sword sparked, sending shockwaves through Zhao's arms, leaving him staggered and wide-eyed in disbelief. How could this be? This kid appears to be merely a fifth-layer Qi practitioner, yet his strength surpasses my own. Seizing the advantage, Shen Xiaobai pressed his assault without giving Zhao a moment to recover. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a flourish of swordplay, launching another attack. Though his swordsmanship was unremarkable, it was bolstered by profound spiritual energy and remarkable speed, overwhelming Zhao to the point of rendering him defenseless. Water ascending spirit wave. In the heat of battle, Shen Xiaobai suddenly struck with his left hand, summoning a jet of water that transformed into an arrow aimed directly at Zhao's face. Startled, Zhao quickly turned his head to evade. In that fleeting moment of opportunity, Shen Xiaobai's eyes glinted coldly, and he thrust his sword an unorthodox angle, piercing Zhao's throat with deadly precision. Gasping, Zhao clutched his neck as blood gushed through his fingers, his face contorted with despair as he fell lifelessly to the ground. Two down, only one remained. Shen Xiaobai turned to face the fourth-layer disciple, who had just freed himself from the vines and was scrambling to rise. Seeing his companions dispatched in mere moments, the disciple was paralyzed with fear, completely devoid of fighting spirit. Please spare me. He fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing in supplication. Shen Xiaobai approached him, his expression inscrutable. Spare you? Ask the souls of those you've harmed whether they would grant you mercy. Before the last word left his lips, a flash of sword light flickered. The disciple fell backward, lifeless and beyond salvation. With the task complete, Shen Xiaobai finally exhaled deeply, a sense of relief washing over him. He swiftly searched the 3 corpses, discovering 3 storage pouches that contained several low-grade spiritual artifacts, a few bottles of elixirs, and over 200 inferior spirit stones. Not too bad, considering Shen Xiaobai had always lived in poverty. He then conjured fireballs to immolate the bodies one by one. Just as he was about to leave the cave, a familiar yet distant and chilly voice echoed nearby. Shen Xiaobai, it is your master. She has returned. Chapter 5. Master, why is your face so flushed? Upon hearing Hu Yinshu's voice, warmth blossomed in Shen Xiaobai's heart. It seemed his master could not truly let go of him, and had come back after all. He hurriedly went to greet her and saw a white figure descending from the sky, landing before the cave. It was Hu Yinshu. She wore a pristine moon-white long dress, her raven hair cascading like a waterfall. Her countenance remained cold and distant, yet her autumn water-like eyes revealed a trace of concern and complexity. When she saw Shen Xiaobai standing unharmed, albeit pale, she visibly exhaled in relief. Yet, her expression swiftly hardened. You ungrateful disciple, you are quite fortunate to be alive, she remarked icily, scrutinizing him as if the tender woman who had lain beneath him yesterday was an illusion. Shen Xiaobai was long accustomed to his master's aloof demeanor and paid it no mind, instead grinning playfully as he stepped closer. "Thank you, master, for sparing me. Otherwise, I might have truly met the king of hell." Hu Yinshu's delicate face grew cold. She snorted disdainfully and turned away, refusing to meet his gaze. Of course, she would never admit she had returned out of worry. She merely happened to pass by and thought to check whether this ungrateful disciple had perished, lest his parents' spirits in the heavens blame her. Yes, that was it. "Master," Shen Xiaobai suddenly approached, inhaling deeply at her neck with a look of rapture. "You smell so delightful." "You." Hu Yinshu's face flushed scarlet, a mingling of shyness and anger. She instinctively stepped back and raised her hand, intending to strike him again. This ungrateful disciple's audacity grew bolder by the day. Seeing this, Shen Xiaobai hastily raised his hands in surrender. "No, no, master. I was wrong. I dare not again." Observing his reckless demeanor, Hu Yinshu ultimately lowered her raised hand. After all, he was her first man. She shot him a fierce glare and coldly said, "This place is no longer safe. The Hehuan Sect's people could arrive at any moment. Hurry and return to the sect with me." Having spoken, she turned to leave. "Master, wait," Shen Xiaobai quickly called after her. "What now?" Hu Yinshu snapped impatiently, glancing back. Shen Xiaobai pointed toward the cave and whispered, "Master, the Hehuan Sect's men came here just now." "What?" Hu Yinshu's expression shifted instantly, her vigilance alerting her. "Where are they?" "I dealt with them," Shen Xiaobai replied nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial matter. Hu Yinshu was stunned, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. "You dealt with them? By yourself?" She regarded Shen Xiaobai suspiciously. 3 searching disciples from the Hehuan sect, each at least mid-stage qi refining, possibly even late stage. How could someone with only a second stage qi refining cultivation possibly defeat 3 opponents? Indeed, Shen Xiaobai shrugged. There were only 3 of them, 2 at the 4th level of qi refinement and 1 at the 5th. By a stroke of luck, the apprentice managed to eliminate them all. As he spoke, he retrieved from his storage bag the spoils he had plundered from the 3, several uniquely styled curved daggers and a token of identity from the Hehuan sect. Upon seeing these items, Hu Yinshu couldn't help but believe. Yet, the shock within her heart intensified beyond measure. To think that a 2nd-level qi refinement practitioner could slay 1 at the 5th level and 2 at the 4th. How could this be possible? Even during her own qi refinement phase, she could never have accomplished such an astonishing feat of surpassing levels. Could it be that her dual cultivation with him not only loosened her own cultivation bottleneck, but also transformed this seemingly useless apprentice? She sensed that the aura emanating from Shen Xiaobai was markedly stronger than before, suggesting he had transcended the 2nd level of qi refinement. Had he broken through? She inquired tentatively. Just a stroke of good fortune," Shen Xiaobai scratched his head. "It's possible that your nourishing essence helped me inadvertently break through to the 5th level of qi refinement." He deliberately emphasized the phrase, nourishing essence. Hu Yinshu's cheeks flushed once more, and she shot him a fierce glare. This rebellious disciple truly had a knack for uttering the most inappropriate things. Yet, the astonishment in her heart was all too real. Just once had it taken for a 2nd-level qi refinement waste to soar directly to the 5th level. This was simply unheard of. She was acutely aware of her own body. Although her nourishing essence was pure, it certainly did not possess such miraculous effects. She recalled his pure yang energy during the detoxification process. Had it not been for him, she would have been left wondering when she might break through to the later stages of foundation establishment. What was so special about his yang energy? Hu Yinshu was filled with questions, but now was clearly not the time to delve into them. "Well done," she offered a rare compliment, though her tone remained icy. "Now that we have dealt with the pursuers, we must depart swiftly to avoid further complications." With that, she summoned a green flying sword, which grew in size with the wind, stretching to 3 feet long and hovering in midair. "Get on." Shen Xiaobai hopped onto the flying sword. naturally positioning himself behind Hu Yunshu. The space on the sword was limited, causing the two to be pressed closely together. Shen Xiaobai could distinctly smell the fragrance emanating from her hair and feel the softness of her form. A wave of emotion surged within him, and he couldn't help but recall the enchanting scenery within the cave. Hu Yunshu's body stiffened noticeably, as if sensing the awkwardness, yet she said nothing further, merely maintaining her cold demeanor as she performed the incantation. Rise! The green flying sword transformed into a streak of light, soaring skyward towards the direction of Xintian's sect. In the high altitudes, the wind was fierce. Shen Xiaobai feigned fear, casually wrapping his arms around his master's slender waist. Master, the wind is so strong. I am scared. Hu Yunshu's body stiffened once again. The warm sensation at her waist sent a shiver through her heart, causing her cheeks to flush. Remove your hands. She gritted her teeth, whispering a reprimand. No, ime friktanat. Shen Xiaobai persisted playfully, tightening his grip even more. You. Hu Yunshu trembled with rage, tempted to kick him off the flying sword. Yet, inexplicably, she felt no true anger. Instead, an unusual sensation quietly blossomed within her. Thus, they traversed the clouds in an exceedingly ambiguous posture. Shen Xiaobai reveled in delight, savoring a treatment he had never dared to dream of before. However, as he basked in this rare warmth, Hu Yunshu's expression suddenly shifted. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Pursuers were on their heels. She abruptly yanked the flying sword to a halt in midair, her countenance grave as she gazed backward. In the distance, a streak of escape light hurtled toward them at an alarming speed, exuding an aura of deadly intent. The leader of this pursuit emanated a formidable presence, unmistakably a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Unyielding, Hu Yunshu clenched her silver teeth, recognizing the leader as Chui's Haihao, an outer sect elder from the Haoan sect, notorious for his ruthless methods. It seemed the adversaries had tracked them here through some secret technique. Chapter 6, Rebellious Disciple. What are you doing? Yunshu Fairy. How delightful to see you again. The piercing laughter grew nearer as Chui's Haihao, accompanied by his disciples, swiftly obstructed Hu Yunshu's path. Chui's Haihao, a middle-aged man with a sinister visage, regarded others with predatory eyes, evoking discomfort. His greedy gaze roamed over Hu Yunshu's exquisite figure, and he leered, Fairy, you have fallen victim to our sect's passion-burning powder. Not only did you survive, but you appear even more radiant than before. It seems you have discovered the antidote. He cast a suggestive glance at Shen Xiaobai, who stood behind Hu Yunshu. Hu Yunshu's delicate face turned frosty as she replied coldly, Chui's Haihao. What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Chui's Haihao licked his lips. The sect leader has commanded the capture of Fairy Yunshu, with substantial rewards promised. As for this pretty boy beside you, he can only blame his ill fortune. The disciple beside him, a seventh-layer Qi refinement cultivator, wore a sinister grin as he eyed Shen Xiaobai, his gaze brimming with disdain and murderous intent. Hu Yunshu shielded Shen Xiaobai behind her, a flash of azure light illuminating her hand as she grasped the azure flying sword, its tip aimed directly at Chui's Haihao. If you wish to capture me, let us see if you possess the capability. Although her cultivation remained at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, the nurturing energy from Shen Xiaobai had genuinely elevated her strength. She was not without the power to contend against Chui's Haihao, who was also at the same cultivation level, refusing a toast only to drink a penalty. Chui's Haihao's expression darkened. Today, this elder shall experience the prowess of Fairy Yunshu. As his words fell, a pitch-black bone whip appeared in his hand, adorned with swirling runes and exuding a ghastly aura, unmistakably a forbidden artifact. Go! Chui's Haihao flicked his wrist, and the bone whip lunged toward Hu Yunshu like a venomous serpent, accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing air. Hu Yunshu's expression turned grave. She dared not be negligent. Azure Lotus Sword Technique, she cried, summoning a blooming azure sword lotus from her flying sword to meet the bone whip. The clash reverberated through the air, producing a resounding clang as the sword and whip collided, unleashing a visible ripple of spiritual energy. Hu Yunshu and Cui Haihao each emitted a muffled groan, simultaneously retreating several paces. Their clash ended in a stalemate. A flicker of astonishment flashed across Cui Haihao's eyes. According to intelligence, Hu Yunshu had been gravely wounded just days prior and poisoned with a rare toxin, which should have severely diminished her strength. Yet the power behind her sword just now seemed even greater than the rumor suggested. "Master, be careful," a disciple behind him warned. Suppressing his doubts, Cui Haihao resolved to strike without restraint. His mission was not to determine superiority over Hu Yunshu, but to stall her until their comrades could arrive and encircle her. "Disciple, seize that boy." End this swiftly, he commanded his beloved apprentice. "Yes." The disciple, at the 7th level of Qi refinement, immediately unleashed a flying dagger, circumventing the main battlefield to target Shen Xiaobai behind Hu Yunshu. In his eyes, Shen Xiaobai was merely a pampered dandy sheltered by women, an effortless conquest and a golden opportunity for merit. Hu Yunshu's heart raced upon seeing this, and she sought to retreat and defend, but Cui Haihao's bone whip entangled her tightly, rendering her immobile. "Rebel, be cautious," she shouted urgently. Shen Xiaobai eyed the coldly gleaming flying dagger, not with fear, but with a spark of exhilaration. "Well timed. This is the perfect chance to show my master that I am no longer the worthless one in need of protection." He refrained from drawing his long sword, knowing that ordinary mortal iron weapons were no match for magical artifacts. Instead, he simply raised his right hand and lightly flicked at the incoming flying dagger. A golden radiance shattered the obstacle. A solid, golden beam shot forth from his fingertip, having undergone the rigorous refinement of a ninefold mystic tower. His divine skill as potency was incomparable to before. Clang! The golden beam struck the dagger's tip with unerring precision, under the horrified gaze of Cui Haihao's disciple. His prized inferior magical artifact shattered like fragile glass, fracturing inch by inch from the tip. Puffed! The destruction of the artifact severed the spiritual link. The disciple immediately spat a mouthful of blood, his face ashen. "Impossible!" he cried out in disbelief. Meanwhile, Cui Haihao, still locked in combat with Hu Yunshu, was momentarily stunned by the scene. A mere 5th-level Qi refinement youth had shattered an inferior magical artifact with a single finger? What on earth was this boy? Hu Yunshu was equally astonished beyond words. She had known Shen Xiaobai had broken through, yet she had not anticipated such exquisite mastery of technique. This transcended mere outmatching of levels. It was a profound divergence in comprehension and application of magic. Snapping back to clarity, Hu Yunshu seized the moment while Cui Haihao was distracted by concern for his apprentice. Her azure sword gleamed brilliantly as surging waves of blue sword energy surged forth like a tidal flood, instantly engulfing Cui Haihao. Startled, Cui Haihao desperately lashed out with his bone whip to defend, but he was a moment too late. He let out a piercing scream as multiple sword energies slashed across his body, leaving him bloodied and sending him crashing backward in a state of disarray. "We must go." Hu Yunshu, unwilling to linger, grasped Shen Xiaobai's hand and urged the flying sword into motion, transforming into a streak of light and swiftly fleeing. "Pursue them. Do not allow them to escape," Cui Haihao shouted in frustration, clutching his wound. High above, the azure flying sword moved with the swiftness of lightning, darting through the clouds. Hu Yunshu stood at the sword's helm, her expression grave, frequently glancing back at the relentless chasing light behind them. Despite his injuries, Cui Haihao was a seasoned mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and he was not easily shaken off. Moreover, Hu Yunshu had expended a considerable amount of her spiritual energy to injure him, leaving her somewhat fatigued. Shen Xiaobai stood behind her, acutely aware of his master's body trembling slightly and her breath becoming hurried. He gazed at her resolute profile, feeling a pang of pain in his heart. It was all because of his own weakness. He needed his woman to protect him. If only he were also at the foundation establishment stage, or even at the golden core stage. Would she have to endure such a predicament? He turned his gaze back, and the pursuing light clung to them like a relentless curse. He understood all too well that Shui Haihao's aim was to buy time. Before long, reinforcement from the Haoan sect would arrive, and at that point, the two of them would find it impossible to escape. Their only hope lay in Hu Yunshu breaking through to the late Foundation establishment stage before being caught. Only then could there be a glimmer of survival. Master, Shen Xiaobai resolved in his heart. Do not speak. Focus on your defense. Hu Yunshu replied coldly, without turning her head, fully concentrating on maneuvering the flying sword. Shen Xiaobai took a deep breath, steeling his courage, and wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pressing his body tightly against hers. Rebellious disciple, what are you doing? Hu Yunshu shivered, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. Had it not been for their dire situation, she would have liked nothing more than to strike this reckless disciple down. Master, do not move. Master still desires. Shen Xiaobai's voice rang in her ears. Give me your hand. Hu Yunshu paused, perplexed by his intentions. Yet, inexplicably compelled, she extended her left hand behind her. Shen Xiaobai immediately grasped her soft, delicate hand. A stream of pure spiritual energy flowing from his palm into Hu Yunshu's body. This was the innate spiritual energy he had just refined. Though limited, it was exceptionally pure. Hu Yunshu felt the influx of this energy and was taken aback. Its purity surpassed even the spiritual energy she had painstakingly cultivated over the years. With this replenishment, her somewhat depleted Danshin quickly revived, causing the speed of the flying sword to increase once more. She cast a bewildered glance at Shen Xiaobai behind her, waves of astonishment surging within her. Does my primordial Yin have such a profound effect on him? Master, this cannot continue, Shen Xiaobai stated calmly. Their reinforcements will arrive shortly. We must devise a way to completely shake them off. Hu Yunshu was well aware of this principle. Yet what recourse did she have? Do you have any ideas? She could not help but inquire. After a moment of silence, Shen Xiaobai's voice took on an unusual tone. Master, do you still have some residual poison from the burning affection powder? Hu Yunshu's cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. What residual poison could there be? It had long been completely cleansed by this boy's pure yang energy. However, being astute, she quickly grasped Shen Xiaobai's implication. Yes, there is a bit left, which I have forcibly suppressed. She bit her red lips and, quite unexpectedly, whispered these words, though she had intended to deny it. The words that escaped her lips conveyed something else entirely. That makes things easier, Shen Xiaobai exclaimed with excitement. Master, let us find a place where I can help you thoroughly dispel the poison once more. You shall not. Hu Yunshu, both shy and anxious, immediately rejected the idea without a second thought. Once was a necessity, what would 2 times signify? Would she still have any dignity as the immortal Hu Yunshu? Master, Shen Xiaobai's tone suddenly turned serious. You once said that the way is merciless, and a cultivator must prioritize survival above all else. His voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in Hu Yunshu's ears. Today, let me exemplify this principle for you. Hu Yunshu's body trembled violently, leaving her momentarily speechless. Indeed, the way is merciless. For the sake of survival, for the pursuit of strength, what do notions of dignity and purity matter? Moreover, engaging in dual cultivation with him would undoubtedly offer unimaginable benefits to her own cultivation. She sensed that she was merely a step away from the late stage of Foundation establishment. If she could seize this opportunity to break through, not only could she rid herself of Shui's Haihao, but even turn the tables on him might not be beyond reach. Rationality urged her that this was the only and best option available. Yet, emotionally, she found herself trapped, unable to overcome that barrier. Master, quickly check below for any caves. Shen Xiaobai urged as she wrestled with her conflicting thoughts. Caves? She recalled the exhilarating images from earlier. Though her reason still resisted, she nonetheless guided her flying sword into a rapid descent. First, let us find a cave to hide, or perhaps to conceal him. The sword shot down like a streak of azure lightning, piercing into the lush, primordial forest below. While manipulating the sword, she extended her consciousness to swiftly search for a suitable hiding place. There, Her eyes lit up as she directed the sword toward the concealed cliff. Upon that precipice, a modest cave was shrouded by dense vines. As soon as they landed, Hu Yunshu immediately stowed away her sword and pulled Shen Xiaobai into the cave. Shen Xiaobai quickly employed the technique of greenwood binding, causing the vines at the cave's entrance to grow wildly, effectively sealing it shut. Meanwhile, Hu Yunshu swiftly retrieved a magical disc and recited a series of incantations, enveloping the entire entrance in a concealment formation. Once all was completed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Behind them, Chui's Haihao and his companion, having lost their target, could only circle in the air, cursing in frustration, but dared not descend to search carelessly. The vast expanse of this primordial jungle conceals untold dangers, housing unknown beasts within its depths. To venture forth recklessly is to invite peril. Moreover, with a mere flicker of consciousness, one could easily detect the presence of a living soul within such a vast space. Inside the cave, the light is dim. Hu Yunshu's heart is in turmoil. She gazes at her familiar, yet strange disciple before her, contemplating, saying, "You stay here while I lure them away." Yet, the words fail to escape her lips. An inner voice persistently urges her, "Act now. Once you do, you shall ascend to the later stages of foundation building." Yunshu, do you not yearn for that exhilarating sensation? Be proactive. Do you not desire it deep within your heart? As Hu Yunshu wrestles with her inner conflict, the voice of Shen Xiaobai shatters the silence. "Master," he calls, retrieving a luminous pearl from his storage bag, its gentle radiance illuminating the cave. Under this newfound light, Hu Yunshu's stunning visage appears even more enchanting, though her beautiful eyes betray a mixture of shyness and inner struggle. "Do not come any closer," she stammers, instinctively retreating as Shen Xiaobai approaches. He halts, gazing deeply into her eyes. "Master, time is of the essence," he states solemnly. "If they summon reinforcements, we shall be doomed." Hu Yunshu is acutely aware of this reality. Biting her crimson lip, she grapples with her conflicting emotions. After a prolonged silence, she exhales deeply, as if expending every ounce of her strength. Slowly, she closes her eyes, her trembling lashes revealing her inner unrest. "Turn around," she whispers, her voice barely audible. A surge of joy fills Shen Xiaobai's heart. He understands her consent. He obediently turns away, only to hear the soft rustling of fabric behind him. His heart leaps to his throat. "All right." Hu Yunshu's voice carries a heavy hint of shyness. Shen Xiaobai cautiously turns back, and upon witnessing the scene before him, his mouth goes dry, and his blood surges with fervor. No longer the impetuous oxherd, Shen Xiaobai's mind recalls the profound teachings of the great freedom Yin-Yang Harmony technique. He transcends mere union, guided by the principles of the technique to facilitate a mystical circulation of energy between them. Hu Yunshu feels an influx of pure, potent yang energy surging into her being, a force more formidable than before. This essence, upon encountering her water elemental spirit energy, does not repel but rather meld seamlessly, as if they were destined to unite. As the great freedom Yin-Yang Harmony technique unfolds, Shen Xiaobai's pure yang energy acts as an efficient converter, refining and compressing Hu Yunshu's primal yin and her water elemental energy, subsequently nourishing her from within. In turn, Hu Yunshu's primal yin essence transforms into the purest water elemental energy, continuously flowing into Shen Xiaobai's kidney meridian, fortifying his foundation in the 5 elements. As she senses the transformation within her, Hu Yunshu is once again struck with astonishment, swiftly followed by elation. This is effective, rebellious disciple. Master can still Chapter 8. "Do not call me master, address me as Yunshu," as the pleas of master echoed in his ears. Shen Xiaobai felt as though he had ingested a potent stimulant. With the exchange of energy, the auras of both began to ascend at an astonishing pace. Hu Yunshu felt herself engulfed in this wave, like glass struck by a colossal hammer, as cracks began to form in the bottleneck of her foundational cultivation. Boom! An unprecedented surge of power erupted within her. The barrier that had confined her for years was shattered completely. Late-stage foundation establishment. A torrent of spiritual energy surged through her meridians, causing her consciousness and body to undergo a comprehensive transformation at that moment. The momentum of this breakthrough did not cease. It surged forward, propelling her cultivation to the pinnacle of late-stage foundation establishment, mere steps away from achieving full foundation completion. On the other side, Shen Xiaobai's gains were equally monumental. A vast influx of water elemental spiritual energy surged into him, exponentially increasing the speed of his great freedom 5 elements technique. His cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket, breaking through the 6th layer of qi refinement and stabilizing firmly in the mid-stage of the 7th layer. The spiritual energy required for someone with a mixed element root was already far beyond that of an ordinary person, making his 2-layer ascent in such a short time nothing short of astonishing. Hu Yunshu, feeling the surging power within, was filled with awe and disbelief. She glanced at Shen Xiaobai, who was also solidifying his mid-stage qi refinement, her gaze complex and profound. This disciple, whom she had once abandoned, had unexpectedly become her greatest opportunity on the path of enlightenment. Such is the marvel of fate. She extended a delicate finger and gently caressed Shen Xiaobai's cheek. That once ordinary face now exuded an extraordinary allure in her eyes. At that moment, Shen Xiaobai opened his eyes, locking onto her gaze, gentle as flowing water. Their eyes met. "Master, do not call me master," Hu Yunshu abruptly interrupted, her cheeks tinged with crimson, her voice soft. "Call me Yunshu." "Yunshu," Shen Xiaobai tentatively murmured, his heart racing uncontrollably. Hu Yunshu's face flushed deeper, yet she offered no rebuttal, merely responding with a gentle hum. She swiftly donned her garments, restoring her icy demeanor, as if the tender woman from moments ago was merely a figment of Shen Xiaobai's imagination. Yet he understood that some things had irrevocably changed. The outside world must be dealt with, Hu Yunshu declared, rising to her feet, a formidable aura of late-stage foundation establishment emanating from her, fleeting yet palpable. The glint of murderous intent shone in her eyes. Previously, she had been the hunted. Now, it was time for her to strike back. Shen Xiaobai nodded and hastily dressed. Hu Yunshu removed the vines guarding the cave entrance, and the two of them flew out of the cave, one after the other. At this moment, dawn had fully arrived. Chui's Hai Hao and his disciple hovered impatiently in the air, their expressions fraught with annoyance. They had already sent out a distress signal, but reinforcements would take some time to arrive. "Master, do you think those 2 turtles have already fled?" the disciple inquired. "Impossible," Chui's Hai Hao declared resolutely. "I have already sealed off a portion of this forest with a secret technique. They cannot possibly escape. They must still be hiding below." At that moment, he suddenly sensed something and abruptly looked up. 2 figures soared from the depths of the forest, hovering before them, none other than Hu Yunshu and Shen Xiaobai. "A sinister laugh escaped, Kui, Xiao, es ellipse. Finally, you dare to show yourselves." Yet in the next instant his smile froze in terror. He was horrified to discover that Hu Yunshu's aura had multiplied in strength several fold since before. The overwhelming pressure caused even him, a fellow foundation establishment stage cultivator, to feel a pang of dread. Late foundation establishment stage? Impossible, Chui's Hai Hao screamed, his eyes nearly bulging from disbelief. How could she have advanced so dramatically in just one night? His gaze then shifted to Shen Xiaobai, filled with suspicion and jealousy. Could this pretty boy be some extraordinary furnace? "Chui's Hai Hao, your demise has come." Hu Yunshu, unwilling to waste words, emitted a sharp gleam from her eyes. Her sword, King Feng, rang out with a clear, melodious tone. The blade transformed into a verdant lotus. With a single thought, a myriad of azure lotuses blossomed from pure sword energy, encircling Chui's Hai Hao and his disciple. Each lotus radiated a deadly sharpness, the pinnacle technique of the azure lotus sword art, accessible only after reaching the late foundation establishment stage. Chui's Hai Hao's soul trembled as he sensed the aura of death emanating from these lotuses. Blood demon disintegration technique. He bellowed, violently expelling a mouthful of refined blood. His aura surged instantly, and his bone whip transformed into countless shadowy streaks, desperately fending off the onslaught of sword lotuses. However, his disciple, a mere Qi refining stage 5 cultivator, was not so fortunate. Without even a scream, he was shredded by the azure lotuses into a crimson mist. No! Chui's Haihao's eyes brimmed with rage and despair. Yet his own survival was precarious. The number of sword lotuses was infinite. Despite his utmost efforts, he could only block a portion. Many passed through his defenses, leaving deep, bone-exposing wounds upon his body. Ah, immortal Yunshu, I will fight you to the death. Kui Xiao, resigned to certain death, revealed a crazed expression, intent on a mutual destruction. Trying to self-destruct? Too late. Hu Yunshu snorted coldly, focusing her mind. All the sword lotuses instantaneously converged, forming a massive azure lotus bud that tightly enveloped Chui's Haihao. In the next moment, the bud contracted suddenly. A soft pop echoed, resembling the crushing of a tomato. The arrogant elder of the Hehuan sect, Chui's Haihao, was obliterated into a puddle of flesh before he could even detonate himself. Hu Yunshu retracted her flying sword, her delicate face pale, clearly drained by the exertion. Shen Xiaobai hurried forward to support her. Master, are you all right? Mifine. Hu Yunshu shook her head, retrieving a chi-restoring pill from her storage pouch and swallowing it. She soon recovered. Casting a glance toward the distant horizon, she noticed a few streaks of escaping light rapidly approaching. Let's depart. As Hu Yunshu rolled up Chui's Haihao's storage bag, she dared not linger any longer and immediately took to the skies on her flying sword, racing towards Xintian Sect. 2 days later, at the Ziyun cave of Xintian Sect, upon Hu Yunshu's return with Shen Xiaobai to her cave dwelling, she was taken aback to find a significant gathering of people before her abode. Leading the group was Qian Li, the master of Jingguang Cave, ranked 8th among the 36 caves of Xintian Sect, followed by several other cave masters and disciples, each exuding an air of arrogance. Opposing them stood the few disciples of Ziyun Cave, visibly indignant, yet unable to voice their anger. For Ziyun Cave had long been at the bottom of the rankings, possessing the weakest strength. What is the meaning of this, Master Qian? Chapter 9. The Master's Reward. What do you desire? The return of Hu Yunshu filled the disciples of Ziyun Cave with astonishment and joy as they flocked around her. Master, you have returned. Hu Yunshu acknowledged her disciples with a nod before fixing a cold gaze upon Qian Li. Upon seeing Hu Yunshu, a flicker of surprise crossed Qian Li's eyes, but he quickly resumed his haughty demeanor. Ah, Master Hu, you have finally returned, he said with a forced smile. We thought you had perished outside. With the Sect competition approaching in 3 months, and your Ziyun Cave's dwindling numbers and lack of strength, which has consistently held the Sect back, we have discussed amongst ourselves and proposed to the Sect Master that your Ziyun Cave be reallocated to us, sparing this spiritual vein for going to waste. It became evident that they believed Hu Yunshu to be in peril and were eagerly anticipating the division of her territory. What did you say? Hu Yunshu, upon hearing this, laughed in fury. I, Hu Yunshu, am not dead yet, and you dare to covet my cave dwelling? Boom! Atili Fien Yoha, peaking at the late Foundation establishment stage, erupted from her, sweeping towards Qian Li and the others like a raging torrent. Qian Li and the others paled in shock. Most of them were also at the late Foundation establishment stage, with only Qian Li having reached the pinnacle of that realm. Thud! Thud! As Qian Li and a few other cave masters managed to remain standing, the disciples behind them crumbled to the ground, trembling in fear. Late Foundation establishment stage. How could you possibly? Qian Li's face was a canvas of horror and dread, his words faltering. With each step Hu Yunshu took forward, it felt as though she were treading upon their very hearts. The affairs of Ziyun Cave are not for you worthless imbeciles to meddle in. Those who dare to offend Ziyun Cave. Her voice was icy and resonated throughout the mountain peak. They shall be met with annihilation. Now, take your people and leave. At once. With a commanding shout akin to thunderclaps, Hu Yunshu's authority reverberated. Qian Li's complexion shifted chaotically between shades of green and white. He could not fathom how Hu Yunshu, after her absence, had not only survived, but had also experienced a meteoric rise in power to the late foundation establishment stage. What chance did he have now? When she was merely at the mid-foundation establishment stage, she had managed to uphold Ziyun Cave. How much more formidable would she be now that she had surpassed to the late stage? The prospect of dividing Ziyun Cave before the competition was now utterly impossible. We shall take our leave. Qianli clenched his teeth, ultimately refraining from uttering another word of triviality, as he led the other cave masters out of the Ziyun Cave Heaven. Observing their reluctant retreat, particularly the once arrogant senior brothers, the disciples of Ziyun Cave Heaven erupted into thunderous cheers. Our master is magnificent. Long live our master. They had long lost count of how many years had passed since Ziyun Cave Heaven had experienced such a moment of pride. For years, they had languished at the bottom, with a meager number of disciples, the most accomplished among them barely reaching the 7th level of Qi refinement. It was not that Ziyun Cave Heaven lacked disciples in the later stages of Qi refinement. Rather, most had been poached by other cave masters or had met with misfortune while on missions. This plight rendered them unable to hold their heads high, facing scorn wherever they went. Yet today, their master had, with a formidable force, driven away the wolves that sought to encroach upon their sanctuary. Hu Yunshu gazed at the excited faces of her disciples, feeling years of pent-up frustration dissipate. She raised her hand, signaling for silence. From this day forth, Ziyun Cave Heaven shall no longer be a target for humiliation. Her voice resonated powerfully. All of you must diligently cultivate and prepare for the Sect competition in 3 months. Yes, Master, the disciples responded in unison, their spirits soaring to new heights. After calming her disciples, Hu Yunshu returned to her dwelling with Shen Xiaobai. Upon entering and closing the stone door, her formidable aura vanished instantly. She wearily leaned against the stone wall, exhaling deeply. Shen Xiaobai quickly approached, supporting her arm. Master, are you all right? I'm fine, Hu Yunshu replied, shaking her head and looking at Shen Xiaobai with gratitude. This time it was thanks to you. Had it not been for you, I might have become a prisoner of the Hehuan sect, with no opportunity to assert my strength here. Do we really need to say this between us? Shen Xiaobai gently enveloped her in his embrace. Hu Yunshu stiffened for a moment, but did not push him away. Instead, she leaned her head softly against his chest, savoring the comforting warmth. By the way, Master, why did the Hehuan sect ambush us? Shen Xiaobai inquired, grappling with the unanswerable question in his mind. I do not know the true reason. Our sects have never been on good terms, and tensions have escalated in recent years. Thank you, Xiaobai. Simply saying thank you is not enough. Shen Xiaobai lowered his head and mischievously whispered in her ear, Master, no, Yunshu, how do you intend to reward me? Hu Yunshu's cheeks flushed instantly. She lifted her head, casting him a playful glance with her enchanting eyes. Rebellious disciple, what reward do you desire? Her voice carried a hint of allure. Shen Xiaobai gazed at her captivating visage and gently pecked her on the lips. You know what kind of reward I want. With that, he moved to take action. Wait, not now. Later tonight, I will come to your place to guide your cultivation. Chapter 10. A Visit from the Master at Night. This guidance is far from proper. The night was as dark as ink, and the crescent moon hung like a hook. In a dilapidated courtyard of Ziyun Cave Heaven, Shen Xiaobai sat cross-legged on the bed, feeling the surging spiritual energy within him. 7th level of Qi refinement. With merely a month remaining until the Sect competition, this cultivation level ranks among the upper echelons of the outer disciples of the Shintian sect. Who would have imagined that in just a few days he would transform from a vulnerable Qi refining stage to cultivator into his current state? All of this is thanks to the grace of his master. No, it is due to his own merit. Had it not been for the pure yang energy he possessed, how could such a remarkable chemical reaction have occurred with his master? He chuckled to himself, recalling Hu Yunshu's words during the day. I will come to guide your cultivation tonight, which made his heart flutter with anticipation. Was this guidance truly earnest? He remained skeptical. Suddenly, a gentle knock echoed at the courtyard door. Startled, Shen Xiaobai sprang from his bed and hurriedly rushed to open the door. Beneath the moonlight stood a breathtaking figure. Hu Yunshu had donned a simple yet elegant azure gown, her long hair elegantly pinned up with a wooden hairpin, radiating a softer demeanor than the imposing and frigid aura she exuded during the day, embodying the gentle charm of a neighborly girl. However, an element of unease lingered on her exquisite face. "Master, you have arrived," Shen Xiaobai beamed, stepping aside to let her in. Hu Yunshu responded with a soft acknowledgement and stepped into the small courtyard. Upon entering Shen Xiaobai's drafty thatched cottage, her lovely brows knitted involuntarily. "You reside here?" "Indeed." Shen Xiaobai scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. The purple cloud paradise was impoverished. Having a roof over his head was already a blessing. Hu Yunshu felt a pang of inexplicable sorrow. Here she was, a dignified master of a cave, allowing her man to dwell in such conditions. As she stepped inside, the sparse furnishings struck her as shockingly inadequate. Apart from a wooden plank bed and a rickety table, there was scarcely anything else. "Please take a seat." Shen Xiaobai fumbled to wipe the only stool. However, Hu Yunshu did not sit, but rather surveyed her surroundings and calmly instructed, "Extend your hand." "Huh?" Shen Xiaobai was taken aback. "I am here to examine your cultivation," Hu Yunshu said with a stern face, adopting an official demeanor. "Oh, right." Shen Xiaobai obediently extended his hand. Hu Yunshu placed her delicate, onion-like fingers on his pulse. A surge of pure spiritual energy flowed into Shen Xiaobai's body as she sought to ascertain the foundation of this rebellious disciple. Yet, the moment the spiritual energy entered his body, her expression changed dramatically. Shen Xiaobai's meridians bore no resemblance to those of a cultivator with a mixed elemental root. They were broad and resilient. The 5 elemental energies circulated within his 5 main meridians, operating independently, yet subtly interconnected, forming a mysterious cycle, vibrant and harmonious. "How could you have undergone such a significant transformation?" Hu Yunshu exclaimed, her voice betraying her astonishment. She recalled the condition she had assessed when he entered the sect, and the difference now was astronomical. Initially, she believed his breakthrough was merely a result of her own Yin energy nurturing him. Now, it seemed far more complex. "Are you hiding something from me?" "Oh, that." Shen Xiaobai feigned nonchalance, shrugging his shoulders. He certainly could not reveal the secret of the 9-turn mystic tower. In truth, after being knocked unconscious by his master, he had been foraging for food in the mountains. By chance, I stumbled upon a peculiar red fruit. Upon consuming it, an intense, burning sensation enveloped my entire being, and thus I found myself in this state. Hu Yunshu cast a profound glance at him, refraining from further inquiries. Everyone harbors their own secrets. She withdrew her hand and, after a moment of silence, spoke. "Attempt to circulate your energy for me to observe." "All right." Shen Xiaobai promptly settled into a cross-legged position, commencing the practice of the Great Freedom 5 Elements technique. As he did so, Hu Yunshu's mouth gradually formed an astonished O. The surrounding elemental energies, as if drawn by an irresistible force, transformed into 5 visible streams, surging fervently into Shen Xiaobai's body. The velocity of this energy absorption surpassed even her own advanced stage of foundation establishment. Was this reasonable? It was not. Upon completing the circulation, Shen Xiaobai felt invigorated, his cultivation having advanced slightly. He opened his eyes to find Hu Yunshu gazing at him in a daze, prompting him to chuckle. "Yunshu, what do you think? Is my cultivation speed acceptable?" Regaining her composure, Hu Yunshu's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him an exasperated glance. It was more than acceptable. It was nothing short of monstrous. She mused internally. Yet outwardly, she scoffed. "Your foundation is unstable, superficial at best. It seems you require my guidance." She deliberately emphasized the word guidance. Shen Xiaobai felt a stir within, instantly comprehending her implication. He rubbed his hands together, a look of eager anticipation on his face. Then, "Teacher Yunshu, shall we begin now?" "No need to rush," Hu Yunshu replied with a playful glare, making her way to the bed, where she seated herself first. She patted the space beside her, her lips parting slightly. "Come here." Shen Xiaobai felt a rush of exhilaration wash over him. He hurriedly approached, sitting beside Hu Yunshu, the fragrant aroma emanating from her enveloping him. In the upcoming Sect tournament, what rank do you aspire to achieve? Hu Yinshu unexpectedly posed a rather serious question. Huh? Shen Xiaobai was taken aback, not anticipating such an inquiry. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, I hadn't thought about it before. Just participating would suffice. But now, I must bring honor to my master, ensuring no one looks down upon our purple cloud cave. Hearing these words, a wave of warmth flowed through Hu Yunshu's heart. This rebellious disciple, though often flippant, still held loyalty towards her. Merely wishing would not suffice. She extended her delicate hand, lightly resting it on Shen Xiaobai's shoulder. In the Sect tournament, talents gather. Jingguang Cave's Xianyu, Lei Ming from Thunderclap Cave. Each is a formidable practitioner of the 9th level of Qi refinement. Moreover, there are the Holy Sun Hong Jinin and other esteemed disciples with unfathomable strength. With each name she mentioned, the pressure of her hand increased. With your current 7th level of Qi refinement, it will be challenging to stand out. Shen Xiaobai, feeling the pressure and the soft, almost ethereal touch of her hand, chuckled. But with your guidance, Master, I have nothing to fear. He clasped Hu Yunshu's delicate hand in his, pressing a gentle kiss upon it. With your proper mentorship, I would dare to challenge even those at the 9th level of Qi refinement, not to mention the Foundation establishment. You are quite the smooth talker. Hu Yunshu's delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, yearning to withdraw her hand, yet his grip was unwaveringly tight. After a moment of futile struggle, she relented. Since you are so confident, tonight I shall guide you, she declared, enunciating each word with purpose. Upon completing her statement, she drew closer. Shen Xiaobai felt a warm breath against his ear, causing his heart to sway. Unable to contain himself any longer, he swiftly turned, pinning the enchanting master beneath him. Yinshu, my disciple is ready to begin learning. With the lantern aglow, clarity in learning was assured. One session tonight will suffice. I fear you may be insincere. After their passionate encounter, Shen Xiaobai gazed at the captivating beauty in his embrace and suddenly pondered a pressing question. Yinshu, is our sect not rather impoverished? He inquired. Why do I observe that our brothers and sisters in the Ziyun Cave generally possess rather modest cultivation levels? This had long been a source of confusion for him. Logically, given that the Xintian sect is one of the 7 major sects of Qi state, the disciples should not be subjected to such poor treatment. Chapter 11. Our Ziyun Cave is left with nothing but pride. Upon hearing Shen Xiaobai's query, Hu Yunshu languidly turned over, her alabaster legs tracing a graceful arc beneath the covers. Rather than providing a direct answer, she posed a contemplative question. Xiaobai, what are your thoughts on the sect's grand competition in 3 months? The grand competition? Shen Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, unsure why his master had suddenly broached this topic. He replied earnestly, Isn't it merely a contest among disciples of various caves, with rewards for the victors? You are oversimplifying matters. Hu Yunshu shook her head, her expression taking on an unusual seriousness. The grand competition of a Xintian sect is far from the simplicity you perceive. It pertains to the redistribution of resources for the entire sect over the next decade. Oh, how so? Shen Xiaobai's interest was piqued, recognizing the significance of this issue. Hu Yunshu collected her thoughts and began to elucidate. Our Xintian sect comprises 36 caves, which are essentially 36 spirit vein peaks. They may appear united, yet they are stratified into various ranks. For instance, the Xintian cave, the Kunyuan cave, and the Jingguang cave, ranked among the top 10, receive more than tenfold the cultivation resources allocated to our Ziyun cave each year. Tenfold? Truly? Shen Xiaobai exclaimed, feeling a twinge of discomfort. What did you expect? Hu Yunshu's tone carried a hint of resignation. Though the Xintian sect appears thriving, there are many intricacies within. Our Ziyun cave possesses the sole inferior spirit vein among the 36. The spiritual energy is scarce, and the elixirs and spirit stones distributed by the sect are the least among all. Consequently, any disciple with a modicum of talent would not choose to come here. Even if they do, once they achieve a semblance of success, other caves will go to great lengths to entice them away. Over time, this creates a vicious cycle. The stronger they become, the more resources they acquire, while we, growing weaker, become increasingly disregarded and deprived of resources. Shen Xiaobai understood now. In essence, the rich grow richer while the poor grow poorer. It was the Matthew effect in action. The Sect Grand Tournament serves as an opportunity to reallocate resources and status. Does it not? Indeed. The Sect Grand Tournament occurs once every decade. It is not merely a contest among disciples, but also a reflection of the comprehensive strength of various realms. The outcomes of the tournament directly influence the resources our realm can secure and the caliber of disciples we can recruit over the next 10 years. Historically, our Purple Cloud realm has consistently ranked at the bottom. She ceased her explanation, but Shen Xiaobai comprehended the implications entirely, albeit with a lingering confusion. Why has our Purple Cloud realm found itself in such a predicament? Shen Xiaobai inquired with bewilderment. This is all rooted in an incident from a decade ago. My master and senior brother tragically fell during a mission. This led to a significant imbalance in the high-end combat prowess of the Purple Cloud realm. Sighing, Hu Yunshu's demeanor turned somber. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaobai understood. No wonder Qian, Li, and his associates were so audacious, daring to confront us directly and demand a partition of the Purple Cloud realm. He tightened his embrace around Hu Yunshu, his heart aching at the sight of her beautiful face clouded with sorrow. If we achieve a commendable rank in this tournament, does that mean we can turn our fortunes around? A turnaround is indeed possible, but do you believe it is that simple? Hu Yunshu, recovering from her despondency, shifted the focus of her conversation. How so? Is there an aftermath to the competition? Naturally. The true purpose of the tournament is to select the most exceptional disciples within the sect for focused cultivation, who will then represent the Xiantian sect in the triennial Seven Sects Martial Assembly in 3 years. 3 years later? The Seven Sects Martial Assembly? Precisely. In our Qi country, there are 7 prominent sects, and the Xiantian sect is merely one among them. The Seven Sects Martial Assembly represents a pinnacle clash among the young disciples of these 7 sections. The results will determine the allocation of cultivation resources among the sects for decades to come, as well as access to certain ancient secret realms. Thus, the performance in the Seven Sects Martial Assembly directly influences the negotiating power of the sect leader and elders with other sections. Now becomes clear. Shen Xiaobai finally understood that the Seven Sects Martial Assembly is essentially a selection process that dictates the future fate of the sect. Are we not at a disadvantage in the Purple Cloud realm? Shen Xiaobai furrowed his brow. Not just at a disadvantage. Hu Yunshu sighed bitterly, her tone imbued with despondency. Our Purple Cloud realm has repeatedly ranked at the bottom in recent tournaments, not to mention sending representatives to the Seven Sects Martial Assembly. We currently lack even a single capable Foundation Establishment disciple. Not a single Foundation Establishment disciple. Shen Xiaobai was genuinely astonished. He had always assumed that the Purple Cloud realm simply had few disciples, but he never realized they lacked even a noteworthy advanced disciple. There were a few with promising potential in the past, but either they could not endure the exclusion and ridicule from other realms and chose to defect, or they tragically fell during missions, like Masterly. I simply never made this public. Hu Yunshu's tone carried a hint of sadness. This is also the fundamental reason why Qian Li and his ilk dare to be so brazen in their demands. A grotto without a single Foundation Establishment disciple. What distinction could it possibly hold from mere refuse in their eyes? Our Purple Cloud grotto is truly destitute, possessing naught but its dignity. What shall we do about the grand competition? Surely, we cannot pit our Qi refining disciples against those at the Foundation Establishment stage, can we? Shen Xiaobai posed the pivotal question. Of course not, Hu Yunshu replied, her countenance darkening as she explained. Traditionally, the grand competition is divided into 2 segments. One is the ranking tournament for Qi refining disciples, primarily to identify promising talents within each grotto. Should such talents be discovered, the sect will allocate resources preferentially to nurture them. The other segment is the True Heir Disciples Challenge, exclusively open to those who have attained the Foundation Establishment realm. This segment serves a dual purpose, determining the grotto's overall ranking and selecting the top 10 True Heir disciples to represent the sect in battle. Hu Yunshu paused, a flicker of apprehension clouding her eyes. Recently, rumors suggest the competition's rules may be revised. The grotto's ranking might be decided solely by the Qi Refining Disciples Tournament, while the True Air Disciples Challenge would function solely as a selection trial for the sect's representatives. She sighed deeply, the weight of Purple Cloud Grotto's predicament heavy upon her. The gap between generations was vast, and successors were scarce. Her position as Grotto Chief was undeniably burdensome. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaobai fell silent, finally comprehending why his master, despite having advanced to the late Foundation establishment stage, remained so troubled. The strength of one individual could not uphold an entire grotto. What was needed was fresh blood, genius disciples who could bring honor to Purple Cloud Grotto. Yunshu, rest assured, Shen Xiaobai said earnestly, locking eyes with Hu Yunshu and clasping her hand firmly. In this grand competition, I shall earn you great renown. I vow to enter the top 10. Hu Yunshu gazed into Shen Xiaobai's remarkably radiant eyes, a spark of hope kindling within her. Even the top 20 would be enough to revive Purple Cloud Grotto. She murmured, her heart warmed. She then pressed a gentle kiss upon his lips. I believe in you. They shared a tender moment before Hu Yunshu reluctantly rose. I must return now, lest the disciples see us. It would be inappropriate. As she prepared to leave, she seemed to recall something, retrieving a new storage pouch from her belongings and handing it to Shen Xiaobai. Inside are some spirit stones and pills. Take them for now. You must train diligently over the next 3 months. I shall continue to guide your cultivation during nights hereafter, she whispered softly. Shen Xiaobai opened the pouch to find the contents far exceeding all the spirit stones and pills he had previously seized combined. A pang of discomfort stirred within him. How could the master of the 9 revolving mysterious tower accept a woman as financial aid? No need, Yunshu, he said, pushing the pouch back toward her. I have my own. He produced the spoils he had obtained from the 4 disciples of the Hehuan sect, shaking them lightly. Where did you get these? Hu Yunshu asked, surprised. By killing and looting, Shen Xiaobai answered matter-of-factly. Hu Yunshu regarded the several storage pouches thoughtfully. The resources required for the cultivation of the 5 elements spiritual root are several times that of an ordinary cultivator, rendering such meager offerings utterly insufficient. When time permits, one might consider visiting the task hall of the sect to seek suitable opportunities for practical experience, she advised. However, one must prioritize safety and refrain from overestimating their capabilities. Chapter 12. Confronting the Qian family, Defiance? Early the next morning, Shen Xiaobai made a beeline for the task hall. His master's words resonated within him. Merely confining oneself to closed-door training is futile. The 5-element spiritual root is an insatiable abyss, and it is imperative to venture forth to amass wealth and resources. The task hall of Xiantian sect is situated within a vast valley, its grandeur palpable as throngs of individuals come and go, creating a bustling atmosphere. This hall is among the most frequented venues for disciples of the sect, where one can accept tasks, earn contribution points, and exchange them for cultivation resources. As Shen Xiaobai stepped into the main hall, he felt the weight of countless gazes upon him. Ah, is that not Shen Xiaobai, the one from Zun Cave Heaven, a mere second-level Qi refining cultivator? They whispered. I heard he returned alive after accompanying Fairy Yunshu on an expedition a few days ago. What a stroke of luck. Yet, what does it matter that he returned alive? He remains a mere waste of resources. Our sect is squandering provisions on him. The murmurs were not loud, yet they were distinctly audible to Shen Xiaobai. In the past, he would have lowered his head, wishing to vanish into the ground. However, now he merely cast a cursory glance at the gossips, a cold smirk gracing his lips. A group of novices who had yet to reach the mid-stage of Qi refining dared to gossip behind his back. He could not be bothered with such pests and strode directly towards the enormous task jade wall at the center of the hall. The jade wall was densely inscribed with hundreds and thousands of tasks, categorized by difficulty into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. Huang-level tasks were the simplest, primarily involving menial tasks such as gathering herbs or locating ores, with rewards that were paltry at best. Qian-level tasks began to involve combat with demonic beasts or the pursuit of low-tier malevolent cultivators. Only disciples at the Foundation establishment stage and above were eligible for Earth and Heaven-level tasks. Shen Xiaobai's objective was clear. He focused his gaze on the Qian-level task area. His eyes swiftly scanned the tasks on the Jade Wall. Qian-level lower grade. Hunt 10 first-tier demonic beasts, ironback howlers, on the outskirts of the 10,000 Beast mountain range. Reward: 100 contribution points, 50 low-grade spirit stones. 2 meager. Qian-level middle grade. Escort the Zhang merchant caravan to Moonlit City. Reward: 300 contribution points. 200 low-grade spirit stones. 2 time-consuming. I shall not undertake this. Qian-level upper grade. Investigate the whereabouts of the Black Wind stronghold, suspected to harbor demonic cultivators. Reward: 800 contribution points, 500 low-grade spirit stones. Shen Xiaobai's brow furrowed slightly. The rewards for these tasks were still insufficient for one as extravagant as himself. Just then, his attention was captured by a task nestled in the corner of the task area, emanating a faint red glow. Qian-level supreme grade. Delve into the depths of the 10,000 Beast mountain range and harvest 10 ice spirit grasses. This herb grows in frigid regions, often guarded by second-tier demonic beasts, the Xianbing wolves. Reward: 3,000 contribution points, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. 3,000. 2,000. Shen Xiaobai's breath quickened at once. This is precisely what I need. He resolved firmly in his heart and turned towards the duty desk responsible for task registration. Behind the deacon's desk sat an elderly man, his eyes closed in tranquil meditation. Deacon, I accept this mission. Shen Xiaobai indicated a profound grade task inscribed on the jade tablet. The old man replied indifferently, Identity Jade Token. Shen Xiaobai presented his jade token. The elder accepted it, channeling his spiritual energy into it, causing the words Purple Cloud Cave, Shen Xiaobai, Chi Refinement, second layer, to manifest upon the token. The elder finally opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment and disdain gleaming in his murky gaze. He tossed the token back to Shen Xiaobai. Chi Refinement, second layer? Young man, have you just awakened from slumber? Or are you illiterate? His voice was soft yet resonant enough for all in the vicinity to hear. Laughter erupted throughout the hall. A Chi Refinement, second layer waste dares to undertake a profound grade task? Who's he think he is? The Holy Sun, Hong Jinese? He must be mad with desire for spirit stones, seeking death in the 10,000 Beast mountain range. The denizens of Purple Cloud Cave were indeed a bunch of oblivious fools. A young man clad in the golden garments of Golden Light Cave, boasting a cultivation level of Chi Refinement 6th layer, approached. He snatched the jade token from Shen Xiaobai's hand, casting a scornful glance. Well, if it isn't the waste. Shen Xiaobai, what's this? Unable to remain in Purple Cloud Cave, seeking another place to meet your demise? He was Qian Hao, the nephew of Qian Li, the master of Golden Light Cave. Having been humiliated by Hu Yunshu's imposing presence the day before, he now found an outlet for his pent-up fury upon encountering Shen Xiaobai. Shen Xiaobai's expression darkened. He could endure the mockery directed at himself, but would not tolerate insults towards Purple Cloud Cave or his revered master. Return the jade token to me. Return it? Certainly, Qian Hao chuckled, tossing the token in his hand. Kneel down, offer 3 respectful bows, and declare that all of us in Purple Cloud Cave are worthless. Only then will I return your token. How's that sound? Seeking death. A cold glint flashed in Shen Xiaobai's eyes. He had grown weary of idle chatter, in the astonished gazes of Qian Hao and the others. His figure surged forward like a specter, appearing before Qian Hao in an instant. Qian Hao barely registered the movement before a fierce gust of wind assaulted him. Fear gripped his heart. Without a second thought, he summoned all his spiritual energy to erect a golden protective shield before him. Golden Light Shield. This was the signature defensive spell of Golden Light Cave, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a mid-stage Chi Refinement practitioner. However, the next moment would be etched in his memory forever. Shen Xiaobai's seemingly ordinary punch struck the golden shield directly. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The shield he prided himself on shattered like an eggshell, instantly covered in fissures. Then, With a resounding boom, it completely disintegrated. Puff! Qian Hao, reeling from the backlash, spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew back like a kite with its string severed, crashing violently against a pillar in the hall before collapsing onto the ground, convulsing twice and falling unconscious. One punch to eliminate a Qi Refinement 6th layer disciple of Golden Light Cave. And it was delivered by a so-called waste of Qi Refinement 2nd layer, a legendary feat. Everyone stood aghast, as if they had witnessed a specter. What on earth is happening here? Shen Xiaobai slowly withdrew his fist, barely glancing at Qian Hao, who had fainted on the ground. He merely retrieved his jade token and approached the elderly man, placing the token on the table. May I now register for the task? The goat-bearded elder recognized a formidable presence and no longer showed any negligence. Certainly, I will register it for you immediately. Chapter 13. The Master's Concern. Do not perish outside. Very well, your task has been registered. Shen Xiaobai accepted the jade token, nodded faintly, and turned to leave. Wherever he passed, the crowd instinctively parted, forming a path. No one dared to cast judgmental glances. Such is the cultivation world. Strength is the supreme credential. After departing the task hall, Shen Xiaobai did not set out immediately. A supreme grade, Xian-level task was no trivial matter. Thorough preparation was imperative. He first visited the Sect's marketplace. Although Zi Yun Dong Tian was impoverished, he had amassed a considerable fortune from a few disciples of the Hehuan sect and still possessed several hundred low-grade spirit stones. He spent a hefty sum purchasing several potent attack talismans and a divine movement talisman specifically for escape, along with replenishing some healing pills. Having completed these preparations, he returned to Zi Yindong Tian. He intended to bid farewell to his master. At Hu Yunshu's abode, before Shen Xiaobai could knock, the stone door opened automatically. Hu Yunshu's cool voice issued an invitation. Enter. Shen Xiaobai stepped inside to find Hu Yunshu seated cross-legged on a meditation cushion, seemingly immersed in cultivation. She wore a pale purple gown that accentuated her snow-white skin and noble demeanor. Master, Shen Xiaobai respectfully saluted. Hu Yunshu slowly opened her eyes, her icy gaze resting upon him. Are you ready to depart? Yes. Disciple has accepted a task at the task hall and intends to venture into the 10,000 Beast Mountain range for experience. Shen Xiaobai replied candidly. What task? Hu Yunshu asked casually. A supreme grade, Xian-level task to harvest the ice soul grass. What? Hu Yunshu abruptly rose from the cushion, her delicate face etched with shock and concern. Are you mad? Is a supreme grade, Xian-level task something you can undertake? The Xian Ice Demon Wolf is a peak second stage beast. Its strength comparable to that of a foundation establishment stage cultivator. You, at Qi Refining Stage 7, would be courting death. Her tone grew stern, her voice rising several pitches. A warmth blossomed in Shen Xiaobai's heart. His master's worry was palpable. He grinned cheekily. Master, rest assured, your disciple knows his limits. Besides, fortune favors the bold. If I don't risk it, how can I secure a good ranking for you in the grand competition? Hu Yunshu felt a surge of happiness. If she could not consent to him risking his life merely for a contest. Gazing at Shen Xiaobai's nonchalant demeanor, her anger flared. This wayward disciple had no sense of self-preservation. Was he oblivious to the fact that he was no longer alone? No, this task was far too perilous. I forbid you from going. Withdraw from the task immediately. Hu Yunshu's tone was unmistakably authoritative, imbued with the gravity of a master. Her disciple, Shen Xiaobai, exhibited a hint of exasperation. Did you not also state that our Ziyun cave requires resources and must achieve results in the competition without taking risks? How can one seize opportunities? Moreover, do you not have faith in me? Hu Yunshu found herself momentarily speechless. Indeed, she did possess faith in him. But that was within the confines of their sect, under her protective wing. What perilous terrain lay in the Beast Mountain range? It was fraught with danger, not only from ferocious beasts, but also from the treachery of human hearts, which could be even more malevolent than the monsters themselves. How could she possibly allow him to venture forth alone? Observing the resolute glint in Shen Xiaobai's eyes, She recognized the futility of her persuasion. This rebellious disciple was quite resolute in his intentions. A wave of agitation surged within her as she paced restlessly in the cave. After a brief moment, she halted, her expression icy, and approached Shen Xiaobai. If you must go, then so be it. From her storage pouch, she retrieved a jade pendant, entirely emerald-hued, and pressed it into Shen Xiaobai's hand. The pendant felt soothingly warm, intricately inscribed with complex runes, emanating a gentle aura of spiritual energy. This is a jade talisman, a superior spiritual artifact capable of withstanding the full force of a foundational-level cultivator's strike. Wear it close, and it may save your life in a critical moment. Shen Xiaobai gazed at the pendant in his palm, overwhelmed with emotion. A superior spiritual artifact. Such an item was worth thousands of spirit stones in the marketplace, and it was a rarity hard to come by. Teacher, are you truly parting with your precious resources? And there's more, Hu Yunshu continued, handing him a small porcelain vial. Inside are 3 drops of millennium stalactite essence. Consume 1 drop when your spiritual energy is depleted. It will instantly restore 30% of your strength. Use it only in dire circumstances. Shen Xiaobai felt a dryness in his throat. Teacher, silence. Hu Yunshu interjected, presenting him with a set of formation flags. This is the 8 directions soul-locking array, which can assist in confining enemies who attempt to flee. She brusquely interrupted him again, turning her face away, avoiding his gaze. Do not mistake this for concern. You are currently the only disciple of Ziyun Cave with the potential to make a mark. If you perish out there, how can our sect hope to rise again? Though her words resounded with strength, her reddened eyes and trembling lashes betrayed her true feelings. Shen Xiaobai flashed a grin, choosing not to expose the underlying affection. He stepped closer and gently enveloped her from behind. Hu Yunshu's body stiffened momentarily. She attempted to struggle, yet he tightened his embrace. Teacher, are you reluctant to part with me? He whispered teasingly in her ear. Get lost. Who would miss you, you rebellious disciple? Hu Yunshu's cheeks flushed crimson, her voice quivering with a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Hurry and leave. If you die out there, do not dare to call yourself my disciple. Hee as you command. Shen Xiaobai said, planting a swift kiss on her soft cheek before releasing her and dashing away. Teacher, wait for my return. As she watched Shen Xiaobai's figure disappear at the cave's entrance, Hu Yunshu raised her hand to touch the spot he had kissed, still warm with his lingering heat. She felt a blend of anger and shyness, stamping her foot in frustration. This rebellious disciple, his audacity truly knew no bounds. Despite the scolding, the worry in her eyes grew ever more pronounced. She approached the cave entrance, gazing longingly in the direction where Shen Xiaobai had vanished, remaining motionless until that figure completely disappeared at the end of the mountain path. You must return safely. Chapter 14. Entering the Beast Mountain with a dog in the way. Departing from Ziyun Cave, Shen Xiaobai traveled swiftly, reaching the foot of the Beast Mountain range 2 days later. From a distance, the mountains loomed like a colossal ancient beast, their peaks piercing the heavens, shrouded in an ominous and perilous aura. At the entrance of the mountains lay a spontaneously formed little town known as Hunter's Town. This was the final supply station and resting point for cultivators entering the Beast Mountain range, a place teeming with a melange of characters from various walks of life. Shen Xiaobai did not linger in the town. After a brief reconnaissance, he plunged into the vast wilderness of the mountains. As he entered, the surroundings darkened. Towering ancient trees obscured the sunlight, and the ground was carpeted with thick fallen leaves, soft and yielding beneath his feet, producing a rustling sound. The forest occasionally echoed with the eerie roars of unknown beasts, sending shivers down one's spine. This place was undeniably treacherous. With a silent resolve, Shen Xiaobai heightened his vigilance. Gripping the long sword he had seized from a disciple of the Hehuan sect in one hand, he held a talisman in the other, his spiritual energy circulating within him, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Following the map's guidance, he advanced toward the frigid domain where the ice crystal grass was rumored to grow. The deeper he ventured, the more pronounced the presence of beasts became. A low growl emanated from the nearby thicket. Suddenly, a demon pig, its body the size of a calf and cloaked in black scales, burst forth, its tusks glinting menacingly as it charged directly at Shen Xiaobai, a first-tier demon beast. The black-scaled pig? With a sharp gaze, Shen Xiaobai did not retreat, but advanced instead. Perfect, a chance to test my skills. Vines entwined. He gestured with his left hand, pointing at the ground. Instantly, thick vines, as robust as a child's arm, erupted from the earth, coiling around the pig's four hooves like serpents. The black-scaled pig halted abruptly, letting out an enraged roar as it struggled to escape. Now, golden light breaks through, with his right hand poised like a sword. A slender beam of golden light shot forth from his fingertips, accurately piercing the unprotected eye of the black-scaled pig. With a splatter of blood, the beast emitted a heart-wrenching scream, its massive form crashing to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling still. All done. Shen Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief, stepping forward to begin dismembering the demon beast. Although first-tier demon beasts did not possess demon cores, every little bit helped, especially given his financial constraints. Through the recent battle, he gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. The Great Freedom 5 Elements technique, combined with elemental spells, rendered these low-tier beasts as easy to handle as chopping vegetables. He pressed on deeper into the forest, encountering several more unwary demon beasts along the way. A multitude of first-tier wind wolves and stealthy first-tier poisonous snakes were effortlessly vanquished by him without exception. His combat experience was rapidly advancing. 2 days later, Shen Xiaobai had ventured nearly 100 miles deep into the Wanshao mountain range. The surrounding temperature noticeably dropped, trees grew sparse, and various bizarre ice-blue plants appeared. He understood he was nearing his destination. As he traversed a grove of crystalline trees, the clash of weapons and fierce shouts suddenly echoed ahead. Someone was engaged in combat. Shen Xiaobai's heart stirred. He immediately concealed his aura and silently approached. Concealed behind a massive ice boulder, he peeked out. In a clearing ahead, 3 disciples clad in Sunni Sect garments were besieged by 5 cultivators dressed in various attires. The 3 Sunni disciples, 2 men and 1 woman, were at roughly the 7th or 8th level of chi refinement. Each bore injuries and was steadily retreating on the verge of collapse. Their assailants exhibited fierce auras and ruthless strikes, each blow targeting vital points. The weakest among them was at the 8th level of chi refinement, while their leader had reached the 9th level. Were they disciples from Jinglei Cave? Shen Xiaobai recognized the lightning insignia on the Sunni disciples' robes. Jinglei Cave ranked 13th among the 36 caves of heaven and possessed considerable strength. Its leader, Lei Dong, was known for his volatile temper. It was unexpected that their people had been ambushed here. Heh, geniuses of Sunni Sect, why aren't you arrogant now? Sneered the 9th level chi refinement leader, wielding a demon-headed broadsword with fierce momentum, forcing one of the Jinglei disciples into a perilous position. Hand over the ice crystal fruit you obtained, and I might spare your lives. You shameless marauders, in your dreams, retorted the female disciple with a murderous glare. Foolish mortals, don't blame us for being ruthless. Brothers, push harder and finish this quickly. With the leader's command, their assault intensified. Thud! Another Jinglei disciple failed to evade and was slashed across the shoulder, blood gushing. Shen Xiaobai furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to intervene. Although Jinglei Cave and their own Ziyun Cave had little camaraderie and often mocked each other, they belonged to the same Sunni sect. Watching his fellow disciples slaughtered helplessly seemed unjust. Very well, he would consider it a benevolent act for the day. As he prepared to step forward, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Among the 5 marauders, a seemingly inconspicuous, slender cultivator suddenly produced a black talisman from behind, hurling it toward the female disciple. Watch out! Shen Xiaobai exclaimed, but it was too late. The black talisman exploded midair, transforming into a vast black net that instantly ensnared the female disciple. She felt her body weaken as her spiritual power was swiftly suppressed, collapsing rigidly to the ground. Ha ha ha! Got her! The slender cultivator laughed triumphantly. Big brother, this girl is quite a beauty. After we kill those 2 men, we can have some fun with her. Good, came the approving response. The leader licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with lewd intent. The remaining 2 male disciples of the thunderstorm cave were filled with rage upon witnessing this. Bastards! I will fight you to the end. They charged forward in a frenzy, only to be effortlessly halted by their adversaries. Shen Xiaobai's expression turned icy. He could not abide such bullies who preyed on women. Without hesitation, he emerged from behind the icy rock, his voice as frigid as the air. In broad daylight, under the clear heavens, you dare to bully a woman? Do you have no shame? His sudden appearance stunned both parties in the fray. The group of rogue cultivators turned to see him, initially startled, but soon their disdainful smiles emerged upon recognizing his attire as that of the Xiantian sect. I thought it was someone formidable, but it's merely a waste from the Xiantian sect. That purple cloud insignia, isn't it from the purple cloud paradise? That makes you the most worthless of the worthless. The leader, wielding a ghostly blade, cast a contemptuous gaze at Shen Xiaobai. Kid, this is none of your business. If you wish to live, scram, heroic rescue, he should consider his own worth. The phrase "a dog" blocking the way perfectly describes someone like you. Chapter 15. Slaughter and seize treasure. Leave no one alive. Who are you calling a dog? Shen Xiaobai's gaze was as frosty as ice. Those who meddle in others' affairs are the true dogs. The leader grinned, revealing a set of yellowing teeth, completely dismissing Shen Xiaobai. What prowess could a disciple from the purple cloud paradise possibly possess? In his eyes, Shen Xiaobai's cultivation was barely at the 5th or 6th level of qi refinement. Any one of his companions could easily crush him. Very well, Shen Xiaobai nodded, choosing not to waste more words. There was no point in reasoning with such scum. Only fists would suffice. His figure left behind a faint afterimage in its wake. Crimson flame warmed my body. Rather than employing the most lethal golden light barrier, he flipped his palm, summoning a ball of orange-red flames that transformed into a fiery serpent. Lunging at the rogue cultivator nearest to him, the rogue, wearing a mocking expression, was utterly unprepared for Shen Xiaobai's bold attack, and even more so for the swiftness of his strike. The fire serpent rushed towards him, and he could only let out a startled scream before being instantly engulfed in flames. A chilling scream echoed through the forest as the rogue rolled frantically on the ground, but the orange-red flames clung to him like a parasite, refusing to be extinguished. In mere moments, he was reduced to a charred husk. This sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. The 2 disciples from the thunderstorm cave gaped, unable to believe their eyes. When did the purple cloud paradise produce such a ruthless individual? The power of that fire-based spell was terrifying. The rogue cultivators were stricken with fear. Old 3, the leader bellowed in a fit of rage, his eyes blazing red as they locked onto Shen Xiaobai. Kid, you're courting death. No longer daring to underestimate him, he unleashed his spiritual power, brandishing the ghostly blade and charging fiercely at Shen Xiaobai. Altogether, let us slay him. The remaining 3 rogues quickly regained their composure, attacking Shen Xiaobai from 3 directions simultaneously. Unfazed by the 4-pronged assault, Shen Xiaobai maintained his composure. Thick earth, protect my body, he silently recited in his heart, and an ethereal yellow aura enveloped his entire being in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. 3 weapons struck against his protective barrier, producing only a few muffled thuds without even causing a ripple. The 3 rogue cultivators felt their hands tremble violently, as if they had struck solid iron, their faces betraying expressions of terror. What kind of infernal defensive spell is this? Meanwhile, Shen Xiaobai disregarded their assaults, charging forward towards the leader wielding the ghostly blade. Water spirits flow. With a swift motion of his left hand, a torrent of water materialized, transforming into several supple whips that ensnared the leader's limbs. The leader felt his movements constricted, becoming sluggish. This was the opening. A surge of murderous intent ignited in Shen Xiaobai's eyes as his sword transformed into a glimmering streak of light, piercing at an exceedingly sharp angle towards the leader's heart. Thrust! The sword penetrated effortlessly. The leader, in disbelief, lowered his gaze to see the blade protruding from his chest, his eyes filled with resentment and regret. He could not fathom how a mere unknown youth could bring about his demise so effortlessly, despite being a ninth-tier Qi refinement expert. Brother, the remaining 3 rogue cultivators, witnessing their leader's death, were struck with terror, their resolve shattered. Flee! Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and dashed in 3 different directions. Trying to escape? Too late. Shen Xiaobai snorted coldly, flicking his sword to cast aside the leader's corpse. Vines of the green wood. 3 robust vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the ankles of the 3 rogue cultivators with pinpoint accuracy, causing them to tumble to the ground. Golden radiance breaks the barrier. Shen Xiaobai flicked his fingers, and 3 golden beams shot forth, akin to the scythes of death, instantly piercing through the back of their skulls. The 3 corpses convulsed momentarily before falling silent. From the moment Shen Xiaobai made his move to the conclusion of the battle, the entire affair lasted scarcely a dozen breaths. All 5 rogue cultivators who had terrorized the 10,000 Beast Mountain range were annihilated without exception. The clearing fell into a profound silence. The 2 male disciples from the thunderous lightning cave stood utterly dumbfounded, staring blankly at Shen Xiaobai, as though caught in a dream. Is this truly a disciple of the Purple Cloud Cave? So decisive in killing, so ruthless in methods, and with strength that defies comprehension. They pondered. Even if they joined forces, they could never achieve such a clean and efficient victory. Shen Xiaobai paid them no heed, striding directly to the female disciple ensnared by the black net, and tore it apart with a swift motion. With a resounding rip, the inferior spiritual tool that confined her spiritual power was effortlessly shredded in 2. He helped her to her feet and deftly released her sealed acupoints. The female disciple regained her mobility, her delicate face a mix of crimson and pallor, gazing at Shen Xiaobai with complex emotions. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to express something, but ultimately lowered her head. Thank you, senior brother, for saving my life. Shen Xiaobai nodded indifferently, then began to skillfully search the 5 corpses. Killing for treasure was, after all, his fundamental purpose for intervening. Soon, 5 storage bags, several decent spirit tools, and a few thousand low-grade spirit stones found their way into his possession. This unexpected fortune greatly uplifted his spirits. After completing this task, he turned his attention to the 3 disciples of the Thunderclap Cave. This place is unsafe. You should depart quickly, he advised before preparing to turn away. Senior brother, please wait, called out one of the taller male disciples urgently. He bowed deeply to Shen Xiaobai, his face alight with gratitude and admiration. I am Lei Ming of the Thunderclap Cave, and these are my junior brothers, Lei Shan and my junior sister, Lei Xiaowu. We are immensely grateful for your timely intervention today. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. May I inquire your esteemed name, senior brother? From the Purple Cloud, Celestial Realm. Shen Xiaobai, Shen senior brother. A look of astonishment crossed Lei Ming's face. So you are the illustrious Shen senior brother. No wonder your strength is so formidable. I, Lei Ming, shall remember this day, and should there be any future need, I would not hesitate to repay the favor. Clearly, he regarded Shen Xiaobai as a hidden ace of the Purple Cloud Celestial Realm. Shen Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively, not wishing to engage in any such notion. His act of saving them was merely incidental. He had not sought any reward. Just as he was about to leave, the female disciple, Lei Zhu, suddenly spoke up. Shen senior brother, are you here seeking the ice crystal fruit as well? Chapter 16. A hero saving a beauty? Encountering a tough challenge. Shen Xiaobai paused, turning to look at Lei Xiaowu. Ice crystal fruit? What is that? He genuinely did not know, as his target was the ice soul grass. Noticing his confusion, Lei Ming quickly clarified. Shen senior brother, you may not be aware, but a rare spirit fruit known as the ice crystal fruit has recently appeared in this area. Consuming it can significantly enhance one's cultivation, making a treasure for us Qi refinement stage disciples. We 3 siblings are here for that very reason. He then revealed a hint of bitterness on his face. Shen Xiaobai felt a spark of curiosity. Have you seen a type of grass nearby that is entirely deep blue, with leaves resembling ice crystals, exuding a chilling aura? Ice soul grass, Lai Xiaoyu exclaimed. Shen, senior brother, are you referring to the primary ingredient for crafting the foundation establishment pill, the ice soul grass? Precisely. Then it must be true, Lai Ming exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. The ice crystal fruit and the ice soul grass are symbiotic spirit entities. Wherever the ice crystal fruit grows, the ice soul grass is sure to be nearby. We previously discovered a cold pond where the ice crystal fruit was growing. Surely the ice soul grass is there as well. Oh, take me to see it. Shen Xiaobai's interest was piqued. He had not anticipated such delightful news. Please. This way, Shen senior brother. Lei Ming, not daring to be negligent, immediately led the way. They traversed through a grove of ice crystal trees and soon a cold pond. Several dozen yards in diameter came into view. Surrounding the pond was a swirling mist with an oppressive chill in the air. The water exhibited a bizarre dark green hue, unfathomably deep. Beside the pond, perched on a rock, indeed grew several crystalline small trees, akin to exquisite ice sculptures, adorned with fruit the size of fingernails, exuding an enticing fragrance. This is the ice crystal fruit. However, Shen Xiaobai's attention was drawn to a few small grasses, only 3 inches in height, entirely deep blue, as if forged from ice. Upon the blades of grass, tiny frost crystals lingered, exuding a chill more frigid than the surrounding air. The ice soul grass. A surge of joy flooded Shen Xiaobai's heart as he prepared to advance and pluck it. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the icy pool. In an instant, a massive head emerged from the dark green waters. It was a gigantic python, its entire body adorned with ice-blue scales, and atop its head, a spiraled horn sprouted, while its lantern-like eyes coldly regarded the few individuals on the shore. A second-tier demon beast, the ice-horned cold python. This is dire. It is a guardian beast. Lei Ming's expression changed drastically as he pulled his fellow disciples back in haste. The aura emanating from this ice-horned cold python was several times more formidable than that of the leader of the earlier rogue cultivators, nearing the foundational realm. Shen Xiaobai's expression also turned grave. He sensed that this beast was at least as strong, if not stronger, than the Xianbing demon wolf described in their mission. The ice-horned cold python clearly regarded them as intruders coveting its treasures, and its colossal form glided from the water, opening its gaping maw to unleash a blast of icy white air towards them. Where the chill passed, the ground instantly froze over with a thick layer of frost. Scatter! Shen Xiaobai shouted, propelling himself to the side with a swift motion. Lei Ming and the others, terrified, hastily employed their techniques to evade. Boom! The icy blast struck the ground where they had just stood, leaving behind a massive crater of ice. This creature is too formidable. We are no match for it. Brother Shen, we must flee, Lai Ming exclaimed in horror. Yet Shen Xiaobai did not retreat. The ice soul grass lay before him. How could he abandon it? A fierce determination ignited in his eyes. Excellent. This is precisely the opportunity to test my limits. Step back. I will secure the spirit fruit while you find escape. This beast is mine to confront. Shen Xiaobai called out to Lei Ming and the others. What? The trio was taken aback. Brother Shen intends to face this peak second-tier beast alone. Has he lost his senses? Before they could react, Shen Xiaobai charged towards the ice-horned cold python. Blazing inferno. He formed a hand seal, conjuring a sphere of deep crimson flames, several times more intense than before, and hurled it toward the python's head. This was a fire-based advanced spell he had comprehended from the Great Freedom 5 Elements technique, far surpassing the previous red flame warmth. The ice-horned cold python seemed to sense the impending threat, letting out a wrathful roar as blue light flickered from its horn, unleashing a thicker blast of cold air that collided with the fireball in midair. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, the energies of ice and fire clashing violently, enveloping the entire cold pool in a shroud of steam. Seizing this moment, Shen Xiaobai swiftly maneuvered to the side of the ice-horned cold python. Golden light danced wildly. With a series of rapid finger gestures, dozens of golden beams cascaded like a torrential downpour onto the beast's massive form. The clanging of metal resonated in a symphony of sound. The icy scaled cold python boasted an astonishing defensive capability, deflecting most of the golden rays, leaving only a few white specks upon its surface. However, several golden beams managed to pierce the gaps in its scales, resulting in a flurry of blood. Roaring in agony, the icy scaled cold python was driven into a furious rage. Its tail, thicker than a barrel, swept through the air with a howling sound, viciously aimed at Shen Xiaobai. Shen Xiaobai dared not confront it head-on. With a swift movement, he retreated. The serpent's tail swept through the air, crashing violently against the ground and creating a massive pit, with debris scattering everywhere. Such formidable strength. At that moment, as Shen Xiaobai engaged in a fierce struggle with the icy scaled cold python, distant sounds of intense combat and the desperate cries of a woman echoed from another grove of trees. Those accursed demon cultivators, relentless as shadows. Senior sister, we can scarcely hold on. Shen Xiaobai glanced over, spotting a group of over a dozen black-clad, ghostly demon cultivators besieging two female disciples of the Shintian sect. One of the female disciples appeared somewhat familiar. She seemed to be Li Ziruo, a direct disciple of the sect's 36 cave overseer. Li Ziruo was notorious for her capriciousness, renowned as one of the 10 beauties of the sect. Previously, while performing menial tasks at the second level of qi refinement, he often admired the sect's portraits of beautiful women with his companions. At this moment, she was valiantly wielding a shimmering sword, struggling to maintain her ground. However, the other female disciple by her side had already sustained injuries and was on the verge of falling into the clutches of the demons. Shen Xiaobai furrowed his brow. What on earth is happening today? Did I neglect to consult the almanac before venturing out? Currently embroiled in a fierce battle with the icy scaled cold python, he had no time to meddle in others' affairs. Yet, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, the situation took a dire turn. A demon cultivator seized the opportunity, lunging with claws aimed at the heart of the injured female disciple. Meanwhile, Li Ziruo was entangled with another demon cultivator, unable to provide aid and could only emit a desperate scream. No! With a sigh, Shen Xiaobai resolved, damn it, I shall play the role of a good Samaritan today. Gritting his teeth, he disregarded the icy scaled cold python, pivoting swiftly towards Li Ziruo. Lei Ming, you three hold off the icy scaled cold python. I must resolve this swiftly. His speed reached its zenith, crossing 100 zhang in an instant. Just as the demon cultivator's claws were about to make contact with the female disciple, a golden light surged forth, striking first. With a precise thrust, the golden light pierced the demon cultivator's brow. The demon's movement halted abruptly, a sinister grin frozen on its face, before its body fell rigidly backward. Shen Xiaobai landed steadily before Li Ziruo and the injured female disciple. Li Ziruo, still shaken, beheld the sudden appearance of Shen Xiaobai. Before she could express her gratitude, she noticed the purple cloud-patterned attire he wore. Her expression darkened instantly, her brows furrowing in anger. And without a moment's thought, she scolded, "Which cave are you from? How dare you observe this young lady in battle? Why do you not assist instead of standing there in a daze?" She commanded with an air of superiority, treating Shen Xiaobai as if he were a mere servant at her beck and call. Chapter 17. Teaching a Foolish Woman a Lesson. Who do you think you are? Shen Xiaobai had initially thought that saving a life was a noble deed, but upon hearing Li Ziruo's words, he nearly burst into laughter from exasperation. Was this woman truly lacking in common sense? After saving her junior sister's life, not only did she fail to express gratitude, but she also had the audacity to question him. Did she truly believe herself to be above reproach? He thought to himself, who is this? It is none other than the esteemed disciple of the supervisor, senior sister Li Ziruo. Shen Xiaobai spoke with a sardonic smile. What is wrong? Have you encountered some trouble? Shall I, your junior brother, inform your family to come to your rescue? You. Li Ziruo's face flushed crimson from his mocking tone. She had never experienced such indignity before. Within the sect, every disciple treated her with utmost respect and courtesy. Impertinence! How dare a mere disciple of Xiun Cave speak to me in such a manner? Do you believe I want to report this to my master and have you expelled from the sect? I'm so frightened. Shen Xiaobai exaggeratedly patted his chest. Then his expression turned cold. Stop wasting my time with your nonsense. If you wish to live, then keep your mouth shut. Dare to utter another word, and I shall toss you out to feed the demon cultivators. You wouldn't dare. Li's Hiruo trembled with rage. Do you doubt my resolve? Shen Xiaobai's eyes glinted with a fierce light, causing Li's Hiruo to instinctively step back. From his gaze, she perceived a blatant murderous intent. This man would not make threats lightly. The surrounding demon cultivators observed the scene with keen interest. Kiki, the internal strife of Suine Shangong is indeed entertaining. The leader of the demon cultivators, whose cultivation level had reached the 9th layer of qi refining, licked his lips, greedily eyeing Li's Hiruo and her injured companion. Don't be afraid, little beauty. Once we deal with this insolent fool, we shall treat you well. A group of cowardly miscreants dared to speak so arrogantly? Shen Xiaobai turned, casting a cold glare at the demon cultivators. Just right. My mood is foul today, and you shall be my targets. Arrogant. The demon leader fumed. Attack. Shred the men to feed the dogs. Capture the women alive. A cacophony of shrieks erupted as a dozen demon cultivators surged forward. Li's Hiruo, pale with fear, instinctively hid behind Shen Xiaobai. Though she was willful, she was not foolish. She recognized that her only hope lay with this man she had previously looked down upon. Steady yourself, Shen Xiaobai commanded without looking back. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his palms together with fervor. The Great Freedom 5 Elements Technique. The cycle of the 5 elements. For the first time, the elemental energy within him surged forth in a harmonious interplay of creation and destruction. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. 5 distinct colors of light swirled around him, forming an enigmatic halo. A terrifying aura, surpassing that of a 7th layer qi refiner, erupted from him. What? Regardless of whether it is the demonic cultivators or the 3 distant thunderous figures, all felt the overwhelming aura, their expressions shifting with shock. Is this the power of the 5 elemental spiritual energy? This disciple from the Purple Cloud Cave possesses the legendary 5-element mixed spiritual root? Yet, how could a 5-element mixed spiritual root wield such formidable strength? Death. With no trace of emotion in his eyes, Shen Xiaobai stepped forward, instantly vanishing from his original position. In the next heartbeat, he materialized before a demonic cultivator. Metal conquers wood. He pointed, and brilliant golden light surged forth, piercing through the protective barrier of the cultivator practicing wood-based demonic arts. Wood conquers earth. He swiftly struck with an open palm. A verdant vine lashed out like a whip, sending a practitioner of earth-based demonic arts flying through the air. Earth conquers water. Water conquers fire. Fire conquers metal. Shen Xiaobai moved through the throng of over a dozen demonic cultivators like a tiger among sheep, wreaking havoc. He executed the principles of the Great Freedom 5 Elements Technique with exquisite precision, each strike perfectly countering his opponent's techniques. Those demonic cultivators, who appeared exceedingly formidable in Li's Hiruo's eyes, crumbled before him like paper. Screams echoed around him. Blood and severed limbs flew through the air. Li Ziru stood frozen, utterly astounded. She gazed at the figure before her, reminiscent of a demonic deity, her heart churning with tumultuous waves. Is this truly the prowess of a disciple at the 7th level of qi refinement? Is this truly the disciple from the Purple Cloud Cave whom everyone looked down upon? A demon. He is a demon. The leader of the 9th level demonic cultivators, witnessing his subordinates fall one after another, was struck with terror. Forgetting all notions of beauty, he turned to flee. Now he wishes to escape? Does he not find it too late? Shen Xiaobai's icy voice, akin to a death decree, resonated in his ears. The leader felt a chill run down his spine. As he turned, he beheld a fist engulfed in flames rapidly approaching him. Boom! With a single punch. His head exploded like a watermelon. Once he had accomplished this, Shen Xiaobai gradually came to a halt. The clearing was devoid of any living demonic cultivators, save for himself and the still stunned Li's Hiruo. He turned to her, who remained in a daze, a mocking smirk gracing his lips. "What is it, sisterly? Do you still require my assistance in conveying a message?" Li Ziruo's face flushed crimson, a blend of embarrassment, indignation, astonishment, and fear intertwining within her, rendering her speechless. She gazed at Shen Xiaobai as though he were a monster. Growing weary of her, Shen Xiaobai turned to leave, unwilling to entangle himself with her. However, just as he took a few steps, Li Ziruo suddenly called out to him. "Wait, what now?" Shen Xiaobai turned back impatiently. Biting her lip, she seemed to have made a momentous decision. She approached Shen Xiaobai and declared, "Senior brother Shen, I know of a place that may harbor treasures. If you agree to accompany me in the search, I will forgive you." "What?" Shen Xiaobai rubbed his ear, doubting whether he had misheard. Was this a plea or a command? Before he could even voice his skepticism, a furious roar erupted from afar, the ice-horned cold python, and the terrified shouts of Liming and his companions. "Senior brother Shen, run! That beast is chasing us." Turning around, Shen Xiaobai beheld the colossal ice-horned cold python thrashing its tail menacingly as it charged toward them, with Liming and his two companions trailing behind in disarray. Evidently, they had failed to hold off the beast. Chapter 18. The Mysterious Ice Wolf Cub. The ice-horned cold python lifted its massive head high, its icy snake eyes fixated relentlessly on Shen Xiaobai. It sensed that the diminutive human before it bore the scent of the spirit fruit it fiercely guarded. The beast opened its blood-red maw, unleashing a gust of white, frost-like breath, thicker and more potent than before, roaring forth like an immense ice dragon. "Damn it! This never ends," Shen Xiaobai muttered under his breath, disregarding Li Ziruo for the moment. With a sudden stomp, he surged skyward, narrowly evading the lethal chill. Boom! The frigid breath struck the ground behind him, instantly transforming the surrounding area dozens of yards wide into a frozen wasteland, as if the very air itself would crystallize. Li Ziruo and her injured junior sister shuddered violently from the lingering cold, their faces drained of color. Li Ziruo gazed upward at Shen Xiaobai locked in confrontation with the giant python, her eyes brimming with fear and an indescribable twinge of remorse. Had she not been so capricious and reckless earlier, provoking him, perhaps he might have taken her away with him. Now, alas, she had dragged him into this fatal predicament. "Senior brother Shen, be careful," Liming shouted anxiously from afar. The three of them attempted to flank the ice-horned cold python, but their assaults merely sparked against its impenetrable scales, inflicting no tangible harm. "Everyone fall back." Shen Xiaobai barked fiercely from midair. He knew that ordinary spells were futile against such a tough-skinned beast. Only a strike to a vital point would suffice. Taking a deep breath, he let the elemental energies swirl wildly within him. Fire begets earth, earth begets metal. He endeavored to transmute the fiery and earthen energies ceaselessly into pure, refined gung metal energy. At that moment, his entire aura sharpened to an unparalleled edge. Like a divine sword unsheathed, his right hand formed a sword-like gesture, a dazzling golden radiance swiftly coalescing at his fingertips. Golden radiance, piercing break, activate. With a fierce shout, the golden light flared intensely, transforming into a beam no thicker than a thumb, yet immensely dense, tearing through space to strike the ice-horned cold python's lantern-sized left eye. The beast sensed the mortal threat and twisted its massive body, attempting to evade. But the golden beam was too swift. A soft tearing sound echoed as the golden light pierced unimpeded through its left eye, exiting the back of its skull, trailing a spray of blood. A piercing howl resounded. The ice-corner cold python emitted a thunderous and mournful wail, its colossal body thrashing violently, the massive tail striking the ground indiscriminately and shattering the surrounding trees and rocks. Blood and brain matter flowed incessantly from its pierced eye sockets. It was an opportune moment. A glimmer of determination shone in Shen Xiaobai's eyes as he moved with the swiftness of lightning, charging forward once more. With the earth as his shield and gold as his spear, he conjured a sturdy yellow shield with his left hand, blocking the python's frantically thrashing tail, while his right hand summoned a golden ray, unhesitatingly stabbing toward the creature's other eye. Another strike, with a soft sound. The right eye of the ice-corner cold python was rendered useless. Blinded, the gigantic serpent descended into utter madness. Unable to discern Shen Xiaobai's position, it could only rely on instinct, wildly exhaling frigid air and careening about in a frenzy. Now was the moment. Shen Xiaobai shouted to the thunderclap trio in the distance, urging them to harvest the fruit. Awakened from their stupor, the trio's faces lit up with joy as they rushed to the edge of the cold pool, hastily plucking the few ice crystal fruits. Meanwhile, Shen Xiaobai, akin to a seasoned hunter, circled the ice-corner cold python, occasionally unleashing golden rays that carved deep, bone-exposing wounds into its flesh. He was wearing it down, exhausting the last vestiges of life from this colossal beast. Finally, after nearly a stick of incense, the python's movements slowed to a crawl, culminating in a reluctant lament as its immense body collapsed with a thunderous crash, silencing forever. With a long exhale of relief, Shen Xiaobai's complexion grew somewhat pale. This battle had taken a significant toll on him. Yet, gazing upon the massive corpse of the python, excitement surged within him. A pinnacle second-tier demon beast. He had truly slain a pinnacle second-tier demon beast single-handedly. Approaching, he unsheathed his sword and cleaved open the beast's skull, retrieving a fist-sized blue demon core that radiated an eerie chill. This treasure could fetch at least 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Wealth awaited. He carefully stowed the demon core and then stripped the valuable horn and skin from the giant python before contentedly making his way towards the cold pool. The ice spirit grass continued to grow serenely there. Senior Brother Shen. The thunderclap trio approached, their faces filled with awe and gratitude. Lei Ming extended the 3 ice crystal fruits he held. Senior Brother Shen, had it not been for you, we would have perished long ago. These ice crystal fruits rightfully belong to you. Shen Xiaobai glanced at them and waved his hand. One for each of you. You have earned it. He was not one to hoard all the rewards. Although the trio had not contributed significantly, at least they had not fled in fear. Thank you, Senior Brother Shen. The 3 expressed their delight and gratitude in unison. Shen Xiaobai paid them no further heed, carefully uprooting the ice spirit grass and placing it into a specially crafted jade box. Task accomplished. A wave of relief washed over him. The harvest from this expedition to the 10,000 Beast mountain range had far exceeded his expectations. As he carefully secured the jade box and prepared it apart, a fleeting glimpse caught his eye, an unusual stain of dark crimson blood on the snowy ground a short distance away. This blood exuded an eerie, glimmering hue, distinctly not of human origin, nor that of the icehorn python. Intrigued, he approached. There, in the snow, lay a series of diminutive paw prints leading toward a thicket. The blood appeared to seep from within the underbrush. Upon parting the foliage, he was taken aback. Behind the thicket lay a creature, entirely snow-white, about the size of a palm, resembling both a puppy and a fox. It bore severe wounds, a gaping gash in its abdomen, and its breath was shallow. It was indeed the icebound demon wolf described in the mission. However, this was but a cub. Beside it lay the enormous corpse of a white she-wolf, its mother, whose body bore the marks of a fierce struggle with the icehorn python. In an instant, he comprehended the truth. The true guardian beast was the icebound demon wolf. The icehorn python was merely a neighbor, perhaps a territorial intruder. 2 formidable beasts had fought fiercely over a spiritual fruit, resulting in mutual destruction. The mother wolf likely killed the python's mate, but succumbed to her own grievous injuries, ultimately perishing here. And he realized, was merely an opportunistic observer. He gazed at the feeble cub, which regarded him with wary, watery blue eyes, both alert and fragile. A bold thought flickered in his mind. To tame this icebound demon wolf cub. Once a demon beast acknowledges a master, it pledges lifelong loyalty. Possessing such a creature with immense potential as a companion would prove invaluable, both in combat and beyond. Moreover, this species was inherently capable of growth. Its offspring might one day achieve immeasurable greatness. He crouched down, attempting to exude a sense of goodwill. The little wolf cub seemed to sense this, its cautious gaze softening slightly, yet it still bared its teeth, emitting a low growl to ward him off. Little one, fear not. I mean you no harm. He retrieved a healing elixir from his storage bag, crushed it, and gently sprinkled the powder over the cub's wound. The cool medicinal effect spread, eliciting a soft whimper of relief from the cub, its hostility diminishing further. Seeing this, he felt a surge of joy and presented a piece of demon beast meat to its mouth. The cub hesitated momentarily, but ultimately succumbed to the allure of food, tentatively licking before devouring it voraciously. That's the spirit, he chuckled, affectionately stroking its fluffy head. This time, the cub did not resist. Instead, it nuzzled his palm, exhibiting a charming familiarity. Seizing the moment of its compliance, he employed the beast control technique from the Great Freedom 5 Elements method, imbuing a mark within the cub's soul sea. Success. He cradled the little wolf cub in his arms, intending to nurture their bond gradually upon returning to the sect. Hey, where do you think you're going? A haughty female voice rang out from a distance. Li Ziruo, witnessing Shen Xiaobai's indifference after he had slain the ice-horn cold python, felt her temper flare as he busied himself with the small wolf cub instead. You, Shen, do not presume too much. In Chapter 19, I beg you, do not abandon me. Shen Xiaobai paid no heed to Li Ziruo's threats, his mind wholly occupied with the fluffy creature he held. The pup of the Xianbing demon wolf was indeed a treasure. Once it grew, it would exude an impressive aura. Hey, I am speaking to you. Are you even listening? Li Ziruo's frustration surged as Shen Xiaobai audaciously ignored her. She stamped her foot and hurried after him, blocking his path. You, Shen, do not think that because you saved my junior sister and vanquished a few demonic cultivators, you can act all high and mighty before me. Let me remind you, I am a direct disciple of the Cave Heaven Supervisor. Shen Xiaobai finally halted, lifting his gaze with a hint of amusement. He scrutinized Li Ziruo, as if assessing a petulant child. Have you finished? You. Li Ziruo's chest heaved with indignation at his disdainful demeanor. If you're done, step aside and do not obstruct my path, he replied nonchalantly, finding her antics amusing. Was she truly this naive, or was it an act? In this desolate wilderness, how could she still maintain her lofty airs? Surely, this was not her first foray into the world. Did she really believe he would not dare to move against her? You cannot leave. Li Ziruo guritet hertet, forgibly suppressing herrising anger. She understood that throwing a tantrum would be futile. This man was impervious to both coercion and persuasion. Shun Shixing, she inhaled deeply, her tone softening, even tinged with desperation. I know of a place that may harbor rare treasures. If you agree to escort me there, I shall overlook your earlier rudeness. She believed this to be a monumental concession. Any male disciple within the sect would likely be elated at the prospect of being alone with her and receiving her forgiveness. Yet, upon hearing her proposal, Shen Xiaobai merely cleaned out his ears. Forgive me? Who do you think you are? Do I require your forgiveness? A soft laugh escaped Lei Xiao, who was tending to her wounds nearby, unable to contain her amusement. She quickly covered her mouth, but her shoulders still shook with mirth. Li Ziruo's face flushed a deep crimson, mortified by the humiliation. This is an outright affront. No one has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner, she exclaimed. Shen Xiaobai, you're going too far. Too far? Shen Xiaobai chuckled coldly, advancing towards her step by step. I saved your junior sister's life, and you didn't even utter a word of thanks. I eliminated those demonic cultivators and helped you out of a tight spot. Yet you dare to wield your authority over me. Now, you expect me to escort you in search of treasures? With each word, he drew closer. Li Ziruo was terrified by the unabashed aura of menace emanating from him, retreating step by step until her legs faltered, causing her to collapse onto the snow. Shen Xiaobai leaned over her, his gaze frigid. Li Ziruo, I ask you, who bestowed upon you such audacity? Was it your master, the overseer of the Cave of Enlightenment? Did he teach you the art of cultivation only to instill in you such ingratitude and to distort the truth? Li Ziruo trembled uncontrollably, her face pale, unable to utter a single word. She was frightened, truly frightened. The man before her was no mere human. He was a devil, a complete madman who disregarded all reason and the tenets of their sect. She had no doubt that if she dared utter another word, he would indeed take her life. Shen, brother Shen. The injured female disciple beside her struggled to rise, deeply bowing to Shen Xiaobai. Thank you, brother Shen, for saving my life. My senior sister is merely spoiled. She means no harm. Shen Xiaobai cast her a glance, remaining silent. He was disinclined to waste any more time on these two foolish women and turned to leave. Wait, don't go. Li Ziruo, seeing that he truly intended to depart, became utterly panicked. Her elixirs had long been exhausted, and her magical artifacts had been destroyed in the previous battle with the demon cultivators. If Shen Xiaobai left, she and her injured junior sister would certainly perish in these mountains. She cast aside her dignity and lunged forward, clasping his leg. Brother Shen, I was wrong, truly wrong. I beg you, don't abandon us. Her voice cracked with sobs, tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string. The sight of her, resembling a weeping pear blossom, was indeed pitiful. Shen Xiaobai looked down at her, devoid of any compassion. Had I known this day would come, why did I not act differently before? Yet, she had mentioned a treasure. Speak, what treasure do you possess? Seeing a glimmer of hope, Li Ziruo hastily wiped her tears and replied eagerly, I discovered an ice cave. I stumbled upon it by chance. The cold within is intense, and I suspect there's a 1,000-year-old cold marrow. A 1,000-year-old cold marrow? Shen Xiaobai's interest was piqued. That was indeed a valuable item. Not only could it be used for cultivating ice-based techniques, but it was also a miraculous remedy for injuries, worth its weight in gold. Most importantly, this substance had a compelling allure for the little wolf cub nestled in his arms. He sensed the creature stir restlessly at the mention of the cold marrow. Lead the way, he commanded succinctly. Huh? Li Ziruo was taken aback. I said to lead the way. Do you not understand? Shen Xiaobai frowned. Oh, yes, of course. This way, brother Shen. Li Ziruo scrambled to her feet, disregarding the snow clinging to her, and respectfully led the way ahead. Her demeanor had transformed dramatically, the humility starkly contrasting with her earlier arrogance. Thunder and lightning exchanged a glance, each astonished by the other's expression. This brother Shen was indeed extraordinary. He had even subdued the favored jewel of the overseer of the 36 caves. Brother Shen, we part ways here. Your great kindness today shall not go unreturned. Thunder bowed deeply to Shen Xiaobai's retreating figure once more. Without turning back, Shen Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the so-called Millennium Cold Marrow. Li Ziruo led the way ahead, treading cautiously, glancing back occasionally at Shen Xiaobai with a gaze that was intricate and perplexed. She was deeply curious about how such a character could exist within her sect, so different from those she had previously encountered who only offered flattery. This man had completely overturned her perceptions. Growing up within the sect, she was accustomed to being the center of attention, with everyone around her lavishing praise and seeking her favor. This had fostered within her a bold and arrogant disposition, leading her to believe that her identity as a direct disciple of the Cave Heaven Supervisor would allow her to stride confidently through the Shintian sect. Until today, when she collided with the unyielding wall that was Shen Xiaobai. No, it was a steel wall, a foul and unyielding one, bristling with sharp edges. Shen Xiaobai was not concerned with the foolish woman's thoughts. He walked while vigilantly scanning his surroundings, simultaneously sending a thread of consciousness into the beast companion pouch to soothe the restless little wolf cub. Patience, little one. The good things shall soon be within our grasp. Chapter 20. The Millennium Cold Marrow, truly a treasure. The little wolf cub seemed to comprehend, letting out a soft, affectionate whimper. Quite perceptive indeed. Shen Xiaobai felt a surge of joy within. The group walked for about half an hour until they arrived at an unremarkable cliffside. The cliff was adorned with icicles, shrouded by dense vines and a blanket of snow. Senior brother Shen, this is the spot, Li Ziruo whispered, pointing at a crevice concealed by vines. I stumbled upon it while chasing a snow fox. The cold within is intense, and I did not dare to venture further. Shen Xiaobai stepped forward, parting the vines. A bone-chilling gust of wind immediately rushed forth from the crevice, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Indeed, this is a fine location, He nodded and turned to Li's Hiruo, saying, "You go in first to scout." "Huh? Me?" Li's Hiruo's face paled instantly. "It's so cold inside, and I have no idea what dangers lurk there. I cannot. Cannot." Shen Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. "If you cannot, then leave. Do not hinder us here." Li's Hiruo bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. Her fellow junior sister beside her quickly tugged at her sleeve, softly urging, "Senior sister, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Let us heed senior brother Shen's advice." Li's Hiruo felt utterly aggrieved, but understood that she had no standing to negotiate. She shot Shen Xiaobai a fierce glare, retrieving a fire-avoiding ore from her storage pouch. Gathering her courage, she stepped hesitantly into the dark entrance. Shen Xiaobai followed behind her at a leisurely pace. He did not truly wish for the woman to meet her demise. Rather, he sought to impart a lesson, ensuring she would remember it well. The cave was deep, and the further they ventured, the more intense the cold became. A thick layer of ice crystals formed on the walls, shimmering with an ethereal blue glow under the light of the fire-avoiding orb, creating a mesmerizing sight. After walking for what felt like the duration of a joss stick, the path ahead suddenly opened up. A vast underground ice cavern materialized before the three individuals. At its heart lay a circular pool, measuring approximately 10 feet in diameter. The water within was crystal clear, yet it remained unfrozen, instead exuding a misty white vapor. An extraordinarily pure chill emanated from this pool. Suspended in the center was a globule of milky white liquid, roughly the size of a human head, resembling congealed milk and radiating a gentle luminescence. Truly, it was the fabled essence of a millennium. Li's Hiruo's junior sister gasped in astonishment, her eyes brimming with greed and excitement. Li's Hiruo also found her breath quickening as she fixated on the essence. This was indeed a legendary treasure. A single drop could significantly enhance the cultivation of any practitioner with an ice affinity. Such a large quantity was simply beyond estimation. Shen Xiaobai's heart raced with exhilaration. This was a genuine windfall. With this substance, not only could it transform the little wolf cub, but it would also greatly replenish the water element in his great freedom 5 elements technique. Additionally, it could be offered to his master for cultivation. He knew his master had reached the pinnacle of foundational establishment, merely a step away from forming a Dan. Just as he prepared to approach and collect the essence, a sudden furrowed brow interrupted him. Something felt amiss. He keenly sensed the presence of a fourth individual within the ice cavern, apart from the three of them. Although faint, it was undeniably there. "Who? Show yourself," Shen Xiaobai commanded, his gaze sharp as it swept toward the corner of the cavern. Li's Hiruo and her junior sister were startled. Following his gaze, in the shadows of the corner, a figure slowly rose. Clad in a resplendent golden robe, the individual was strikingly handsome, though his eyes bore a hint of malice. His cultivation was evidently at the 9th level of Qi refinement. A disciple of the Golden Light Cave? Shen Xiaobai recognized the emblem on his attire. Keen eyesight indeed. The young man dusted off his robe, revealing a haughty smile. "I am Qian Feng from the Golden Light Cave." His gaze traversed over Li's Hiruo and her junior sister, finally landing on Shen Xiaobai, his eyes filled with disdain. "Unexpectedly, I have been here for 3 days setting up a formation, waiting for guardian beasts, and instead I am met with you lot. For Li junior sister's sake, you may leave now, and I shall pretend I have seen nothing. This millennium essence belongs to me." His tone was imbued with an undeniable arrogance, as if the essence were inherently his. Li's Hiruo's expression soured. She recognized Qian Feng as the nephew of Qian Li, the master of the Golden Light Cave, and a prominent figure among the younger generation, known for his overbearing demeanor. Under normal circumstances, she might have been cautious. However, at this moment, she instinctively glanced at Shen Xiaobai beside her. Shen Xiaobai regarded Qian Feng and suddenly smiled. "You share the surname Qian? What is this? By your tone, it seems you are acquainted with someone from our Qian family?" Qian Feng replied proudly, "I know one, Qian Hao." Shen Xiaobai stroked his chin, recalling. "A few days ago at the mission hall, he attempted to seize my belongings, and I knocked him unconscious with a single punch. I wonder if he has regained consciousness by now." Qianfeng's countenance darkened instantaneously. You. A flicker of murderous intent gleamed in his eyes. You dared to strike my cousin and still have the audacity to appear before me? You must be tired of living. Today, I shall settle both old and new grievances. Oh, Shen Xiaobai smiled broadly, revealing a set of pearly whites. Another one seeking death? It appears that those from Jingguang Cave relish presenting their faces for me to strike. Seeking death, Qianfeng erupted in fury. As a distinguished disciple of Jingguang Cave and a master at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he had never endured such humiliation. Moreover, his opponent was merely a wastrel from an inferior cave. Today, I shall show you what it means to be a genius and what it means to be a waste. With a thunderous roar, Qianfeng radiated golden light. A resplendent long spear materialized in his hand, the tip exuding a formidable aura. Golden spear piercing the waves. He flicked his wrist, transforming the spear into a golden streak of light that shot forth with a piercing sound, aimed directly at Shen Xiaobai's chest. This strike was overwhelming, swift as lightning. Any ordinary cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement would likely be unable to react in time and would be pierced through the heart. Li Ziruo and her junior sister turned pale with fright, instinctively shrieking, "Be careful." However, Shen Xiaobai stood his ground, unmoving. He merely raised his right hand and gently flicked the tip of the spear as it hurtled toward him. Clang! A crisp sound echoed through the icy cavern. Qianfeng felt an unimaginable force emanate from the spear's tip, causing his hand to rupture and his arm to tingle. That once invincible low-grade spiritual weapon was effortlessly deflected by a mere flick of Shen Xiaobai's finger. How is this possible? A look of disbelief etched across Qianfeng's face as he stumbled back 7 or 8 steps before barely regaining his balance. He stared in astonishment at Shen Xiaobai. How could this boy possess such strength? Is he a dual cultivation of law and body? Chapter 21. Quite impressive, another windfall. Could it be that he is a dual cultivator of law and body? Impossible. Qianfeng adamantly refused to believe that Xiun Cave could produce such a prodigy. Is this all you can do? Shen Xiaobai flicked his finger and revealed a hint of disappointment on his face. I expected the genius of Jingguang Cave to be formidable, but it seems you are merely a soft-shelled shrimp. You. Qianfeng was so enraged he nearly spat out blood. This is an unprecedented humiliation. I wonder how long you can maintain that bravado. With an angry roar, Qianfeng once again summoned his spiritual energy. Golden lion roars. Golden spear shatters mountains. Golden light to the heavens. He thrust the spear into the ground and swiftly formed incantations with his hands, unleashing his most powerful move. In an instant, countless golden needles appeared from thin air, densely packed, and raining down upon Shen Xiaobai like a torrential storm. This was a large-scale offensive spell from Jingguang Cave, immensely powerful and impossible to evade. Li Ziruo's heart leapt in her throat. Though she too was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, she would never dare to confront such an attack head-on, even at her peak. Yet, as Shen Xiaobai gazed at the barrage of golden needles, a mocking smile curled at the corners of his lips. Playing with needles? I could do that too. Earth produces gold, gold produces water. Within his body, spiritual energy surged rapidly, the robust earth and metal elemental forces instantaneously transforming into pure water elemental energy. A vast expanse of azure waves appeared. Shen Xiaobai thrust his hands forward, conjuring a tremendous tidal wave that materialized before him, roaring as it surged towards the myriad golden needles raining down from above. This was Hu Yunshu's signature spell. During their joint cultivation, Shen Xiaobai had grasped the essence of this water-based technique to a considerable extent. Though his current manifestation of the spell lacked the potency of Hu Yunshu's, it was more than sufficient to deal with an opponent at the mere 9th level of Qi refinement. The golden needles plunged into the colossal wave, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, instantly vanishing without a trace. Yet the formidable wave continued its relentless advance towards Qianfeng. Panic surged through Qianfeng as he paled in disbelief. He could never have imagined that a disciple from the Purple Cloud Cave would wield water magic with such astonishing power. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. Boom! The tidal wave crashed violently against him. Qianfeng let out a horrified scream, his body flung backward, colliding brutally with the icy wall before tumbling to the ground, drenched and utterly disheveled. The protective spiritual light surrounding him had long since shattered. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, his breath faltered. The ice cavern fell into a profound silence. Li Ziruo and her junior sister stared in utter disbelief at Shen Xiaobai, their minds struggling to comprehend the scene. Is this truly a mixed elemental root? Could he be a prodigy secretly nurtured by the Purple Cloud Cave to deceive other realms? Mixed elemental roots are synonymous with slow cultivation speed and weak spells, dominating at their level, yet being easily overwhelmed by those of a higher tier. Yet this man before them defied all logic. How could a 7th layer Qi refinement practitioner overpower one at the 9th layer? Moreover, he effortlessly wielded both metal and water magic with boundless might. This completely shattered their understanding of cultivation. Are you truly a disciple of the Purple Cloud Cave? Qianfeng gasped as he struggled to rise, his face twisted in terror as he regarded Shen Xiaobai. The former arrogance and disdain had vanished, replaced by sheer fear. He finally recognized the monstrous figure he had provoked. Who am I? Shen Xiaobai advanced step by step, his voice icy. I am the so-called waste from the bottom tier cave you speak of. Now, tell me, who is the genius and who is the waste? Qianfeng trembled uncontrollably. He wished to plead for mercy, yet no words escaped his throat. Under Shen Xiaobai's frigid gaze, he felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Please don't kill me. He finally managed to utter. I am a nephew of the Golden Light Cave's master. If you kill me, my uncle will not let you go. Oh, is that so? Shen Xiaobai approached him, looking down from above. Then I have even more reason to end your life, lest you return to inform your uncle. Before he finished speaking, he raised his foot and decisively stomped down onto Qianfeng's head. No! Qianfeng let out one final desperate scream. Thud! The sound echoed ominously. Gazing upon the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, Li Ziruo and her junior sister simultaneously shuddered. Their complexions were paler than the ice in this frigid cavern. Such brutality, such decisiveness, to extinguish a life as casually as one would crush an ant, without even a flicker of hesitation. Particularly for Li Ziruo, a wave of dread washed over her. She recalled the audacity she had once displayed towards this man, shouting and threatening to expel him from their sect. In retrospect, it felt as though she had danced perilously close to the gates of the underworld. Had she not feigned stubbornness at the last moment, casting aside her ludicrous pride, her fate might have been no better than that of Qianfeng. Shen Xiaobai, however, paid no heed to their thoughts. With practiced ease, he approached Qianfeng's corpse and bent down to retrieve the storage pouch. As he delved into its contents with his spiritual sense, a grin spread across his face. No wonder he was the nephew of the Golden Light Cave's master. His wealth was substantial. Just the low-grade spirit stones alone numbered in the thousands. Additionally, there were several vials of commendable elixirs and a few spare spiritual weapons. Altogether, it far surpassed the bounty from the previous scattered cultivators and demon practitioners he had vanquished. Excellent. Another windfall. Contentedly, Shen Xiaobai stowed away the storage pouch and, with a fireball, reduced Qianfeng's remains to ashes, erasing all traces, a task he executed with finesse. Once he had completed this, he turned to face the two women, who were now rendered speechless by fear. Hey, he called out. Li Ziruo and her junior sister jolted, regarding him like startled rabbits. Shun's senior brother, What is your command? Li Ziruo's voice trembled, stripped of any trace of her previous arrogance. Nothing much, Shen Xiaobai replied, gesturing towards the central pool of water. Now, we must discuss the distribution of the Millennium Cold Marrow. A benign smile graced his features. Yet to Li Ziruo and her companion, it appeared more terrifying than that of a fiend. After a brief incense sticks time, Shen Xiaobai, thoroughly satisfied, transferred a large quantity of the Millennium Cold Marrow into a specially crafted jade bottle. He appropriated approximately 80% for himself. generously allocating the remaining 20% to Li's Hiruo and her junior sister. "Thank you ever so much, senior brother Shun," Li's Hiruo exclaimed, cradling the small jade bottle containing the cold marrow, feeling as though she were in a dream. She had initially believed she would receive nothing at all. To her surprise, this man proved to be somewhat reasonable. She silently mused that her earlier display of obedience must have earned her this reward. Chapter 22. Senior Brother Shun, are you hungry? Now that we have secured the items, let us hasten away from this perilous place. Shen Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively. He was eager to find a safe location for the little wolf cub to absorb some of the cold marrow, and for himself to digest the gains he had acquired. Yes, yes. Li Ziruo nodded repeatedly, resembling a dutiful assistant. The trio exited the icy cavern, stepping back into the snowy expanse outside. The sunlight reflecting off the snow was somewhat blinding, yet Li Ziruo found it to be an unprecedented warmth. How wonderful it was to be alive! Shen Xiaobai did not rush to depart. Instead, he sought a sheltered corner, retrieving the little wolf cub from his beast companion pouch. "Little one, your moment has arrived." He opened the jade vial containing the millennium cold marrow, carefully pouring a single drop onto the little wolf cub's tongue. As the ancient essence entered its body, a gentle blue light radiated from the cub. Its previously listless aura began to rejuvenate at a visible pace. The deep wound on its abdomen, once so severe that the bone was visible, rapidly healed. The little wolf cub let out soft whimpers of comfort, extending its tongue to lick Shen Xiaobai's fingers. Growing increasingly affectionate, Shen Xiaobai smiled and fed it a few more drops, cautious not to overwhelm it with too much at once, fearing it might be unable to absorb the nourishment. After completing this, he gently placed the cub back into the beast pet pouch. "Shen Xixing, where are we headed next?" Liziruin kirat kautiosli, drawing cruze. She was resolute in not venturing alone, insisting on staying close to Shen Xiaobai, her pillar of support. Shen Xiaobai glanced at her and replied, "I need to find a place to cultivate for a few days. You may do as you wish." "Please, Shen Xixing," Li Ziruo exclaimed, growing anxious. "The Wanshao mountain range is perilous. How can two weak women survive alone?" She pleaded, "Take us with you. We can protect you." Her companion nodded vigorously, eyes brimming with entreaty. Shen Xiaobai felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Weak women? He recalled how they had handled themselves during the ambush by the demonic cultivators. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it. Since he intended to cultivate in the Juzwen Suanta, it was indeed prudent to have someone on watch outside. "Very well," he conceded with a nod. "But you must adhere to my instructions." "Absolutely." Li Ziruo beamed with joy. Shen Xiaobai sought a more concealed cave and set up a few simple wards and concealment formations at the entrance. "I need to enter seclusion for a few days. You will guard this place and allow no one to approach." "Yes, Shen Xixing." Li Ziruo and her companion responded in unison, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. Shen Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction before retreating deep into the cave, sitting cross-legged. With a thought, his consciousness instantly entered the Juzwen Suanta. Tower Spirit. Activate time acceleration. 1 day outside equals 10 days inside. He aimed to utilize this time to elevate his cultivation further. In the first layer of the Juzwen Suanta, Shen Xiaobai sat cross-legged, a pile of sparkling low-grade spirit stones before him. These were the spoils of his recent expedition, amounting to over 10,000 pieces. For an ordinary qi refinement practitioner, this would be an astronomical fortune. However, for Shen Xiaobai, with his mixed elemental roots, it merely sufficed for his transition from the 7th to the 8th level of qi refinement. Let us begin. He inhaled deeply, activating the Great Freedom 5 Elements technique. He directly consumed several pills for refinement. The pile of spirit stones before him rapidly dissolved at a visible rate, transforming into the purest spiritual energy, surging into his body. The 5 elemental energies surged through his 5 main meridians, roaring like 5 colossal dragons, relentlessly assaulting the bottleneck of the 7th level of qi refinement. Inside the tower, a day passed. Inside the tower, 2 days passed. Inside the tower, 5 days passed. Boom! A deep, resonant rumble emanated from within Shen Xiaobai. as he finally shattered the formidable bottleneck that had constrained him. A surge of power, exponentially greater than before, radiated from his being. He had ascended to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Exhilarated, he exhaled a long breath, savoring the newfound vitality coursing through him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Although he had merely advanced a small realm, his overall strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. Now, should he encounter someone like Qianfeng, who was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he felt confident he could vanquish him in 3 strikes. Rather than ceasing his cultivation, he continued to solidify his newfound realm. After 2 more days, he finally opened his eyes, curious about the progress of his little companion. He summoned the beast pouch containing the young wolf cub into the tower. He released the cub and offered it a small portion of the millennium-old cold marrow. The cub joyfully yipped, licking up the marrow with fervor. Then it collapsed lying down. Shen Xiaobai swiftly cradled the limp cub, his heart tightening and brow furrowing. What could be the matter? He quickly probed its body with his spiritual energy for an examination. He paused momentarily. There was no anomaly within the cub. Its spiritual energy flowed steadily, even more refined than before. It simply radiated a subdued aura, as if it had fallen into a profound state of dormancy. He breathed a sigh of relief, gently stroking the cub's soft fur, murmuring, "Ah, so you're merely digesting the cold marrow." He decided to place the cub back in the pagoda. Calculating the time, he noted that 8 days had passed within the tower, while nearly a day had elapsed outside. It was time to emerge. Suppressing his cultivation, he concentrated and reappeared in the cave. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of roasted meat. He observed at the cave entrance that Li Ziruo and her younger disciple were kindling a campfire, upon which lay an unknown demonic beast, roasted to a golden, glistening perfection. "Brother Shen, you have emerged from seclusion," Li Ziruo exclaimed, hastily rising with a hint of a flattering smile. Her disciple eagerly tore off the most succulent leg of the beast and presented it to him. "Brother Shen, you must be hungry. Please have a taste." Shen Xiaobai accepted the beast leg, taking a bite and finding it quite delectable. He glanced at Li Ziruo, realizing that although she could be willful, she had her merits. At least her roasting skills were commendable. After finishing the roasted meat, he wiped his oily hands on the beast's skin, adopting a casual demeanor. He cast a sidelong glance at Li Ziruo, who sat stiffly, hardly daring to breathe, along with her nameless companion. "I intend to return to the sect. What about you?" Chapter 23. Weak woman, you seem quite capable. Upon hearing this, Li Ziruo felt a surge of anxiety. Return to the sect? Such words were spoken so lightly. If it weren't for this calamity of a person accompanying them, with their delicate skin, they would likely be snatched away by some nefarious beast or rogue cultivator barely 10 miles from here. She nearly blurted out, "You devour my roasted meat without even a word of thanks, and you act so aloof." As the words lingered on her lips, she swallowed them back with great reluctance. Fear gripped her. The horrific image of Qianfeng's shattered skull in the icy cave sent chills down her spine. "Of course, we shall accompany Senior Brother Shen." Li Ziruo almost blurted out, anxious that any delay might lead to abandonment. The junior disciple beside her nodded vigorously, her expression a blend of hope and pleading. "Oh," Shen Xiaobai elongated his tone, regarding her with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing. "Accompanying me? I did not entertain idlers." Li Ziruo felt her cheeks flush slightly. Straightening her not-so-flat bosom, she hastily declared, "Senior Brother Shen, rest assured, we are certainly not idlers. Throughout this journey, my sister and I will attend to all your needs." She continued, serving tea, doing laundry, preparing meals, scouting, and keeping watch. "We can manage it all." Her junior sister chimed in, Yes. Senior Brother Shen, do you think our barbecuing skills are acceptable? We can prepare several flavors." Shen Xiaobai chuckled inwardly. They were indeed eager to play the role of maidservants. However, upon reflection, he considered that if he intended to practice within the 9-turn mysterious tower while on the road, he would require 2 trustworthy individuals to keep an eye outside. Although these 2 foolish women possessed little strength, they had become considerably bolder under his guidance. making them suitable as sentinels. With 2 additional hands to assist, he could help but find the arrangement advantageous. Very well, Shen Xiaobai feigned reluctance, nodding. Since you are so earnest, I shall reluctantly take you along. However, I must lay down some ground rules. His gaze sharpened suddenly. On the road, you must heed my every command. If I direct you eastward, you shall not venture west. Should you dare to indulge in your entitled whims. He left the sentence hanging, but his frigid stare conveyed everything. Not at all. Absolutely not. Li Ziruo shook her head fervently, nearly swearing an oath to the heavens. Whatever you instruct us to do, we shall comply. Good. Shen Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction. Thus, the team was formed. As they continued on their journey, Shen Xiaobai strode confidently at the forefront, hands resting behind his head, humming an off-key tune. Li Ziruo and her junior sister followed closely, one burdened with a pack and the other clutching a water pouch, resembling 2 devoted attendants. When it came time to set up camp, without waiting for Shen Xiaobai to speak, the 2 eagerly gathered firewood, ignited the flames, and prepared the meat, arranging everything meticulously. Shen Xiaobai merely had to open his mouth for food and extend his hands for clothing, enjoying a treatment akin to that of a revered elder in a sect. That evening, they arrived at a valley where a small stream flowed, accompanied by a naturally formed stone platform, an ideal campsite. However, just as they approached, they discovered the stone platform had already been claimed by another group. It was a motley crew of 5 cultivators, their attire disheveled, suggesting they were a hastily assembled band of loose practitioners. Leading them was a burly man with tattoos, his cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement, who was washing his body in the stream, bare-chested. The other 4 individuals were no less formidable, each bearing a fierce gaze. Their cultivation levels ranging between the 7th and 8th stages of Qi refinement. Upon beholding Shen Xiaobai and his 2 companions, particularly noticing Li Ziruo and her apprentice, both of whom possessed considerable beauty, their eyes gleamed with ill intent. Well, here come 3 handsome young men accompanied by beauties, remarked the tattooed, burly man with a grin, revealing a set of yellow teeth. This place belongs to our Iron Wolf mercenary group. You'd best find another spot. His tone was laden with the unmistakable implication of eviction. Li Ziruo's delicate brows immediately knitted in displeasure. Within her sect, she had never been subjected to such affront. Instinctively, she wished to step forward and reason with them, but a single glance from Shen Xiaobai silenced her. With a cheerful smile, Shen Xiaobai stepped forward and cupped his hands politely toward the burly man. Brother, we're merely passing through, hoping to rest for a moment and quench our thirst. We shall depart at dawn and will not cause any disturbance. Get lost, snarled another scar-faced cultivator beside the burly man, showing no courtesy. Didn't you hear the big brother? Scram. Exactly. Don't think you can shamelessly take advantage of our kindness. The others jeered in unison. Though the smile on Shen Xiaobai's face remained unchanged, his eyes turned icy. He glanced back at Li Ziruo. Go and reason with them. Huh? Me? Li Ziruo was taken aback, pointing at herself in disbelief. To expect her to reason with this band of vicious rogue cultivators was tantamount to sending her to her death. What is the matter? Afraid? Shen Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Weren't you quite formidable when reprimanding me in the ice cave? Now that you have to reason with a few Qi refinement stage cultivators, you're hesitant? Li Ziruo's cheeks flushed red and white, overwhelmed with frustration. That is not the same. Arguing with you might earn a few scoldings or a beating at worst. But reasoning with these people could cost me my life. Enough with your whining. Shen Xiaobai interrupted impatiently. Today, I'll teach you the first lesson of the cultivation world. When logic fails, you must resort to force and make them understand what true reason is. He turned to Li Ziruo and enunciated deliberately, now you go and drive them off that rock. If you can't manage it, then don't follow me anymore. Having spoken, he crossed his arms leisurely, adopting the posture of a spectator awaiting a show. Li Ziruo was on the verge of tears. This was no lesson in reasoning. It was a death sentence. Yet, faced with Shen Xiaobai's serious gaze, she dared not defy him. Gritting her teeth, she drew her long sword from her storage pouch and resolutely approached the group of rogue cultivators. Hey, You lot. Summoning all her courage, she mimicked Shen Xiaobai's tone and rebuked them with a coquettish sharpness. This place has been claimed by me. If you know what is good for you, get lost. The 5 rogue cultivators were momentarily stunned before erupting into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha. Did I hear that right? This little girl is telling us to scram? Where did this little brat come from? Has she even grown fully yet, and she dares to act tough out here? The burly leader laughed uproariously, swaying back and forth with amusement. He rose to his feet, advancing step by step towards Li Ziruo, his eyes brimming with lewd intentions. Ah, my little beauty, you possess quite a fiery temperament. I find it rather appealing. How about this? Come over and entertain me. If you serve me well, not just this stone, but the entire valley shall be yours. What do you say? As he spoke, he reached out with his hand, attempting to caress Li Ziruo's face. Startled, her countenance paled, and she retreated with a scream. Get away! Yet, at that moment, a shadowy figure materialized before her. It was Shen Xiaobai. Without even glancing at the burly man, he turned to Li Ziruo and calmly stated, Do you see? This is how one uses a fist. Before his words had fully settled, he darted forward. A simple, unadorned straight punch, devoid of any elaborate techniques, was launched directly at the burly man's face. Chapter 24. Foundation Establishment? Is that truly impressive? The burly man had utterly dismissed Shen Xiaobai, who was at the 7th level of Qi refinement. To him, the youth was simply a pretty boy attempting to play the hero in front of a beautiful woman. He couldn't even be bothered to use a spiritual artifact, sneering as he swung his fist, which was as large as a cooking pot, to meet the attack. After all, he was a body cultivator. He intended to use sheer brute strength to shatter this presumptuous boy, bones and all. Bang! The 2 fists collided in midair, contrary to expectations of cracking bones. A resounding thud akin to a drum echoed instead. Crack! A distinct sound of bone fracturing finally emerged, but it did not originate from Shen Xiaobai. The burly man emitted a scream that was far from human. His entire right arm twisted grotesquely, the white bone protruding through the skin and exposed to the air. How could this be? Beads of sweat as large as soybeans rolled down his forehead. He stared in disbelief at his ruined arm, then looked in shock and terror at the smiling youth before him. Was this truly a human? How could such terrifying power reside within that slender frame? I told you to leave, but you wouldn't listen. Shen Xiaobai shook his hand, as if he had merely swatted a fly. You forced my hand. The remaining 4 rogue cultivators stood utterly stupefied. They were all too aware of their leader's strength, a man capable of tearing apart second-tier demonic beasts with his bare hands. Yet now, he had been incapacitated by a seemingly frail boy with a single punch. Run! Someone shouted. The 4, as if awakening from a dream, turned and fled in 4 different directions without a second thought. And now you wish to escape? Shen Xiaobai sneered. Too late. He chanted a spell with his left hand, pointing to the ground. 4 robust vines burst forth from the earth, as if they possessed eyes of their own, deftly ensnaring the ankles of the 4 rogue cultivators, causing them to tumble down simultaneously. Immediately afterward, Shen Xiaobai's figure vanished from sight. He strolled leisurely to the first rogue cultivator. Golden light pierced through the barrier, a glimmer flickering at his fingertips. A sanguine wound appeared on the back of the rogue's head. He then approached the second rogue. With a flicker of crimson flames, a fireball descended, transforming the rogue into a man of fire, who was swiftly reduced to ashes amidst agonized screams. The 3rd and 4th followed in a seamless flow, devoid of hesitation, as he dispatched the final adversary, a brawny man who had just begun to recover from excruciating pain after losing an arm. Could only witness the demise of his companions in horror, his spirit nearly shattered and leaving his brother utterly terrified. Spare me, he cried, collapsing to the ground, disregarding the agony from his severed limb, desperately bowing his head. Oh, great one, spare my life. I was blind to your greatness. I beg you, allow me to retain my meager existence. Shen Xiaobai approached him, a mocking glint in his eyes. Now, do you comprehend who ought to depart? Yes, yes. It is I who must leave. I shall depart immediately. The muscular man bowed his head fervently, as if pounding garlic. Shen Xiaobai chose to ignore him and turned back to Li Ziruo. Observing her still in a daze, he extended his hand and waved it before her eyes. Hey, snap out of it. Have you grasped the situation? Li Ziruo jolted, soudain regaining her senses. She gazed at Shen Xiaobai, her eyes filled with a myriad of complex emotions. He is astonishing. This man is unbelievably powerful. With a mere gesture, he annihilated a mercenary team of Qi refinement level 9. His composure and poise make killing seem as effortless as dining or drinking. Is this truly the essence of the cultivation world? I see it clearly now, she replied, her voice hoarse. That is good to hear. Shen Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction. Now, go collect the spoils and prepare a fire for cooking. Yes. This time, Li Ziruo hesitated not a moment, appearing as obedient as a little kitten, hastily making her way to skillfully search several corpses. Before long, 5 storage bags and a few spiritual artifacts were in Shen Xiaobai's possession. Another modest fortune, he thought, feeling quite pleased as he hummed a tune while washing his face by the stream. Meanwhile, the one-armed brute seized the opportunity to flee in a panic. Vanishing into the depths of the forest, Shen Xiaobai cast a glance in his direction but made no move to pursue. Allowing him to retain his wretched life would serve as a means for him to spread the tale of his terror, thus saving Shen Xiaobai from future annoyances from unwitting flies. The following days passed with remarkable ease. Perhaps it was the notorious reputation of the Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps that preceded them, or perhaps the fleeing brawler truly spread the word. They encountered no further oblivious rogues or monstrous beasts along the way. This brought Shen Xiaobai great relief, allowing him to focus on his journey and seek opportunities to enter the 9-turn mystical tower to comprehend his techniques or martial arts. Li Ziruo and her junior sister had fully adapted to their roles as attendants, addressing Shen Xiaobai with the utmost respect, transitioning from Shen Shixing to young master. One day, as they traversed a narrow gorge, Shen Xiaobai abruptly halted, his brow furrowing as he gazed ahead. Young master, what is it? Li Ziruo inquired promptly. There are people ahead. Shen Xiaobai's voice was devoid of emotion. At the mouth of the canyon, a group of more than 10 cultivators was approaching them. Each of them exuded an extraordinary aura, clad in striking crimson, robes adorned with the emblem of a blazing flame. Leading the group was a young man, approximately 25 or 26 years of age, possessing a handsome visage, yet his gaze bore an unmistakable air of arrogance. His cultivation had evidently reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. These were disciples of the Xian Sect. Upon recognizing their attire, Li Ziruo's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively lowering her voice. The Xian Sect and the Xiantian Sect were both among the 7 great sects of the Qi Kingdom, historically at odds with one another, with frequent skirmishes. Encountering them in the wilderness was far from fortuitous. The Xian Sect disciples had evidently spotted them as well. When a young man's eyes fell upon Li Ziruo and her junior sister's curvaceous figures, a glint of unabashed lust and greed flickered in his gaze. Oh, aren't these the fairies of the Xiantian Sect? He exclaimed, halting his beastly mount and blocking their path, his tone laced with frivolity. Where might the 2 fairies be headed? The wilds can be perilous. Why not accompany me, and I shall ensure your safety? The chuckles from the disciples behind him echoed through the air. Li Ziruo's elegant face instantly became shrouded in frost. Though she feared Shen Xiaobai, she remained, at her core, a proud disciple of her esteemed master. What did it matter if the other party was at the initial stage of foundation establishment? Her master was at the late stage of golden core. Enduring such public mockery was intolerable for her. What business is it of yours where we go? Kindly clear the way, she retorted coldly. Impudent. You, a mere Qi refining junior, dare to disrespect our esteemed uncle? Cried one of the young disciples from behind the young man, eager to ingratiate himself. However, the young man raised his hand, signaling him to step back. Clear the way? The young man appeared to find the notion utterly ludicrous. I have never failed to claim a woman I desire. Today, both of you shall be mine. His arrogance reached unparalleled heights, disregarding them as mere figures of the Xiantian sect. Is that so? A languid voice emerged from behind Li Ziruo. Shen Xiaobai yawned and strolled leisurely forward. He cast a glance at the haughty young man and scoffed. Is being at the initial stage of foundation establishment truly impressive? With such bravado, one might think you were a nascent soul elder. Shen Xiaobai's words floated lightly in the air. The young man, interrupted, felt his smile freeze instantly. You insolent brat! Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? His eyes narrowed slightly, and a wave of pressure characteristic of a foundation establishment cultivator surged toward Shen Xiaobai like a tidal wave. How dare a mere Qi refining disciple be so audacious? However, to his astonishment, Shen Xiaobai did not crumble or kneel in submission. The pressure, which would have intimidated an ordinary ninth-layer Qi refining cultivator, washed over him like a gentle spring breeze, leaving not a ripple in its wake. A flicker of surprise crossed the young man's eyes. This young man possesses a certain finesse, seemingly able to disregard the oppressive aura surrounding him. However, that is where his capabilities end. A mere ant ultimately remains just an ant. Young sir, regardless of your identity, kneel before me, sever your own arms, and crawl beneath my legs. The youth proclaimed with an air of haughty authority, his tone imbued with an undeniable command. Today, I am in a benevolent mood and may spare your life. Otherwise, next year on this very day shall mark your demise. The disciples of the Xian sect, standing behind him, wore cruel smiles, as if they had already envisioned the tragic scene of Shen Xiaobai's bloodshed. Li Ziruo and her junior sister finally regained some semblance of rationality, their faces paling in terror, their delicate forms trembling slightly. The foundation establishment stage. It is an entirely different realm from the Qi refinement stage. The chasm between these two levels is unfathomable. In their eyes, no matter how formidable Shen Xiaobai may be, he ultimately remains within the Qi refinement stage, faced with a true practitioner of the foundation establishment stage. He possesses no chance of survival. This time, it is over. Li Ziruo's heart sank to the depths of despair. Yet, Shen Xiaobai's reaction once again transcended everyone's expectations. Instead of succumbing to fear, he erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Ha ha ha! Kneel before you? Sever my own arms? Crawl beneath your legs? Tears of laughter nearly streamed from his eyes. He lifted his gaze, pointing at the youth, and said to Li Ziruo, "Do you see? This is a classic example of someone whose mind has been caught in a door. Clearly a fool. Yet he insists on putting on a facade. Is it not laughable? You." The youth trembled with fury, his handsome features contorting in rage. "You insolent wretch! Today, I shall cut out your tongue and feed it to the dogs." Unable to restrain himself any longer, he roared, leaping down from his beastly steed. With a clear, ringing sound, a long sword engulfed in blazing flames manifested in his grasp. It was a superior spiritual weapon. Prepare to die. The youth's foot struck the ground, transforming his form into a crimson blur. The fiery sword emanating a searing heat as it thrust toward Shen Xiaobai's heart. This strike was swift, precise, and ruthless. The prowess of a foundation establishment practitioner was laid bare for all to see. "Young master, be careful." Li Ziruo screamed in alarm. Shen Xiaobai's expression finally shifted to one of seriousness. He sensed that this sword strike was not something he could easily withstand. "Earthly shield," he silently commanded as a thick, earthy radiance enveloped him instantaneously. Simultaneously, he shifted his stance, attempting to retreat swiftly to evade this lethal blow. However, the speed of a foundation establishment practitioner far surpassed that of the Qi refinement stage. Attempt to evade? It is too late. A sinister smile crept across the youth's face as he twisted his wrist, the blazing sword following closely, unwaveringly aimed at Shen Xiaobai's heart. With no avenue for escape in sight, Shen Xiaobai's eyes glinted with cold determination. He would not retreat any longer. Golden radiance breaks through. His right hand formed a sword-like gesture, and an incredibly solid beam of golden light shot forth from his fingertips, striking precisely at the tip of the opponent's sword. He aimed to shatter the surface with a singular, forceful strike. A sharp, piercing sound reverberated. The golden light collided violently with the sword tip, erupting into a dazzling shower of sparks. Shen Xiaobai felt an overwhelming force surge through his fingertips. He was hurled backward as if struck by a rampaging bull, letting out a muffled groan as he flew dozens of feet before barely regaining his balance. His right hand tingled painfully, as if his finger bones might splinter. Meanwhile, the young man from the Yin sect merely staggered slightly, retreating a mere step. The disparity was glaring. Oh! A flicker of surprise crossed the young man's eyes. He did not anticipate that a mere qi refinement practitioner could withstand his sword strike without perishing. Though he was somewhat disheveled, he had indeed taken a blow. Intriguing. He licked his lips, a more intense, killing intent gleaming in his gaze. To withstand one of my strikes, you certainly possess a measure of pride. However, the game ends here. The next strike shall send you on your way. He raised the sword once more, the flames along the blade burning even more fiercely. Oha! Far more terrifying than before, locked onto Shen Xiaobai with unyielding precision. Shen Xiaobai's expression turned gravely serious. He realized he had overstepped. The chasm between the 8th layer of qi refinement and the initial stage of foundation establishment was far greater than he had imagined. The opponent had yet to unleash his full strength, and he was already at a disadvantage. It seemed he would have to fight with all his might today. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the elemental energies within him, causing the 5 elemental forces to surge with fervor. Water extinguishes fire. He thrust his hands forward. A vast expanse of azure waves erupted, roaring and rolling forth toward the young man of the Yin sect. A mere trick, the young man scoffed disdainfully. Before this young master's Yin true fire, any water-based spell is but a jest. Break for me. He swung his sword, a crimson blade of energy, over 10 feet long, cleaved through the towering waves as if parting the heavens. Steam billowed, instantly enveloping the entire canyon. The crimson blade maintained its momentum, continuing its lethal trajectory toward Shen Xiaobai. Shen Xiaobai's pupils constricted. He could hardly fathom the extent of his opponent's formidable strength. He sought to evade, but the sword energy had already locked onto his vital essence, leaving him nowhere to flee. Desperation took hold. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a jade pendant, entirely emerald in hue. It was the superior grade spiritual artifact, the Kainyu protective talisman, gifted to him by Hu Yunshu. He poured every ounce of spiritual energy into it. Buzz! The jade pendant radiated with brilliance, and an azure light shield enveloped him in an instant. Almost simultaneously with the formation of the shield, the crimson blade of energy struck down with a thunderous roar. Boom! A deafening crash echoed through the canyon. The ground trembled violently. The azure shield contorted and twisted under the onslaught of the crimson blade, emitting creaks of distress. Yet it ultimately held firm. Witnessing this, Li Ziruo and her junior sister both exhaled heavily in relief. However, before they could fully relax, a cruel smile crept onto the face of a young man from the Yin sect. A superior grade defensive spiritual artifact? Indeed, a fine piece. Alas, in the face of absolute strength, even the finest artifact is futile. Shatter for me. He let out a thunderous roar and struck again with his sword. A more ferocious crimson sword qi violently cleaved through the already trembling azure barrier. Crack! A crisp shattering sound erupted in Shen Xiaobai's ears like a clap of thunder. The jade talisman, which had accompanied his master for many years and could withstand a full-force strike from a foundational stage cultivator, finally reached its limit after enduring 2 attacks. It shattered into countless scintillating particles. His master's treasured possession lay in ruins. Chapter 26. The overwhelming counterattack. Do you dare to fear? At the moment, the talisman shattered. Shen Xiaobai's heart ached sharply. This was not merely a high-grade spiritual artifact. It was a manifestation of his master's care and affection, and now it lay in pieces. With a sudden burst, the barrier shattered, and Shen Xiaobai was violently rebounded, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning as pale as a sheet. The residual force of the sword qi struck fiercely against his chest. Bang! He was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing against the rocky wall of the canyon before tumbling to the ground. His garments were in tatters, revealing a horrific wound that exposed bone, blood gushing forth. Young master, Brother Shen, Li Ziruo, and her junior sister simultaneously screamed in terror, wanting to rush forward, but were immobilized by the frigid gaze of the young man from the Crimson Flame sect. Shen Xiaobai struggled to rise from the ground. Clutching his chest with one hand, he coughed up blood repeatedly, yet a ghastly and frenzied smile spread across his face. Very well, very well. You have successfully provoked my wrath. He raised his head, his eyes turning a burning crimson, ablaze with unbridled fury and unabashed murderous intent. The young man from the Crimson Flame sect felt an inexplicable chill at that gaze, swiftly replaced by an overwhelming anger. A dying man. A mere cheer-refining junior dares to look at me with such eyes? What your anger? He advanced step by step towards Shen Xiaobai, the flames on his blazing sword rising, exuding an aura of death. An ant that is about to be crushed beneath my foot. Your rage holds no value in my eyes. Today, not only shall you perish. His greedy gaze swept towards Li Ziruo and her junior sister not far away. These two lovely maidens, I shall make you witness how I take care of them. He let out a triumphant laugh. Is that so? Shen Xiaobai slowly straightened his body, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze unsettlingly calm. I had initially intended to leave you with a whole corpse. It seems that is no longer necessary. From his storage bag, he retrieved a pristine porcelain vial. It contained the 3 drops of millennial stalactite gifted to him by Hu Yunshu. Without hesitation, he uncorked the vial and poured 1 drop into his mouth. Boom! A surge of pure and immense life energy erupted within him instantaneously, like a parched riverbed welcoming a torrential flood. His previously depleted danshan was filled anew in the span of a mere breath. It was even more abundant than during his peak. What? The smile on the young man's face from the Crimson Flame sect froze once again. He stared in horror at the astonishing scene before him, his eyes nearly bulging out. What kind of cursed elixir is this? How could it possess such extraordinary effects, instantly restoring all spiritual power while also healing wounds? What treasures does this young man possess? A wave of intense jealousy and greed surged within him. Today, he must absolutely eliminate this young man and lay claim to all his treasures. Without hesitation, he roared, channeling all his spiritual energy into his long sword, transforming it into a dazzling rainbow that descended upon Shen Xiaobai with lethal intent. He aimed to conclude this encounter with the most powerful strike against this treasure-laden junior. However, at that very moment, Shen Xiaobai made his move. This time, he chose not to confront the attack head-on. His figure left behind a faint afterimage as he darted to the side with a speed far surpassing his previous pace. Thinking he could escape? Could he truly flee? The young man bellowed in fury, pursuing relentlessly. Yet, as he chased, he soon sensed something amiss. How could this young man's speed suddenly become so swift? Faster even than himself, who was in the foundation establishment stage. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Xiaobai had just swallowed a millennium-old stalactite, and at great cost, burned a drop of his essence blood. This was to unleash his potential to perform a technique beyond his limits. Now it is my turn. Shen Xiaobai's cold voice echoed like a specter in his ear. The young man's heart raced with alarm as he abruptly turned around. He found Shen Xiaobai had somehow circled behind him. His hands were swiftly weaving a profound and intricate spell. The Great Freedom 5 Elements Technique, 5 Elements Reversal. Metal generates water, water generates wood, wood generates fire, fire generates earth. This is the natural order of generation. But now, Shen Xiaobai aimed to reverse this order. Metal overcomes wood. Fire overcomes metal. Earth overcomes water. Water overcomes fire. Wood overcomes earth. The elemental energies within him surged in a frenzied, chaotic reversal, colliding and compressing. A devastating aura erupted from his being. His body even oozed droplets of blood from the sheer strain of containing such violent power. This was a forbidden technique that would harm 1,000 enemies while costing oneself 800. Madman, you lunatic! The young man from the Crimson Flame sect felt the overwhelming aura and was consumed by terror. He thought Shen Xiaobai was wagering their lives against one another. Without a second thought, he turned to flee from this madman. Yet, he had already been firmly locked onto by Shen Xiaobai's aura, leaving him with no avenue of escape. 5 elements: annihilation, divine light. Shen Xiaobai enunciated each word deliberately. He thrust his hands forward with great force. A grayish beam, seemingly inconspicuous yet imbued with the essence of annihilation, instantaneously traversed the distance and struck the young man's back. There was no earth-shattering roar. No dazzling radiance. The gray beam silently penetrated the young man's body. The young man's body suddenly stiffened, his expression frozen in a moment of terror and confusion. Slowly, he lowered his gaze to his chest, where a gaping void the size of a bowl had emerged. His heart, along with the surrounding flesh and veins, had completely vanished, disintegrated into the most primordial particles by that divine light of annihilation. A raspy sound escaped his throat, reminiscent of air escaping a punctured tire. His eyes filled with unwillingness and regret. Until his last breath, he could not comprehend how a distinguished cultivator in the foundation establishment stage could meet his demise at the hands of a mere waste in the Qi refinement stage. He lamented his hasty advancement to the foundation establishment stage, regretting even more that he had not solidified his realm before flaunting his power. With a thud, his body fell backward, crashing to the ground and sending up a cloud of dust. He was dead. A disciple of the Xian sect in the foundation establishment stage had perished just like that. The entire canyon fell into an eerie silence. The remaining disciples of the Xian sect stood frozen, as if ensnared by a spell, their faces a mask of shock and disbelief. Li Ziruo and her junior sister clamped their hands over their mouths to stifle their screams, gazing at the bloodied figure swaying, yet standing tall, as if witnessing a demonic entity rising from the depths of hell, a counterattack against a higher realm. It was indeed a counterattack that transcended the vast chasm between the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. This was nothing short of absurdity. Cough, cough, cough. Shen Xiaobai violently coughed several times, spitting out blood, his body swaying precariously as the aftereffects of wielding the 5 elements of annihilation divine light took hold. This technique could only be performed upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, and now he felt as though all his meridians had been torn asunder, burning with pain. Yet, he did not falter. He steadied himself, his cold gaze sweeping over the petrified disciples of the Xian sect. Now it is your turn. His voice was not loud, yet it carried the weight of a death sentence. Run. A piercing scream shattered the silence, and the remaining disciples of the Xian sect, as if awakening from a dream, let out a frantic cry and scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives. Shen Xiaobai watched them retreat, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He made no attempt to pursue them, for he knew none would escape. Chapter 27. Little girl, come help me dress my wounds. Shen Xiaobai indeed did not chase after them. He was gravely injured, his spiritual energy nearly depleted. Even standing was a struggle, let alone pursuing a dozen fleeing individuals. However, his lack of pursuit did not signify mercy. Thinking of escaping, he scoffed, retrieving a set of pitch-black formation flags from his storage pouch. This was a gift from his master, a high-level yellow-grade formation known as the 8-direction soul-locking formation. Formation level: earth, sky, mysterious, yellow. Although it was a consumable, it was more than sufficient to deal with these fish that had slipped through the net, who barely reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Drawing a deep breath, he infused the last of his spiritual energy into the formation flags and casually tossed them into the sky. Buzz! A multitude of flags swirled gracefully in the air, transforming into radiant streaks of light that swiftly vanished into the crevices of the canyon. In the blink of an eye, an invisible barrier enveloped the entire gorge, sealing it completely. The disciples of the Xian sect, who had just reached the canyon's edge, collided with an unseen wall, rebounding violently. What is happening? It's a formation. We are trapped. No, let me out. I don't want to die. Desperate cries and pleas for mercy echoed throughout the canyon. Yet, Shen Xiaobai remained unfazed. He limped over to the corpse of the foundation building youth he had slain and sat down beside it. He needed time to recuperate. Observing the Xian disciples floundering like headless flies within the formation, his gaze turned icy. He intended to use this opportunity to set an example, to demonstrate the dire consequences of provoking Shen Xiaobai. From his storage bag, he retrieved a vial of healing elixirs, pouring a few into his mouth. After regaining a modicum of strength, he began to methodically search the corpse of the foundation-building youth. Tisk, tisk, what a remarkable prodigy of the Xian sect, truly affluent. Shen Xiaobai soon located the youth's storage bag. Upon probing its contents with his divine consciousness, he was instantly elated. The space within this storage bag exceeded that of all others he had encountered combined. Inside, low-grade spirit stones were piled into a small mountain, estimated to number over 30,000. Medium-grade spirit stones were also present, numbering in the hundreds. In addition, there were numerous elixirs and materials, including a foundation-building pill. However, what captivated him the most was a flaming high-grade spirit sword and a crimson high-grade inner armor. He had struck it rich. This time, he had truly amassed a fortune. The spoils from this encounter were far more lucrative than all the previous ones combined. Content: Shen Xiaobai secured the storage bag, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The pain from his injuries seemed to diminish. Just then, a waft of fragrant air approached. Li Ziruo and her junior sister made their way over. They gazed at Shen Xiaobai, who sat atop the corpse, counting his loot and grinning foolishly, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and concern. This man had just endured a life-or-death battle and slain so many, yet here he was, nonchalantly tallying his spoils as if nothing had happened. What manner of heart does he possess? Young master, Li Ziruo summoned her courage and spoke softly. Your injuries. Only then did Shen Xiaobai lift his head. Casting a glance her way, he finally realized that his current appearance was indeed rather grim. Covered in blood, his clothes tattered, and although the wound on his chest had ceased bleeding thanks to the elixirs, it remained grotesquely gaping. Oh, this little injury is nothing to worry about, he replied dismissively. Then, as if recalling something, he beckoned Li Ziruo with a finger. Come here. Huh? Li Ziruo was taken aback. What do you mean? Do you not see that this young master is injured? Shen Xiaobai shot her a displeased glance and assertively commanded, Hurry over and tend to my wound. His tone was imbued with an air of authority, as if he were summoning a servant. Li Ziru felt a flush rise to her cheeks. This rogue. Here he goes again, ordering me around. Embarrassment and anger welled up within her, and just as she was about to protest, the moment her gaze met Shen Xiaobai's teasing eyes, her temper evaporated. After all, under his roof, one must bow their head. Who could deny that her very life was in his hands? Moreover, he had sustained his injuries while saving her, despite his sharp tongue and ill-natured demeanor. She bit her crimson lip and resignedly approached him, squatting down. Try to endure, she murmured, retrieving fine medicine and a clean bandage from her storage pouch. With trembling hands, she reached out to cleanse his wound. Yet, the instant her fingers brushed against his blood-stained chest, Shen Xiaobai inhaled sharply. Be gentle. Are you trying to kill me? He exclaimed dramatically. You. Li Ziru was so incensed that she nearly smeared the medicine across his face. I haven't even applied pressure yet. Why are you making such a fuss? What? Not convinced? Shen Xiaobai shot her a sidelong glance. If you're not convinced, then hit me. Li Ziru's eyes brimmed with unshed tears of grievance. Hit you? How could I? I fear that a slap would break my own hand first. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her feelings of indignation and fury, softening her touch as she carefully tended to his wound. Her warm, delicate fingertips grazed his skin, sending delightful shivers through him. Shen Xiaobai closed his eyes in pleasure, relishing this rare service. Though this girl has a foul temper, her skills are quite commendable. While enjoying her ministrations, he pondered the earlier battle. Luck had played a significant role in his ability to turn the tide. His opponent had underestimated him. Moreover, the protective talisman gifted by his master had shattered, and a drop of the Millennium Stalactite had been used. The final 5 elements Annihilation Divine Light had nearly drained him completely. He sighed inwardly. He was still too weak. His methods were insufficient, his spiritual energy lacking, and his trump cards too few. In terms of experience, elixirs, and magical artifacts, he was severely deficient. It seemed that upon returning to the sect, he must devise a way to elevate his strength, ideally breaking through to the peak of chi refinement before the grand competition. As he contemplated these matters, Li Xiru finished bandaging his wound, adorning it with a lovely bow. "All done," she said, her cheeks flushed as she spoke softly. "Not bad," Shen Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction. An hour later, he had absorbed most of the healing elixir's potency, significantly restoring his inner spiritual energy. He glanced at the disciples of the Xian sect, still wailing within the formation, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. They were far too loud. With a flick of his finger, he silenced them. A golden beam silently penetrated the formation. In the next instant, a man's agonized wail abruptly ceased. Following swiftly were the second and third beams. Moments later, the entire canyon fell into a profound silence, leaving only the sound of the wind and the increasingly frantic breaths of Li Xiruo and her junior sister. The slaughter was complete. Shen Xiaobai clapped his hands. He turned to the astonished Li Xiruo, offering a benign smile. "Let us find a suitable place. This young master needs to enter seclusion to heal." Chapter 28. With chi refinement at the 9th layer, the sect competition is promising. Gazing at Shen Xiaobai's amiable smile, Li Xiruo felt a chill ascend to the crown of her head. This man was nothing but a devil cloaked in human skin. She could only lead the way, seeking a suitable hiding spot. Soon, they discovered a cave concealed by vines on an unremarkable cliff. This cave was far more discreet than the previous icy cavern. "My lord, what do you think of this place?" Li Xiruo inquired cautiously. Shen Xiaobai surveyed the surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. "It will suffice." He entered the cave and casually set up several rudimentary alert formations. "I need to enter seclusion for a few days to recover from my injuries. You two will guard me. Remember, do not disturb me. Understood? Understood. Understood." Li Xiruo and her junior sister nodded repeatedly. It was no joke. Even if given 100 times the courage, they would not dare to interrupt this esteemed individual. Shen Xiaobai paid them no further mind and proceeded deep into the cave, carving out a rudimentary room before sitting cross-legged. With a thought, his consciousness instantly plunged into the 9-turn mystic tower. Tower's spirit. Initiate time acceleration. 1 day outside equals 10 days within. In the first layer of the 9-turn mystic tower, Shen Xiaobai did not immediately commence his cultivation. Instead, he meticulously sorted through the spoils of the recent battle. Over 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, several hundred mid-grade spirit stones, a dozen vials of various elixirs, 2 high-grade spiritual weapons, several tomes of techniques, and a heap of miscellaneous materials. He had indeed struck it rich this time. He toyed with the flaming high-grade spiritual sword in his hand. "Crimson Flame Sword, splendid. You shall be my weapon from now on." The long sword he had seized from the disciples of the Xian sect was no longer worthy of his attention. It was high time for a replacement. He donned the crimson inner armor. He would not be like that fool who owned treasures yet chose not to wear them. As soon as the inner armor was worn, it automatically adjusted its size, fitting him perfectly, almost weightlessly. With this high-grade inner armor, combined with his thick earth defense, his defensive capability ascended to new heights. Having completed all of this, he finally extracted the mountain of spirit stones. "Let's begin." Taking a deep breath, he activated the Great Freedom 5 Elements technique. The surrounding spirit stones dimmed at a visible pace, shattering and transforming into the purest essence of the 5 elemental energies, surging into his limbs and bones like rivers converging into the sea. This life and death battle with a foundation-building opponent had ignited an unprecedented thirst for power within him. Not only must he recover from his injuries, but he also aims to shatter the bottleneck of the 8th layer of chi refinement through the insights gained from this battle. Inside the tower, time flies rapidly. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days. While merely a single day passes outside, 10 days have already elapsed within the tower. Shen Xiaobai's injuries have long since healed, restored to their former state by the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy. His aura grows ever more potent, a mere step away from breaking through that thin barrier. Yet, it is still insufficient. Shen Xiaobai opens his eyes, a fierce glint flashing within. He directly swallows the second-tier pinnacle demon core he extracted from the Icehorn Python's skull. Boom! A torrent of violent energy erupts violently within his dantian. The magnitude of this energy far surpasses all the spiritual stones he had previously absorbed combined. Shen Xiaobai feels as though his body is about to burst from this frigid surge. Refine it. He grits his teeth, fervently circulating the Great Freedom 5 Elements technique, desperately refining this wild energy. The 5 elemental spiritual forces race through his meridians, akin to 5 tireless dragons, repeatedly battering against that formidable bottleneck. Inside the tower, on the 16th day. Inside the tower, on the 30th day. Crack! At long last, after countless impacts, a crisp sound resonates from within him. The bottleneck has been utterly shattered. Boom! A terrifying aura, now significantly stronger than before, erupts explosively from his core, sweeping away the powdered remnants of the surrounding spiritual stones. 9th layer of Qi refinement. He has succeeded. With a long, icy breath exhaled, Shen Xiaobai reveals a jubilant smile. 9th layer of Qi refinement. With less than 3 months remaining until the Sect competition, he has finally attained this realm. With his current strength, coupled with various tactics, breaking into the top 20 during the competition is certainly within reach. Even aiming for the top 10 is not beyond possibility. At that time, I wonder if those brash fellows from the Golden Light Cave will dare to be arrogant before us. The Purple Cloud Cave. Clenching his fist, he revels in the unprecedented power coursing through him, brimming with confidence. He does not emerge immediately, but dedicates an additional 5 days to solidifying his recent breakthrough. Simultaneously, he retrieves the still-sleeping little wolf cub from his beast pet pouch. He feeds it a small portion of the Millennium Cold Marrow. The little wolf cub smacks its lips contentedly in its dreams, its aura growing increasingly robust, hinting at a potential breakthrough to the 2nd tier of demon beasts. Hurry and grow up, little one, and we will savor the finest delights together in the future. Shen Xiaobai chuckles, affectionately patting its fluffy little head. Over 30 days have passed within the tower, while less than 4 days have elapsed outside. Outside the cave, Li Ziruo and her junior sister sit by the campfire, boredom settling in. Sister, who do you think that young master truly is? The junior sister finally asks in a hushed tone. Is he really just an ordinary disciple of the Purple Cloud Cave? Li Ziruo falls silent, having pondered this very question over the past few days. In the realm of Qi refinement, one who has reached the 8th level managed to turn the tables on an opponent in the early stages of Foundation establishment. Possessing a multitude of formidable elemental spells, this individual is decisive in combat, ruthless, yet carries an air of irreverent mischief. How could such a person be merely an ordinary disciple hailing from a lowly cave? To label him as a saintly figure would not be far-fetched. I do not know, Li Ziyu murmured, shaking her head, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Yet, regardless of his true identity, one truth remained. He was undeniably powerful. Furthermore, he was not malevolent, at least not towards them, although he often bullied her, ordered her about, and even referred to her as a foolish woman. It was undeniable that he had rescued her on several occasions. The mere thought of Shen Xiaobai's ever-present, mischievous grin quickened Li Ziyu's heart. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed from the depths of the cave. Both of them jolted upright, eyes darting towards the interior. Shen Xiaobai emerged, looking rejuvenated. His injuries had vanished, and his aura had become more subdued and profound. Li Ziyu sensed that while his cultivation remained at the 8th level of Qi refinement, an indescribable change rendered him even more perilous. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Xiaobai had indeed broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement, deliberately concealing his true power and presenting himself as an 8th level cultivator. Young master, you have emerged from seclusion, Li Ziyu exclaimed, hurrying towards him with a beaming smile. Indeed, Shen Xiaobai nodded, glancing at the sky. It is getting late. We should resume our journey. His primary desire was to return to the Sect swiftly and discuss his insights with his master, sharing the fruits of his recent endeavors. particularly the exquisite inner armor that would surely suit his master beautifully. Chapter 29. With your flowery techniques, do you wish to embroider? The journey back to the sect unfolded with an unusual tranquility. Perhaps the fear instilled by Shen Xiaobai's previous displays of might had deterred potential threats. Or perhaps fortune had genuinely smiled upon them. For several consecutive days, they encountered no troubles, much to the relief of Li Ziyu and her junior sister. Though Shen Xiaobai found the lack of excitement somewhat tedious, the absence of unwary foes to vanquish diminished the thrill of their travels. One day, they traversed a dense forest shrouded in mist, visibility alarmingly low, with eerie, wailing cries echoing through the air. Young master, the demonic energy here is quite oppressive, Li Ziyu remarked, her complexion paling as she instinctively moved closer to Shen Xiaobai. Her junior sister, trembling with fear, clutched at Li Zi's sleeve. What is there to fear? Shen Xiaobai retorted, casting them an exasperated glance. They are merely a few insignificant demon cultivators, perfect for you to hone your skills. What? Us? Li Ziyu's expression fell instantly. Even if we cannot win, we must engage. Shen Xiaobai's demeanor turned serious. You two, despite possessing late-stage qi refinement cultivation, would find it taxing to face a single late-stage loose cultivator in combat, especially you, Li Ziyu. He pointedly indicated her with no small measure of candor. Your spells appear rather ostentatious. What purpose do they serve? Are we merely embroidering? When unleashed upon a person, they feel akin to a mere tickle. Today, should either of you fail to vanquish a demonic cultivator, do not dare to accompany me further. I, Li Ziyu, was scolded mercilessly, my delicate face flushed with indignation. Tears of grievance welling in my eyes. As a distinguished disciple of the 36 celestial realms, a paragon of my sect, when have I ever been subjected to such humiliation? Yet, I dared not retort, for I understood that this man spoke the truth. Without the protective talisman bestowed by my master, my combat prowess indeed falls short. Just then, a cacophony of sinister laughter erupted from the encroaching mist. Shortly after, 7 or 8 sinister figures clad in black robes, exuding an aura of malevolence, surrounded us. Leading them was a gaunt man at the 9th level of qi refinement, with a gaze that was both greedy and lascivious. And there's a pretty boy? Perfect. Let us turn him into fertilizer. The emaciated man licked his lips, clearly dismissing my companions and me. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, attack. Slay the men. Capture the women alive. Let my brethren indulge today. Yes. The demonic cultivators shrieked, surging forward with abandon. What are you hesitating for? Go. With a swift kick, Shen Xiaobai propelled me forward. If you don't act, I shall cast both of you out myself. Staggered by his push, I felt a mix of shame and rage. But my instinct for survival compelled me to draw my sword. Junior sister, stay close to me, I cried, charging at a demonic cultivator. My junior sister followed suit, brandishing her artifact to engage another foe. Meanwhile, Shen Xiaobai stood aloof, arms crossed, observing the fray with no intention of intervening. He sought to pressure us, these sheltered flowers, for without experiencing true life-and-death struggles, we would never truly grow. Clashing sounds resonated as I and my junior sister soon found ourselves embroiled in battle with the demonic cultivators. It must be said, as disciples of a prestigious sect, our techniques and artifacts far surpassed those of these rogue cultivators. For a time, we exchanged blows evenly. However, it was merely a back and forth. My swordplay, as Shen Xiaobai remarked, was indeed more flamboyant than lethal. Each strike radiated with dazzling light, appearing formidable, yet upon contact, it was easily thwarted by the opponent's peculiar protective demonic energy. After a prolonged engagement, I had not even grazed their skin. Several times, I found myself in dire straits as my moves became predictable, leaving me vulnerable. Had it not been for the exceptional defensive power of my robe, I would surely have been wounded. My junior sister faced a similar plight, her timid nature holding her back from unleashing her true potential. Fool, what are you doing? Shen Xiaobai exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. He attacks your left. Why not evade to the right? Must you take a head-on? And you, aim for his head. What good does striking his arm do? Are you attempting to manicure his nails? Li Ziru, what manner of swordplay is that? Are you scattering flowers like a celestial maiden? Did you intend to dazzle him with your sword's brilliance? Put some effort into it. Have you not eaten? His insults grew increasingly harsh and cutting. Li Ziruo's face fluctuated between shades of pale and flushed, her movements becoming somewhat distorted. Having been raised amidst praise and admiration, she had never encountered such brazen humiliation, especially not in front of so many onlookers. "Ah, I shall fight you." A wave of unprecedented indignation surged within her. She disregarded any semblance of technique, letting out a fierce cry as she channeled all her spiritual energy into her sword, wildly slashing at the demonic cultivator before her. The cultivator, initially at ease, found himself flustered by her reckless assault. Meanwhile, the gaunt man leading the group noticed that Shen Xiaobai had yet to take action and continued his incessant tirade, which was increasingly grating on his nerves. "I'll take care of you first, spectator." With a sinister grin, he darted like a wraith around the fray, heading straight for Shen Xiaobai. In his hand, he wielded a jet-black bone blade, inscribed with swirling runes that emanated a chilling aura of malevolence. "Die, pale-faced one." The bone blade sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, stealthily aiming for the vulnerable spot between Shen Xiaobai's shoulder blades. However, just as the blade was about to make contact, Shen Xiaobai crouched down, spun around, and delivered a resounding slap. Crack! The sharp sound echoed through the forest. The gaunt man spun like a top, rotating several times in midair before crashing to the ground. Half of his face swelled visibly, marked by a clear handprint, and several bloody teeth flew from his mouth. He was utterly dazed by the slap. Clutching his face, he stared at Shen Xiaobai in disbelief. His eyes filled with terror and confusion. What just happened? A notorious demonic cultivator, renowned for his ferocity, had launched a full-force ambush, only to be sent flying by a mere slap? Is this even reasonable? Not only did he struggle to comprehend it, but even the other demonic cultivators engaged in combat halted, staring in shock at the scene. One slap sent their leader flying? How noisy! Shen Xiaobai withdrew his hand, rubbing his wrist as if he had merely swatted away an annoying mosquito. He glanced at the now bewildered gaunt man and scoffed. "With such meager abilities, you dare to take on the role of a bandit? Who gave you the audacity?" Chapter 30. It's merely a matter of killing someone. Why are you crying? The gaunt man, covering his swollen face, was filled with fear and bewilderment. He could not fathom how a notorious demonic cultivator, renowned in the periphery of the 10,000 Beast mountain range, with a cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refining, could be so easily thwarted by a seemingly younger opponent at only the 7th or 8th layer. If this incident were to spread within the demonic circles, his infamous name would be utterly tarnished, leaving him with no standing in the world of cultivation thereafter. Not only he, but even those demonic cultivators entangled with junior sister Li Ziruo beside him all abruptly ceased their movements. They stared, wide-eyed at the scene. The leader was struck down with a single slap. In an instant, the atmosphere within the forest fell into an eerie silence. What are you staring at? Your opponents are right in front of you. Shen Xiaobai's icy voice shattered the stillness. He pointed at the few dazed demonic cultivators and bellowed at Li Ziruo and her sister. How can you let such a golden opportunity slip away? Are you fools? Hurry up and take action. Li Ziruo and her sister, startled by his roar, shook off their astonishment and quickly conjured spells, launching their assaults upon their respective adversaries. The demonic cultivators, already thrown into disarray, found themselves in utter chaos, scrambling to defend against their onslaught. One cultivator, unable to evade in time, was struck by the sword light from Li Ziruo, infused with indignation and fury, leaving a grievous wound deep enough to expose bone. Blood spurted forth instantaneously. Upon seeing the crimson flow, Li Ziruo's countenance drained of color, her stomach roiling violently, as if to rebel, nearly causing her to vomit. This was her first genuine experience of inflicting severe harm upon a living being. The sensation of the blade slicing through flesh and the warmth of blood splattering onto her hands left her feeling lightheaded. Fool, what are you dawdling for? Finish him off. Shen Xiaobai's frustrated voice rang out once more. He could barely stand. Why not just thrust your sword through him and be done with it? Must you wait for him to recover and drag you down with him? Li's Hiruo trembled under his scolding. She gazed at the demonic cultivator clutching his wound. His eyes filled with malice directed at her, her heart racing with trepidation. Kill him? She had never taken a life before. I can't, she stammered, her voice quivering. Can't? Shen Xiaobai sneered. If you can't, then step aside and observe how your sister handles it. Li's Hiruo instinctively turned to look. There stood her usually timid sister, transformed as if possessed by another spirit. Her eyes were bloodshot, her face set with a fierce determination, and without hesitation. She plunged a short blade into her opponent's heart. Thud! As the blade pierced, the demonic cultivator's body stiffened, regret filling his eyes before he slumped down lifelessly. Her sister, staring at the fallen body, was visibly shaken. Yet, unlike Li's Hiruo, she did not scream or retreat. Instead, she bit her lip fiercely, her chest heaving with intensity. The power of example is boundless. Witnessing her sister take a life, the emotions of pride and defiance surged within Li's Hiruo, eclipsing her fear. Why should my sister be able to do it, while I cannot? She screamed, uncertain whether it was to embolden herself or to release her pent-up terror. Closing her eyes, she raised her sword and, with reckless abandon, struck down upon the severely wounded demonic cultivator. Thud! 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 She continued to strike until her opponent lay utterly silent, finally stopping in exhaustion, leaning on her sword, gasping for breath. Her face was already a mixture of tears and sweat. This is how it should be. Shen Xiaobai's voice drifted softly through the air. It's merely taking a life. What is there to weep over? With time, you shall grow accustomed to it. He strode toward the leader of the demonic cultivators whom he had just sent flying with a single slap. The gaunt man, upon seeing him approach, was seized by sheer terror and instinctively attempted to flee. Mercy, noble sir, I was blind to your greatness and shall never err again. Too late, Shen Xiaobai murmured, shaking his head as he pressed his foot firmly onto the man's chest, rendering him immobile. In your next life, remember to keep your eyes wide open. He then lifted his foot and decisively stamped down upon the man's head. Thud! Having completed these actions, he turned to regard the remaining demonic cultivators who had already surrendered. He refrained from further violence, instead nodding subtly to Li's Hiruo and her junior sister. The rest is yours to handle. Remember, when cutting the grass, one must remove the roots. Shen Xiaobai's tone was calm, yet to Li's Hiruo and her sister, it struck like a thunderclap. More killings? Li's Hiruo gazed at the pitiful corpses strewn upon the ground, her stomach churning anew. She had only just summoned the courage to take her first life. Now she was asked to kill again, something she felt utterly incapable of doing. Her junior sister was similarly pale, though she had appeared more resolute moments before. Now her trembling hands clutched her dagger with evident distress. What is it? Can't bring yourselves to strike? Shen Xiaobai approached them, looking down from above. The lords have already surrendered, Li's Hiruo weakly protested. Surrender? Shen Xiaobai's laughter was scornful, as if he had heard the gravest absurdity. Li Ziru, have you been struck in the head by a donkey? Where are we? This is the Wanshao mountain range. Who are these people? Remorseless demonic cultivators. If you release them today, do you believe they will not return tomorrow, seeking vengeance? At that time, they will not debate surrender or defiance with you. The realm of cultivation is no leisurely garden, where rules and reason always prevail. Here, the only law is that of the strongest fist. His voice descended upon Li's Hiruo like a cold iron hammer, each strike shattering the fragile resolve she had nurtured over 20 years. She found herself powerless to retort, for she knew Shen Xiaobai spoke the truth. Enough babbling. Shen Xiaobai grew weary of argument. He strode to a kneeling demonic cultivator begging for mercy, seized him by the hair, and dragged him before Li's Hiruo. Either you kill him, or I kill him and leave you both here to perish. The choice is yours. His gaze was icy, devoid of any emotion. Li Ziruo harbored no doubt that if he spoke thus, he was fully capable of carrying it out. The captive cultivator trembled violently, prostrating himself repeatedly. "Lady Hero, spare me. Fairy, have mercy. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child." "Silence." Shen Xiaobai delivered a swift kick to his face, silencing all further pleas. Li Ziruo watched the scene unfold, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. Within her, a fierce inner turmoil raged. The senior sister's junior tugged at her sleeve, her eyes filled with pleading and fear. She did not wish to meet her demise. Li Ziruo closed her eyes, a tear cascading down her cheek. When she reopened them, only a chilling resolve remained. She raised her longsword. With a swift thrust, blood stained her garments crimson. Chapter 31. This wretch dares to enslave senior sister Li. After a moment, silence returned to the forest, heavy with the scent of blood, leaving only 2 pale-faced maidens slumped on the ground. Shen Xiaobai gazed at this scene with satisfaction. Excellent. The child is teachable. Although the process was somewhat chaotic, they had at least taken this crucial step. He offered no consolation, but instead walked over to the corpses, indulging in his favorite pastime of looting. "Tisk, these paupers." As he rummaged, he grimaced in disdain. The 7 or 8 demonic cultivators together possessed barely 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Not even a fraction of what that foundation-building disciple from Xian Sect had. Yet, even the smallest morsel is still meat. Why not take it? When he stumbled upon the corpse of the gaunt man, Ghost Shadow, his brow furrowed in intrigue. From the man's embrace, he extracted a jade slip. Pressing it to his forehead, he probed with his spiritual sense. The slip contained a map and a segment of information. Hefeng Fort's Demonic Child Festival. Shen Xiaobai's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Hefeng Fort. Wasn't this the target of the high-level mysterious task he had seen in the mission hall? The task description hinted at the presence of demonic cultivators. Now, it was evident that it was not merely a suspicion. This was undoubtedly a stronghold for demonic practitioners. Furthermore, it entailed a demonic child and a festival. This matter was likely far from simple. Shen Xiaobai stowed the jade slip away, contemplating his next move. Should he investigate? Fortune favors the bold. Such gathering places for demonic cultivators typically signify immense risk coupled with equally great opportunity. There might be unexpected rewards. As he pondered, Li Ziruo and her junior finally regained their composure from the earlier slaughter. They observed Shen Xiaobai rummaging through the mangled corpses, their expressions turning complex, especially Li Ziruo's. What manner of man is he? To label him cold-hearted would be to overlook his patience in guiding her to adapt to this cruel world. Yet, to consider him benevolent would ignore his ruthless nature. He killed indiscriminately and had a penchant for taking advantage. "Hey," Shen Xiaobai's voice pierced through her thoughts. As he pointed to the corpses on the ground, boldly stating, "Come over and assist in dealing with these bodies. Looting is not beneath us. Remember to search thoroughly. We must not overlook anything valuable." "You," Li Ziruo seethed, nearly grinding her silver teeth in frustration. This fellow, he had just coerced her into killing, and now he expected her to rummage through those bloodied remains? Who did he think he was, an enforcer or a cleaner? What? Unwilling? Shen Xiaobai cast a sidelong glance at her, and if she was unwilling, so be it. Henceforth, the spoils from their endeavors would not include her share. Li Ziruo was momentarily taken aback, recalling the precious millennium cold marrow that Shen Xiaobai had previously shared with her in the icy cave, an invaluable treasure. The mere thought of missing out on future rewards quelled her feelings of cleanliness and aversion, overshadowed by an intense yearning for the artifact. After all, what was it but touching a corpse? "Touch. Junior sister, let us proceed," with a determined bite of her lip. She grasped her still-dazed junior sister and joined the ranks of those scavenging for treasures. Although her movements were somewhat hesitant and reluctant, it was evident that she was making a concerted effort. Shen Xiaobai observed from the side, nodding in satisfaction. While her ideological awareness required enhancement, her actions were commendable. Soon, the battlefield was left immaculate. Shen Xiaobai employed several fireballs to eradicate all traces, then continued onward with her 2 young companions. Following this practical lesson, Li Ziruo and her junior sister had evidently matured significantly. Though their complexions remained less than favorable, their eyes now reflected diminished innocence and timidity, replaced by an unexpected resilience and numbness for their age. Their words had dwindled, merely trailing silently behind Shen Xiaobai, vigilantly surveying their surroundings, which alleviated some of Shen Xiaobai's concerns. After 2 more days of travel, they finally beheld the exit of the 10,000 Beast mountain range. From a distance, the sparse trees lining the mountain's perimeter and the figures of cultivators on their journeys became visible. At last, they were about to emerge. Li Ziruo's junior sister let out a long sigh of relief, her face illuminating with the joy of survival. Li Ziruo's emotions were more complex. Although this expedition had been fraught with peril, she had undeniably acquired knowledge that could never be gleaned within the confines of their sect. She cast a glance back at Shen Xiaobai, who trailed behind, her eyes filled with an indescribable sentiment. Just as they were on the brink of exiting the dense forest, a sudden clamor erupted ahead. "Oh, isn't that senior brother Lei from the Thunder Cave? How did he end up in such a sorry state? Pursued by magical beasts? Look, they bear injuries." Shen Xiaobai raised her gaze and saw 2 groups of individuals confronting each other in a nearby clearing. One group consisted of Lei Ming, Lei Shan, and Lei Xiao, the very trio who had parted ways with him earlier. They appeared disheveled, their garments tattered, and sporting several wounds, clearly having endured a fierce battle. The opposing group numbered 5 or 6, each clad in resplendent attire, exuding a composed demeanor, their faces adorned with unabashed arrogance and mockery. Shen Xiaobai recognized the emblem on their clothing, a golden character for light, disciples of the Golden Light Cave. Among them, one individual sparked a flicker of recognition. He was one of Qian Hao's lackeys, whom she had once knocked unconscious in the mission hall. At this moment, he regarded Lei Ming and his companions with a mocking expression. "Lei Ming, I heard that your expedition into the mountains was to seek the ice crystal fruit. Have you found it? Do present it for your senior brother to behold." Lei Ming's face turned ashen, the veins on the back of his hand, gripping the long knife, bulging ominously. "Wang Tao, I advise you not to overstep your bounds. The Thunder Cave and your Golden Light Cave have always maintained a respectful distance from one another." "Overstep?" The youth named Wang Tao scoffed. "How have I overstepped? I merely express concern for my fellow disciples. Is that a crime? Or perhaps you have indeed discovered some precious treasure and fear our gaze upon it." As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with several companions behind him and, with malicious intent, encircled Lei Ming and his companions. "Hand over your storage bags for inspection. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." "You dare?" Lei Ming bellowed, indignant. After all, he was a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, yet he faced such harassment from the members of the Golden Light Cave. "Do you see us hesitating?" A glint of cold light flashed in Wang Tao's eyes as he waved his hand, signaling his companions to advance. Let them taste a lesson. A conflict was on the verge of erupting. Just then, a clear, icy voice resonated from the forest. "Halt!" Li Ziruo stepped forth from behind a tree. The moment she appeared, she captivated the attention of all present. Senior Sister Li. Upon seeing Li Ziruo, Wang Tao's arrogance instantly dissipated, replaced by a look of shock and obsequiousness. "What brings you here?" Li Ziruo held a considerable reputation within the Xintian sect. As a direct disciple of the head of the 36 caves, she was notoriously willful and had a powerful background. No one dared to offend her lightly. Lei Ming and his companions, upon seeing Li Ziruo, felt a mix of astonishment and joy. Senior Sister Li. Ignoring them, Li Ziruo coldly regarded Wang Tao. "I was wondering who possessed such audacity. It turns out to be the people of the Golden Light Cave. What? Is it your practice to bully fellow disciples simply because you outnumber them?" Cold sweat beaded on Wang Tao's forehead as he hurriedly bowed in explanation. "Senior Sister, you misunderstand. We were merely engaging in a friendly spar with Lei Shidi and the others." "A friendly spar?" Li Ziruo let out a derisive laugh. "It certainly appears to be an attempt to kill and seize treasures." "Not at all. Absolutely not." Wang Tao shook his head fervently. At that moment, Shen Xiaobai and Li Ziruo's junior sister ambled out from the woods. Wang Tao and the disciples behind him were taken aback upon seeing Shen Xiaobai, quickly replaced by expressions of disdain and scorn. Oh, isn't that the useless one from the Ziyun cave? How could he be with senior sister Li? Oof. Surely he's just clinging to her kindness, shamelessly trying to benefit. They certainly recognized Shen Xiaobai. After all, his single punch that knocked down Qianhao in the mission hall had spread like wildfire. Yet, they believed it was merely due to Qianhao's own carelessness. What true skill could a waste with mixed five-element roots possess? However, the next scene left them utterly astonished. Li Ziruo, the proud daughter of heaven in their eyes, naturally approached Shen Xiaobai, withdrew a water pouch from her storage bag, and offered it with a tone of respect. Young master, please drink some water. Chapter 32. You have finally returned. Young master, please drink some water. Shen Xiaobai merely responded with a languid hum as he accepted the water pouch, drinking from it with an air of entitlement, as if commanding Li Ziruo was a matter of course. Everyone looked on in disbelief at this scene. What on earth is happening? This worthless disciple of Ziyun Cave dares to subjugate the esteemed direct disciple of the Cave Heaven Supervisor, Sister Li? On the open ground, whether it was Wang Tao from Jingguang Cave or the trio from Jinglei Cave, they all stood with mouths agape and eyes wide, as if witnessing a spectacle more bizarre than that of a monstrous beast. Sister Li is serving water to that inept disciple of Ziyun Cave and calling him young master? Surely, this cannot be right. Wang Tao vigorously rubbed his eyes, repeatedly confirming that he was not mistaken. Indeed, it was the notoriously headstrong princess of the sect, Li Ziruo, currently standing beside that Ziyun Cave misfit like a dutiful maid. And the misfit, he bore an expression of nonchalance, as if he were a master of the manner. Am I seeing things? A disciple from Jingguang Cave spoke with a trembling voice. You're not mistaken. I see it too. Another disciple managed to swallow hard. Their perception of reality had been irrevocably shaken. This was more preposterous than witnessing a pig climbing a tree. The trio from Jinglei Cave exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. They had witnessed Shen Xiaobai's prowess and knew that he was far from the rumored ineptitude. But how had he accomplished this? How could he have tamed the proud little peacock, Li Ziruo, to such an extent? His methods were nothing short of miraculous. Ahem. It was Shen Xiaobai's soft cough that shattered the eerie silence. After finishing his drink, he tossed the water pouch back to Li Ziruo and lazily lifted his eyelids to gaze at Wang Tao across from him. What were you saying just now? That I am worthless? Wang Tao jolted back to reality with a start. His complexion shifted from pale to flush. Although he could not fathom what sorcery Shen Xiaobai had employed to make Li Ziruo so obedient, he was not foolish. Someone who could command such respect from Li Ziruo could not possibly be an ordinary person. Absolument impossible. Moreover, he had knocked Qianhao unconscious with a single punch in the mission hall. This could not merely be a moment of carelessness. No, senior brother Shen, you must have misheard. Wang Tao's face instantly contorted into a ghastly smile. We were discussing how the beasts in this forest are all worthless. Yes, indeed, they are the beasts. It has nothing to do with you, senior brother Shen. His followers behind him quickly chimed in, nodding and bowing, their attitude reaching an extreme of respectfulness. Oh, is that so? Shen Xiaobai regarded them with a smile that did not reach his eyes. It sounds to me as if you still wish for me to hand over my storage pouch for your inspection. Dare not. Absolutely dare not. Wang Tao was so frightened that he nearly knelt on the spot. It is we who are blind to the mountain before us. We are incapable of uttering anything of worth. Please, senior brother Shen, have mercy and do not lower yourself to the level of us petty individuals. In his heart, he had already cursed Qianhao's entire lineage. What utter nonsense about being worthless. This is undoubtedly a fierce dragon crossing the river. How did that fool Qianhao end up provoking such a calamity? Enough. Shen Xiaobai waved his hand impatiently, eager to return to the sect for a more profound exchange with his master, uninterested in wasting time with these minor characters. Take your people and leave. Yes. We will depart immediately. Wang Tao and his companions hurriedly fled, not daring to look back. Observing their hasty retreat, Lei Ming and the others felt a surge of relief. Their respect for Shen Xiaobai deepening further. Thank you, Senior Brother Shen, for your assistance once more. Lei Ming stepped forward, bowing deeply to Shen Xiaobai. It was merely a small effort, Shen Xiaobai replied nonchalantly, then turned to Lei Xiao, inquiring, have you consumed the ice crystal fruit? Lei Xiao's cheeks flushed as she nodded. Yes, I've taken it. Thanks to Senior Brother Shen, I am on the verge of breaking through to the 8th level of qi refinement. That's excellent. Shen Xiaobai acknowledged with a nod, refraining from saying more as he prepared to leave. Senior Brother Shen, we still wish to say something. Farewell for now. Shen Xiaobai did not turn back, waving his hand in parting. We shall meet again if fate allows. With that, he departed with his junior sister Li Ziruo, vanishing at the end of the mountain path. Watching him leave, Lei Ming opened his mouth, ultimately expressing a sigh. This Senior Brother Shen is truly extraordinary. Having exited the 10,000 Beast mountain range, the subsequent journey unfolded smoothly. After a day's travel, the three finally returned to the familiar gates of Xintian Sect. Gazing upon the towering archway and the bustling disciples, both Li Ziruo and her junior sister felt as if they had returned from a distant realm. We are finally back. There was a hint of tears in her voice. Li Ziruo's eyes also glistened, a whirlwind of emotions stirring within her. Although their descent for training lasted less than a month, it felt as protracted as a century to her. She had faced betrayal, despair, slaughter, and fear, witnessing the ugliness of human nature and the world's cruelty. More importantly, she had encountered someone who completely reshaped her understanding of life. She turned a glance at Shen Xiaobai beside her. Let us go home, Shen Xiaobai said, stretching lazily as he led the way into the sect. Along the path, numerous disciples cast astonished glances at the trio. Isn't that Senior Sister Li? When did she descend the mountain? Who is that man beside her? He seems to be a disciple from Ziyun Cave. What on earth? How could someone from Ziyun Cave walk alongside Senior Sister Li? And he is ahead of her? Whispers circulated around them. Li Ziruo instinctively wanted to distance herself from Shen Xiaobai. However, remembering his icy gaze, she restrained herself. Let them talk, she thought. The three walked in silence, soon returning to their respective domains. Young master, we shall take our leave now. At the fork in the path, Li Ziruo bowed to Shen Xiaobai with respect in her tone. Shen Xiaobai nodded, casually advising, after you return, refrain from speaking indiscriminately. Understood, Li Ziruo rapidly. Lowering her head, gazing at the departing figures of his junior sister Li Ziruo, Shen Xiaobai couldn't help but curl his lip. He earnestly hoped that this foolish woman would heed his words. He had no desire to attract unnecessary trouble at present. Collecting his thoughts, he quickened his pace towards the direction of Ziyun Cave Heaven. The mere thought of soon reuniting with his revered master sent a flutter of anticipation through him. Akin to the tickling of cat's paw, he wondered if she had missed him during their days apart. As he stepped into the small courtyard of Ziyun Cave Heaven, a wave of familiarity and comfort washed over him. Though modest, this place was his home. Just as he entered his little courtyard, a voice emanated from within the house. Finally deigned to return? Chapter 33. Unruly disciple, you carry the scent of another woman. Upon entering his courtyard, Shen Xiaobai had yet to voice his thoughts on how a humble doghouse could surpass even the finest golden or silver abodes when he heard a voice. Cool yet tinged with a hint of grievance from inside. Finally deigned to return? A shiver coursed through him, instantly replaced by a facade of obsequiousness. He hurried into the house, where he found Hu Yunshi seated on a wooden stool, holding a cup of tea that had cooled to an unappealing temperature. Her phoenix eyes regarded him with a sardonic glimmer. Dressed in an elegant dairist robe, she bore the appearance of a devoted wife awaiting her husband. Yet, the exquisite features of her face unmistakably conveyed her displeasure. Master, what brings you here? Shen Xiaobai exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and delight evident in his expression. I missed you terribly. A day apart feels like an eternity. These past days without you have left me unable to eat or sleep. Hu Yunshu, listening to his flattery, shot him a disapproving glance. Is that so? You seem rather radiant, and your cultivation appears to have progressed significantly. It seems you've been living quite well outside. As she spoke, she delicately inhaled, her brow slightly furrowing. Moreover, it seems you carry the scent of another woman. A sudden jolt of alarm gripped Shen Xiaobai's heart. Oh no! He had forgotten that being in close proximity to Li Ziruo might have left a trace of her essence on him. How astute was his master's sense? No, absolutely not. Shen Xiaobai raised 3 fingers, nearly swearing to the heavens. My devotion to you, master, is as evident as the sun and moon. My heart harbors no other woman. Is that so? Hu Yunshu set down her teacup and slowly rose, advancing towards him step by step. An ethereal fragrance, mingled with an invisible pressure, enveloped him. Then perhaps you should enlighten me about your activities during this excursion. She stood before him, her delicate fingers lightly brushing against his chest, precisely where Li Ziruo had tended to his wounds. How is it that there remains a trace of another's spiritual energy here? Her words struck Shen Xiaobai like a hammer, resonating painfully within his heart. This was it. He could not escape this predicament. Master, please allow me to explain, he pleaded, grasping her hand urgently. The situation unfolded as he dared not conceal anything, recounting in vivid detail how he encountered Li Ziruo, how he was besieged by demonic cultivators, how he took a life, and how Li Ziruo forcefully bandaged his wounds. Naturally, he astutely omitted the part where he deliberately trained Li Ziruo, claiming instead that he acted out of sheer necessity for survival. Hu Yunshu listened silently, her expression shifting like the wind. Upon hearing that Shen Xiaobai had slain numerous demonic cultivators and even countered a foundational stage cultivator, a flicker of astonishment and pride sparkled in her beautiful eyes. This rebellious disciple had grown more rapidly than she had anticipated. However, when she learned that Li Ziruo had voluntarily bandaged Shen Xiaobai's wounds, a pang of sourness stirred within her heart. So, you played the hero and rescued the damsel? She remarked with a hint of displeasure. No way. That was purely for self-preservation. Shen Xiaobai hastily defended himself, adding, with her looks, does she even deserve to be called beautiful? Compared to you, master, she isn't worthy to carry your shoes. The flattery was perfectly timed. Hu Yunshu scoffed, yet the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted slightly. Smooth talker, she chided, though her hands softened in their movements, as she unfastened Shen Xiaobai's garment, revealing the wounds that had scabbed over but still bore a ghastly appearance. Her brows knitted once more. Does it hurt? She inquired gently. Not at all. Not a bit. Shen Xiaobai thumped his chest, proclaiming, as long as I can see you again, master, I would willingly endure any torment. You do have a way with words. Hu Yunshu chuckled at his antics. Casting him a flirtatious glance, she retrieved a bottle of high-quality healing ointment from her storage pouch and tenderly reapplied it to his wounds. Feeling the gentle caress of her hands and the cool touch of her fingertips, Shen Xiaobai felt warmth enveloping his heart. Unable to resist, he reached out and embraced her slender, delicate waist. Master, Hu Yunshu's body tensed slightly, yet she made no effort to push him away. Rebellious disciple, you are quite presumptuous, she scolded, though her body responded honestly, leaning closer into his embrace. Master, during my outing, I brought you a gift, Shen Xiaobai whispered in her ear. What gift? He chuckled, retrieving a resplendent crimson inner armor from his storage pouch. Tada! A top-tier spiritual artifact, the Crimson Flame Armor. I notice you often wear blue and white garments, so I thought a change of flavor might be nice. This red is so festive and vibrant. Hu Yunshu gazed at the armor, radiating an astonishing aura of fire element spiritual energy, her breath momentarily caught in her throat. A top-tier spiritual artifact. Where did this rebellious disciple procure such a precious treasure? You, master, don't ask where it came from. Just know that I was fortunate and found it. Shen Xiaobai interrupted her, insistently pressing the armor into her hands. Here, let me help you try it on. As he spoke, his hands mischievously reached for Hu Yunshu's garment ties. Rebellious disciple, what are you doing? Hu Yunshu exclaimed, flustered and anxious, attempting to resist. Master, don't move. Let me see how it looks on you. Shen Xiaobai's voice carried a hint of pleading. Disciple promises just a glance, no hands. I trust you not at all. Hu Yunshu's delicate face flushed crimson as she swatted away Shen Xiaobai's unruly hand. Yet, her strength was feeble. Rather than a rejection, it seemed more like a playful flirtation. Shen Xiaobai chuckled, undeterred, and audaciously pulled her closer. "Master, do give it a try. This is but a token of my filial piety." He emphasized the phrase filial piety with great weight. Hu Yunshu was not oblivious to the implications of his words. This rebellious disciple was indeed bold. However, as she gazed at the resplendent crimson armor in her hands, her heart wavered. What woman does not cherish beauty? Moreover, this was a top-grade defensive spiritual tool, invaluable and potentially life-saving in critical moments. Then turn around, no peeking. Ultimately, she relented, her voice barely above a whisper. "All right," Shen Xiaobai readily agreed, obediently turning his back. Yet his ears perked up, straining to catch the slightest sound behind him. The rustling of fabric echoed vividly in the quiet thatch-roofed hut, igniting a restless desire within Shen Xiaobai. Images of his master flashed involuntarily in his mind. He swallowed hard, feeling a surge of heat welling within him. "All right, Chapter 34, Rebellious Disciple. Is that not enough for you?" "All right," Hu Yunshu's voice, laced with deep embarrassment, rang like celestial music from behind him. Shen Xiaobai turned abruptly, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he was utterly stunned. Hu Yunshu had donned the crimson inner armor. It seemed as if it had been tailored expressly for her, perfectly accentuating her exquisite curves. The fiery red hue contrasted strikingly with her porcelain skin, creating a breathtaking visual impact. The usually aloof and ethereal Hu Yunshu now resembled a blooming red lotus atop a snowy peak, stunningly beautiful, exuding an irresistible allure. She possessed less of a celestial grace and more of a bewitching charm. "How do I look?" Hu Yunshu felt uneasy under his fervent gaze. Instinctively covering her chest with her hand, her cheeks nearly bleeding from the intensity of her blush. "Stunning, truly stunning," Shen Xiaobai exclaimed sincerely, his eyes wide with admiration. "Master, you are simply a celestial being descended to earth. You flatter her," Hu Yunshu chided, though her heart was sweetened by his words. She approached the bronze mirror, gazing at the reflection of a familiar yet unfamiliar self, and a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. "So this is how I appear in red." Seeing her alluring and seductive form, Shen Xiaobai could no longer restrain himself. He lunged forward, wrapping his arms around her from behind. "Shen Yunshu, you are truly beautiful. I desire you." Hu Yunshu's body trembled at his sudden embrace, her heart melting at the unexpected affection. She ceased to resist, allowing his hands to roam over her form. "Rebellious disciple, wait here until nightfall," she said, her voice trembling with the last vestiges of her reason. "What is wrong here? Master, please cast a soundproof spell and shield us from the light." Shen Xiaobai is whispering warm breaths into her ear. "Now, right here, allow your disciple to demonstrate her filial piety towards you." After a moment of intimacy, Hu Yunshu lies languidly upon Shen Xiaobai's chest. "Are you a Taurus? It has been quite some time, and now the night has fallen." This rebellious disciple always finds ways to leave her wanting more. "He, whether I am or not, only you, master, know the truth. By the way, Yunshu," Shen Xiaobai gently caresses her silky long hair, suddenly recalling something. "During my outing, aside from this inner armor, I also acquired several treasures." "Oh, what else?" Hu Yunshu lazily lifts her head, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Shen Xiaobai smiles mysteriously and retrieves a jade vial and a jade box from her storage bag. "Take a look at this." Hu Yunshu accepts the vial, uncorks it, and is immediately engulfed by an intense chill. "Is this 1,000-year-old cold marrow?" she gasps, abruptly sitting up from Shen Xiaobai's embrace, oblivious to the sudden exposure. She gazes in disbelief at the milky liquid within the vial, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. This is the legendary treasure of heaven and earth. For practitioners of water element affinity like them, it is practically priceless. With this, she even dares to believe she can elevate her cultivation before the Sect competition, striving for the fabled core formation stage. Even if she does not reach that, attaining the false core realm is certainly within her grasp. With slightly reddened eyes, Xiaobai leans in, planting a gentle kiss on his lips. Thank you. Simply saying thank you is insufficient. Shen Xiaobai replies with a mischievous smile, rolling over to pin her beneath him. Some tangible action is required. Isn't that enough for you? Never enough. It is eternally insufficient. The following day, Shen Xiaobai emerges from the small courtyard. After a night of profound guidance from his master, he feels not only invigorated but also subtly advanced in his cultivation. The great freedom Yin-Yang Harmonization Technique is indeed a remarkable treasure. He stretches lazily, humming a tune as he strides toward the mission hall. He must not forget to collect 3,000 contribution points and 2,000 spirit stones. As usual, the mission hall of the Xiantian sect buzzes with activity. Disciples come and go, some in groups of 3 or 5, others hurrying along. Upon entering the grand hall, Shen Xiaobai inevitably draws the attention of several lower-ranking disciples. Isn't that Shen Xiaobai from the Purple Cloud Cave? He is still alive? Not just alive. Look at him, glowing with vitality, and he seems to have gained a bit of weight. A mere second-level Qi refinement practitioner. What good is it to be alive? He is still a burden to the sect. She'll keep it down. I heard that Qian Hao from the Golden Light Cave tried to pick a fight with him in the mission hall, but was knocked out with a single punch. What? Is that true? Qian Hao is a 6th-level Qi refinement practitioner. Absolutely true. Many witnessed it. They say Shen Xiaobai is playing the fool to catch the tiger, concealing his true strength. Whispers of speculation rise and fall. Now, Shen Xiaobai has become a somewhat notable figure within the sect. However, this reputation is imbued with an air of mystery and strangeness. Shen Xiaobai remained indifferent to the murmurs surrounding him. His current mindset had long diverged from that of his earlier days. A group of novices, incapable of even obstructing a single finger of his. Did their opinions truly matter? Not in the slightest. He strode directly to the elderly man in charge of task registrations. The elders seemed to recognize him, a flicker of intrigue passing through his murky eyes as he approached. Yet his demeanor was markedly more cordial than their previous encounter. Young friend, is there something you need? Steward, I have come to submit my task, Shen Xiaobai replied coolly. Submit a task? The elder blinked in surprise. What task have you undertaken? Without uttering a word, Shen Xiaobai placed his identity jade token alongside a jade box containing the ice soul grass upon the table. The elder, puzzled, picked up the jade box and opened it. A bone-chilling aura instantly surged forth from within. This is ice soul grass. The elder abruptly rose from his seat, his old eyes widening in disbelief. He examined a sprig of ice soul grass, scrutinizing it from every angle, and then used his spiritual energy to meticulously inspect it. Indeed, the age and quality are both exceptional. It truly is ice soul grass. He gazed at Shen Xiaobai in astonishment. Did you truly complete the task of the Xian-level supreme quality? His voice boomed, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the grand hall. What? The task of Xian-level supreme quality? Which one? Is it the one for harvesting ice soul grass? What a jest. That task had hung there for almost a year, and even several senior brothers at the 9th level of Qi refinement had failed in teams. How could he, of all people? All gazes converged sharply upon Shen Xiaobai. When they recognized him, the grand hall plunged into an eerie silence, only to erupt into an uproar moments later. It's him. It's Shen Xiaobai from Ziyun Cave. He completed the task of harvesting ice soul grass. How is that possible? Was his cultivation only at the 2nd level of Qi refinement? The last time he knocked out senior brother Qian Hao, everyone assumed he was at the 6th or 7th level, but to accomplish this task, one would need to be at least at the 9th level, Wun T1. The hall was in complete uproar. All gazed at Shen Xiaobai as if he were a prehistoric beast, with murmurs, gasps, and exclamations echoing throughout. If the last incident of Shen Xiaobai knocking out Qian Hao merely led them to believe this so-called waste might be concealing his true strength now, as he presented the ice soul grass, proving he had completed a task that even those at the 9th level of Qi refinement could not manage. Their perceptions were utterly transformed. This was no mere act of a wolf in sheep's clothing. This was akin to a divine dragon masquerading as a mere worm. Chapter 35. The use of contribution points. The elder with the goat beard was equally shaken, looking at Shen Xiaobai with a newfound respect that had been entirely absent before. He accepted Shen Xiaobai's identity jade token and began processing the task handover. Task confirmed as completed. Reward: 3,000 contribution points, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Here is your reward. Please accept it. The elder respectfully handed Shen Xiaobai a storage pouch and a jade vial. Shen Xiaobai accepted the item, his divine perception sweeping over it to confirm its authenticity before preparing to turn away. He abhorred the feeling of being treated like a mere monkey. However, after only a few steps, a discordant voice echoed from within the crowd. Wait a moment. Emerging from the throng was a young man clad in the resplendent attire of the Golden Light Sect, his countenance dark and grim. His cultivation had astonishingly reached the 9th level of qi refinement. He fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon Shen Xiaobai, his eyes brimming with resentment and unwillingness to submit. Shen Xiaobai, you owe me an explanation regarding my cousin Qian Hao. The speaker was none other than Qian Kun, the elder brother of Qian Feng, another nephew of Qian Li, the sect leader of Golden Light. His cultivation surpassed that of Qian Feng, who had perished in the frozen abyss. Standing at the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement, nearly stepping into the realm of complete qi refinement. Among the qi refiners of the Golden Light Sect, he was second only to a select few core prodigies. As Qian Kun stepped forward, the surrounding onlookers instinctively retreated several paces, their eyes reflecting a mixture of apprehension and respect. His senior brother Qian Kun. He is the elder cousin of Qian Hao and Qian Feng, a formidable expert at the peak of the 9th level of qi refinement. A thrilling spectacle is about to unfold. He intends to defend his two younger brothers. Though Shen Xiaobai was formidable, facing Qian Kun was an entirely different matter. The murmurs among the crowd suggested that Shen Xiaobai had perhaps met his match. Halting his steps, Shen Xiaobai glanced back at Qian Kun, a disdainful smirk curling upon his lips. An explanation? What exactly do you desire? Qian Kun ground his teeth and hissed. My cousin Qian Hao lies grievously wounded because of you. My other cousin, Qian Feng, ventured out for cultivation and has yet to return. Neither alive nor dead can he be found. I suspect you are inextricably linked to his fate. You must provide me with an answer today. His declaration immediately stirred a commotion among the crowd. Qian Feng is missing, but he is an expert at the 9th level of qi refinement. Could he have fallen at the hands of this Shen Xiaobai? Such a coincidence seems improbable. The expressions of all present shifted from astonishment to utter dread. To think that even a 9th level qi refiner could perish by his hand. Oh, you suspect me? Shen Xiaobai appeared to find the notion amusing. And what proof do you possess? Qian Kun sneered coldly. Proof. I require none. I merely know that the misfortunes of my two cousins are connected to you. Today, if you fail to provide me with a satisfactory explanation, do not expect to leave this hall of tasks. As his words fell, a formidable aura radiating from the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement burst forth, sweeping towards Shen Xiaobai like a tempest. The spectators willingly stepped aside to avoid the impending clash. Yet Shen Xiaobai remained unmoved, his countenance unflinching. A satisfactory explanation? He lazily scratched his ear. Very well. Pausing briefly, Shen Xiaobai slowly lifted his head under the astonished gazes of all present, revealing a brilliant smile. How about this? I shall escort you to reunite with your possibly deceased brother. Does that explanation suffice? Fool! Qian Kun trembled with fury at Shen Xiaobai's brazen arrogance. You seek death. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he let out a thunderous roar as a gleaming golden spear materialized in his hand, ready to strike. Cease immediately. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed from behind the stewardess podium. The aged man with a goat-like beard had risen unobserved. His countenance darkened as he fixed a stern gaze upon Qian Kun. In the Hall of Tasks, personal combat is strictly forbidden. This is an unbreakable sect rule. Qian Kun, do you intend to defy the sect's regulations? Qian Kun froze mid-action. Though anger surged within him, reason still prevailed. Engaging in combat within the hall was a grave offense. At best, it would cost him his cultivation. At worst, it meant expulsion from the sect. Casting a venomous glare at Shen Xiaobai, he reluctantly sheathed his spear. Shen Xiaobai, mark my words, before the Sect's grand tournament. Do you dare to face me on the deathmatch platform and settle this once and for all? The mention of the deathmatch platform plunged the assembly into a suffocating silence. That was the arena where battles were fought to the death, with no room for surrender or retreat. Oh, the deathmatch platform? Shen Xiaobai's eyes twinkled with amusement, as if hearing a tantalizing proposition. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, feigning hesitation. Climbing onto the deathmatch platform isn't a problem. But these life-and-death fights need some stakes to make them worthwhile. Otherwise, what's the point? Qian Kuan was taken aback, not expecting such a retort, and sneered coldly. Very well. What stakes do you propose? Shen Xiaobai produced a jade vial from his possession and flipped it lightly in his hand. A foundation establishment pill. Let this foundation establishment pill be the wager. If you win, it's yours. If you lose, he grinned mischievously. You'll give me your life. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. One foundation establishment pill for a life. Was Shen Xiaobai mocking Qian Kuan or deliberately provoking him? All eyes regarded Shen Xiaobai with incredulous disbelief. Had he lost his mind, or did he truly believe himself invincible? Qian Kuan's expression twisted in shock before erupting with rage. Shen Xiaobai, you're toying with me. I have stakes too, far more precious than a mere foundation establishment pill. 3 days hence, on the deathmatch platform, I shall present my wager. Whoever fails to appear will be branded a coward. Uttering these harsh words, he stormed off with several disciples from the Golden Light Cave, his anger palpable. Watching his departing figure, Shen Xiaobai curled his lips disdainfully. As if I'm afraid of you. Turning, he bowed respectfully to the goat-bearded elder. Thank you, steward, for your timely intervention. Think nothing of it. The elder waved his hand and gazed deeply at him. Young friend, your prowess is extraordinary, and your future is boundless. Yet, the Golden Light Cave wields great power. You must tread carefully. His tone carried a hint of cordiality. Thank you for your counsel. Shen Xiaobai nodded politely, offering no further words before departing the Hall of Tasks. Clutching the 3,000 contribution points he had just acquired, he headed straight to a secluded annex beside the hall. This was the Sect's contribution hall, dedicated to exchanging various cultivation resources. Inside, the hall bustled with activity. The central jade tablet displayed a dazzling array of exchangeable items, ranging from low-tier pills and talismans to high-level martial arts manuals and spiritual artifacts, an abundant treasure trove for any cultivator. Shen Xiaobai's gaze effortlessly bypassed the trivialities and ascended towards the pinnacle of the jade wall. There lay a one-time high-grade talisman, the Heavenly Thunder Talisman, capable of summoning the divine thunder from the 9 heavens. Its might comparable to an initial strike at the Foundation establishment stage, requiring a contribution of 2,800 points for redemption. There was also a low-grade Earth-level array disc, the Illusory Phantom Array, capable of ensnaring a Foundation establishment practitioner for the duration of an incense stick, requiring 3,000 points for exchange. A single day's cultivation within the 5-element spirit pool required 1,000 points. Shen Xiaobai found himself captivated by these treasures, overwhelmed by their abundance, albeit their exorbitant costs. The 3,000 contribution points in his possession appeared substantial, yet would barely suffice for 1 or 2 items. The Heavenly Thunder Talisman was a necessity, he contemplated earnestly. Following his recent encounter with a Foundation establishment practitioner from the Xian sect, he had come to a profound realization regarding the inadequacy of his offensive and defensive capabilities. This talisman could be a lifeline in critical moments. With 1,200 points remaining, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. What exactly is this 5-element spirit pool? He approached the disciple responsible for exchanges and inquired. Responding to senior brother Shen, the 5-element spirit pool is a sacred cultivation site within our Xiantian sect. The elemental spiritual energy there is exceedingly rich, far surpassing that of the outside world. A single day of cultivation inside equates to a month of arduous training externally. Oh, a spark of interest ignited within Shen Xiaobai. This place seemed tailor-made for his great freedom 5 elements technique. Very well. I would like to exchange for a heavenly thunder talisman and 1 day's cultivation time in the 5 element spirit pool. Senior brother, your contribution points are insufficient. The disciple's expression turned troubled. Insufficient? Shen Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly realize the discrepancy. The heavenly thunder talisman required 2,800 points, not 1,800. He was short by 800 points. This predicament was rather awkward. Just as he was about to concede defeat, a melodious voice chimed in from beside him. Senior brother Shen, if you're lacking, I have some to spare and can lend it to you. Turning around, Shen Xiaobai was pleasantly surprised to see Lei Xiao standing behind him, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation. It is you, he exclaimed. Senior brother Shen. Lei Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly as she bowed respectfully. I'm grateful for your assistance once again yesterday. Otherwise, my elder brother and the others. Merely a trifling matter. Shen Xiaobai interrupted her modesty, holding a favorable impression of the seemingly delicate young girl. You mentioned you could lend me your contribution points? Indeed. Lei Xiao nodded vigorously, retrieving her identity jade token from her storage pouch. I have over 800 points here. Please take them for your use, senior brother Shen. Shen Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, impressed by her generosity. 800 contribution points were no trifling sum for an ordinary disciple. All right, consider it alone. He accepted her offer without hesitation, recognizing his urgent need for the talisman to bolster his defenses. Thank you, he said, taking Lei Xiao's jade token and presenting it alongside his own to the disciple in charge of exchanges. I would like to redeem them. Soon, a talisman radiating astonishing spiritual fluctuations and a token inscribed with the words 5 elements were placed into his hands. Senior brother Shen, I shall take my leave now, Lei Xiao said, her cheeks flushed as she prepared to turn away after completing her task. Wait a moment, Shen Xiaobai called out to her. He retrieved a small jade vial from his storage bag and handed it to her. This is for you. What is this? Lei Xiao asked, perplexed as she accepted it. It contained some healing elixirs with quite commendable effects, Shen Xiaobai remarked casually. The vial held high-grade elixirs he had scavenged from the storage bag of a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Xian sect, far superior to the ordinary offerings available within their own sect. This is too precious, Lei Xiao exclaimed, having caught a whiff of the fragrant medicine. Instantly aware of its extraordinary quality, she hastily attempted to decline the gift. Just take it, Shen Xiaobai insisted with unwavering resolve. I, Shen Xiaobai, do not wish to owe anyone a favor. Seeing his domineering demeanor, a sweetness blossomed in Lei Xiao's heart, and she ultimately accepted it, her face still tinged with crimson. Thank you, senior brother Shen. As she departed, Shen Xiaobai stroked his chin, pondering to himself. The individuals from the Thunder Cave appeared to be quite amiable, and he mentally noted the 800 contribution points of goodwill. Meanwhile, at the Xintian Sect, on the Tianquan Peak, an area designated for the elders' cultivation, rich in spiritual energy and home to soaring celestial cranes, an imposing palace stood. Inside this grand hall, Li Ziruo and her junior sister knelt in the center, heads bowed in silence. Atop the main seat loomed an elderly man with flowing white hair and a youthful visage, exuding an ethereal presence. He was Zhou Yuanqing, the head of the 36 cave heavens of the Xintian sect, a top-tier expert at the late Golden Course stage. At this moment, his expression was dark enough to seem as though it could drip with water. Speak, what on earth has transpired? You too descended the mountain for training. Yet only you have returned. Where are the others, including Elder Zhang and the accompanying disciples? Zhou Yuanqing's voice, though not loud, carried a terrifying pressure that seemed to freeze the very air within the hall. Li Ziruo's junior sister was so frightened that her words faltered. It was Li Ziruo, having taken a deep breath, who lifted her head. The trial she had endured had transformed her from the once willful and reckless princess into someone far more composed. Master, she began, her voice trembling yet remarkably clear, Elder Zhang and the others. They're deceased. What? Zhou Yuanqing sprang from his seat. an aura of terror emanating from him, rippling outward. Deceased? How did this happen? They were slain by a group of demonic cultivators. Li Ziruo gritted her teeth and recounted how they had been schemed against by the Hehuan sect and subsequently besieged by the demonic practitioners. Naturally, she astutely omitted the unpleasant experiences she had shared with Shen Xiaobai. In her narrative, Shen Xiaobai emerged as a heroic figure who had bravely stepped forward to rescue them from peril. Had it not been for senior brother Shen from the Ziyun Cave Heaven's timely arrival, my junior sister and I would have surely met a tragic end. Upon finishing her account, she bowed her head deeply. I am incompetent, and I beseech Master to impose punishment upon me. In the grand hall, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Zhou Xianxing listened intently, his expression shifting between shadows and light. He never anticipated that his meticulously arranged training would unravel so drastically. The Harmony Sect, the demonic cultivators. Indeed, the realm of cultivation had become increasingly tumultuous of late. What astonished him further was that the one who saved his cherished disciple was none other than a student from the Ziyun Cave, Shen Xiaobai. The name lingered on his lips, and a peculiar glimmer flickered in his eyes. He recalled this disciple, a wielder of the mixed elemental roots, at the second level of Qi refinement. He had been admitted to the sect due to his parents' life-saving grace towards Hu Yunshu, becoming infamous throughout the Xintian sect as a prodigal waste. Yet, this same waste had transformed, through his disciple's account, into a formidable, decisive figure of unparalleled prowess. Late-stage Qi refinement, defeating opponents of higher realms, capable of wielding numerous powerful five-element spells. In his 1,000 years of life, Zhou Xianxing had seldom heard of such extraordinary occurrences. While surpassing levels in combat was one thing, employing five-element spells in such a manner was exceedingly rare. Ziruo, are your assertions truly genuine? He inquired solemnly, a hint of skepticism lacing his tone. Every word my disciple has spoken is the unvarnished truth. Should there be even a fraction of deceit, may I be struck by heavenly lightning. Li Ziruo declared with unwavering certainty. Zhou Xianxing regarded her intently. He understood that while his disciple could be headstrong, she would not deceive him on such a grave matter. Thus, only one possibility remained. The disciple named Shen Xiaobai had been concealing his true strength, and he had done so with remarkable depth. How could a disciple with mixed elemental roots possess such terrifying power? Did he harbor some secret? Had he encountered an extraordinary fortuitous event? Or was he perhaps endowed with a unique constitution? Countless thoughts raced through Zhou Xuanqing's mind. Enough, you may all rise. He finally spoke, slowly reclaiming his seat at the head of the table. This matter does not fall upon your shoulders. Your survival and return are already a stroke of good fortune amidst misfortune. Thank you, Master. Li Ziruo and the others responded, as if granted a reprieve. Zhou Xianxing pondered for a moment regarding the disciple named Shen Xiaobai. Since he saved you, he is now a benefactor of my Tianquan Peak. In due time, I shall prepare a lavish gift and personally convey my gratitude to Ziyun Cave. He resolved to meet the young man in person. Upon hearing that her master intended to visit Ziyun Cave, an inexplicable anxiety gripped Li Ziruo. She was uncertain why she felt this way. Was she afraid her master might uncover the truth about her being bullied by Shen Xiaobai? Or was she concerned for Shen Xiaobai's well-being? Master, she instinctively began, Shen Xiaobai is rather low-key and prefers to remain unassuming. Perhaps, regarding the visit of gratitude, Zhou Xianxing raised an eyebrow, gazing at his disciple with mild surprise. When did she learn to consider others? Moreover, her tone seems to suggest she is quite protective of this Shen Xiaobai. What? Are you worried I might take offense with him? Zhou Xianxing teased with a half-smile. Disciple would never dare. Li Ziruo quickly lowered her head. All right, this matter is within my discretion. You may take your leave and rest. Zhou Xianxing waved his hand, suggesting that after the fright they had endured, it would be wise to remain in the cave dwelling and prepare for the sect's grand competition a month hence. Yes, Master. Li Ziruo and her junior sister bowed and exited the grand hall. Observing their departing figures, Zhou Xianxing was lost in thought. Shen Xiaobai intrigued him. Chapter 37. The Master's Concerns and Guidance. The Five Elements Spiritual Pool, a hallowed ground for cultivation within the Shen Sect, is nestled in the rear mountains of the sect. Legend has it that the founding ancestor, with extraordinary prowess, drew forth 5 distinct spiritual veins from the depths of the earth, which converged to create this pool. One day of cultivation within its embrace equates to a month of arduous practice outside, yielding remarkable results. However, the steep price of 1,000 contribution points per day keeps most outer disciples at bay, as many accumulate insufficient points even over a year. As Shen Xiaobai approached the entrance of the pool, he presented his token to the elder guarding the area. The elder merely cast a fleeting glance at him before waving his hand to dispel the barrier. Enter, the time limit is 1 day. Upon stepping into the pool, an overwhelming surge of elemental spiritual energy enveloped him, almost palpable, causing every pore in his body to expand in exhilaration. What a splendid place! He marveled silently, wasting no time as he made his way to the center of the pool, settling into a cross-legged position to begin cultivating the great freedom 5 elements technique. Boom! The surrounding elemental energy seemed to find an outlet, transforming into 5 visible streams of colorful essence that surged wildly into his body. This pace of cultivation surpassed his previous efforts with spirit stones by more than tenfold. A day swiftly passed. When Shen Xiaobai opened his eyes once more, he found that his cultivation at the 9th layer of qi refinement had solidified entirely, and the spiritual energy within him had grown even more substantial and pure. He nodded in satisfaction and then, with a thought, restrained his aura to the level of the 8th layer of qi refinement. Upon returning to his dilapidated courtyard, the moon hung high in the sky. Pushing open the courtyard door, he immediately spotted a breathtaking figure lost in thought before an oil lamp. Master? Shen Xiaobai hurried inside. Hearing his voice, Hu Yunshu snapped back to reality, her phoenix-like eyes casting a complex gaze upon him. So, you do know how to return? I heard you have arranged a life and death duel with Qian Kuan from the Golden Light Cave in 3 days? Indeed, Shen Xiaobai grinned as he approached playfully, Master. Your news travels swiftly. Swiftly? Hu Yunshu suddenly stood, her voice rising a notch. If you perish on a life and death stage, will I, as your master, have to collect your remains? Do you have any idea what level of cultivation Qian Kuan possesses? The peak of the 9th layer of qi refinement. And what of you? What is your cultivation level? Do you truly dare to face him on the life and death stage? Her frustration grew as she spoke, and she reached out, pinching Shen Xiaobai's arm sharply. Ouch! Shen Xiaobai gasped dramatically. Master, be gentle, that hurts. Hurts? Now you know pain? Did you not consider the consequences when you agreed to this duel? Hu Yunshu's eyes were reddened with anger. This rebellious disciple never thought of her. Nor did he consider the implications for Ziyun Dongtian. Shen Xiaobai gazed at her, gently clasping Hu Yunshu's small hand and drawing her into his embrace. Master, do you truly lack faith in your disciple? Leaning against him, Hu Yunshu felt her anger gradually dissipate. How can I trust you? He is Qian Kuan. Fear not, Master. Shen Xiaobai whispered in her ear. Your disciple knows her limits. He then recounted his plan to triumph with talismans. After listening, Hu Yunshu remained skeptical. Are you certain that a single thunder talisman will suffice? It must work, even if it seems improbable. Shen Xiaobai sighed, beginning to lament. Alas, I have no choice. Our Ziyun cave heaven is impoverished. If we do not take risks, how shall we acquire the resources for cultivation? How can I bring honor to you, Master? Upon hearing this, Hu Yunshu's heart softened instantly. Indeed, this rebellious disciple's determination was all for herself and for Ziyun cave heaven. With a wistful sigh, she retrieved an ancient small shield from her storage bag. This is the Xian Shui shield, a mid-grade spiritual artifact. Take it for your protection. Thank you, Master. Shen Xiaobai accepted it without hesitation. With your shield, the performance is complete. Hu Yunshu observed him in silence for a moment. Her cheeks flushed as she retorted playfully. If that is the case, then tonight I shall further instruct you. I have comprehended new techniques to solidify your foundation, lest you perish on stage and bring shame upon me. Shen Xiaobai's eyes lit up, immediately understanding. He chuckled, lifting the stunning master into his arms. As you command. Teacher Yinshu. Careful, rebellious disciple. 3 days swiftly passed. On this day, the path leading from the outer sect of Shintian's sect to the life and death platform was teeming with people. Almost all outer sect disciples who were not in seclusion poured out from their respective caves, surrounding the life and death platform so densely that not a drop could pass through. The life and death platform, as its name suggests, is a place where one's fate is determined upon ascending it. It is utilized by the sect to resolve irreconcilable feuds between disciples. The last time a disciple ascended the life and death platform was 5 years ago. Today, the contenders are particularly noteworthy. One is Qian Kuan, the prodigious disciple of the Golden Light Cave at the peak of Qi refining level 9, notorious for his ferocity. The other is Shen Xiaobai, a disciple from Ziyun Cave Heaven, whose recent rise to fame is shrouded in mystery. One is a long-established genius, while the other is an unexpected dark horse. This duel has ignited the enthusiasm of all disciples. Who do you think will win today? Is that even a question? It must be senior brother Qian Kuan. At the peak of Qi refining level 9, on the brink of perfection, how could Shen Xiaobai possibly compare? Indeed, I heard that although Shen Xiaobai possesses some skills, his actual cultivation seems to be around Qi refining level 7 or 8. His willingness to engage in this challenge is akin to courting death. I beg to differ. Have you forgotten how he defeated Qian Hao with a single punch at the mission hall? Have you forgotten how he accomplished that profound level task? This lad is indeed quite enigmatic. And so what? No matter how fortunate or resourceful he may be, it is all in vain against absolute strength. I bet senior brother Qian Kuan will win within 10 moves. Amidst the throng, opinions buzzed fervently, yet over 90% placed their hopes on Qian Kuan. In the spectators' seats of the life and death arena, numerous prominent figures from various celestial realms had also gathered. The siblings Lei Ming and Lei Xiaowu from the Thunder Cave exchanged anxious glances as they observed the stage. Li Ziruo from Tianquan Peak and her junior sister blended into the crowd, their hearts racing with trepidation. Even Qian Li, the master of the Golden Light Cave, and Hu Yunshu from the Purple Cloud Cave were present, seated at the front of the viewing area, their expressions dark as they focused intently on the stage, clearly there to support their disciples. Suddenly, a resonant chime echoed through the air. 2 figures leapt onto the vast life and death arena from opposite directions almost simultaneously. Clad in resplendent golden attire, Qian Kuan brandished a shimmering spear, exuding an aura akin to a razor-sharp blade unsheathed, radiating an overwhelming confidence. His peak Qi refinement cultivation was unleashed without reservation, causing many less experienced disciples below to feel the weight of his presence, struggling to breathe. In stark contrast stood Shen Xiaobai, empty-handed, his face betraying signs of anxiety and unease. His demeanor only prompted laughter from those who doubted him. Look at that lad. Is he trembling? Does he dare to step onto the life and death arena? I wager he'll be begging for mercy before long. The elder presiding over the duel, a Foundation establishment elder from the law enforcement hall, approached the stage with an impassive expression, casting a glance at the 2 participants. In the life and death arena, fate is dictated by destiny. Weapons are blind. Each must accept their fate. The names of both parties are as follows: Golden Light Cave, Qian Kuan, Purple Cloud Cave, Shen Xiaobai. Have the wagers been prepared? The elder inquired. Reluctantly, Shen Xiaobai handed over a vial of Foundation establishment pills. Qian Kuan sneered, producing his wager with a flourish. The onlookers below were curious to see what valuable item Qian Kuan would present as a stake. With a disdainful smirk, Qian Kuan slowly retrieved a palm-sized black token from his storage pouch under the eager gazes of the disciples. The token, forged from an unknown material, was entirely black, inscribed with 2 ancient characters, Sword Tomb. As the token emerged, an almost imperceptible sharpness radiated from it, causing those nearby to feel a prickling sensation against their skin. Is it the Sword Tomb token? A knowledgeable inner sect disciple gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment and envy. What is the Sword Tomb token? Is it truly formidable? queried a newcomer in confusion. Formidable hardly captures it. The inner sect disciple replied in hushed tones, his voice laced with reverence. The sword tomb is a sacred place of cultivation within our Suine Shengong, rumored to be the burial site of renowned swords collected by our founding ancestor during his journeys. The air there is thick with sword energy, and the sword intent soars to the heavens. It even holds legacies left behind by ancient sword cultivators. One day of cultivation there is worth months of arduous training elsewhere. Especially for us sword cultivators, it is a realm of dreams. However, the sword tomb only opens once every 3 years and for merely 10 days. Each time, only 30 slots are available. Among these 30 coveted positions, aside from the sect leader and a few senior elders who may reserve a handful by decree, the remainder must be the most exceptional prodigies within the sect, chosen through rigorous and successive trials. This sword tomb token signifies a precious opportunity to enter the sword tomb itself. It's worth far surpassing any measure of spirit stones. Even more invaluable than a foundation establishment pill. Upon hearing this explanation, the entire arena erupted into a frenzy. Every onlooker cast fervent and envious glances at the token in Qian Kuan-'s hand. A chance to enter the sword tomb, such a stake was monumental. Enough to drive any Qi refining disciple to madness. Well then, Shen Xiaobai, Qian Kuan raised the sword tomb token high, his face brimming with pride and arrogance. In his eyes, presenting this token was an extraordinary honor bestowed upon Shen Xiaobai. He was certain no Qi refining disciple could resist such temptation. Even Hu Yinshu, seated among the spectators, felt a shadow of gravity flicker in her beautiful eyes. She had never imagined that Qianli would sacrifice something so precious to avenge his nephew. As the cave master, even she was unworthy to claim the sword tomb token. Yet Shen Xiaobai's reaction surpassed all expectations once again. He cast a mere glance at the black token, then curled his lips in undisguised disdain. Is that all? He scoffed. Qian Kun es swell instantly frotze. What did you say? I said, is that all? Shen Xiaobai appeared utterly bored. It's just a worthless token, blown out of proportion. The sword tomb. The inheritance. It's merely a place to test one's luck. If fortune favors you, you might stumble upon a few scrap metals. If not, you might even lose your life. You expect me to exchange something so intangible for this tangible foundation establishment pill that can elevate a person's cultivation in one step? He shook the jade bottle in his hand, wearing an expression that plainly asked if Qian Kuan took him for a fool. Why you? Qian Kuan was so enraged by this twisted reasoning that he nearly spat blood. Ignorance. Arrogance. This wretch has no inkling of what the sword tomb token truly represents. How dare he call it a worthless scrap? The disciples below murmured in uproar, regarding Shen Xiaobai as an unrefined rustic oblivious to true value. Is Shen Xiaobai mad? To disdain the sword tomb token? He clearly lacks insight, typical ingratitude after receiving a gift. Exactly. Senior brother Qian Kuan offered the sword tomb token. You should be grateful and kneel in thanks. I suspect Shen Xiaobai is perceptive. That token surely isn't his. Think carefully. Unperturbed by the surrounding chatter, Shen Xiaobai smiled tearfully at Qian Kuan. What's wrong? Did I strike a nerve? How about this? Merely gambling for that worthless token is dull. Let us raise the stakes. You are the nephew of the Golden Light Cave Master, right? Surely you must carry many treasures on you. Place your seemingly impressive broken gun and that dazzling turtle shell you wear on the line. If you emerge victorious, my foundation establishment pill, along with my very life, shall belong to you. Should you lose, your sword tomb token, your broken gun, your turtle shell, and your wretched life will all be mine. What say you? Are you bold enough to engage in this wager? His words were audacious to the utmost degree. This was no mere gamble. It was a blatant act of robbery. Shen Xiaobai, you have gone too far. Qian Kuan thundered, his eyes ablaze with fury, his spiritual power beginning to surge uncontrollably. He yearned to plunge his weapon into the heart of this insufferable fool at that very moment. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Shen Xiaobai continued to stoke the flames, urging him to speak plainly instead of wasting everyone's time. You. Enough. Just as Qian Kun was on the brink of exploding with rage, the elder presiding over the duel spoke with imposing authority. He cast a cold glance at Shen Xiaobai, then at Qian Kun. The stakes shall be determined by mutual consent. If one party disagrees, then the matter is settled. Shen Xiaobai, if you do not wish to gamble, you may reclaim your foundation establishment pill now. Qian Kun, you too. Retrieve your sword tomb token. Return to your respective places. The elder was evidently growing impatient. No. Qian Kun roared vehemently. He fixed a fierce glare upon Shen Xiaobai, as though he intended to devour him whole. Today, he was determined not only to avenge his brother by killing Shen Xiaobai, but also to seize everything of value from this worthless individual, especially that foundation establishment pill. The sword tomb token was never rightfully his, and he did not believe he would lose. I wager, he spat through clenched teeth, not just the sword tomb token. I shall also stake my golden serpent spear and the golden thread garb I wear. Shen Xiaobai, today I shall ensure your utter ruin, leaving you with nothing but a shattered corpse. Enraged beyond reason, he had completely lost his composure. The crowd erupted once more. An upper-tier spiritual artifact. In fact, madness. Qian Kun must be out of his mind. To kill a mere waste, he was risking everything he possessed. Shen Xiaobai had achieved his aim. Excellent. Such audacity. He clapped his hands and smiled, declaring that since Brother Qian was so sincere, he would accompany him to the very end. He handed the foundation establishment pill to the elder. Qian Kun, gritting his teeth, also entrusted the sword tomb token, golden serpent spear, and golden thread garb to the elder's care. Thus, this grand gamble was officially established. Everyone's breaths quickened, aware that a true battle to the death awaited them. The elder, having secured both parties' stakes, expressionless, retreated to the edge of the life and death platform. He raised his hand high and then brought it down forcefully. The duel begins. Chapter 39. Is your movement style that of a loach? With the elder's command, the atmosphere atop the life and death platform crystallized into a palpable tension. Qian Kun's venomous katse, akin to two poison daggers, was fixed firmly upon Shen Xiaobai. Weaponless, yet the formidable aura of his peak ninth-layer qi refinement surged with even greater ferocity. Shen Xiaobai, prepare to pay with your life. With a thunderous roar, he propelled himself forward, charging towards Shen Xiaobai like a cannonball. His fist radiated a brilliant golden light, coalescing into a fierce lion's head apparition, accompanied by a deafening rush of air aimed directly at Shen Xiaobai's face. This was the esteemed Xian-level technique from the Golden Light Cave, the Golden Lion's Roar technique. Note, technique ranks, heaven, earth, Xian, Huang. The power behind this punch was immense, swift as lightning. The spectators below could barely catch a glimpse of the golden flash before Qian Kun had traversed several dozen meters, appearing right before Shen Xiaobai. How astonishingly fast! This punch could likely fell even a third-tier beast in a single blow. It was over for Shen Xiaobai. He was surely doomed. He wouldn't even have time to react. To everyone's eyes, faced with such a ferocious strike, the only outcome for Shen Xiaobai seemed to be obliteration. Li Ziruo and Lei Xiao's hearts raced to their throats, their palms slick with sweat. However, just as the golden lion's head was about to engulf Shen Xiaobai, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Shen Xiaobai's figure floated lightly to the left like a willow leaf in the wind, evading the lethal punch at an inconceivable angle. Boom! Qian Kun's fist crashed into the ground behind Shen Xiaobai. The hard obsidian arena was struck with such force that it created a half-foot-deep crater, sending shards flying. A collective gasp echoed from the audience. Everyone stared in astonishment at the spectacle. He dodged. He actually evaded it. What kind of movement technique is this? It's utterly bizarre. Indeed, I could hardly discern how he moved. Qian Kun was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his assured strike would miss. Yet, being a battle-hardened genius disciple, he reacted swiftly. Cursing his luck, he snorted disdainfully, twisting his waist as his other elbow transformed into a golden blur. Sweeping towards Shen Xiaobai's midsection, this strike was both rapid and fierce, executed at an exceptionally cunning angle. Yet, Shen Xiaobai's body seemed devoid of bones. Executing a flawless bridge maneuver, arching his upper body backward, narrowly dodging the elbow strike once more. At the same time, he found a leisure to flash a grin at Qian Kuan, revealing a set of pearly whites. "Hey, haven't you eaten? Is your strength so feeble?" "You." Qian Kun roared in Hyuri. He felt thoroughly humiliated, an indescribable frustration bubbling within him. "Let us see how long you can keep dodging," he bellowed, unleashing both fists, transforming them into a tempest of golden shadows, engulfing Shen Xiaobai from all directions. The Golden Lion's frenzy. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with the roaring winds of fists, golden light radiating in all directions. Shen Xiaobai resembled a fragile leaf tossed upon tumultuous waves, deftly maneuvering through the impenetrable barrage of punches, elusive and unpredictable. His steps appeared chaotic, yet he always found the sole path to survival at the most critical moments. Each evasion felt like a brush with death, leaving the audience in a state of breathless anxiety. Is this even human? His agility is simply otherworldly. He is as slippery as an eel, impossible to grasp. How could Brother Qian Kuan's attacks fail to even graze the hem of his opponent's garment? In the spectators' area, the expression on Qian Li, the master of the Golden Light Cave, had darkened to the point where it seemed he could weep. He had believed that his nephew would swiftly and decisively conclude the battle. Yet, he was met with this farcical scene. He had wagered the soul sword tomb token of the Golden Light Cave. This was no duel. It was clearly mockery. Hu Yunshu's delicate face was also etched with astonishment. She was aware of Shen Xiaobai's mastery of the elusive star shift technique, but she had not anticipated that this rebellious disciple had honed it to such an extraordinary degree. A mere coward who can only scurry and hide. Qian Kuan, increasingly agitated by his inability to land a blow, began to curse vehemently. "Come out and face me. Let's engage in a proper fight." Shen Xiaobai, while evading, found the energy to retort, "Fight? I fear not. But tell me, can you even touch me? I stand here for you to strike, and yet you can't lay a finger on me. Is that my fault?" A suppressed laugh escaped from the audience, causing Qian Kuan to fume with rage, his face turning a hue reminiscent of liver. Shen Xiaobai, I will see you dead." His fury reached a boiling point, his eyes ablaze with a manic intensity. Abandoning any finesse in his techniques, he unleashed his full spiritual power to its utmost limit. Golden Lion roars to the heavens. He inhaled deeply, his chest swelling, then unleashed a thunderous roar. A visible golden sound wave emanated from him, rippling outward like waves on a surface of water. This was an indiscriminate area attack. No matter how exquisite one's movement technique, there was no escaping it. "Oh no, it's a sound wave technique. That boy cannot evade this." The crowd below collectively paled. Li Ziruo, in particular, gripped the arm of her fellow junior sister tightly, her knuckles turning white from the exertion. The golden sound wave swiftly closed in on Shen Xiaobai's figure, threatening to engulf him. A flicker of seriousness finally crossed Shen Xiaobai's face. He ceased evading and retrieved an ancient blue shield from his storage pouch. It was the mid-grade spiritual artifact, the Xian Shui shield, given to him by Hu Yunshu. Infusing it with his spiritual energy, the shield shimmered momentarily, enveloping him in a radiant blue water barrier. Almost simultaneously, the golden sound wave collided with him. A thunderous roar erupted. The blue water barrier contorted and twisted violently under the onslaught of the golden sound wave, emitting a strained creaking sound. Shen Xiaobai was jolted back several steps, struggling to regain his balance. His complexion paled, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, presenting a pitiful sight. "Ha ha! Let us see how you evade now." Qian Kuan, witnessing this, burst into a triumphant cackle. Seizing the momentum, he lunged forward once more, unleashing another golden lion roar towards Shen Xiaobai. He intended to employ the most straightforward and brutal method to obliterate this slippery eel that merely evaded capture. Chapter 40. I have quite a few trump cards. Once more, a ferocious golden sound wave surged forth. just as Shen Xiaobai steadied himself. He scarcely had time to catch his breath before once again raising the mysterious water shield to withstand the impending blow. Boom! Another deafening crash resonated. The blue light curtain formed by the water shield shook violently, with fine cracks beginning to appear upon its surface. Shen Xiaobai was once again jolted backward, his complexion growing increasingly pale, and the blood at the corner of his mouth became more pronounced. Ha ha ha! Let us see how long your turtle shell can withstand this. Qian Kun, witnessing the efficacy of his assault, reveled in his triumph. Roar! 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 Like an unyielding madman, he relentlessly urged the golden lion's roar. Waves of golden sound waves relentlessly pounded against Shen Xiaobai as protective barrier. The entire life and death platform trembled violently. The disciples below were utterly mesmerized. Senior brother Qian Kun is astonishingly powerful. Indeed, his spiritual energy is overwhelmingly abundant. If it were me, after unleashing such a grand move, I would probably be drained. Shen Xiaobai is doomed. That pitiful shield is on the verge of shattering. Just as everyone anticipated, under Qian Kun's tempestuous onslaught, the blue light curtain of the water shield bore an increasing number of cracks, growing denser by the moment. Finally, crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed. The blue light curtain shattered like broken glass, erupting into chaos. Shen Xiaobai seemed to suffer a violent backlash, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, collapsing to one knee as his vitality waned. Qian Kun seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he swiftly appeared before Shen Xiaobai. He raised his fist high, the golden lion's head illusion materializing once more solid and ferocious than ever before. He aimed to conclude this tedious duel with a single blow. Stop! Hu Yunshu abruptly stood from the observation area, her face drained of color. Li Ziruo and Lei Xiao closed their eyes in terror, unable to bear the sight any longer. Everyone believed Shen Xiaobai was doomed. However, at this critical juncture, the seemingly exhausted Shen Xiaobai, kneeling on one knee, suddenly lifted his head. The bloodied visage that once bore signs of weakness now displayed an icy, mocking smile. He had taken the bait. A cold smirk formed within him. He frantically rummaged through his robes to produce a talisman. The prized Heavenly Thunder talisman worth 2,800 contribution points. What is this? Qian Kun's pupils constricted. From the talisman, he sensed a terrifying aura that sent chills down his spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he attempted to withdraw his fist and retreat. But it was too late. Too late. Shen Xiaobai grinned widely, channeling the spiritual energy within him that had reached its peak into the talisman. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a water barrel, descended from the heavens without warning. This lightning seemed to be a divine punishment from the heavens, wielding the terrifying power to obliterate all, striking precisely upon Qian Kun's head. Qian Kun could only emit a scream so wretched it resembled no human sound. His once proud, protective golden light appeared feeble before the onslaught of the purple lightning, shattering into mere fragments in an instant. His body was violently slammed to the ground by the ferocious force of the lightning. The entire life and death platform quivered violently, crackling and hissing. The purple arcs of electricity danced frantically upon him, wreaking havoc and producing a cacophony that sent chills down one's spine. A thick smell of charred flesh pervaded the entire arena. Qian Kun had been reduced to a charred, humanoid form, lying motionless on the ground, suspended between life and death. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings, as if a pin drop could be heard. All present appeared as though ensnared by a spell, staring blankly at the astonishing scene before them, their minds blank. What had just transpired? A single bolt had struck Qian Kun, the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi refining. What kind of cursed talisman was this? After a prolonged silence, someone, struggling to swallow, broke the oppressive quiet. Then, an uproar erupted, akin to a cataclysmic avalanche. By heavens, what have I witnessed? Thunder. It is indeed thunder. What manner of talisman is that? Its power is utterly terrifying. A top-grade, Shen-level talisman. It must be a top-grade, Shen-level talisman. It might even be of Earth grade. My goodness, this Shen Xiaobai. Does he possess such hidden prowess? Everyone regarded Shen Xiaobai with the eyes of a monster. They finally comprehended why this individual dared to ascend the life and death platform. It was not arrogance, but sheer confidence. A true case of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. From initially feigning weakness to later appearing flustered. It had all been an act. He had been waiting for Qian Kun to lower his guard, for him to believe victory was assured, only to deliver a lethal counterstrike to achieve a miraculous reversal. What profound scheming! What ruthless tactics! Among the spectators, Qian Li, the master of the Golden Light Cave, fixated on the talisman atop the platform, his eyes brimming with disbelief and endless regret. The Thunder Talisman. He recognized that talisman. He could never have anticipated that this so-called waste from the Purple Cloud Cave possessed such a precious life-saving trump card. Hu Yinshu. Her heart finally settled after having been lodged in her throat, exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over her as she slumped back into her chair. This rebellious disciple was truly capable of making her heart race in terror. Yet, witnessing Qian Kun's dismal fate filled her with an indescribable sense of pride and vindication. Truly, her disciple, Hu Yunshu, had done splendidly. Li Ziruo and Lei Xiao slowly opened their eyes upon seeing the charred remains upon the stage. They clasped their small hands tightly over their mouths to suppress their instinctive screams. They gazed at the figure slowly rising from the ground, tattered and bloodied, yet standing with an unyielding posture, his eyes shimmering with a myriad of emotions. Shen Xiaobai gradually stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and coughed up a couple of mouthfuls of blood. If one is to act, they must commit fully. He glanced down at the charred remains that had lost all semblance of humanity and curled his lip in disdain. Tisk, truly fragile. He sauntered over to Qian Kun, nudging him with his foot. Hey, are you dead? If not, make a sound. The charred mass stirred slightly, emitting a rasping noise from its throat as if attempting to rise again. Quite a resilient spirit. Shen Xiaobai shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his features. It seems he is not yet entirely lifeless. In that case, I shall fulfill my role as a benevolent being and accompany you on your journey. As he spoke, he slowly raised his foot. Chapter 41. Master Qian, have you thought this through? Shen Xiaobai prepared to bring an end to Qian Kun's life with a single decisive kick. This scene caused every heart in the audience to leap into their throats. Could he truly dare to kill? After all, this was the nephew of the master of the Golden Light Cave. Stop! As expected, a thunderous roar erupted from the spectator's stand. Qian Li, the master of the Golden Light Cave, could no longer remain seated. He abruptly rose from his seat. A terrifying aura, characteristic of a half-step golden core cultivator, surged forth like a cataclysm, bearing down upon Shen Xiaobai on the life and death stage. He aimed to save his nephew. However, at the very moment his pressure was unleashed, another equally formidable presence rose from the spectator's stand. Hu Yunshu stood tall, her face frosted with determination. She unleashed her perfected foundation establishment aura without reservation, forming a solid barrier that firmly blocked Qian Li's violent pressure from crossing onto the life and death stage. Qian Li, what are you trying to do? Hu Yunshu's voice was icy, laced with a warning. This is the life and death stage. Once you step onto it, life and death are dictated by fate. This is the ironclad rule of our sect. Do you wish to openly defy sect regulations before all the disciples? Qian Li, taken aback by her rebuke, wore an exceptionally grim expression. He was well aware of the rules governing the life and death stage. Yet, lying on that stage was his most cherished nephew. Hu Yinshu, step aside. He bellowed. I beg you, spare my nephew's life. The Golden Light Cave is willing to pay any price. Any price? Before Hu Yunshu could respond, Shen Xiaobai suddenly burst into laughter. He lowered his raised foot, intrigued as he regarded Qian Li. Master Qian, are you sincere in your words? Seeing a flicker of hope, Qian Li quickly nodded. Indeed, as long as you are willing to spare Kuan-er, you may set any condition. He believed Shen Xiaobai was merely attempting to retreat from his stance. Very well. Shen Xiaobai clapped and smiled. Since Master Qian is so earnest, I am not unreasonable. He paused under the astonished gazes of all and slowly extended a single finger. 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. If Master Qian can present 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones right now, I shall spare his wretched life. What? Upon Shen Xiaobai's declaration, the entire assembly erupted in astonishment. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones? That equated to a staggering 1 million lower-grade spirit stones, a sum beyond comprehension. Even if one were to exhaust the entire fortune of an ordinary foundation establishment elder, amassing such wealth would remain improbable. This was an exorbitant demand. Qianli trembled with fury. This youth harbored no intention of reconciliation. Rather, he sought to humiliate him and disgrace the entire Golden Light Cave. Oh, too expensive? Shen Xiaobai feigned innocence, shrugging helplessly. It seems, in the heart of Master Qian, your precious nephew's life is not worth 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. How pitiful indeed. As he spoke, he slowly lifted his foot. No. Qianli's eyes brimmed with rage. I'll pay. I'll pay. He spat through clenched teeth, his gaze burning with murderous intent. Yet he had no choice. He could not bear to witness his most esteemed nephew perish before his very eyes. Trembling, he withdrew a storage pouch from his ring and hurled it fiercely onto the death platform. Here are 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. You may release him now. Shen Xiaobai accepted the pouch, his divine perception delving within, and a satisfied smile blossomed upon his face. Well done, Master Qian. You are indeed magnanimous. Weighing the pouch in his hand, he then, under Qianli's fiery glare, decisively stamped upon the charred heap below. Thud! A muffled sound resonated. Silence enveloped the world. Qianli's body stiffened abruptly. His expression crystallized in a fleeting moment of shock, fury, and disbelief. He watched helplessly as Qian Kuan's head was crushed beneath the foot. Dead. Just like that, dead. Even after paying such a grievous price, death was the final outcome. Curse you! An unprecedented inferno of wrath erupted within Qianli's heart like a volcanic eruption. Shen Xiaobai, I will kill you. Losing all reason, he roared, his form transforming into a golden streak as he lunged recklessly toward Shen Xiaobai upon the death platform. A half-step golden core cultivator's wrathful strike. How terrifying. The very space seemed to freeze. Hu Yinshu's face paled, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. The disciples below were petrified, scrambling back in panic. Yet, at this critical moment, how dare you? An ancient, authoritative snort thundered like celestial lightning in everyone's ears. Instantly, an invisible barrier materialized before Shen Xiaobai. Qianli's assured strike collided with the barrier, dissipating like a stone sinking into the sea. The overwhelming force hurled him backward, crashing violently onto the spectator's platform. Utterly disheveled, a figure clad in a gray Daoist robe, exuding an ethereal and venerable aura, appeared above the death platform. Hands folded behind his back, expression impassive. Yet his murky, aged eyes bore the penetrating majesty of one who comprehends all. It was none other than Zhou Suanqing, chief overseer of the 36 caves of the Suanation Sect. Greetings, chief overseer. Upon the appearance of Zhou Xianqing, all disciples present, including the deacons and elders, bowed in unison, their expressions imbued with the utmost reverence. Zhou Suanqing's gaze fell upon Qianli, who had just risen from the ground, his voice icy. You possess tremendous audacity. How dare you openly strike a fellow disciple on the life and death platform? Do you wish to flout the sect's regulations and sever your ties with the Xintian sect? Qianli trembled violently under the weight of Zhou Suanqing's frigid stare, feeling like a mere insignificant ant. The anger within him was swiftly eclipsed by an overwhelming fear. I dare not, he exclaimed, falling to his knees. This disciple was momentarily confused. I beseech the overseer for mercy. Zhou Xianqing snorted coldly. Considering your grief for your nephew and the contributions you have made to the sect, your death sentence may be avoided, yet you cannot escape a living punishment. You shall face 100 years of wall contemplation and will forfeit a century's worth of offerings. Do you have any objections? I accept the punishment. Qian Li's face turned ashen. A century of wall contemplation and the forfeiture of offerings was indeed a grave penalty. However, in comparison to the loss of his cultivation and expulsion from the sect, it could be deemed an act of leniency. Zhou Suinking's gaze then slowly shifted to Shen Xiaobai on the platform. A chill ran through Shen Xiaobai's heart as he quickly bowed, saying, "Disciple Shen Xiaobai pays his respects to the overseer." Zhou Xianqing scrutinized him intently, as though seeking to peer into his very soul. Shen Xiaobai felt an invisible pressure enveloping him, making even the act of breathing laborious. Yet, he maintained his composure, standing tall and meeting Zhou Suinking's gaze with dignity. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Xianqing finally spoke, his tone inscrutable. "You are commendable, decisive in action and possessing exceptional intellect. You are a promising talent." With a flourish of his sleeve, the sword tomb token, the golden flood dragon spear, the golden threaded robe, and a vial of foundation establishment pills all soared before Shen Xiaobai. "These are your spoils of war. Accept them." "Thank you, overseer." Shen Xiaobai felt a surge of joy and hurriedly accepted the items. Zhou Suinking's gaze returned to Qian Li. "Take your nephew's corpse and depart." Qian Li, as if granted a reprieve, scooped up the lifeless body from the ground and vanished like a streak of light, not daring to look back. Yet, before his departure, he cast one last venomous glare at Shen Xiaobai. Chapter 42. Master, why are you crying? With Qian Li's hasty exit, the thrilling life-and-death confrontation finally drew to a close. Yet the shockwaves it generated had yet to subside. The name Shen Xiaobai was destined to resonate throughout the outer sect of the Xintian sect from this day forward. With a mere cultivation of the 8th layer of qi refinement, he had decisively brought down a peak genius of the 9th layer. He extorted 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones from a fully realized foundation establishment cave master. Ultimately, he compelled the overseer to personally intervene. Each of these events, taken individually, would suffice to provide the disciples with months of riveting conversation. And now, all of these occurrences had transpired in connection with the same individual. A question arose in the minds of all. Is he truly the rumored waste of the 5 elements' mixed spiritual roots? All right, everyone disperse. With a subtle wave of his hand, the esteemed Zhou Shou vanished in a thin air, as if he had never existed. The presiding elder of the duel announced the outcome and cast a lingering glance at Shen Xiaobai before turning away. The disciples surrounding the life and death platform slowly roused from their stupor, dispersing in small groups, though their murmurs of discussion persisted unabated. Shen Xiaobai did not descend immediately. Instead, he stood upon the platform, surveying the crowd, relishing the sensation of being the center of attention. What a thrill it was to have vanquished his foe and stripped them of all dignity, an exhilaration surpassing even the joy of dual cultivation with his master. Clearing his throat deliberately, he feigned exhaustion before swaying down from the life and death platform. No sooner had he descended than 2 graceful figures approached him simultaneously. "Young master, are you all right?" Li Ziruo rushed to his side, her delicate features etched with concern and apprehension. She hesitated to reach out to support him, fearful of aggravating his wounds. Shen Xiaobai shot her a glance, retorting with irritation, "I'm not dead." He brushed aside her offered hand, exuding a disdainful air as if to say, "Do not think that just because I am injured, you can take advantage of me." Li Ziruo's face flushed with indignation. "How ungrateful! Here I am, genuinely concerned for you. And you believe I wish to exploit your misfortune? How absurd!" Despite her thoughts, her body remained loyal, trailing closely behind Shen Xiaobai, her beautiful eyes darting over him, eager to ascertain the extent of his injuries. Meanwhile, Lei Xiao summoned her courage to approach. Unlike Li Ziruo's boldness, she lowered her gaze. Her cheeks rosy as she retrieved a delicate jade vial from her storage pouch, presenting it to Shen Xiaobai. "Senior brother Shen, this is the best healing elixir from our Thunder Cave, the revitalizing pill. You must take it." Her voice was barely above a whisper, laden with anxiety and concern. Shen Xiaobai regarded her, then the vial in her hand. The revitalizing pill was indeed a remarkable healing remedy within the sect. This little girl had a kind heart. However, he hardly required any healing. Most of his injuries were feigned. No need, he waved his hand dismissively, stating nonchalantly, "These minor injuries are insignificant." Yet Lei Xiaobai persisted. "Please take it. I appreciate your kindness, but keep the elixir for yourself. The sect's grand competition is approaching. Do not waste it on me." With that, he turned his back to the two girls and strode purposefully towards the direction of Ziyun Cave Heaven. Li Ziruo, seeing this, hurriedly followed, resembling a devoted attendant. Lei Xiaobai stood there, clutching the jade vial, lost in thought as she watched their departing figures. "Xiao, we should be going too." Her brother, Lei Ming, approached, patting her shoulder, his gaze reflecting a complex mix of emotions as he observed Shen Xiaobai's retreating form. As Shen Xiaobai returned to Ziyun Cave Heaven, Hu Yunshu had already been waiting in the courtyard for quite some time. Upon seeing Shen Xiaobai return, she immediately approached him, her beautiful eyes carefully scrutinizing his form. "How is it? Are you seriously injured?" "Master, worry not," Shen Xiaobai replied with a playful grin, spreading his arms and twirling before her. "Your disciple is quite fortunate. This little mishap is merely a trifle." Hearing him, Hu Yunshu felt a sense of relief despite his disheveled appearance, as his breathing remained steady. She shot him an exasperated glance. "You have quite the tongue. Come in now. Let me examine your wounds." Without further ado, she pulled Shen Xiaobai into the room, pressing him down onto the bed and beginning to unfasten his garments. "Master, please don't," Shen Xiaobai protested, though his body remained obediently still. "Don't be foolish, you rebellious disciple. Have you grown wings? You dare to step onto the life and death platform." While scolding him, Hu Yunshu carefully tended to his superficial injuries. When she spotted the wound on his chest, caused by the residual energy of the lightning talisman, her eyes reddened. "And you dare say it is not serious? Look at the state of you." "Heh, master, what are these injuries in comparison?" Shen Xiaobai grasped her small hand and kissed it gently. "As long as I can avenge you and bring honor to our Ziyun cave, even if I were to perish, it would be worth it. Don't speak such nonsense." Hu Yunshu's cheeks flushed as she playfully scolded him, though her heart felt sweetened. She finished treating his wounds and retrieved some precious elixirs from her collection for him to take. "By the way, Master," Shen Xiaobai leaned against the headboard, relishing her tender care, when suddenly he remembered something. "We must properly divide the spoils from this battle." As he spoke, he produced the sword tomb token, the golden flood dragon spear, the golden silk garment, and 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones from his storage bag, piling them upon a bed. In an instant, the humble thatched cottage was illuminated by a radiant glow. Hu Yunshu gazed at the mountain of treasures on the bed, momentarily breathless. Though she was the fully realized master of the foundation establishment, she had never encountered such an abundance of valuable items in her lifetime. 2 top-grade spiritual artifacts, 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and a legendary sword tomb token. Overwhelmed, she found herself at a loss for words. "This golden flood dragon spear and golden silk garment are perfectly suited for my current cultivation level. Master, the rest is all yours." Shen Xiaobai declared grandly with a wave of his hand. "Take these 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Our Ziyun cave shall never again fret over spirit stones." As for the sword tomb token, he picked up the black token and pressed it into Hu Yunshu's hand. "You should take this and cultivate well in the sword tomb. Perhaps you might even break through to the golden core stage." Holding the token, Hu Yunshu felt her eyes moisten as she listened to Shen Xiaobai's words. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, gratitude, pride. "Xiaobai," she called with a choked voice. "Master, why are you crying?" Shen Xiaobai smiled as he tenderly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "From now on, with your disciple around, no one shall dare to bully you or our Ziyun cave." "Indeed," Hu Yunshu nodded emphatically, leaning closer to press her crimson lips against Shen Xiaobai's. Chapter 43. He Master. Please do not be modest. After the kiss, Hu Yunshu nestled in Shen Xiaobai's embrace, her fingertips gently gliding over the icy sword tomb token. "Xiaobai, These items are far too precious. I cannot accept them, she murmured. They are earned at the cost of your life, and should be kept for your own use. In preparation for the upcoming Sect competition, though she was the master of the Purple Cloud Cave, she had lived a frugal life and had never encountered such grandeur. Master, you speak as if we are strangers, Shen Xiaobai replied, wrapping his arms around her soft waist. What is mine is yours. You tease, Hu Yunshu laughed at his jest. But this sword tomb token, master, you must accept. You are now at the peak of foundation establishment, just a step away from the golden core stage. The opportunities within the sword tomb are vital for you. Perhaps our Purple Cloud Cave will soon produce a golden core elder. The term golden core held an irresistible allure for any foundation establishment cultivator. Upon forming the golden core, one's lifespan would extend to 500 years, and their status would elevate dramatically. In the Xintian sect, a golden core elder could uphold a first-rate cave. The resources and influence they commanded were incomparable to those of a foundation establishment cave master. Although most cave masters of renowned caves like Golden Light Cave were at the foundation establishment stage, they were supported by golden core elders. Reaching the golden core stage is no easy feat. Hu Yunshu sighed softly, her eyes shimmering with desire and hope. Did she not yearn a breakthrough? Master. Please do not be modest, Shen Xiaobai said with a mischievous smile. With me, your personal spiritual elixir, nurturing you daily and harmonizing yin and yang. Coupled with the opportunities from the sword tomb, if you cannot break through now, it would be quite regrettable. You speak nonsense. Hu Yunshu's cheeks flushed as she pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Ouch, master. If you continue like this, I may just devour you. After indulging in their affectionate banter, they began to discuss the Sect competition. With less than a month until the Sect competition, what are your plans? Hu Yunshu inquired. Plans? Shen Xiaobai pondered, stroking his chin. I will face whatever comes my way. With my current strength, securing a spot in the top 10 should not be too difficult. Though he publicly claimed to be at the 8th level of Qi refinement, his true cultivation had already reached the 9th level. One must never be careless. Hu Yunshu's expression turned grave. The latest news I have received indicates that this Sect competition is extraordinary. Oh, how so? Shen Xiaobai's playful demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The top 3 of this competition will not only receive generous rewards from the Sect, but will also be granted an incredible opportunity. They will be personally selected by the Sect leader to be cultivated as core seeds, with the goal of participating in the 7 Sects Martial Assembly 3 years from now. The 7 Sects Martial Assembly? Shen Xiaobai had heard this term before. Indeed, 3 years from now, prior to the 7 Sects Martial Assembly, the Sect will hold a grand competition for true disciples. 15 disciples will compete to represent our Sect in the grand tournament of the 7 Sects. Hu Yunshu explained with a serious demeanor that the grand tournament is an illustrious gathering organized by the 7 mightiest cultivation sects within the Qi Kingdom. During this event, the most talented disciples from the 7 sects will converge to vie for supremacy. This contest is not merely a matter of personal honor and disgrace. It significantly influences the allocation of resources and prestige among the sects for decades to come in the Qi Kingdom's cultivation realm. It is said that those who achieve remarkable rankings in the grand tournament will not only receive unimaginable rewards, but may also attract the attention of the truly formidable super sects in the central continent, propelling them to extraordinary heights, akin to a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. The central continent. Shen Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Tianyuan continent is vast and boundless, and the Qi Kingdom is merely a barren small nation on its western fringes. In contrast, the central continent represents the true epicenter of this land, a sacred realm that all cultivators yearn to reach. The grand tournament of the 7 sects sounds like an exceptional opportunity for fame and fortune. Thus, the competition in this Sect competition will be extraordinarily fierce. Hu Yunshu's tone was grave. It is not only our Xintian sect that is preparing rigorously, but all 6 other sects are also sharpening their blades. Those hidden geniuses and core disciples, who have been sequestered for a long time, will likely emerge in full force this time. Jing Guangdong's Qian Kuan, although competent, is merely a first-rate talent in the outer sect and does not yet qualify as top tier. The truly formidable individuals are those core disciples who have been kept under wraps by the sect's higher-ups or the cave masters. Each possesses exceptional skills and wields combat power comparable to that of early to mid-foundation establishment cultivators. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaobai felt a chill in his heart. It seems he had underestimated the depth of the Xintian sect's heritage. Being on par with the Xian sect and other major sects in the Qi kingdom is indeed not a mere boast. However, this only adds to the excitement. The stronger the opponents, the more exhilarating the battles become, and the greater the satisfaction of overcoming them. Master, rest assured, he declared, clenching his fist, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. No matter who the opponent is, the top 3 positions are mine for the taking. Your determination is commendable. Hu Yunshu nodded appreciatively, though a hint of concern crossed her face. But there is less than a month left. You have a month? Shen Xiaobai chuckled, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. Master, have you forgotten the benefits of our nightly cultivation together? As long as you accompany me in meditation each night, I shall have no worries about breaking through. Unruly, do you wish to exhaust me? Hu Yunshu chided, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. He, a mischievous grin spread across Shen Xiaobai's face. So how long do you plan to meditate? Naturally, I shall meditate until the day before the competition. I need to elevate my realm as much as possible. Shen Xiaobai stated, revealing his superficial intentions. Yet, he was acutely aware that with 30 days until the tournament, in his eyes, that equated to 300 days. Nearly a year's worth of time. This period would be ample to accomplish many things. What he currently lacked were means. Although the 5 elemental spells are profoundly intricate, they ultimately struggle to achieve the element of surprise. In the presence of true genius, mere agility and a handful of techniques are woefully insufficient. One must possess a greater array of hidden cards. The battle against Qian Kun largely relied on the unexpected strategy of the Thunder Talisman. Thus, alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman crafting are the areas he must focus on next. Master, during my seclusion, I may require a substantial amount of materials for alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman crafting. Shen Xiaobai timely made his request, and I hope you can assist me when the time comes. Disciple, time is of the essence. One must not be greedy and attempt to chew more than one can digest, Hu Yunshu admonished earnestly. The disciple understood well. He was mindful of his limits. Shen Xiaobai assured, rest assured, I will manage. Very well. No further persuasion is necessary. After all, you are now the sole hope of Ziyun Cave. Thank you, Master. I shall retreat to my seclusion now. Upon my return, I will surely present you with an astonishing surprise. Chapter 44. Alchemy? This is burning money. Without hesitation. After bidding farewell to his master, Shen Xiaobai promptly closed the door and set up a defensive array. With a flicker of thought, he vanished from his location. In the next moment, he found himself within the first layer of the 9-turn mystic tower. Master, the ancient and profound voice of the tower spirit resonated in his mind. It has been a while, tower spirit, Shen Xiaobai greeted with a smile. Master, you have made considerable gains, and your cultivation has advanced. Congratulations are in order. It's nothing much, all thanks to the formidable techniques you provided. Shen Xiaobai rubbed his hands, eager to inquire, tower spirit, during this retreat, I wish to learn something new. Do you have any expedited methods for alchemy, artifact forging, or talisman crafting? One must not be greedy, the tower's spirit cautioned, given your current time and resources. Specializing in one would be the wisest course. Which should I choose? Shen Xiaobai found himself at a crossroads. With your possession of the Great Freedom 5 Elements technique, which harmonizes the 5 elements and purifies spiritual energy, alchemy is the most suitable path for you, the tower spirit elucidated. Alchemy inherently involves the harmonization of medicinal properties and the fusion of the 5 elements. Should you embark on the path of alchemy, you shall achieve results with half the effort. Moreover, what you need most urgently is to elevate your cultivation to the perfect qi refinement stage to prepare for foundation establishment. The forging of high-quality pills is the optimal route. Excellent. Then I shall pursue alchemy, Shen Xiaobai decisively declared. As for artifact forging and talisman crafting, The tower spirit continued. You may dabble in those as well. Within the mystic tower lies ancient legacies, though they are merely foundational techniques. They are sufficient for you to gain entry into those arts. You need not pursue high ranks. Quantity may also serve as a viable path. Understand. Shen Xiaobai's thoughts crystallized instantly. The primary focus would be alchemy, supplemented by artifact forging and talisman crafting. Tower spirit, provide me with the foundational techniques for alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman crafting. Shen Xiaobai proclaimed with exuberance. I wish to learn them all. As you wish, master. With the tower spirit's words, 3 vast and profound streams of information surged into Shen Xiaobai's mind. The fundamentals of alchemy, the overview of artifact forging, and introduction to talisman crafting. Each piece is profound, embodying the ancient wisdom regarding the 3 paths of alchemy, artifacts, and talismans. Merely attempting to absorb this information, Shen Xiaobai felt as though his mind had been thrust into an entire repository of scriptures, swelling with a painful intensity. He grimaced, massaging his temples, and it took him a considerable time to regain his composure. Clearly, this knowledge was not easily attained. He suppressed the immediate urge to practice, and, following the advice of the tower spirit, sat cross-legged to delve into the fundamentals of alchemy. The text elucidates that the essence of the alchemical art lies in the mastery of fire control and harmonization. Fire control refers to the precise regulation of the alchemical furnace's flame. If the fire is too fierce, the essence of the spiritual herbs may be incinerated. If too feeble, impurities cannot be extracted. A slight miscalculation can lead to significant errors. Harmonization involves the perfect amalgamation of spiritual herbs with differing attributes, blended in a specific order and proportion, resulting in a transformative elixir. Both aspects require an alchemist to possess formidable consciousness and a refined ability to manipulate spiritual energy. This is precisely Shen Xiaobai's forte. His cultivation of the great freedom of 5 elements technique emphasizes balance and cyclicality, allowing him to manipulate the 5 elemental energies far beyond his contemporaries. Within the tower, time flows at tenfold the speed of the outside world, granting Shen Xiaobai ample opportunity. After 10 days, he had memorized the theoretical components of fundamentals of alchemy with remarkable proficiency. After 20 days, he began to mentally simulate each step of the alchemical process, from purification to fusion, rehearsing the sequence countless times in his mind. On the 30th day, Shen Xiaobai suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of confidence illuminating his gaze. Mastery of theory alone is ultimately a mere exercise in rhetoric. It was time to put knowledge into practice. He retrieved the crimson alchemical furnace, seized from a foundation establishment cultivator of the Shen Sect from his storage bag. This furnace, known as the Crimson Flame Furnace, is a superior spiritual artifact, intricately inscribed with runes for gathering fire and stabilization, making it an exceptional choice for alchemy. Subsequently, he gathered a small pile of mid-grade spirit stones and materials scavenged from various sponsors, heaping them beside him. The first elixir he intended to concoct was the 5 Elements Returning Essence Pill, a fundamental remedy documented in Fundamentals of Alchemy, perfectly suited to his current situation. This pill requires the 5 elemental herbs, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as its primary ingredients. Upon consumption, it swiftly replenishes the cultivator's elemental energy while nourishing the meridians and solidifying their foundation. For Shen Xiaobai, who practiced the great freedom of 5 elements, it was an exquisite sustenance tailored for him. Commencing, Shen Xiaobai took a deep breath, sitting cross-legged before the crimson flame furnace, his expression more focused than ever. He extended his right hand, turning his palm upward, and a burst of golden flames erupted into existence. This was no ordinary fire. It was the golden flame he had conjured by combining his metal and fire elemental energies, according to the secret methods outlined in Fundamentals of Alchemy. This flame boasts an exceptionally high temperature and remarkable stability, making it ideal for alchemical endeavors. Let the process begin. He let out a low exclamation, directing the golden flames deep into the bottom of the alchemical furnace. A soft hum resonated from the crimson furnace, which instantly turned a brilliant red, releasing an extraordinary wave of heat. The first step, heating the furnace, was accomplished. Immediately, Shen Xiaobai focused his consciousness in a stalk of gleaming golden Jingjiang grass, exuding a sharp aura, soared from the nearby pile of herbs and was cast into the furnace. As soon as the Jingjiang grass entered, it rapidly wilted and curled under the intense heat. Shen Xiaobai, not daring to delay, meticulously wielded his consciousness according to the alchemical formula, enveloping the Jingjiang grass to begin extracting its medicinal essence. This process demanded immense patience and concentration. The power of his consciousness had to operate with the precision of the finest scalpel, separating the valuable essences from the useless impurities within the spiritual herb. Drop by drop, a fist-sized orb of golden liquid soon floated in the center of the furnace, emanating a pure metallic aura. The extraction of the first spiritual herb was a success. Shen Xiaobai felt a surge of joy, yet he did not allow himself a moment's respite, promptly introducing the second herb, Yumu vine, into the mix. Time passed steadily. An hour later, the essences of the 5 elemental herbs, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, had all been successfully extracted by Shen Xiaobai. 5 orbs of liquid, each a different hue, hovered in the furnace like 5 miniature suns, distinctly separated yet subtly interconnected. Next came the most critical step, fusion. Sweat beads began to form on Shen Xiaobai's forehead. If the extraction tested his patience, the fusion would challenge his mastery of timing and balance. He took a deep breath, splitting his consciousness into 5, simultaneously controlling the 5 orbs of liquid. Following the sequence of the 5 elements, metal generating water, water nurturing wood, wood fueling fire, fire producing earth, and earth giving rise to metal, he began to draw them closer for fusion. Just as the 5 colored liquids were on the brink of contact, an unexpected change occurred. The fiery red liquid, representing the fire element, suddenly erupted into a violent boil, an overwhelming energy bursting forth. "This is bad." Shen Xiaobai's expression shifted dramatically. He attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Boom! A muffled explosion reverberated from within the furnace. A plume of black smoke, mingled with a pungent scent of burnt matter, erupted from the exhaust vent atop the furnace. The 5 orbs of liquid had been utterly reduced to a pool of blackened carbon. The first batch of elixirs had failed. Shen Xiaobai stared in disbelief at the scene before him. That last attempt had consumed half of all the spiritual materials he had painstakingly gathered. If sold, they could fetch thousands of inferior spirit stones. And just like that, they were gone in an instant. This alchemy was outrageously expensive. His heart bled for the loss. He finally comprehended why alchemists held such a revered status. This was a pursuit far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Chapter 45. The 5 elements returning to the origin pill. Success. Stay calm. Stay calm. Shen Xiaobai forced himself to regain his composure, sitting cross-legged on the ground as he began to analyze the reasons for his recent failure. The temperature. It had to be an issue with the heat. He reminisced carefully. At the crucial moment of fusion, his overwhelming anxiety caused a nearly imperceptible fluctuation in the fire element energy injected into the alchemical furnace. It was this minuscule disturbance that shattered the fragile equilibrium among the 5 elemental elixirs, leading to the uncontrollable eruption of the fire-based potency and, ultimately, the explosion of the furnace. A slight error can lead to a vast divergence. The ancients truly do not deceive me. Shen Xiaobai chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. He finally experienced firsthand the arduous nature of alchemy. This endeavor not only consumes wealth, but also drains one's spirit. Once more, after a brief moment of despondency, the flame of determination rekindled in Shen Xiaobai's eyes. In his lexicon, the notion of surrender simply did not exist. Was it merely an exploded furnace? What a trivial matter. He waved away the debris within the furnace, meticulously cleaned it, and reignited the alchemical process. This time, he was even more focused and cautious than before. Heating the furnace, administering the herbs, purifying. Each step was executed with utmost precision, with no room for negligence. Soon, he reached the pivotal fusion stage once again. 5 orbs of pure elixir radiated enchanting hues within the furnace. Now was the moment. Shen Xiaobai's eyes widened, his spiritual consciousness pouring forth unreservedly, akin to 5 invisible tendrils. Deftly manipulating the 5 orbs of elixir as they gradually approached one another in the sequence of the 5 elements generative cycle. Metal begets water, water begets wood, wood begets fire. This time, he dedicated all his mental energy to controlling the golden flames, ensuring absolute stability in the heat. The distance between the 5 orbs diminished, and the energy fluctuations they emitted grew ever more intense. The entire furnace began to tremble slightly. Shen Xiaobai's heart raced, sweat trickled down his forehead, cascading down his cheeks and evaporating instantly upon contact with the intense heat. At last, in a moment of profound mystery, the 5 orbs collided with a thunderous roar. A resonant hum echoed as the furnace quaked, and 5 colors of radiant light surged upwards, intertwining and spiraling, ultimately forming a rapidly spinning vortex of vibrant hues. An intoxicatingly rich aroma wafted from the crevices of the furnace, and merely inhaling it invigorated Shen Xiaobai, revitalizing his spirit. It was working. Ecstatic, Shen Xiaobai's hands remained unwavering in their precision. Consolidate, he commanded, swiftly executing intricate sealing techniques. The colorful vortex within the furnace spun faster, shrinking in size. Finally, with a soft pop, the vortex dissipated, revealing 12 orbs the size of dragon eyes, perfectly rounded and enveloped in a halo of 5 colors, quietly suspended in the center of the furnace. Each orb appeared to encapsulate a complete cycle of the 5 elements, emanating astonishing waves of spiritual energy. Could this be a premier-grade elixir? Shen Xiaobai gazed at the 12 orbs, his eyes widening in awe. According to the records in Fundamentals of Alchemy, the quality of elixirs is classified from low to high as inferior, medium, superior, and premier. The halo that appeared on the surface of the elixir is known as the elixir halo, a symbol of its grade. A single aura of Dan signifies a medium-grade elixir. 2 auras denote a superior grade, while 3 or more are the legendary pinnacle. The 12 5 elements returning essence pills he has concocted each radiate with an impressive 5 auras of vibrant colors. Such a display transcends the descriptions of extraordinary elixirs found in the initial understanding of alchemy. Master, congratulations, the spirit exclaimed. On your very first attempt at alchemy, you have produced an essence that surpasses even the finest of elixirs, an exceptional talent, rare throughout eternity. Essence? This was the first time Shen Xiaobai had encountered this term. Above elixirs lies the essence. The tower spirit elucidated that these elixirs encompass not only immense medicinal power, but also a hint of the laws of nature, providing astonishing benefits to cultivators. Ordinary alchemists may not even manage to create one throughout their lifetimes. Am I truly that remarkable? Shen Xiaobai gazed at the elixirs in his hand, his joy nearly overwhelming. To have crafted the legendary essence on his very first attempt? I am indeed a prodigy. Feeling a bit lightheaded, he shook his head, a proud smile still lingering on his lips. He decided to step outside for some fresh air to prevent himself from becoming overwhelmed by his elation. Upon returning indoors, he eagerly sent a message to his master. Master, your disciple misses you. After his master had departed, Shen Xiaobai re-entered the tower. Without a moment's hesitation, he took one of the 5 elements returning essence pills and popped it into his mouth. The elixir dissolved instantly, transforming into an incomparably pure and gentle flow of elemental warmth that surged through his limbs. Boom! Shen Xiaobai felt as though a deep water bomb had been dropped into his dantian, causing an immediate turbulence. The immense elemental energy began to circulate wildly through his meridians, following the path of the great freedom 5 elements technique without any need for him to refine it consciously. His cultivation, which had reached the pinnacle of the qi refining 9th layer, began to tremble violently under the impact of this colossal energy. One opportunity, Shen Xiaobai's heart surged with joy as he swiftly consumed the remaining 11 elixirs in one go. Boom! As all 11 elixirs of exceptional quality simultaneously dissolved within him. A torrent of terrifying energy erupted, one that would leave any chi-refining cultivator in awe. This was no mere warmth. It was a cataclysmic wave. A chaotic tsunami of five-colored spiritual power surged through his meridians, threatening to tear his body apart. "Oh!" Shen Xiaobai cried out in agony as a searing pain coursed through him, prompting a desperate howl. His skin pores, and even his very essence began to exude droplets of vibrant blood, an indication that the pure spiritual power could not be absorbed instantaneously. "Guide me." Shen Xiaobai's eyes burned crimson as he grit his teeth, drawing blood from his gums. He furiously activated the Great Freedom 5 Elements technique, channeling every ounce of energy to direct and tame the raging force. His Danshin transformed into an insatiable black hole, voraciously devouring the incoming elemental energy. The formidable bottleneck restraining him like an insurmountable chasm in his chi refinement cultivation emitted creaking sounds under the relentless onslaught of this irrational energy surge. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times, the impact each time sent tremors through Shen Xiaobai's very soul. Yet he could distinctly perceive that impenetrable barrier being gradually eroded, shattered bit by bit. Within the tower, time slipped away swiftly amidst agonizing torment. Another 30 days elapsed. At a certain moment, as Shen Xiaobai furiously assaulted the bottleneck, a crisp, unmistakable crack resonated within his body, as if something had been utterly shattered. The once unyielding bottleneck was finally broken through. A tenfold explosion erupted, unleashing a terrifying aura several times more potent than before, radiating outward from Shen Xiaobai. The overwhelming energy surged through the tower's space, causing it to roar with the force of a tempest. Chi refinement perfected, accomplished. Exhaling deeply, Shen Xiaobai released a breath of turbid air that astonishingly condensed into a radiant spectrum of colors, lingering long in the air. He slowly opened his eyes, from which two dazzling beams of multicolored divine light shot forth, tracing distinct paths through the void. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the unprecedented power coursing within him, a euphoric smile illuminating his face. The chi refinement stage perfected. He had finally reached this milestone. His Danshin, the sea of energy, had expanded manifold, his spiritual power vast and unceasing like a mighty river. He was filled with absolute confidence. If he were to confront Qian Kuan now, even without deploying any trump cards, his sheer strength alone would utterly overwhelm him within 10 moves. Indeed, the voice of the tower spirit resonated once more. "Master, your foundation is established. The next step is to prepare for foundation establishment." Shen Xiaobai's gaze ignited with fervor. That was the realm every cultivator yearned for, the true commencement of the immortal path. He produced the foundation establishment pill he had obtained. "Tower spirit, may I consume this pill now?" he inquired excitedly. "No," the tower spirit replied, dousing his enthusiasm with cold water. "Why? Though this pill is for foundation establishment, it is of inferior quality, riddled with impurities. Master S foundation is extraordinary. Using this pill would taint it and cause more harm than good. Then what should I do?" Shen Xiaobai was momentarily stunned. "Master may attempt to forge a 5 elements foundation establishment pill yourself. The recipe lies within the profound tower. This pill was crafted in ancient times specifically for cultivators with 5 elements spiritual roots. Successfully refining it will help master forge a 5 elements Tao foundation, incomparable to ordinary foundation establishment pills in the mortal realm." 5 elements Tao foundation? Shen Xiaobai's heart surged with excitement. However, the materials required to refine this pill are exceedingly rare, and master currently lacks several principal ingredients. What are they? A century-old earth dragon ginseng, the 9-leaf ink lotus, and the complete essence blood of a 3rd-tier flood dragon. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaobai's expression immediately fell. What on earth are these things? Earth dragon ginseng? 9-leaf ink lotus? And to top it all, the essence blood of a top-tier third-stage flood dragon, the third-tier pinnacle, a formidable existence comparable to the late stage of foundation establishment. Where could one possibly procure such a thing? It seems that matters of foundation establishment require careful deliberation. Shen Xiaobai sighed, momentarily dismissing the thought of immediate foundation establishment. One must consume their meal bite by bite, and traverse the path step by step. He did not linger in the euphoria of his breakthrough. Instead, his gaze shifted to the small wolf cub nestled in the corner. He gently cradled the slumbering cub, which had been in a state of deep sleep and evolution since he had fed it half a vial of a millennium-old cold marrow. Its aura had grown increasingly robust. At that moment, nourished by the abundant spiritual energy within the tower and the dissipating energy from Shen Xiaobai's breakthrough, the wolf cub was undergoing astonishing transformations. Its once dull gray fur now shimmered with a faint silvery sheen, appearing particularly mystical in the dim light. Its size had also increased significantly, now standing at half the height of a person. Its limbs were stout, claws sharp, exuding a hint of the majesty of an ancient ferocious beast. Most importantly, the fluctuations of its demonic power had reached the pinnacle of the mid-second tier, merely a step away from the late second tier. How? As if sensing Shen Xiaobai's presence, the wolf cub stirred in its sleep, emitting a contented whimper, its fluffy head nuzzling against Shen Xiaobai's palm. Little one, awaken, do not linger in slumber, Shen Xiaobai chuckled, gently stroking its head. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The wolf cub's body began to tremble violently. A wild and frigid demonic energy erupted explosively from its core. The silvery sheen on its surface intensified, and a visible chill radiated from within, encasing the surrounding ground in a thick layer of frost. Was it about to break through? Shen Xiaobai's heart raced with astonishment, swiftly followed by elation. The wolf cub's sudden movements filled him with both surprise and joy. He sensed a vast and pure demonic energy wildly converging and compressing within the cub, battering against the barrier leading to the late second tier. Come on, little one, let us amp it up a notch. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Xiaobai retrieved the remaining half vial of the millennium-old cold marrow. Carefully, he uncorked the vial and poured every last drop into the wolf cub's mouth. The millennium-old cold marrow, an unparalleled treasure of utmost yin and cold, was for the ice-blooded wolf cub the most delectable and nourishing elixir imaginable. How? Upon receiving the nourishment of the cold marrow, the wolf cub let out an excited growl. The demonic energy within it surged to a boil, the frigid chill becoming even more tempestuous, forming a miniature ice storm centered around it. Crack! Crack! The moisture in the air was instantly frozen, transforming into countless ice crystals that swirled around its body. Its aura began to rise steadily under the impetus of this energy. Late second tier. Pinnacle of the late second tier. Boom! Ultimately, with a resounding thud, the wolf cub's aura firmly ascended to the level of the third tier pinnacle. The aura emanating from the little wolf cub was no less potent than that of a human cultivator in the latter stages of chi refinement. As the chill gradually dissipated, the cub slowly opened its eyes. What a mesmerizing gaze it possessed. Its ice-blue pupils resembled the purest sapphires, deep and frigid, devoid of any emotion. However, when its gaze fell upon Shen Xiaobai, that icy demeanor instantly melted away, transforming into boundless affection and reliance. With a joyful howl, the little wolf cub leaped into Shen Xiaobai's embrace, nuzzling its furry head against his chest, its enormous tail wagging behind like a rattle drum. Goodness, you nearly knocked me over. Shen Xiaobai stumbled slightly, almost losing his balance. This little creature certainly had considerable strength now. All right, I acknowledge your prowess, he chuckled, patting its head, utterly satisfied. The peak of the second tier, this little wolf cub was undoubtedly his strongest trump card at present. If unleashed unexpectedly during the grand competition, it would surely astonish his opponents. After calming the excited cub, Shen Xiaobai returned it to the beast pouch, allowing it to stabilize its newly achieved realm. He then turned his attention to the remaining 2 tomes, Essentials of Artifact Path and Introduction to Talismans. With his cultivation perfected, it was now time to fervently bolster his hidden strengths. Excitement gleamed in Shen Xiaobai's eyes as he first picked up Introduction to Talismans. The art of talismans is predicated on using one's consciousness as a pen and spiritual power as ink, inscribing runes that encapsulate the laws of heaven and earth on specially crafted talisman paper. The essence lies in achieving it in one fluid motion. Throughout the drawing process, the consciousness and spiritual power must not falter or deviate even slightly, or all efforts would be in vain. This demands a high level of control over one's consciousness from a cultivator. However, for Shen Xiaobai, who practiced the Great Freedom 5 Elements technique, this posed no challenge. He retrieved the talisman brush, talisman sand, and blank talisman paper brought by his master from his storage pouch and began to attempt the most fundamental first-tier talisman, the Fireball Talisman. Focusing his mind, he recalled the runes of the Fireball Talisman documented in Introduction to Talismans, then lifted the brush, dipped it in talisman sand, took a deep breath, and swiftly began sketching on the talisman paper. The brush danced with grace, completing the work in one continuous motion. Buzz! The moment the final stroke was made, a flash of red light erupted from the talisman paper, and a wave of scorching energy spread forth. The first Fireball Talisman was successfully drawn. Was it truly this simple? Shen Xiaobai was somewhat incredulous. He examined the talisman from various angles. Apart from being slightly crooked, it seemed flawless. He tentatively infused a wisp of spiritual power into it. Boom! A fireball, the size of a human head, shot forth from the talisman and struck the ground with a resounding thud, leaving a charred pit in its wake. Its power surpassed even that of his own fireball technique. Indeed, I am a genius. Shen Xiaobai was utterly exhilarated. In the ensuing 100 days, he confined himself within the tower like an indefatigable madman, fervently inscribing an array of first-order talismans. Fireball talismans, ice spear talismans, vine talismans, diamond talismans, swift movement talismans, and even explosive talismans inspired by his insights from the initial understanding of alchemy. These talismans possessed no other purpose than to unleash a violent explosion upon being infused with spiritual energy, their potency rivaling the full-force strike of a mid-stage qi refinement cultivator. Although the success rate was dismally low, initially, only 1 or 2 out of 10 would succeed, consuming a significant amount of spirit stones and materials. Shen Xiaobai remained unfazed. Whenever he felt weary from talisman crafting, he would delve into the martial techniques conveyed by the tower spirit, such as star fragment fist, star shifting steps, and reversal sword cannon. Due to his 5-element spiritual root, the spiritual energy within him was notably more robust than that of the average person, making his cultivation effortless. 100 days later, Shen Xiaobai gazed upon the mountain of talismans before him, at least 1,000 of varying types, and a satisfied smile graced his face, reminiscent of a capitalist's contentment. Though these were merely the most rudimentary first-order talismans, their sheer quantity was commendable when the time came for battle. No matter how prodigious the opponent, he would first unleash hundreds of talismans to obliterate the ground beneath them. Is this the joy of monetary prowess? Love it. Having completed the talismans, Shen Xiaobai then turned his attention to the comprehensive treatise on weaponry. In comparison to alchemy and talisman crafting, weapon forging was considerably more intricate, requiring not only fire control but also a series of tedious processes including forging, shaping, and engraving formations. Given his current time constraints, it was impossible for him to forge any high-tier magical artifacts. His objective was clear: to utilize the materials at hand to create several practical trinkets for himself. For instance, a tracking needle that autonomously seeks out enemies, a formation plate capable of instantly deploying a miniature maze, and a concealed poison dagger that springs forth from the sole of his shoe at a critical moment. In summary, he intended to employ every cunning and insidious tactic at his disposal. A gentleman? How many gentlemen survive until the end? I, Shen Xiaobai, merely aspire to be a true rogue who endures a little longer, While Shen Xiaobai engaged in this fervent arms race within the nine-turn mysterious tower, the external world, particularly the Xintian sect, was also rife with currents of intrigue as the impending sect competition approached. Over 20 days had elapsed since the harrowing clash between Shen Xiaobai and Qian Kuan. The shockwaves from that breathtaking duel had not diminished with the passage of time. Rather, they intensified. The name Shen Xiaobai had become synonymous among the outer disciples, known far and wide. He had emerged as the most legendary and controversial figure in the Xintian sect in nearly a century. Some claimed he was a cunning fox masquerading as a pig, a secret weapon long concealed by the Ziyun cave. Others asserted that he was merely fortunate, relying on a few powerful magical artifacts and talismans to achieve a fluke victory, his own prowess being rather mediocre. Even more fervently, some proclaimed that he had suffered irreparable injuries on the life and death stage, now languishing in his cave abode, uncertain whether he could even participate in the sect competition. Various rumors swirled with fervor within the cave of the direct disciples of the Tiansheng Peak. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Li Ziruo paced back and forth in her room, her mind in turmoil. "Sister, you've been circling for nearly an hour. I feel as though I'm about to lose my mind," her younger disciple complained, languidly resting her head on the table. "I am distressed." Li Ziruo halted her steps, her delicate face contorted in worry. "What has become of that fellow? He was so gravely injured that day, bleeding profusely. Surely he cannot be in such dire straits?" Ever since their return from the life and death platform, Shen Xiaobai's image had been indelibly etched in her thoughts. His seemingly disheveled appearance, yet commanding presence, his chilling smile when he had taken the bait, and his brazen audacity during the final extortion, it all replayed like a vivid imprint in her heart. She found herself incessantly concerned for his safety, a feeling that was both foreign and unsettling. "Sister, could it be that you've developed feelings for Shen Xiaobai?" her younger disciple inquired, eyes sparkling with mischief. "How absurd," Li Ziruo retorted, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her temper flaring instantaneously. "How could I possibly be fond of such a rogue, a scoundrel, a complete knave? I merely feel it is natural to worry about someone who has rescued us." Though her words conveyed one sentiment, her flushed cheeks betrayed her true feelings. Indeed, quite natural, her younger disciple stifled a laugh, nodding eagerly. At that moment, a disciple from Tianquan Peak knocked at the door to report. "Senior Sister Li, the sect has just announced the detailed rules for the upcoming grand competition." Li Ziruo perked up, urgency evident in her tone. "Speak quickly." "Yes," the disciple replied respectfully. "This competition is divided into 3 rounds. The first round is called Survival in the Beast Tide. All disciples will be placed in a designated mountainous region arranged by the sect for a duration of 3 days. They must survive the random onslaught of beasts and hunt them to obtain beast cores or dan. Rankings will be determined based on the total value of the cores or dan collected. Only the top 100 disciples will qualify for the second round. Survival in the beast tide? Li Ziruo's brows knitted in concern. This format is fraught with peril, as the variety of beasts presents varying levels of difficulty. Within the hunting grounds, one must not only contend with ferocious beasts, but also be wary of treachery from fellow disciples. Numerous participants have perished in the first round of previous competitions. And what the second and third rounds? The second round is a hunting game, determining the top 20. The third round consists of a ranking battle among the top 20, ultimately establishing the top 3. "I understand. You may leave," Li Ziruo dismissed the disciple. Yet her expression bore an even heavier weight. If that fellow's injuries aren't healed, participating in the first round would be exceedingly perilous, she murmured to herself. Meanwhile, within the Thunder Cave, Lei Xiao had also received the rules of the grand competition. "Brother, the survival in the beast tide. Shen Xiaobai." She gazed at her brother, Lei Ming, her eyes filled with apprehension. Lei Ming's countenance was equally grave. He placed a reassuring hand on his sister's shoulder and spoke solemnly. "Xiao, have faith. Shen Xiaobai has his own fortune. He is not a reckless person. Since he dares to ascend the stage of life and death, he must possess a certain level of confidence." Moreover, he shifted his tone, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. I've always felt that the injury sustained by Brother Shen that day on the stage was rather peculiar. Peculiar? Lei Xiaoyu questioned, perplexed. I cannot articulate it precisely. It is merely an intuition. Lei Ming shook his head. In any case, during this grand competition, the disciples of Thunder Cave should refrain from opposing him, and if possible, offer assistance. This is a command I issue as the chief disciple of Thunder Cave. Yes, elder brother. In Golden Light Cave, the atmosphere was as stifling as that of an ice cellar. The news of the cave master, Qian Li, contemplating his errors, had already spread throughout the entire sect. The disciples of Golden Light Cave now walked with their heads held low. Within the cave master's hall, a youth with a sinister countenance was listening to reports from his subordinates. He was none other than Qian Kuin's cousin, Qian Yu, the last remaining core disciple of Golden Light Cave. The beast tide is indeed a fortuitous opportunity for me. Qian Yu let out a cold laugh after hearing the rules, his eyes shimmering with malice. Relay my orders. Instruct all disciples participating in the grand competition to spare no effort in the hunt to locate that Shen Xiaobai. Once found, there is no need for direct confrontation. Inside the 9-turn Mystic Tower, Shen Xiaobai remained blissfully unaware of the tumultuous events unfolding outside. At this moment, he sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by an array of bizarre artifacts. There were flying needles as thin as a cicada's wing, glimmering with a chilling light. An array plates the size of a palm, intricately engraved with complex patterns. Additionally, there was a pair of seemingly ordinary boots, yet their soles concealed profound mysteries. These were the fruits of his labor over the past 200 days. Although their ranks were not high, mostly of low-grade spiritual tools, they excelled in their strange functionalities. Catching others off guard, he chuckled, addressing his treasures. Well then, the time will come for you to shine. Shen Xiaobai contentedly stored these trump cards in a storage bag, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Calculating the time, nearly 300 days had passed within the tower, while nearly a month had elapsed outside. It was time to emerge. He stood up, stretching lazily, feeling an explosive surge of power coursing through him. His cultivation at the peak of qi refinement was remarkably stable. His spiritual consciousness, bolstered by alchemy and talisman crafting, had grown exponentially stronger. More importantly, the thousands of talismans and various little trinkets nestled in his storage bag provided him with an unprecedented sense of security. Thank you, Tower Spirit. He bowed slightly to the void. You are too courteous, Master. The voice of the Tower Spirit responded, wishing him victory. Shen Xiaobai laughed heartily, and with a thought, he returned the little wolf cub, now firmly at the pinnacle of the second tier, to the beast pouch. Are you ready, little one? It's time to see the world. Oh, whoa. The little wolf cub growled excitedly. Chapter 48. Master, just having me is sufficient. The air outside feels delightful. Shen Xiaobai took a deep breath in the courtyard, feeling the unprecedented surge of power within him, his spirits elevated to the point of wanting to hum a little tune. The qi refinement had reached full circle, although, for the sake of prudence, he continued to suppress his outward aura to the level of the 8th layer of qi refinement. This did not hinder his sense of well-being. He was preparing to report to his master at her cave abode, and perhaps seek a measure of merit when he suddenly perked up, having overheard a hushed conversation outside the courtyard. Have you heard? The rules for this year's Sect competition have been announced, and they are completely different from before. How different? The first round is actually a survival against a beast tide. All participating disciples will be thrown deep into the 10,000 Beast Mountain range for a trial lasting 3 days and 3 nights. My heavens! Isn't that a perilous endeavor? Indeed, I've heard that the results of this competition will directly determine our 36 Cave Heavens rankings and resource allocations for the next decade. If our Zune Cave Heaven ends up at the bottom again, we might truly face expulsion from a sect. What shall we do? The capable individuals from our cave heaven are merely a handful. Brother Shen has been in seclusion for so long. Who knows if he has emerged? Hush! Is Brother Shen's matter something we can discuss? But honestly, if Brother Shen could participate, we might still have a glimmer of hope. Listening to the juniors' discussions, Shen Xiaobai stroked his chin. Survival against the beast tide? That sounds quite intriguing. It seems there have been quite a few developments outside during his seclusion. He chose not to engage with the disciples outside, instead making his way directly to the cave abode of Hu Yunshu on the back mountain. The spiritual veins of Zun, cave heaven, were already quite thin, and as the cave master, Hu Yunshu's abode was naturally the most spiritually rich place within the entire cave heaven. As he walked, several Zun disciples who encountered Shen Xiaobai were first taken aback. Then their faces illuminated with both surprise and joy. They respectfully halted and bowed to him. "Greetings, Brother Shen. You have emerged from seclusion." Shen Xiaobai nodded lightly, relishing in the feeling of being revered. It appeared that his previous battle at the life and death platform had indeed earned him considerable renown within the sect. At least within Zun Cave Heaven, no one dared to regard him as the hopeless waste he once was. Before long, he arrived at Hu Yunshu's cave abode. Before he could knock, the stone door of the cave opened with a resounding thud. A cool yet somewhat urgent voice emanated from within. "Come." Shen Xiaobai chuckled as he stepped inside. Within the cave, Hu Yunshu stood in the center of the hall, her phoenix-like eyes fixed unwaveringly upon him. "Master, your disciple has emerged." Shen Xiaobai approached with a playful grin, arms outstretched, eager to give his master a warm embrace. "Stop," Hu Yunshu admonished sharply, extending her delicate hand to rest against his chest. She scrutinized Shen Xiaobai from head to toe, her consciousness sweeping through his body. Once she confirmed that his aura was stable and his foundation solid, indeed, even more refined than before his seclusion, her anxious heart finally settled. "You still remember to emerge from seclusion? I thought you had forgotten about us." This wayward disciple had been in seclusion for nearly a month. Aside from a single telepathic exchange at the outset, she had since then issued a strict do not disturb to the outside world. Today marked the final day before the Sect's grand competition, and she resolved that if Shen Xiaobai did not emerge from seclusion, she would forcibly drag him out. "Impossible." Shen Xiaobai grasped her delicate hand and pressed a kiss to it. "My disciple only wishes to bring honor to you, Master, in the grand competition. That is why I have been training with such fervor." Such a smooth talker. Hu Yunshu's cheeks flushed as she withdrew her hand. Yet the curve of her lips betrayed her amusement. She led Shen Xiaobai to sit upon a stone bench, her expression gradually growing solemn. "You have returned at the perfect moment. The rules for the Sect's grand competition have been finalized, and I was about to seek you out." "Master, I was just about to inquire myself." Shen Xiaobai feigned surprise. "Upon emerging from seclusion, I overheard the junior disciples discussing something called the beast tide survival. What you heard is but a mere fragment." Hu Yunshu's countenance darkened, and she produced a jade talisman from her storage pouch, its surface shimmering with spiritual light. She extended it towards Shen Xiaobai. "Peruse it yourself." Taking the talisman, Shen Xiaobai delved his divine awareness into it. Moments later, he lifted his head, his expression equally grave. The regulations inscribed within were far more detailed and cruel than the rumors he had heard. The first round was the beast tide survival. All contestants at the Qi refining stage would be transported to a secret trial ground known as the blood-colored Forest Sea. Within this arena, ferocious beasts roamed freely, and periodic beast tides would erupt. The disciples' mission was to survive there for 3 days and hunt as many beasts as possible to collect their cores. After 3 days, rankings would be determined based on the total value of the beast cores each disciple possessed. Only the top 100 would advance to the second round. The valuation of these cores was intricate. A beast core counted as 1 point, a pseudo-beast pill 10 points, and a true beast pill 100 points. Should the core come from a rare beast or an ancient bloodline hybrid, the points would be doubled. What troubled Shen Xiaobai most was the final clause of the rules. Fighting was not prohibited within the trial ground, yet maliciously killing a fellow disciple, once verified, would result in annulment of cultivation and expulsion from the sect. If a disciple faced mortal danger, they could shatter their identity jade token to surrender, which would immediately transport them out of the arena but reset all points to 0. Fighting is allowed, but delivering a fatal blow is forbidden. The ambiguity here creates a vast space for maneuvering. Hu Yunshu inquired gravely, "What do you make of this?" Isn't this essentially encouraging everyone to plunder one another? Shen Xiaobai smirked. As long as you do not kill your opponent, beating them nearly to death, and stealing their beast cores does not violate the rules. Indeed, Hu Yunshu's face was clouded with concern. Yet this is not the gravest matter. The outcome of this competition will directly determine the ranking and resource allocation of our 36 caverns for the next decade. Our purple cloud cavern has languished at the bottom for 30 consecutive years. If we fail to achieve a respectable result this time, the sect elders may very well pass a resolution to dissolve our cavern and merge its spiritual veins with others. Her voice trembled with a mixture of sorrow and defiance. Shen Xiaobai fell into silence. He could sense the heavy pressure in his master's words. This was no longer a matter of individual honor or disgrace. It pertained to the very survival of the entire Zun cave heaven. How many participants do we have? Shen Xiaobai inquired. 5. Hu Yunshu replied bitterly, extending 5 fingers. According to the rankings from the previous session, our Zun cave heaven has only 5 slots. In contrast, the esteemed Qiantian, Kunyu, Liwo, and Jingguang caves, which rank among the top 10, each boast over 20 slots. As for elders like Li Zeruo and some inner disciples not affiliated with any cave, they compete independently, with their results counted solely as personal achievements, not contributing to the cave's ranking. Yet their aim in competing is to vie for a spot in the top 3, securing a seed position for the upcoming 7 sects Martial Assembly. Shen Xiaobai grasped the significance. In essence, this grand competition was a colossal struggle for resources. The strong would grow stronger while the weak would falter. Master, Shen Xiaobai looked at Hu Yunshu and suddenly smiled. Have you forgotten what your disciple excels at? Hu Yunshu was taken aback. What is it? Creating miracles, Shen Xiaobai asserted, tightening her hand in his. With me around, that suffices. Chapter 49. The Onslaught of Beasts begins. Gazing into Shen Xiaobai's remarkably bright eyes and feeling the unwavering strength in her grip, Hu Yunshu's heart, previously burdened with worry, inexplicably settled. You certainly have a way with words, she chided lightly, yet the clouds of concern in her eyes began to dissipate. She grasped Shen Xiaobai's hand in return, gently admonishing. Your confidence is commendable, but do not act recklessly. The blood-tinged forest is fraught with peril. I have ventured there in my youth. It harbors not only formidable beasts, but also numerous traps. Most fearsome of all is the treachery of mankind. Although Jingguang Cave's Qian Li has been punished to face the wall, his faction wields considerable influence within the sect. After your humiliation of him on the life and death stage and the slaying of his nephew, they will undoubtedly seek retribution. I fear they may resort to underhanded tactics against you in the trial grounds. Rest assured, Master, Shen Xiaobai grinned. If they refrain from troubling me, that would be ideal. But should they dare, I assure you, I will make them repay the interest they owe, principal and all. My storage pouch is brimming with various sinister items, and I am eager to find a use for them. If the people from Jingguang Cave dare to confront me, I would not hesitate to let them experience the supreme treatment of talismanic cleansing, as long as you are aware. Hu Yunshu observed his air of confidence and chose to say no more. She produced a purple jade token from her storage pouch and handed it to Shen Xiaobai. The token was inscribed with the character for Cloud. This is your competition token and serves as your identification in the trial grounds. Keep it safe and do not lose it. Understood, Shen Xiaobai replied, accepting the jade token and casually affixing it to his waist. The competition begins tomorrow morning. You should stay here tonight. Hu Yunshu's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her voice. Rest here with me. I will provide one final bit of guidance to help you optimize your condition. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaobai's eyes immediately sparkled with delight. He sensed that his younger brother had already regained his vigor. Chuckling softly, he approached and swiftly embraced the impeccably beautiful master around the waist. At your command, my esteemed master, the rebellious disciple exclaimed. Put me down, but still daytime. And so, studying during the day yields better results. Aren't you afraid of injuring your kidneys? What if your energy becomes unstable? An entire day and night came the resolute reply. The following morning, within the Suanation sect, the resonant bell, symbolizing assembly, echoed melodiously, spreading throughout every corner of the 36 caves. Countless streams of light surged skyward from various mountain peaks and grottos, converging toward the Sect's grandest martial arena at the center, like rivers merging into the sea. The Sect's grand competition had officially commenced when Shen Xiaobai, accompanied by Hu Yunshu and 4 other disciples chosen to participate in the competition from the Ziyun Cave, arrived at the arena. It was already teeming with a clamorous sea of people. The square was divided into 36 regions, each representing a cave. Within the top 10 ranked caves, crowds pressed tightly together, each individual impeccably attired, exuding formidable energy, their faces adorned with unabashed arrogance. Especially in the Golden Light and Thunderclap caves, the numbers were greatest and the atmosphere most imposing. Conversely, those caves ranked lower were sparsely populated, appearing utterly destitute. The Ziyun Cave's section was particularly pitiful. Besides Shen Xiaobai and Hu Yunshu, only 4 disciples, seemingly cultivating at Qi refinement stages at 5 to 7, stood there, their heads barely lifted under the weight of disdainful and mocking gazes cast from all directions. Look, that's the Ziyun Cave contingent? They still dare to participate this year? Huh, counting them all, only 5 or 6 kittens. What use are they? To stuff the jaws of beasts? That leader must be Shen Xiaobai, right? The one who caused senior brother Qian Kuan's death on the life and death platform. He only won by a stroke of luck using external artifacts. See his pale face and weak aura? He has clearly not yet recovered from his injuries. This trial ground will be his undoing. Voices brimmed with scorn and malice, rising and falling incessantly. The 4 Ziyun Cave disciples were utterly humiliated, wishing to disappear into the earth. Yet Shen Xiaobai remained serene and unperturbed, calmly scanning the crowd for familiar visages. Soon, on the opposite side of the arena, in a separate area beyond the 36 caves, he spotted several familiar faces. Li Ziruo and her junior sister stood poised and elegant. Today, Li Ziruo donned a sleek martial outfit that accentuated her fiery figure, drawing the admiring gazes of many male disciples nearby. She seemed to sense Shen Xiaobai's scrutiny, casting a complex expression toward him across the throng. Not far from Li Ziruo, the siblings Lei Xiaowu and Lei Ming stood among the Thunderclap Cave's contingent. Upon seeing Shen Xiaobai, Lei Xiaowu's cheeks flushed crimson. She quickly lowered her head, but summoned courage to gently wave and silently mouthed words of encouragement in his direction. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the forefront of the team in the Golden Light Cave stood a young man with a sinister countenance, his serpent-like eyes fixated intently on Shen Xiaobai. The malice and murderous intent within his gaze seemed almost palpable. He was Qian Kuan's cousin, Qian Yu, the current chief disciple of the Golden Light Cave. Shen Xiaobai exchanged a glance with him, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips as he provocatively beckoned him with a finger. You. Qian Yu was nearly provoked into an outburst, but ultimately restrained himself, his expression growing even more frigid. At that moment, a resonant bell tolled, silencing the clamor of the crowd. Several formidable figures descended from the sky, landing on the high platform at the center of the square. Leading them was Zhou Xinqing, the overseer of the 36 celestial caves of the Xiantian sect, accompanied by several elders from the law enforcement hall and the transmission hall. Silence. The entire square fell into an immediate hush. The sect competition, held once every decade, presented not only an opportunity for the disciples to showcase their skills, but also served as a litmus test for the sect to evaluate the achievements of each celestial cave. The rules for this competition have been issued. I shall emphasize but one point. Zhou Xuanking's gaze swept across the assembly as he spoke slowly in the trial grounds. Combat is permitted, but lethal combat is strictly forbidden. Leave a thread of life for future encounters. Any violations will be dealt with according to sect regulations, without exception. Now, all participating disciples prepare to enter the trial grounds. As his voice fell, he waved his sleeve. Suddenly, the space in the center of the square began to twist violently, and a swirling vortex of multicolored light materialized out of thin air. An ancient, primordial aura surged forth from the vortex. Go! Hu Yunshu gently patted Shen Xiaobai on the shoulder and said softly, "Remember, preserving your life is paramount. Points are secondary. This is a gift I have prepared for you, which may save your life in a critical moment." "Understood, Master." Shen Xiaobai accepted the storage bag from Hu Yunshu with a smile, and then made his way toward the enormous spatial vortex. The disciples from various celestial caves began to depart in succession. Hundreds of disciples surged like a tide into the unknown, blood-red forest. Chapter 50. A Fortuitous Beginning. After a dizzying whirl, Shen Xiaobai felt the ground give way beneath him, and he plummeted from the air. Anticipating this, he executed a nimble somersault in midair and landed soundlessly on the soft, decaying leaves. As he looked around, he was surrounded by towering ancient trees, each requiring several people to encircle. The light in the forest was dim, and the occasional roar of unknown beasts added an eerie and perilous atmosphere to the primeval jungle. "Is this the blood-red forest?" Shen Xiaobai surveyed his surroundings, cautiously extending his senses to probe the environment. He discovered that the space here seemed to be constrained by a peculiar force. His awareness could extend no more than 100 feet before being obstructed by an invisible barrier. It appeared that the trial grounds had indeed implemented considerable measures to prevent the disciples from cheating. Were all participants randomly teleported? He surveyed the surroundings, but found no traces of fellow disciples nearby. This was for the best, as it spared him the necessity of interacting with others right away. Unlike his peers, who rushed in search of beasts to hunt, he regarded such behavior as aimless. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood, he mused. It was wiser to first find a suitable vantage point to observe the situation. With a flicker of his form, he resembled a monkey in the woods, silently climbing to the top of the tallest ancient tree. Standing atop the crown, several dozen feet high, his perspective broadened considerably. Before him stretched an endless expanse of crimson forest, its terrain intricate, with valleys, rivers, and marshes intertwining in a complex tapestry. In the distant sky, streaks of light occasionally darted by, indicating that other disciples were actively exploring. It seemed these 3 days would not be dull. A grin spread across Shen Xiaobai's face as he retrieved several self-crafted warning talismans from his storage bag, casually placing them on the surrounding large trees. These talismans lacked offensive power, but they would alert him immediately if any creature approached. After completing this, he settled into a comfortable position among the treetops, crossed his legs, closed his eyes, and began to wait patiently, akin to an experienced old hunter. Time passed slowly, approximately an incense stick's worth of moments later. Shen Xiaobai's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. The warning talismans had sounded their alarm. He glanced down to see 7 or 8 lithe, grayish-blue wolf-like beasts stealthily advancing toward him through the dense foliage. Windblade wolves in the late first stage? Shen Xiaobai instantly recognized these creatures. They were among the most common first-stage beasts in the Crimson Forest, not particularly strong individually, but formidable in numbers, adept at coordinated assaults, making them quite troublesome. Any ordinary disciple at the 7th or 8th level of Qi refinement would likely find themselves in a predicament when confronted by such a small pack of Windblade wolves. Yet to Shen Xiaobai, this was a fortuitous opportunity, a perfect chance to test his newly devised techniques. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he leaped down from the towering treetop. The pack of Windblade wolves, taken aback by the sudden appearance of prey, paused momentarily before erupting into excited howls and lunging toward him from all directions. The stench of blood filled the air as several sharp claws sliced through the atmosphere, sealing off all his escape routes. However, in the face of such an onslaught, Shen Xiaobai did not even flinch. Just as the wolf claws were about to reach him, he extended his right hand. "What ignites fire? The flame serpent dances," he exclaimed, as a strand of verdant wood energy fused rapidly with a strand of crimson fire energy in his palm in a profound manner. In the next moment, a vivid serpent of flames erupted from his hand, surging forth with fierce intensity. This was precisely the combination spell he devised himself after advancing to the pinnacle of Qi refinement. based on the principle of mutual generation among the 5 elements in the Great Freedom 5 Elements technique. What nurtures fire, amplifying its power manifold beyond a mere fireball spell. Hiss. The fiery serpent emitted a sharp, piercing hiss, as if imbued with life itself. With a deft flick of its tail in midair, it swept away the 2 foremost wind-blade wolves, hurling them violently aside. The struck beasts did not even manage a cry before being incinerated midair, reduced to 2 charred fragments amid the raging flames. The remaining wind-blade wolves, witnessing this, revealed terror in their eyes and instinctively attempted to retreat. But it was already too late. Attempt to flee? Shen Xiaobai sneered coldly. Water overcomes fire, mist locks the cage. With a twist of his left hand, a surge of pure water elemental spiritual energy erupted, instantly transforming into a dense white mist enveloping the remaining wind-blade wolves. This mist not only obscured vision, but carried a biting chill that sluggishly encumbered the wolves' movements. Immediately thereafter, Shen Xiaobai struck again. Metal overcomes wood, sharp metal slash. Earth overcomes water, earth spike thrust. Both hands moved in unison, effortlessly wielding the 5 element spells, their interactions of generation and restriction weaving infinite transformations. In mere breaths, as the mist dissipated, 7 or 8 wind-blade wolves lay dead upon the ground. Their deaths varied, some sliced into segments by keen metal blades, others pierced through by sturdy earth spikes. None remained intact. Shen Xiaobai clapped his hands, a satisfied smile gracing his visage. Indeed, the power exceeded his expectations. He approached skillfully and slit open the beast's skulls with a small knife. Fortune favored him. 3 cores obtained. Unexpectedly, among these late first-tier adversaries, 3 had already developed demon cores. Shen Xiaobai stored the cores in a dedicated storage pouch, his heart swelling with satisfaction. Just as he prepared to depart in search of his next target, the corner of his eye caught a subtle movement in a nearby thicket. Who goes there? Shen Xiaobai's gaze sharpened, and he uttered a low command as a wind blade shot forth like lightning. Don't strike. It's one of us. One of us. A panicked voice emerged from the bushes. Soon, a slender youth clad in an earth-toned Taoist robe appeared, hands raised in surrender. He looked at the slain wolves, then at Shen Xiaobai, his face a mixture of shock and admiration. Senior brother, you're incredible. You single-handedly dealt with so many wind-blade wolves. Shen Xiaobai frowned slightly upon this sudden apparition. He recognized the insignia on the youth's robe, a disciple of the Earth Cavern sect. The Earth Cavern, ranking at the bottom among the 36 caverns of heaven, was a close rival to the Purple Cloud Cavern. What are you skulking around here for? Shen Xiaobai's tone grew stern. Senior brother, please don't misunderstand. The slender youth trembled, hastily explaining, My name is Shirley, a disciple of Earth Cavern. I was being chased by these windblade wolves just now and had no choice but to hide here. I initially thought my fate was sealed, but unexpectedly, my senior brother descended from the heavens and swiftly resolved the situation. You are truly my savior. A cold laugh escaped Shen Xiaobai's lips. A savior? I would believe such nonsense. This fellow had been lurking in the grass, concealing his presence to the utmost, clearly waiting for me to engage in a fierce battle with the wolf demon, only to swoop in and reap the benefits. Unfortunately for him, he miscalculated one crucial factor, my own strength. Enough with the idle chatter. Shen Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively, growing impatient. Now that the danger has passed, it is best to depart quickly. Please, senior brother. The young man, named Shirley, lamented, a woeful expression on his face. Look at my meager cultivation. In this blood-soaked sea of trees, I am no different from a lamb awaiting slaughter. Have a heart, and take me with you. I shall serve you diligently, without complaint. I possess valuable information. Information? Shen Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Indeed, information. Shirley, sensing a glimmer of hope, quickly continued. I know of a location frequented by second-tier demon beasts, the ironback hedgehog. Though tough-skinned and meaty, they are slow in movement, and with the right approach, they can be easily hunted. A single pseudo-demon core is worth 10 points. Chapter 51. Ironback hedgehog? Let us see who the real fool is. Second-tier demon beasts. The Ironback Hedgehog? Shen Xiaobai stroked his chin, a spark of interest flickering across his face. Most second-tier demon beasts yield pseudo-demon cores. Each pseudo-demon core is equivalent to 10 demon cores. If what this fellow claims is true, and they can indeed be hunted with such ease, it would certainly be a lucrative venture. Senior brother, I assure you, my words are true. Shirley, noticing Shen Xiaobai's intrigue, pounded his chest in assurance. I was merely intending to test my luck at that location when I encountered this pack of windblade wolves along the way. It's not far from here. Just over that hill. Lead the way, Shen Xiaobai succinctly instructed. Though he did not fully trust the fellow's words, he possessed absolute confidence in his own strength. With his perfected chi refinement cultivation and a plethora of hidden cards in his storage bag, he felt capable of confronting not just the second-tier Ironback Hedgehog, but even a third-tier early-stage demon beast. He was eager to discover the true intentions of this man named Shirley. Excellent. Follow me, senior brother, Shirley exclaimed, his joy palpable as he hurried ahead to guide the way. The two traversed the woods, with Shirley exhibiting extreme eagerness. His lips seemingly coated in honey as he praised Shen Xiaobai, calling him a mighty senior brother and a prodigy of unparalleled talent, elevating him to celestial heights. Shen Xiaobai couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The more this fellow flattered him, the more it signified that he harbored secrets. After traversing for a while, they climbed over a modest hill, and the landscape opened up before them. Below lay a broad river valley, with a gentle stream meandering through it. On the opposite slope of the valley, indeed, there were several groups of hedgehogs, their bodies resembling that of young calves, covered in coarse black bristles, leisurely foraging and nibbling at the roots of grass. Indeed, it is the second-tier demonic beast, the Ironback porcupine. Brother, look, I did not deceive you, did I? Shirley exclaimed, pointing towards the distant porcupines, reveling in his apparent triumph. Shen Xiaobai squinted, scrutinizing the scene. There were approximately a dozen Ironback porcupines, most possessing early to mid-second-tier cultivation levels. Only one, significantly larger, seemingly the leader of the pack, had reached the late second-tier stage. Such prowess indeed posed a considerable challenge for an average disciple in the chi refining stage. However, for Shen Xiaobai, it presented no real threat. Ah, quite impressive, Shen Xiaobai acknowledged, then shifted his gaze to Shirley with a bemused smile. Yet, I am quite curious. As a disciple at the 5th layer of chi refining, what audacity drives you to covet these Ironback porcupines, knowing this place? Shirley's expression faltered slightly, his eyes evasive. I thought, fortune favors the bold. Besides, I wouldn't dare alone. There are other brothers with me. Oh, other brothers? Shen Xiaobai's smile deepened with intrigue. Where are they? I see none. They are nearby, Shirley stammered, but before he could finish, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from the other side of the valley. Wang Meng, for heaven's sake, stop running for yourself. Come back and help. We can't hold on much longer. This beast is far too strong. Following the sound, Shen Xiaobai observed 4 or 5 disciples, clad in thick earth cave garments, being relentlessly pursued by a furious Ironback porcupine, their situation utterly chaotic. The highest among them had merely reached the 7th layer of chi refining. Faced with a tough-skinned, muscular second-tier beast, their attacks were as ineffective as mere tickles, leaving them vulnerable to the porcupine's rampaging charge, which scattered them in disarray. Oh dear, it is my senior brothers, Shirley exclaimed, his face clouded with anxiety as he stamped his foot. How could they be so careless as to attract the attention of a demonic beast? Brother, you must intervene and save them. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. He looked at Shen Xiaobai with earnest pleading. Shen Xiaobai regarded him, recognizing the farce being played out. If he failed to see through this ruse now, it would be a grave oversight. This was clearly a trap set by the disciples from the Earth Cave, aware of their own inadequacies in confronting the Ironback porcupines. They had sent forth the seemingly weakest and least threatening Shirley as bait, hoping to lure a stronger fool into the fray. And he was precisely that chosen fool. How amusing, truly amusing, Shen Xiaobai mused inwardly while maintaining a facade of solemnity. The situation was urgent. Lives were at stake. We must act decisively to save them. He proclaimed with righteous fervor, then swiftly darted towards the fray below. Brother, you are truly a noble soul. Shirley, sensing victory, followed closely behind with a glint of triumph in his eyes. In no time, Shen Xiaobai reached the vicinity of the battle. The disciples of the Earth Sect, who were being relentlessly pursued by the porcupine, momentarily froze upon seeing him. Then their faces lit up with joyful smiles. "Senior brother, please come to our aid," shouted the leading disciple, a 7th-level Qi refiner, loudly addressing Shen Xiaobai. "Consider it done," Shen Xiaobai responded, subtly moving his hands within his sleeves, deftly concealing several inconspicuous talismans between his fingers. Instead of charging headlong into battle, he swiftly slipped behind the enraged iron-backed porcupine. Then, turning to the struggling Earth Sect disciples, he offered a benevolent smile. "Well done, juniors. Leave the rest to me." With that, he abruptly hurled the talismans toward the feet of those disciples. Before they could comprehend what was happening, a thunderous explosion erupted as one talisman detonated. Instantly, countless tenacious vines burst forth from the ground, entwining them tightly. A piercing chill coursed through their bodies, freezing them in place, utterly immobilized. Explosion talisman, vine talisman, ice spike talisman. This sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. The Earth Sect disciples never imagined that Shen Xiaobai would turn against them. "What are you doing?" the leading disciple exclaimed, both shocked and enraged. Meanwhile, the infuriated iron-backed porcupine, having lost its original target, immediately fixed its blood-red eyes on the nearest trapped prey. With a furious roar, it charged forward like a runaway boulder, colliding mercilessly with the unfortunate disciples. "No!" Agonized screams echoed throughout the valley. Shen Xiaobai, standing not far off, curled his lips disdainfully. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. But alas, you are not even mantises. At best, mere mice pilfering scraps. And I am the true hunter. He paid no heed to the unfortunate victims battered by the porcupine, instead turning his gaze toward the group of iron-backed porcupines on the hillside who had yet to react. A harvest-like smile spread across his face. "Patience, little ones. One by one, there will be a share for all. Tapte 52, Liziru. How could you be such a senior sister?" Having dealt with the reckless Earth Sect disciples, Shen Xiaobai's attention shifted to the dozen or so iron-backed porcupines remaining on the hillside. These second-tier beasts, sensing danger, ceased their feeding, their wary eyes fixated on the unexpected intruder. They emitted low, menacing growls from deep within their throats, especially the iron-backed porcupine leader, who had reached the late second tier. It rose on its hind legs, scratching the ground with its forehooves, exhaling 2 heavy breaths of white vapor from its nostrils. "A pack of beasts still dares to act haughty toward me?" Shen Xiaobai sneered coldly, utterly dismissing them. With a flicker of movement, he surged forward toward the herd. To capture the bandit, seize the leader first. His objective was clear: the strongest porcupine chief. Once it was dealt with, the rest would scatter like loose sand. A roar resounded. Upon witnessing Shen Xiaobai's audacious provocation, the leader of the porcupines was instantly engulfed in fury, lowering its head with ferocity. The sharp quills adorning its body stood erect like steel needles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of these black quills shot forth like arrows released from a bow, raining down upon Shen Xiaobai with unrelenting force. Each quill sliced through the air, wielding power comparable to the full might of a mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner. Should one of these projectiles find its mark, it would undoubtedly transform him into a veritable pincushion. But what a delightful challenge! Unfazed, Shen Xiaobai felt exhilarated. With a deft pivot of his foot, he glided through the torrential downpour of quills with an uncanny grace. As if he were a specter, his mastery of the star-shifting steps reached its zenith. Countless razor-sharp quills grazed the edges of his garments, narrowly missing him, not even touching a single hair on his body, with the ground yielding gold and the wall of adamantine rising. As he approached the porcupine leader, Shen Xiaobai let out a commanding shout. A formidable earth wall, imbued with both the energies of earth and metal, surged forth from the ground, shimmering with a metallic sheen, erecting itself in front of him. Clang! Clang! The remaining quills collided against the adamantine wall, producing a cacophony of metallic clashing sounds, leaving only shallow white marks upon its surface. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Xiaobai maneuvered to the side of the porcupine leader. The creature's most formidable defenses resided in its back and front, while its flanks were its most vulnerable points. With a glint of cold determination in his eyes, Shen Xiaobai pointed his finger like a sword, unleashing a solid beam of golden sword light that shot forth from his fingertip, targeting the creature's side. With a muted thud, the blade sank into flesh. The porcupine leader's once proud, thick hide crumbled before Shen Xiaobai's full-force strike, as fragile as parchment. The golden light pierced through its body, leaving behind a gaping, bloody wound. A howl of excruciating pain erupted from the porcupine leader as its massive form collapsed, convulsing momentarily before falling silent. With the leader now vanquished, the remaining iron-backed porcupines were thrown into disarray, emitting terrified cries as they turned to flee. Think to escape now? Too late. Shen Xiaobai would never let these points of experience slip away. He retrieved a handful of talismans from his storage pouch, casting them towards the panicking porcupine herd without a moment's hesitation. Savor the feast of talismans. Boom! 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 Fireballs! Ice spikes! Vines! Explosions! In an instant, the valley was illuminated by the dazzling light of various spells. The sounds of explosions and beastly roars echoed in a chaotic symphony. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the battle reached its conclusion. On the entire hillside, not a single iron-backed porcupine escaped. All had become points of experience for Shen Xiaobai. Wealth had come his way, wealth indeed. Humming a cheerful tune, Shen Xiaobai commenced his favorite task of looting. 1 pseudo-demon core and 7 demon nuclei amounted to a total of 30 points. Such efficiency was simply extraordinary, just as he was delighting in gathering all the demon nuclei. Preparing to venture elsewhere for further hunting, a sudden commotion arose from the other end of the forest, a woman's startled cry accompanied by the clash of weapons. "Sister, be careful. This beast is cunning." Shen Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, turning towards the source of the sound. In the distance, within the dense thicket, 2 familiar figures were being relentlessly pursued by a demon beast, its body of vivid green, resembling a leopard in stature and moving with the swiftness of lightning. It was none other than Lise Hiruo and her junior apprentice. Their adversary was a third-tier initial stage demon beast, the emerald-eyed wind weasel. This creature was notorious for its speed and elusive movements, making it exceedingly difficult to confront. At this moment, Lise Hiruo wielded her sword, its gleaming light flickering as she barely managed to keep pace with the weasel's rapidity. However, her junior was in dire straits. With only the cultivation of the 7th layer of Qi refinement, she could scarcely perceive the weasel's actions, compelled to awkwardly evade attacks. Nearly caught several times by its razor-sharp claws, her delicate face awash with terror. "Senior sister, I can hardly hold on." The tremor in her voice betrayed her fear. "Do not be afraid. I will protect you." Forcing the weasel back with a strike and positioning herself in front of her junior. Yet, she too was drenched in sweat, her breath unstable, clearly exhausted. Had it not been for the month of arduous training prior to the grand competition, along with her status as the chief disciple, she would have surely succumbed to the emerald-eyed wind weasel by now. The weasel seemed to sense their diminishing strength, its glistening green eyes sparkling with mockery as it circled them, searching for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow. Just as the situation became increasingly dire, a languid, teasing voice drifted from nearby. "Ah, is that Lise Hiruo? How unfortunate to see you in such a predicament." Startled, Lise Hiruo turned sharply at the sound. Upon seeing Shen Xiaobai leaning against a large tree, arms crossed, wearing an expression of amusement, her face flushed crimson with a mix of embarrassment and anger. How could he possibly be here? And to speak to her in such a tone. "Senior sister, it's that guy. He has come to save us," her junior exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and joy illuminating her features as if she had found savior. Who needs him to save us? Li Ziruo retorted defiantly, though a part of her felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Honestly, even now you remain obstinate? Shen Xiaobai shook his head and strolled over leisurely. Li Ziruo, how do you expect to fulfill your role as a senior sister? You can barely protect yourself, yet you've brought along a burden. Are you here for training or just a leisurely outing? You. Li Ziruo was nearly incensed to the point of spitting blood. How could he refer to her junior as a burden? How I conduct myself as a senior sister is none of your concern. Of course, it's not my business. Shen Xiaobai shrugged. After all, it's not me who will be devoured by the demon beast. As he spoke, he found a clean stone to sit upon, adopting a posture of a spectator ready to enjoy the show. You. Li Ziruo trembled with rage. Her junior, seeing the situation escalate, quickly turned to Shen Xiaobai, pleading, Young Master Shen, please, we beg you, save us. We would do anything you ask. Oh, anything? Shen Xiaobai mused, his gaze sweeping over Li Ziruo's curvaceous figure, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Li Ziruo felt uncomfortable under his intense scrutiny. You shameless cad. Enough with the idle chatter. Shen Xiaobai rose to his feet and, moved by your pitiable circumstances, reluctantly agreed to lend a hand. However, my assistance comes at a steep price. He glanced at Li Ziruo, a grin spreading across his face. The demon core of this wind fox shall belong to me. Furthermore, from this moment until the trial concludes, both of you must heed my commands. If I instruct you to head east, you shall not venture west. If I tell you to chase a dog, you cannot pursue a chicken. Do you accept these terms? Chapter 53. Junior sister, why are you turning your elbow outward? Are you taking advantage of the situation? Li Ziruo exclaimed, her lovely face flushed with anger, her beautiful eyes nearly ablaze with fury. This rogue was utterly shameless. Not only did he intend to seize the hard-earned spoils of their labor, but he also expected her and her junior sister to serve him like handmaidens? Absolutely not. Oh, you refuse to agree? Shen Xiaobai shrugged nonchalantly. Very well, you may continue. He turned to leave without a second thought. Stop. Don't go. The junior sister panicked, grasped Li Ziruo's sleeve, and pleaded with a quivering voice, Sister, please agree to his terms. If we don't, we truly may perish here today. She had witnessed the terrifying prowess of the azure-eyed wind fox. Its speed and claws could easily claim her life. Had it not been for her sister's ingenious strategies, she would have perished under the claws of that beast long ago. In the face of her life, what did a demon core or dignity matter? Li Ziruo gazed at her junior sister's tear-streaked, pleading face, then at the menacing wind fox, poised to pounce at any moment. She bit her lip, her heart in turmoil. Reason told her that acquiescing to Shen Xiaobai was the sole option available. Yet, her pride as the direct disciple of the 36 Caves overseer made uttering that word of agreement nearly impossible. To bow to this rogue, whom she despised more than anything? That would be more unbearable than death itself. Alas, it seemed negotiations had faltered. Shen Xiaobai sighed, shook his head, and began to walk away. Sister. The junior sister was in a state of complete panic, shaking Li Ziruo's arm vigorously. You must speak. He truly intends to leave. Li Ziruo watched Shen Xiaobai's resolute back. Wait. She summoned every ounce of strength to call out those 3 words, her voice laden with reluctance, humiliation, and grievance. Shen Xiaobai halted his steps. He turned back, a victorious smile gracing his face. Have you come to your senses? Li Ziruo lowered her head, squeezing out a single word through clenched teeth. Yes. Louder, I did he catch that? Shen Xiaobai feigned cleaning his ears. I agree to your terms. Li Ziruo exclaimed, her head snapping up, her eyes red and glaring at him, resembling a cornered wildcat. Now that is more like it. Shen Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction. If only you had done this sooner, we could have saved everyone some time. With that, he swiftly dashed towards the azure-eyed wind fox. Watch closely, and witness what true combat looks like. As the emerald-eyed wind weasel sensed the impending threat of Shen Xiaobai's approach, it emitted a sharp, piercing screech, transforming into a streak of green lightning that charged forward. Its speed was astonishing, leaving a series of afterimages in the air that dazzled the onlookers. However, to Shen Xiaobai, this velocity was utterly inadequate, far too slow. With a shake of his head, he activated the stellar shift beneath his feet, rendering his form elusive and indistinct. He arrived at the side of the winged weasel as if he were a phantom. Water nurtures wood, binding vines, a robust azure vine, several times thicker than before, surged from the ground, coiling around the weasel's limbs with serpent-like precision. The weasel reacted with remarkable swiftness, executing an incredible twist in midair to evade the attack. But at that very moment, Earth conquers water, gravitational field. Shen Xiaobai's other hand had already formed the necessary incantation. An invisible field of immense weight enveloped the emerald-eyed winged weasel instantaneously, causing its body to plummet, its speed drastically reduced. This fleeting moment of hesitation sealed its fate. The azure vine ensnared it tightly in midair, rendering it immobile. "It is over," Shen Xiaobai's voice echoed like a death knell. A brilliant golden sword light flickered and vanished. With a soft sound, the weasel's head was sent soaring into the air. The entire sequence unfolded with fluid grace, a swift and decisive execution that lasted mere moments. Li Ziruo and her junior sister stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape, disbelief etched across their beautiful eyes. Was this truly the end? The formidable third-tier beast that had cornered them, leaving them helpless, had fallen to this man in but 3 moves? How had he managed such a feat? Especially for Li Ziruo, the shock she felt was profound. She had believed her peak cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement placed her among the elite of her peers. After her recent experiences in the 100 Beasts mountain range, coupled with her diligent training upon returning to her sect, she had felt a surge of confidence in her rapid growth. Yet, in comparison to Shen Xiaobai, she realized how utterly ridiculous she was, whether in seizing opportunities during battle, employing spells, or executing that enigmatic movement technique. She was leagues behind him. As they stood in astonishment, Shen Xiaobai expertly retrieved the demon core, wiped his hands, and approached them. "Are you dazed?" He smirked. "It's just a demon core. Look at your naive expressions. From this moment on, you too shall be my handmaidens. Come along, my little followers. I shall lead you to greater exploits." Following behind Shen Xiaobai, Li Ziruo's emotions were a tumultuous blend. She resented this rogue for taking advantage of her, yet she could not deny the unparalleled sense of security that accompanied his presence. Though his words were sharp and his demeanor domineering, his strength was undeniably formidable. As they journeyed forth, they encountered scattered waves of beasts, including some formidable creatures of the late 2nd tier. Yet before Shen Xiaobai, these demonic beasts were no more formidable than mere paper effigies, dispatched effortlessly in a matter of moments. His inexhaustible repertoire of elemental spells, combined with his elusive, almost spectral agility, left Li Ziruo and her junior sister utterly mesmerized. Their eyes dazzled with admiration. "Sister, look," he asked, luring the beast straight into a trap again. "Wow, is it a fusion of earth spike and vine tendrils techniques? Incredible. Lord Shen is simply unparalleled. It seems there is no beast he cannot vanquish." The junior sister, like an enamored fan, chirped excitedly nearby, her gaze sparkling with admiration. Li Ziruo felt a pang of bitterness and irritation well up within her and shot a sharp glance at her. "Whose side are you on? Why are you turning your elbow outward like that?" "I'm just speaking the truth," the junior sister retorted, sticking out her tongue and whispering besides. "He is our leader now. Isn't it only natural to praise him a little?" Li Ziruo was left speechless, stifled by the retort. "Enough quarreling." Shen Xiaobai's voice came from ahead. Having just subdued a peak 2nd-tier saber-toothed tiger, he was deftly extracting the beast's core. "Come over and pack up these materials." He gestured toward the carcass, commanding with unassailable confidence. "Tiger pelt, bones, fangs, these are valuable commodities for contribution points. Don't waste them. You." Li Ziruo clenched her teeth in frustration. This fellow truly regarded them as mere servants. "What is the matter? Unwilling?" Shen Xiaobai shot her a sidelong glance. "If not, then you want to receive any share of the spoils." "Who cares?" Li Ziru raturta stubbornly. "Oh, is that so?" Shen Xiaobai produced the recently acquired demonic pill from the third-tier blue-eyed wind fox from his storage pouch, tossing it lightly in his hand. This will fetch at least 2,000 contribution points at the Sect. If you don't want it, I'll keep it myself. Li Ziruo was instantly silenced. 2,000 contribution points. That was enough to redeem several bottles of premium cultivation pills. She gazed at the translucent pill, suffused with pure wind elemental energy, and swallowed hard. The scales of her resolve tipped in an instant. It's just tidying up the corpse. What is the big deal? Sister, let us go. With a determined bite of her lip, Li Ziruo pulled her still uncomprehending junior sister forward to begin processing the enormous tiger carcass. As they busied themselves cleaning the battlefield, Shen Xiaobai suddenly furrowed his brow. Something coming, and there are quite a few of them. Rising, his expression darkened with gravity. What is it? Don't waste time. Leave immediately. Shen Xiaobai seized Li Ziruo and her junior sister, and with a swift motion, they dashed toward the hillside to the side. Not even 10 breaths had passed since they left the original site when a thunderous, earth-shaking roar erupted from where they had stood moments before. The sound resembled the thunderous charge of countless armies or the explosive crash of celestial thunder upon the earth, causing the entire land to tremble violently. Countless birds nesting in the forest took flight in terror, their piercing cries filling the air as they fled en masse, darkening the sky like an avian storm. Li Ziruo and her junior apprentice were struck with terror by the sudden upheaval, their faces losing color and their legs trembling beneath them. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? The junior apprentice's face turned pale, gripping Li Ziruo's arm tightly, her voice trembling. Li Ziruo's expression mirrored her shock. Instinctively, she glanced at Shen Xiaobai, only to find him already halted on the hillside, his expression grave as he gazed towards the source of the sound. It is not an earthquake. Shen Xiaobai's voice was low yet clear. It is a beast tide. A beast tide. Both Li Ziruo and her junior apprentice inhaled sharply, their beautiful eyes instantly filled with dread. The term beast tide within the 10,000 Beasts mountain range signifies death and destruction. It refers to a catastrophic surge formed by thousands of demonic beasts driven by some unknown force, leaving desolation in their wake. Not only would disciples in the Qi refinement stage perish, even elders in the foundation establishment or golden core stages would face certain death if caught in such a massive beast tide. How could a beast tide arise so suddenly? Li Ziruo's voice was parched. Isn't this precisely the rule of the grand competition? Shen Xiaobai cast her a sidelong glance, a hint of mockery in his tone. Did you think the phrase survive the beast tide was merely for amusement? Li Ziruo was rendered speechless by his retort. Indeed, the rules stated clearly that the trial grounds would periodically erupt with beast tides. Yet, she never anticipated that experiencing it firsthand would be so terrifying. Even the mere sound was enough to instill sheer panic. If the ground were swarming with beasts, how could they possibly survive? What should we do now? We must run. The junior apprentice was on the verge of tears. Run? Shen Xiaobai scoffed. Where would you run? Can you outrun those four-legged beasts? Frantic, aimless running is a sure path to death. As he spoke, his gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, assessing the terrain. The thunderous roars grew ever closer, and they could even feel the ground pulsing rhythmically beneath their feet. Trees swayed, and countless stones tumbled down from the hillside. Follow me. Just as Li Ziruo and her companion felt they were about to be consumed by fear, Shen Xiaobai commanded sharply, seizing their wrists and dashing towards an inconspicuous pile of rocks on the hillside. Behind the pile lay a narrow stone crevice, barely wide enough for one person to pass through. Get inside. Shen Xiaobai pushed the two of them in, then slipped in last, quickly retrieving several of his crafted concealment and breath-holding talismans from his storage bag, affixing them at the entrance of the crevice. With a hum, the talismans glowed, distorting the entrance's appearance, seamlessly blending it with the surrounding rock face, erasing all traces of their presence. Once this was accomplished, Shen Xiaobai finally exhaled in relief. The space within the crevice was cramped, the three of them pressed closely together. Li Ziruo could even detect Shen Xiaobai's faint scent and felt the warmth radiating from his arm, causing her heart to quicken involuntarily, her cheeks flushing slightly. At this moment, She was utterly preoccupied, for the commotion outside had grown alarmingly close. The thunderous sounds reverberated around them, akin to the relentless beating of a war drum. Through the crevices of the stone, they witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories for eternity. Below the hillside, a dark mass surged forth, teeming with monstrous beasts, wind-blade wolves, iron-backed porcupines, saber-toothed tigers, and unicorn rhinos. An uncountable horde of creatures converged into a formidable torrent, racing fervently in a singular direction. Their eyes glowed a fierce crimson, and they emitted frenzied roars, trampling everything in their path. Trees and rocks were effortlessly crushed and sent flying by their colossal forms. In the face of such a terrifying tide of beasts, individual strength felt utterly insignificant and powerless. Li Ziruo and her junior sister held their breath in sheer terror, not daring to make a sound, fearful of being detected by the creatures outside. Shen Xiaobai's expression was equally grave. He had not anticipated the scale of the beast tide during the trial. From his vantage point alone, he had already seen thousands of monstrous entities, many of which were peak second-tier beings. Should he be swept into this chaos, even with extraordinary strength, he would be torn to shreds. Fortunately, the direction of the beast tide was not toward them. The deafening cacophony of their charge persisted for what felt like an eternity before gradually receding. Once the horrendous sounds were no longer audible, the three within the crevice collectively exhaled, their backs drenched in cold sweat. "Are they gone?" the junior sister asked, her voice quivering. For the time being, Shen Xiaobai nodded, then added, "However, this is merely the opening act." He rose cautiously, peering out from the stone fissure. The outside world lay in disarray. The once dense forest had been ruthlessly carved into a path 100 yards wide, a scene of devastation. "What do we do now?" Li Ziruo emerged, taking in the apocalyptic sight, her heart racing with dread. She was now entirely convinced. Had it not been for Shen Xiaobai's swift decision to lead them to safety, they would have surely been reduced to mere pulp. "What now?" Shen Xiaobai glanced back at her, a grin spreading across his face. "Why, we go treasure hunting." "Treasure hunting?" Li Ziruo was taken aback. "Are you out of your mind?" Shen Xiaobai shot her an exasperated look. With such a massive beast tide passing, there are bound to be stragglers or unfortunate souls trampled or injured. If we don't seize this opportunity, what are we waiting for? As he spoke, he took the lead, advancing toward the path carved by the beast tide. "Stay close. From this moment on, all actions are under my command. Anyone who dares to run off or make noise, I will not hesitate to use as bait." Shen Xiaobai's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Li Ziruo and her junior sister exchanged glances, fear reflected in their eyes. They had no choice but to obediently follow. Chapter 55. His business is my business. Following Shen Xiaobai down the chaotic path, trampled by the beast tide, Li Ziruo's emotions were a tumultuous blend. This man's thoughts were always strikingly unique. The cataclysmic beast tide that appeared moments ago seemed to spell disaster for many, yet to him, it transformed into an opportunity for wealth. Such a mindset was something she had never dared to entertain before. "What are you standing there for? Come and help." Shen Xiaobai's voice echoed from the front, snapping her back to reality. Li Ziruo looked up to see Shen Xiaobai beside the colossal corpse of a unicorn rhinoceros. Beckoning them closer, the creature had evidently met its demise during the chaos, trampled by its companions. Its bones were fractured in multiple places, a tragic sight. However, the horn, glimmering with a cold light, and the thick hide were intact. Valuable materials indeed. "Why are you not coming to skin the horn and hide?" Shen Xiaobai commanded with an air of authority, as if they were inherently meant for such labor. "You." Li Ziruo gritted her teeth in anger. This person was beginning to boss them around again. "Senior sister, perhaps we should go over," her younger companion suggested quietly, acknowledging the truth in Shen Xiaobai's words about the spoils. Li Ziruo shot her a glare, but ultimately relented, albeit reluctantly, moving closer and drawing out her small knife to tend to the massive carcass. Meanwhile, Shen Xiaobai leaned back with crossed arms, overseeing the operation, occasionally offering unsolicited advice. "Oh, you're not using that knife correctly? Cut at the joints. It's much easier. How clumsy. The rhino hide must be removed in one piece to fetch a good price. If you cut it into pieces, how will you sell it? What have you two been learning at the sect? You can't even manage the basics of survival in the wild? His words became increasingly cutting, causing Li Ziruo's face to shift from pale to flushed with indignation, wishing she could plunge the knife in his obnoxious mouth. Yet, she could only endure, for she was no match for him. Just as they completed their task, Shen Xiaobai's ears perked up and his gaze sharpened. Someone is approaching. Conceal your presence and hide. He swiftly pulled the still-dazed pair into the nearby thicket. Just as the three concealed themselves, 5 or 6 figures emerged from the opposite side of the woods. They appeared disheveled and stained with blood, clearly having narrowly escaped the beast tide. Upon spotting the unicorn rhinoceros corpse, a glint of greed flickered in their eyes. "Boss, look, it's a peak second-tier unicorn rhinoceros. We've hit the jackpot. Just this body alone could earn us several hundred points." The leader, a young man at the peak of chi refinement, was quickly recognized by Shen Xiaobai from the insignia on their clothing. Disciples of the Golden Light Cave. Truly, fate has brought rivals together. The leading youth was none other than Qian Kuin's cousin, Qian Yu, now the chief disciple of the Golden Light Cave. "Quiet down," Qian Yu cautioned, scanning the surroundings with a vigilant gaze. There are traces of processing around this unicorn rhinoceros, indicating that other disciples are nearby. "What are you afraid of, boss?" A lackey beside him scoffed. "In this area, who besides us from the Golden Light Cave could be our adversary? Whoever dares to compete with us for this loot should be dealt with." "Exactly, boss. Let's hastily gather our belongings and depart, lest the night stretch into an unwelcome dream." Upon hearing this, Qian Yu found merit in the suggestion and nodded in agreement, preparing to collect their spoils. Just then, a languid voice drifted from the thicket behind them. "Who dares to speak so boldly?" "Ah, it is merely the rabble from Jingwang Cave." Shen Xiaobai strolled leisurely from behind the trees, accompanied by Li Ziruo and her younger disciple. "Shen Xiaobai." Qian Yu's pupils constricted suddenly, his eyes igniting with profound hatred and murderous intent. The disciples of Jingwang Cave behind him also changed their expressions, brandishing their magical artifacts as they surrounded the trio with ominous intent. "Indeed, what a stroke of fortune to find you here without the slightest effort." Qian Yu's gaze was fixed on Shen Xiaobai, his voice strained as if forced through clenched teeth. "I was just lamenting my inability to locate you, but here you are, presenting yourself on a silver platter. Looking for me?" Shen Xiaobai nonchalantly cleared his ears and inquired innocently, "What could you possibly want? Perhaps the spirit stones your cave master compensated me last time were insufficient, and you wish to bestow more upon me? You seek death." Shen Xiaobai's words were akin to salt rubbed into the wounds of Qian Yu, who had been publicly humiliated when he was punished to face the wall, rendering Jingwang Cave a laughingstock within the entire Xintian sect. And the instigator of it all was this very man before him. Qian Yu trembled with fury, but refrained from immediate action. A glance at Li Ziruo, standing behind Shen Xiaobai, revealed a flicker of wariness in his eyes. He was acutely aware of her status. She was a direct disciple of the head of the 36 Caves, someone not to be trifled with lightly. "Senior sisterly." Qian Yu suppressed his rage and clasped his hands respectfully. "This matter does not concern you, and I kindly request you not to intervene. This is a private grievance between Jingwang Cave and this waste of space." Li Ziruo furrowed her brows at his words, instinctively wanting to assert her unfamiliarity with Shen Xiaobai. Yet, as the words lingered on her lips, she inexplicably swallowed them back. She cast a glance at the nonchalant Shen Xiaobai, and then at the menacing Qian Yu, feeling an inexplicable annoyance arise within her. She detested Qian Yu's self-righteous demeanor, and even more so, his condescending tone when addressing her. "His affairs are my affairs." Li Ziruo was taken aback by her own retort, which had escaped her lips in a cold tone. Even her younger disciple beside her gaped in astonishment. Shen Xiaobai shot her a surprised look as well. "Oh, this foolish woman actually knows how to defend her territory? Li Ziru, what do you mean by that?" Qian Yu's expression darkened instantly. "Do you truly wish to stand against the entirety of Jingwang Cave for the sake of a waste from Ziyun Cave? I have stated that his affairs are my affairs." Li Ziruo reiterated, her tone now resolute. She, too, was unaware of why she felt such a fierce desire to prevent Shen Xiaobai from being bullied in front of others. Perhaps it was because he had been their protector throughout their journey, or perhaps she had simply grown accustomed to standing by his side. Very well. Excellent. Qianyu, consumed by rage, forced a smile. Since you refused my invitation to drink, do not blame us for being rude. Today, none of you three shall escape. His eyes glinted with murderous intent as he gestured to his comrades behind him. Go. Chapter 56. Sharing in Adversity and Prosperity? I dare anyone to challenge that. Just as the disciples of the Golden Light Cave were about to act, Li Ji Ruo let out a sharp cry, drawing her sword. Stepping forward, she shielded Shen Xiaobai and her junior sister, her beautiful eyes glinting with cold determination as she stared intently at Qianyu. Qianyu, I advise you to think carefully. Do you think you can bear the wrath of my master by laying a hand on me? Qianyu hesitated, his expression darkening. The chief overseer, Zhou Xinqing, was the highest authority of the 36 heavenly caves of the Xian sect and possessed formidable skills at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Not only, but even his uncle Qian Li would treat the overseer with utmost respect. If Li Jiruo were to be harmed here, the consequences would be dire. Senior sister Li, do not misunderstand. Qianyu's eyes darted as he regained his composure, the murderous aura dissipating as he donned a smile. How could we dare to lay hands on you? We merely wish to spar with this senior brother Shen. Ha! Shen Xiaobai spat from behind, scoffing at Qianyu's words. You just said you would keep all three of us here, and yet the moment you heard the overseer's name, you cowered. Silence. Qianyu shot a venomous glare at Shen Xiaobai. Were it not for Li Jiruo's protection, he would have relished the chance to silence this insolent brat. At that moment, as tensions reached their peak, a thunderous roar erupted from a nearby valley. The sound was filled with brutality and insanity, shaking the very ground beneath their feet and sending their blood surging. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of malevolence swept toward them like a tempest. Not good. It's a third-tier demon beast. Qianyu's face paled. Li Jiruo's complexion turned ashen as well. A third-tier demon beast. Such a creature was equivalent to a Foundation establishment cultivator and was far beyond the reach of mere Qi refinement disciples. Boom! The ground trembled violently as a terrifying giant beast, resembling a small mountain and covered in a thick black shell with 3 menacing horns, charged out of the valley. It was a third-tier, initial stage, triangular black armored beast. This beast was renowned for its astonishing defense, impervious to ordinary spells and spiritual tools. At this moment, for reasons unknown, the triangular black armored beast was charging toward Shen Xiaobai, engulfed in a state of rage. Its blood-red eyes fixated on Shen Xiaobai and Qianyu, the nearest targets. Run! Qianyu shrieked, turning to flee without a moment's hesitation. His companions scattered in fear, their souls nearly escaping their bodies. Now you wish to flee? Did you consult me first? Shen Xiaobai's icy voice rang out, with a swift motion of his hands. Dozens of talismans burst forth, detonating along the path of Qianyu and his fleeing group. Boom! 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 Fire walls, ice walls, earth walls. 3 walls of magic abruptly emerged, instantly sealing off their retreat. Shen Xiaobai, what are you doing? Qianyu exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury in his voice. What am I doing? Shen Xiaobai retorted with a cold chuckle. As fellow disciples, we share both adversity and fortune. Now we face a common enemy. We must either unite to vanquish this beast or perish together here. Listening to Shen Xiaobai's words, Qianyu's expression fluctuated. He realized Shen Xiaobai was correct. The triangular black-armored beast was charging toward them. If it pursued him, death was inevitable. Fine, I agree. Qianyu gritted his teeth, forcing out a few words. First, we deal with this beast, then we settle our scores. That's the spirit. Shen Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction. This creature was a third-tier demon beast, and he could not allow it to escape, especially with Qianyu present. At that moment of consensus, the triangular black-armored beast roared as it closed in on them. Its massive body barreled forward like a rampaging war chariot, exuding an aura of unstoppable force as it crashed toward the group. Scatter! Shen Xiaobai shouted fiercely, pulling Li Ziruo and her junior sister to the side. Qian Yu and the others swiftly dodged to either side. Boom! The triangular black-armored beast collided with the spot where they had just stood, creating a deep pit in the ground and sending debris flying. Such incredible strength. A chill ran through everyone. If they were struck, they would surely be reduced to pulp. Stop dawdling. Attack together. Qian Yu bellowed, taking the lead in the assault. A gleaming golden spear appeared in his hand, its tip radiating spiritual energy as he thrust it toward the beast's eye. His fellow disciples also summoned their magical artifacts, unleashing a barrage of spells upon the colossal creature. Seeing this, Li Ziruo gritted her teeth and said to her junior sister, "Let us flank it from the side." In an instant, the arena was illuminated with flashes of spiritual light, the sound of explosions ringing out continuously. However, their attacks merely sparked against the beast's thick armor. Causing no substantial harm. Only Qian Yu's full-powered thrust managed to leave a faint white mark on the creature's eyelid. Roar! Provoked, the triangular black-armored beast descended into madness. It violently shook its head, the three menacing horns atop its head sweeping out like indestructible blades. One unwary disciple from the Golden Light Cave was struck by the massive horn, screaming in agony as he was sent flying like a rag doll. His chest caved in, and it was clear he would not survive. Damn it! Qian Yu's face turned ashen. A bunch of fools. What good is reckless charging? Shen Xiaobai scoffed, his figure flickering as he ghosted behind the triangular black-armored beast. The beast's weaknesses lie in its abdomen and the joints. His voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Earth gives birth to gold. The dragon stirs. Shen Xiaobai slammed his hands onto the ground. Boom! Centered around the colossal beast. The ground within a radius of several dozen feet suddenly convulsed violently, resembling tumultuous waves. Caught off guard, the massive form of the triangular black-armored beast lost its balance and toppled over, exposing its relatively soft underbelly. An opportune moment. Li Ziruo and Qian Yu exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with determination as they unleashed their most potent attacks toward the creature's vulnerable abdomen. Chapter 57. Beasts. How dare you stab us in the back? Golden Spear breaks the waves. Azure Lotus Sword Technique. Qian Yu and Li Ziruo simultaneously executed their most formidable moves, the Golden Spear Light and the Azure Sword Lotus. Imbued with the ferocity to rend asunder, struck mercilessly against the unguarded belly of the triangular black-armored beast. With a sickening sound, two distinct thuds echoed as their blades pierced flesh. At last, their assault bore fruit. The creature's relatively tender underbelly was blasted open, leaving behind two gaping, bloodied wounds, from which dark green blood gushed forth like a spring. A howl erupted from the wounded beast, reverberating through the air with a heart-wrenching intensity. Its massive form thrashed wildly, struggling to rise, yet the excruciating pain in its abdomen rendered it powerless. Seizing the moment, Qian Yu's eyes glinted with malice as he raised his spear once more, preparing to deliver the final blow to the beast. Li Ziruo and the others also summoned their spiritual energy, ready to strike down the wounded creature. However, just as victory seemed within grasp, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. At the rear, Shen Xiaobai suddenly furrowed his brow. Something was amiss, despite its grievous wounds. The triangular black-armored beast's blood-red eyes shone not with weakness, but rather with a peculiar, cunning light. It was feigning vulnerability. Be cautious. Retreat. Shen Xiaobai shouted urgently to Li Ziruo and her apprentice, hastily retreating. Li Ziruo and her disciple, trusting him implicitly, though puzzled, followed suit without hesitation. Yet Qian Yu and his companions, blinded by the intoxicating allure of imminent victory, dismissed Shen Xiaobai's warning entirely. Retreat? This beast is on the brink of death. The demon core is ours. Qian Yu sneered, thrusting his spear menacingly toward the heart of the triangular black-armored beast. Just as the tip of his spear was about to make contact with the creature's flesh, the seemingly dying beast suddenly opened its eyes wide. Upon its three menacing horns, ancient yellow runes flared to life. An overwhelming, tempestuous surge of earth energy coalesced in an instant. Earth's roar. Boom! A visible shockwave of earthy yellow erupted, radiating outward from the triangular black-armored beast. The force contained within was terrifying beyond measure. Caught directly in the path, Qian Yu's mocking grin froze in an instant. He felt an irresistible, colossal force slam into his chest. With a sickening crunch, the high-grade spiritual weapon in his grasp shattered piece by piece. He was utterly devastated, blood gushing forth like a fountain, akin to a kite severed from its string, soaring backward before crashing violently against the distant mountainside, his fate uncertain. The fate of his companions was even more tragic. They could barely emit a cry before being obliterated into a mist of crimson by the terrifying shockwave. The force of that single strike was indeed formidable. Li Ziruo and her junior sister, fortunate enough to have retreated to a safe distance, gazed at the gruesome scene before them, their faces drained of color, their delicate forms trembling in fear. Had it not been for Shen Xiaobai's timely warning, their outcome would have been dire. They cast grateful and relieved looks towards Shen Xiaobai, their hearts filled with appreciation. Yet, Shen Xiaobai's expression was one of utmost gravity. He fixated intently on the triangular black-armored beast that was slowly rising from the ground. This creature proved to be even more cunning and powerful than he had anticipated. It had evidently awakened its intelligence. The previous attack was undoubtedly its innate divine ability, its might now nearly rivaling that of a mid-tier third-grade beast. After executing that move, the beast's aura noticeably diminished, its abdomen bleeding profusely, having paid a considerable price for its ferocity. Its blood-red eyes locked onto the three remaining humans in the arena, brimming with a savage intent to kill. Trouble was afoot. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Shen Xiaobai's forehead as he realized they were now left to confront a completely enraged third-grade beast alone. Sister, prepare for battle. Li Ziruo inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing her terror as she gripped her sword firmly. In that critical moment, a feeble coughing sound emerged from a nearby pile of rubble. Qian Yu, drenched in blood, struggled to crawl from the debris. Though he had survived, he bore grave injuries. His chest caved in, his breath shallow, clearly devoid of strength to fight. He surveyed the dire situation, glancing at Shen Xiaobai and Li Ziruo, and a flicker of resentment and madness flashed in his eyes. He had initially intended to exploit the third-grade beast to ambush Shen Xiaobai, but had lost his composure at a crucial moment. Regret was futile now. All of this was orchestrated by Shen Xiaobai. If only he had departed earlier. There were no ifs. Shen Xiaobai, Li Ziru, he bellowed, summoning every ounce of his strength. Do you not wish to slay it? Allow me to assist you. As he spoke, he produced a blood-red orb from within his garments, exuding an ominous aura. This was an exceedingly vile magical artifact, capable of unleashing terrifying power far beyond its wielder's cultivation at the cost of their own life essence. The blood sacrifice explosive pearl. Upon seeing the orb, Shen Xiaobai's pupils constricted in alarm. This was perilous. This fiend intended to perish alongside them. The triangular black-armored beast seemed to sense the ominous energy emanating from the blood orb and emitted an anxious roar. Ha ha ha! All of you shall perish. Qian Yu, in a frenzy, spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the orb. With a thunderous hum, the orb erupted in a blinding display of crimson energy, a violent force unleashed in a cataclysmic explosion. However, the target of this surge of energy was not the triangular black-armored beast, but rather Shen Xiaobai and Li Ziruo. How dare you stab me in the back? Shen Xiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that the scoundrel Qian Yu would resort to such self-destructive means, dragging them down with him in his final moments. The crimson energy surged forward with astonishing speed. It was so rapid that Shen Xiaobai had no time to mount any effective defense. He could only abandon his restraint and unreservedly unleash the full extent of his chi-refining prowess. Then, he forcefully pushed Li Ziruo and her junior sister away. Meanwhile, he himself was violently struck in the chest by the frenzied crimson energy. Chapter 58, Howl. It's all my fault for arriving late. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated. Shen Xiaobai felt as though his body had been struck head-on by a colossal mountain. The brilliance of his superior inner armor flickered wildly, emitting a creaking sound under the immense strain. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, he was propelled backward like a cannonball, shattering several massive trees before crashing to the ground, motionless. Young master, Brother Shun, Li Ziruo and her junior sister, having been pushed aside, simultaneously let out terrified screams upon witnessing this shocking scene. Their minds went blank, utterly stunned by the abrupt turn of events. Ha 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 ha! The instigator, Qian Yu, looked upon the fallen Shen Xiaobai and erupted into a fit of triumphant yet feeble laughter. Shen Xiaobai, weren't you quite capable? Stand up again if you can. He laughed so hard that he coughed up blood, his body swaying precariously, yet his face was alight with the thrill of vengeance. However, his moment of glee was short-lived. Roar! A furious beast's roar shattered his laughter. The triangular black-armored beast cared little for the quarrels of humans. To it, these diminutive creatures before it were all mere enemies. It charged forward on its four hooves, its massive form radiating uncontainable fury, rushing straight toward the nearest Qian Yu. No! The smile on Qian Yu's face froze instantly, replaced by an abyss of terror and despair. He wished to flee, but he was grievously injured and had exhausted his vital essence, lacking even the strength to move a finger. He could only watch helplessly as the shadow, akin to a mountain, enveloped him entirely. I do not wish to die. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The once imperious disciple of Golden Light Cave was trampled into a pulp by the triangular black-armored beast, dead beyond any hope of revival. Having dealt with Qian Yu, the beast's blood-red eyes turned toward Li Ziruo and her junior sister, who stood nearby. What should we do, senior sister? The junior sister, paralyzed by fear, spoke with a quivering voice. Li Ziruo was not much better off. Shen Xiaobai's fate was unknown. How could the two of them, mere weak women, confront an enraged, third-tier demonic beast alone? It was a path leading straight to death. Despair surged within her heart. Was she truly destined to perish here today? She refused to accept it. There were still many things she wished to accomplish. At this critical moment, a howl echoed through the air, a piercing howl, resonant and imbued with an endless majesty, suddenly emanated from the direction where Shen Xiaobai lay incapacitated. This wolf's howl seemed to originate from the primordial depths of ancient times, carrying with it an inherent nobility and dominance. The triangular black-armored beast, poised to pounce upon Li Ziruo, abruptly froze in its tracks upon hearing the howl. A flicker of fear glimmered in its blood-red eyes, as if a lesser creature had encountered the sovereign of its bloodline. All gazes turned toward the source of the sound. There, beside Shen Xiaobai, stood a robust, snow-white giant wolf, its four paws enveloped in a chilling azure aura. The creature radiated elegance and explosive power, its ice-blue pupils resembling the purest sapphires, coldly fixed upon the triangular black-armored beast. Those eyes conveyed a sense of disdain and contempt. It was none other than Shen Xiaobai's beast companion, the Xianbing demon wolf cub, having undergone evolution within the nine-transformation mysterious tower and nourished by millennium of cold marrow. It had transformed entirely, its strength surging to the pinnacle of the second tier. Is that the little wolf cub? Li Ziruo and her junior sister recognized it, their beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. They recalled that during their time in the 10,000 Beast mountain range, this little creature had been no larger than a palm, appearing utterly harmless. How much time had passed? How could it have grown so formidable? Moreover, the terrifying aura it exuded rivaled that of the third-tier, triangular black-armored beast. Roar! The triangular black-armored beast seemed to sense the immense threat and emitted a low growl, though it was filled with feigned bravado. Yet, the little wolf cub merely cast a disdainful glance at it. It then opened its mouth, and a visibly intense blue chill rapidly coalesced within. The surrounding air temperature plummeted, and a thick layer of frost formed upon the ground. Go! A faint voice emerged from the ground. It was Shen Xiaobai. Struggling to lift a hand, he pointed towards the triangular black-armored beast. Responding eagerly to its master-esque command, the little wolf cub howled triumphantly. It let out a skyward wail, and the concentrated blue chill transformed into a powerful frosty breath, akin to a cataclysmic wind from the abyss, instantly traversing dozens of yards to envelop the massive triangular black-armored beast entirely. Crack, crack, crack. A series of chilling, freezing sounds ensued. The once mighty, triangular black-armored beast, renowned for its formidable defenses, could not even emit a cry before it was instantaneously encased in the terrifying frosty breath. Transformed into a crystal-clear ice sculpture from head to tail, vividly preserving the look of terror upon its face. Then, with a resounding crash, the enormous ice sculpture shattered, dispersing into a shower of crystalline powder carried away by the wind. It was dead. A powerful third-tier beast had been slain in an instant, leaving no trace behind. The world fell silent. Lise Hiruo and her junior sister stood utterly petrified. They stood transfixed, gazing at the magnificent, snow-white giant wolf that exuded an aura of regality, feeling utterly overwhelmed. How could it be so formidable? Lise Hiruo and her junior sister remained rooted in place, their breaths nearly suspended. What unfolded before them had completely transcended their comprehension. A peak second-tier demon wolf could annihilate a formidable third-tier beast with a mere breath? Who would believe such a tale? They stared at the icy, imposing giant wolf, their eyes filled with disbelief. This was no ordinary beast. It was a ferocious creature clad in wolf's pelt. Their gaze instinctively shifted to the figure struggling to rise from the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Shen Xiaobai violently coughed several times, spitting out blood mixed with internal fragments. His complexion as pale as paper. The counterattack from Qianyu before his demise was indeed formidable. Had it not been for the high-quality inner armor he wore and his naturally robust physique, that blow could have claimed his life. Even so, he felt as if his internal organs had been displaced, his bones nearly shattered, and numerous meridians severed. This was the gravest injury he had ever sustained. Damn it, I was careless. Shen Xiaobai silently cursed himself. He had underestimated the depths of human malice. To his astonishment, Qianyu, that worthless fool, resorted to such a desperate, self-destructive tactic. How? The little wolf cub rushed over upon seeing its master injured, gently nudging Shen Xiaobai's arm with its fluffy head. Its ice-blue eyes filled with concern and guilt, as if to say, "It's all my fault for arriving late and allowing my master to be harmed." Chapter 59. The young master is no menace. The little wolf cub continued to nuzzle against Shen Xiaobai's arm incessantly. Watching its affectionate demeanor, he affectionately patted its head. "It's all right, I don't blame you. Fortunately, I have this little one with me. Otherwise, today's events could have ended far worse." He retrieved a drop of millennia-old stalactite from his storage pouch and swallowed it without hesitation. The immense life energy surged within him, like a gentle stream nurturing his damaged meridians and organs. His pallid complexion visibly regained some color. Shen Xiaobai, Lise Hiruo, and her junior sister finally snapped out of their shock and hurried over. "Is your injury serious?" Lise Hiruo asked, concern and compassion evident in her voice as she regarded his dismal state. "I want to die." Shen Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively. Then, as if recalling something, he flashed him a grin. "However, I did sustain these injuries while saving you. So, what do you think we should do about this?" Lise Hiruo and her junior sister were momentarily taken aback. In such a dire situation, this fellow still had the audacity to discuss accounts? "What do you intend to do?" Lise Hiruo asked warily. "Nothing in particular." Shen Xiaobai pointed to the ground where a shapeless mass of flesh lay. "That fellow's storage pouch should still be intact, right? Is it not quite normal to seize spoils of war? Is this truly inappropriate?" The junior sister gazed at him, her hesitation evident. After all, he is a fellow disciple. Fellow disciple? Shen Xiaobai seemed to have heard the most ludicrous joke. "You truly are a perpetual child. Have you forgotten that he just attempted to eliminate us all? In this trial ground, there are no comrades, only foes and prey. If you are unwilling, I shall proceed alone." With that, he limped towards Qianyu's lifeless body. Lise Hiruo observed his retreating figure, biting her lip. She understood that this man spoke the truth. The realm of cultivation is inherently cruel. It is either your demise or mine. The so-called camaraderie among disciples is feeble and easily shattered in the face of immense profit and life or death. Taking a deep breath, she declared loudly, "Humph. Who says we are mere children? We simply fear our sect discovering this." With that, she pulled her junior sister along and followed suit. Soon, they discovered Qian used storage bag amid the gruesome remains. Shen Xiaobai unceremoniously claimed the storage bag, and upon probing within, his spirits soared. As expected of a disciple from the Golden Light Cave, his wealth was substantial. The value of the beast cores and pseudo-beast pills alone soared above 100%. There were also numerous elixirs and spirit stones. Quite satisfactory, this venture yielded great rewards. Shen Xiaobai, content, secured the storage bag. He glanced at the corpses of several Golden Light Cave disciples, who had perished at the hands of the triangular black-armored beasts, and gestured towards Li Ziruo. Those should not go to waste either, and those beasts, let them not be wasted as well. The corners of Li Ziruo's mouth twitched. This fellow truly is relentless, sparing nothing. Yet, this time she refrained from retorting and, together with her junior sister, adeptly assumed the role of scavengers. Go! Consume the essence and demon cores of the triangular black-armored beasts. The little wolf cub, upon receiving the command, gleefully began to feast. Before long, the battlefield was left immaculate. Shen Xiaobai disposed of all the corpses with fireball techniques, erasing all traces. Well, it is unwise to linger here. We must swiftly find a place to recuperate. He surveyed his surroundings and spoke solemnly. The commotion earlier was too great. It would undoubtedly attract other beasts or disciples. He was gravely injured and needed to find a secure location to recover. I know of a place. The junior sister suddenly raised her hand, stating that not far ahead there was a waterfall, and behind it lay a concealed cave. Lead the way. Under the guidance of the junior sister, the trio soon located the cave hidden behind the waterfall. The cave was dry and tidy, indeed a splendid refuge. Shen Xiaobai set up several wards for vigilance and concealment at the entrance, then ventured deep into the cave to sit cross-legged. I require seclusion for healing. You two shall guard my safety. Remember, no matter what happens, you must not disturb me. Yes, young master. Li Ziruo and her junior sister replied in unison. Observing Shen Xiaobai's pallid complexion and feeble aura, they felt a pang of unease in their hearts. The man who perpetually bullied and commanded them ultimately sustained such grave injuries solely to protect them. Shen Xiaobai disregarded them and entered the 9-turn mysterious tower, where he began to fully channel his energy to refine the millennium-old stalactite, mending his damaged body. At the very moment he entered this healing state, the little wolf cub within the tower, having consumed the essence and demon core of a third-tier beast, fell into slumber once more. Its aura surged at a terrifying pace. While Shen Xiaobai recuperated, he continuously suppressed and refined his spiritual power within the 5 elements organs. Inside the tower, 10 days passed, while outside, barely a day had elapsed. The waterfall roared, the sound reverberating, and the cave was shrouded in dim light. Li Ziruo's junior sister, Shu Xiaoxiao, sat at the cave entrance, hugging her knees like a frightened rabbit. "Sister, do you think the young master will be all right?" she whispered to Li Ziruo, who was nearby. "It's been a day and night, and there hasn't been a single sound. He was gravely injured before and lost so much blood." Li Ziruo sat cross-legged, her eyes tightly closed, appearing to meditate, yet the slight tremor of her eyelashes betrayed her inner turmoil. Upon hearing her junior sister's words, she opened her eyes and huffed in irritation. What could possibly happen? A calamity lasting 1,000 years. Someone like him. Even the king of hell wouldn't dare to claim. You should worry about ourselves instead. Who knows if any reckless beasts might wander this cursed place. Although her words were harsh, her gaze involuntarily darted toward the dark depths of the cave. That scoundrel had entered with a pale face, still forcing a joke despite his condition. Truly a reckless fellow. The young master is not a calamity. Shu Xiaoxiao immediately retorted, pouting. If it weren't for him, we would have perished in the beast tide long ago. How could we possibly be sitting here in peace? Moreover, The young master is truly remarkable. He single-handedly dealt with that third-tier, triangular black-armored beast, along with so many from the Golden Light Cave. As she spoke, her large eyes sparkled with admiration. Her chin resting on her hands, embodying a little fangirl. Remarkable, you say? Li Ziruo felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, yet her lips curled into disdain. He merely relied on his treasures in that battle pet. Look at him. He was nearly beaten to a pulp by a single blow. A true powerhouse would never allow themselves to be caught in such a predicament. But he did to save us. Silence. Chapter 60. What is this giant doing in the cave? Li Ziruo exploded as if unable to accept something. No more mentioning him. Focus on protecting me. If anything goes awry, just wait and see how I deal with you. Oh, Shu Xiaoxiao replied, feeling wronged, and dared not speak further. Yet, the towering figure of Shen Xiaobai, who risked his life to protect them, frequently appeared in her mind. The cave fell into silence, with only the roaring waterfall and the occasional howls of beasts from outside breaking the stillness. Li Ziruo took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm her mind. Yet, within her mind, the figure of Shen Xiaobai emerged uncontrollably. His nonchalant grace as he effortlessly vanquished monstrous beasts, his calm demeanor in the face of formidable foes, his unscrupulousness during acts of extortion, and the resolute silhouette he cast as he pushed her away, braving that fatal blow alone, all of these memories coalesced. This man was akin to an enigma, imbued with contradictions, yet irresistibly captivating. Did she truly regard him merely as an ordinary companion? Li Ziruo's heart was in turmoil. At that moment, a series of faint yet rhythmically peculiar sounds echoed from a shadowy corner of the cave. The sound, barely discernible amidst the roaring waterfall, pierced the air like a needle aimed at the ears of the two girls. What was that? Shu Xiaoxiao shivered, her small face paling in an instant. Stay silent. Li Ziruo immediately gestured for quiet, rising slowly, gripping her sword tightly, her expression grave as she peered towards the source of the sound. It emanated from a dark crevice they had previously overlooked, a pitch-black void. The sound grew increasingly distinct, as if some entity was slowly crawling from the depths of that fissure. A chilling, viscous aura began to permeate the cave. Shu Xiaoxiao instinctively pressed closer to Li Ziruo, whose heart raced her throat. Finally, under their tense gaze, a colossal, vividly patterned arthropod emerged from the inky darkness of the crevice. Then came a second, and a third. A gigantic spider, akin to a grinding stone, crawled forth. Its body radiated an uncanny dark purple hue, adorned with a striking tapestry of red, yellow, and blue patterns. Supported by 8 legs bristling with black bristles, its swollen abdomen bulged ominously as if harboring something. The most chilling aspect was its 8 glimmering compound eyes, coldly fixated on the two girls at the cave's entrance, brimming with the predatory greed of a hunter regarding its prey. A 3-stage initial phase tricolor demon spider? Li Ziruo swallowed hard, recognizing the beast's identity. The tricolor demon spider was a notoriously venomous species, known for its toxic web and formidable nature. Their luck had been dreadful indeed. How could such a creature lie hidden within this cave? What would they do now? Shu Xiaoxiao was on the verge of tears. Do not be afraid. Li Ziruo inhaled deeply, forcing herself to remain composed. She glanced deeper into the cave. Shen Xiaobai was there, healing, and must not be disturbed. An inexplicable sense of competitiveness and responsibility surged within her. That rascal always claimed she was a burden, that she was an inadequate senior. Today, she would prove him wrong. Without him, she, Li Ziruo, could still safeguard her junior. What did a mere 3-stage initial phase beast matter? A flicker of determination flashed in Li Ziruo's eyes as she crossed her sword before her chest, turning to Shu Xiaoxiao and commanding, "Step back. Do not let it disturb the young master's healing. I shall confront it." Before her words fell, she let out a fierce shout, her figure swaying as she charged towards the colossal 3-colored demon spider. Azure Lotus Sword Song, first form Blooming Lotus. With a spirited cry, Li Ziyu wielded her sword, conjuring a dazzling floral pattern with a blade. In an instant, several streams of azure sword energy materialized from thin air, intertwining in the atmosphere to form a budding azure lotus, imbued with a piercing sword intent, spiraling towards the three-colored demon spider. As she took action, she unleashed a profound sword technique passed down by her master, demonstrating her remarkable growth through the previous battle with the triangular black-armored beast. Along with Shen Xiaobai's exemplary combat display, her vision and combat awareness had significantly elevated. Faced with a third-tier demon beast, she no longer held any disdain. Unleashing her full power from the outset, the three-colored demon spider seemed taken aback by the audacity of this seemingly delicate human girl, daring to initiate an attack against it. A flicker of human-like disdain appeared in its 8 compound eyes as it confronted the incoming azure sword lotus, remaining utterly unperturbed. It merely opened its mouth wide. With a sudden burst, a dark green liquid sprayed forth like a high-pressure water gun, precisely meeting the sword lotus. A sound reminiscent of corrosive destruction echoed. In an instant, Li Ziyu's fierce sword lotus was eroded as swiftly as melting ice, dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke. The green liquid, having neutralized the sword lotus, continued its relentless advance towards Li Ziyu's face. What a potent venom, truly befitting of a third-tier demon beast. Startled, Li Ziyu lightly tapped her toes against the ground, her figure gracefully retreating, narrowly evading the toxic stream. The dark green liquid splattered onto the ground where she had just stood, instantly corroding the hard rock into a small pit that emitted wisps of white smoke. "Be careful, senior sister," shouted Shu Xiao in alarm from behind. "I'm Fine." Li Ziyu steadied herself, her countenance growing more grave. The creature's venom was even more formidable than she had anticipated. Come again." Undeterred, she summoned her inner energy anew. Azure Lotus Sword Song, second form, dancing lotus leaves. This time, she chose not to engage head-on. Her figure darted like a butterfly amidst flowers, swiftly maneuvering around the three-colored demon spider. Waves of azure, sword energy, sliced forth from her hand like a flurry of dancing lotus leaves, striking from all angles towards the seemingly unprotected joints of the beast's limbs. She aimed to exploit her speed advantage to incapacitate this creature's mobility. However, the reaction speed of the three-colored demon spider exceeded her expectations. Its seemingly bulky body moved with remarkable agility. 8 long legs operated like the most precise machinery, creating an array of afterimages as they moved rapidly. Clang, clang. The sound of her sword energy striking its limbs produced a series of metallic clangs, sparks flying in every direction. Aside from leaving shallow white marks upon its exoskeleton, she was unable to inflict any substantial damage. How is this possible? How can its shell be so resilient? Chapter 61. Is this pain? How can its shell be so hard? Li Ziyu was filled with dread. This was far beyond the realm of an ordinary three-colored spider demon. In that moment of shock, the demon spider seized the fleeting opportunity with a series of rapid bursts. Webs erupted from its abdomen, ensnaring Li Ziyu in an intricate web of confinement. These webs not only moved with astonishing speed, but also deftly adjusted their trajectory mid-air, displaying an uncanny intelligence. Alarm bells rang in Li Ziyu's mind, and realizing she could not evade entirely, she gritted her teeth and summoned her protective spiritual energy to its utmost limit. Azure Lotus Shield, an ethereal blue lotus formed of spiritual energy, enveloped her. Almost simultaneously, several large webs descended upon her. As the webs made contact with the Azure Lotus Shield, a violent corrosive sound erupted, and the shield flickered with intense light, teetering on the brink of collapse. What filled Li Ziyu with terror was the faint, sweet scent that wafted through the air. Inhaling this aroma, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and the flow of her spiritual energy became sluggish. This is bad. The webs are toxic. Panic surged within her, and she instinctively held her breath. But it was too late. She felt her body growing weak, her limbs gradually losing strength. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the Azure Lotus Shield finally shattered under the onslaught of the corrosive webs. A massive web firmly ensnared her. Li Ziyu cried out. feeling as though she were branded by a searing iron net. A piercing pain and numbing sensation coursed through her body. The sword in her hand slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. She collapsed, her body limp. Senior sister, Shu Xiao let out a heart-wrenching scream, yearning to rush forward. It was paralyzed by the cold gaze of the demon spider. The three-colored spider demon, sensing its victory, gleamed with a flicker of triumph in its 8 compound eyes. It advanced slowly toward Li Ziruo, looking down with disdain at its now defenseless prey. Then it turned, raising its abdomen high. With a splatter, streams of white silk erupted like a fountain, beginning to encircle Li Ziruo, wrapping her in layers. It intended to encase this delectable prey in a cocoon for leisurely consumption. No. Li Ziruo's consciousness began to blur. Her body was ensnared by the icy silk, and breathing became increasingly arduous. Despair enveloped her heart. Was she truly destined to die here, so pathetically? She thought of Shen Xiaobai. If that scoundrel were here, what would he do? Surely, he wouldn't be as helpless as herself. He would undoubtedly mock her. Li Ziruo, oh Li Ziruo, how did your strength qualify you as the disciple of the supervisor? Does the supervisor not fear your demise in this trial? In her daze, she seemed to hear that infuriating voice again. No, I cannot die. I haven't yet defeated him. She had yet to make him pay for those words. A surge of intense refusal sustained her final shred of consciousness. Master, help me. Xiao, already terrified beyond measure, cried out as she rushed into the depths of the cave. At that moment, a powerful and heart-stopping aura suddenly erupted from the innermost part of the cave. This aura was domineering and fierce, akin to a slumbering primal beast awakening with ferocity. The entire cave trembled violently under the impact of this presence, with countless fragments of rock cascading from the ceiling. The three-colored demon spider, busy wrapping up Li Ziruo, froze abruptly, its 8 compound eyes revealing an unprecedented expression of seriousness and unease. It ceased its silk-spinning motions, slowly turning to cautiously gaze into the depths of the cave. Xiao, too, was startled into stillness by this aura, staring blankly into the darkness with her face alight with astonishment. Emerging from the shadows was a tall figure, Shen Xiaobai. In this moment, his complexion was no longer pale. His eyes shone brilliantly, akin to cold stars piercing the night. His aura had completely restored, even more solid and harmonious than before his injuries. The consummate cultivation of qi refinement was unleashed without reservation, enveloping the entire cave in a powerful pressure. Master, Xiao beheld him as if she had found her savior. Shen Xiaobai's gaze fell upon Li Ziruo, bound in spider silk like a mummy, with only her tear-streaked and soiled face visible. Upon seeing her wretched state and the poisonous aura emanating from the web, his eyes instantly turned frigid. A chilling intent of murder radiated from him. Seeking death, Shen Xiaobai's voice resonated like a chilling wind from the depths of the underworld, causing the temperature in the cave to drop several degrees. Those who dare to harm him had but one fate: death. The three-colored demon spider seemed to sense the unmasked murderous intent emanating from Shen Xiaobai. It hissed a menacing warning, its 8 appendages slightly lowering as it assumed an attacking stance. In its view, although this human exuded a powerful aura, he was ultimately just a qi refinement practitioner. Wall was a noble third-tier demon beast. With a hiss, it initiated the attack. Several streams of highly corrosive venom shot towards Shen Xiaobai from 3 different angles, akin to cannonballs, sealing off all avenues of escape. However, in the face of such an assault, Shen Xiaobai remained unfazed, merely a trifling skill. He scoffed coldly, advancing rather than retreating. Utilizing the stellar step, his form transformed into a blurred afterimage, weaving through the gaps in the venom. The venom, potent enough to corrode rock, failed to even graze the hem of his garment. Almost simultaneously, he appeared before the 3-colored demon spider. Too slow, his chilling voice echoed in the spider's ears. The demon spider was struck with terror and, without a moment's hesitation, began to expel countless strands of white silk from its abdomen. Yet Shen Xiaobai's speed outstripped its own. Metal conquers wood, sharp metal slash. with a finger pointed like a sword, a concentrated beam of golden light, sharp enough to sever all, surged forth and struck fiercely against the elevated abdomen of the monstrous spider. A muffled sound echoed, akin to a blade piercing flesh. The incredibly resilient, silk-spitting aperture, impervious even to Li Ziruo's sword energy, was unexpectedly cleaved open by Shen Xiaobai's decisive strike. Viscous, dark green blood intermingled with a sticky, white silken substance erupted forth in an instant. The three-colored demon spider emitted a piercing shriek of agony, its massive body writhing in pain. Its 8 long legs flailed wildly as it sought to rend the human who had inflicted such grievous harm to shreds. However, Shen Xiaobai had already retreated gracefully after his successful attack, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Is that all it takes to hurt you? Chapter 62. Curse it. This spider's abilities are exceedingly strange. Shen Xiaobai stood not far away, a cold smile gracing his lips. This was merely the beginning. He swiftly formed seals with his hands before his chest. Wood fuels fire, the flame serpent dances, water counters fire, mist confines the cage. Astonishingly, he simultaneously unleashed 2 entirely distinct spells. A long serpent composed of pure flame roared forth, while simultaneously, a thick, chilling fog materialized, enveloping the struggling demon spider entirely. Under Shen Xiaobai's command, the opposing energies of fire and cold did not cancel each other out. Instead, they formed an eerie equilibrium. The flame serpent, weaving through the cold mist, was not weakened, but rather intensified in power due to the surrounding vapor steam, growing ever more formidable. Meanwhile, the demon spider, ensnared by the fog, flailed about like a headless fly, its vision severely impaired, forced to passively endure the serpent's relentless strikes and searing heat. The cavern echoed with its anguished cries. Beside them, Shu Xiaoxiao stood in stunned silence, her mouth agape, her large eyes filled with astonishment. Is this truly the master's real strength? That third-tier demon spider, which had effortlessly bested my senior sister, is now treated like a mere plaything in his hands? Truly remarkable. However, just as Shen Xiaobai believed victory was at hand and prepared to deliver the final blow to the demon spider, the creature's agonized wails abruptly ceased. Suddenly, a bizarre aura erupted from the depths of the cold mist. Shen Xiaobai's heart raced, his expression shifting dramatically. This is bad. Without a moment's hesitation, he attempted to retreat. Yet, it was already too late. From the dense fog, an enormous, iridescent spider web unfurled silently, expanding at an unimaginable pace, swiftly ensnaring him within its grasp. The appearance of this colorful web was utterly unforeseen, as if it had materialized from thin air, its speed incomprehensibly rapid. Shen Xiaobai felt a blur before his eyes, and in an instant, he was thoroughly ensnared by the vast web. What in the world is this? A heavy dread settled within him. In the first moment, he attempted to break free using his spiritual power, only to be horrified to discover that the instant his energy made contact with the vibrant, multicolored spiderweb, it was devoured and dissolved by an enigmatic force, rendering him utterly unable to mobilize it. Not only that, a powerful sensation of paralysis and dizziness rapidly spread throughout his entire body from the points of contact with the web. He felt his body stiffening at an alarming rate, with his fingers, which were attempting to form seals, being particularly affected. Divine ability. This was its innate divine ability. The thought flashed through Shen Xiaobai's mind. Typically, even a third-tier beast possesses merely robust physicality and the ability to wield some basic elemental techniques. Only those with extraordinary bloodlines or possessing hybrid traits are likely to awaken their unique divine abilities at the third tier. Such abilities are often unfathomable and far surpass the capabilities of standard techniques at the same level. Clearly, the three-colored spider before him was not an ordinary creature. It was highly probable that it was a mutated spider. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A triumphant hissing sound echoed from ahead. As the cold mist dissipated, the figure of the spider reemerged, though it appeared battered, with numerous burn marks and a gaping wound oozing dark green blood. Its 8 compound eyes gleamed with mockery and cruelty. It advanced deliberately, crawling toward the ensnared Shen Xiaobai, perceiving him as already within its grasp. Master, in the distance. Shu Xiao, witnessing this scene, felt her heart leap into her throat, uttering a gasp of alarm. Meanwhile, Li Ziruo, ensnared in the web, struggled to open her eyes. Upon seeing Shen Xiaobai similarly trapped by the bizarre web, her beautiful eyes filled with guilt. It was all because of her. Had she not recklessly challenged the beast? Had she not been so easily defeated? Had she warned him sooner, Shen Xiaobai would not have found himself in such peril to save her. It was entirely her fault. Damn it, I underestimated this creature. Shen Xiaobai cursed inwardly. He had indeed underestimated the beast. He had not anticipated that it concealed such a formidable skill. This colorful spiderweb not only restrained spiritual energy, but also harbored potent neurotoxins. Under the dual effects, even a foundational stage cultivator ensnared within would likely meet a tragic end. As the spider drew ever closer, its luminescent mandibles now clearly visible, Shen Xiaobai maintained an unwavering calm in his gaze. The immobilization of his spiritual energy and the paralysis of his body did not signify a lack of means for resistance. Do you think you have one? Shen Xiaobai looked at the spider just inches away, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain igniting a flicker of clarity in his numbed nerves. This was the moment, though his spiritual energy remained confined within, under his command. It surged furiously toward his right hand. Break free! Shen Xiaobai roared, his right hand, ensnared by the web, clenched into a fist with newfound determination. As he tightened his fist, the veins in his arms bulged forth like coiling dragons. A surge of pure, unadulterated physical strength erupted with a thunderous force. The Great Freedom 5 Elements technique was not merely a method for cultivating spiritual power. It also tempered the physical body. His corporeal strength now far surpassed that of his peers in the same realm. Crack, crack, crack. That seemingly indestructible, multicolored spider web emitted a sound of unbearable strain under the weight of Shen Xiaobai's brute force. Fine cracks swiftly spread outward from the center of his fist. Hiss! The 8 multifaceted eyes of the 3-colored demon spider revealed an expression of disbelief. Its invincible innate ability was about to be shattered by a mere human-wielding raw physical strength. How could this be possible? It felt its dignity being subjected to an unprecedented affront. With an enraged shriek, it opened its maw, laden with fangs, and lunged viciously at Shen Xiaobai's neck, intent on tearing apart this defiant prey. However, just as its fangs were about to graze Shen Xiaobai's skin, boom, a resounding crash. The multicolored spider web shattered explosively. With regained freedom, a cold light flickered in Shen Xiaobai's eyes. Without a moment's thought, he unleashed a fist imbued with all his fury and physical might, delivering a solid blow to the hideous visage of the demon spider. Boom! The terrifying force erupted instantaneously. The 3-colored demon spider's head burst apart like a watermelon struck by a hammer. Its massive body was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the cavern's stone wall, producing a deep, resonant thud before it slumped to the ground, convulsing twice before falling silent. It was dead. A 3rd-tier demon beast, awakened with innate powers, had been obliterated by Shen Xiaobai's single punch. The cavern fell into silence once more. Shu Xiao was utterly stunned. She covered her mouth, gazing at the figure standing in the center, still splattered with the spider's brain matter, his chest heaving like a god, her mind a blank slate. Just as she was about to rush in, when Shen Xiaobai seemed on the brink of being slain by the spider, this unbelievable spectacle unfolded. One punch had shattered the head of a 3rd-tier demon beast. Li Ziruo was equally astounded. Her eyes filled with a complex array of emotions as she stared at Shen Xiaobai. At that moment, Shen Xiaobai's body suddenly swayed, and he vomited a large mouthful of black blood, his face turning ashen. The strain of forcibly breaking free from the spiderweb, combined with the full force of that punch, had inflicted internal injuries. Moreover, the bizarre web's toxins could no longer be suppressed and erupted in full force. Chapter 63. Beasts. How dare you play tricks with me? Shen Xiaobai's legs weakened, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Damn, this poison is so tyrannical. Shen Xiaobai shook his dizzy head, forcing himself to remain upright, kneeling on one knee as he gasped for breath. The sinister toxin surged wildly through his veins, inflicting a relentless agony that felt as if countless ants were gnawing at his flesh and marrow. Even more dire, this venom began to cloud his consciousness. Though he had just obliterated the demon spider's head with a single, powerful blow, an act that appeared formidable, it came at an exorbitant cost. Forcing his physical strength to break free from the web of divine manipulation had drained his last vestiges of energy. At that moment, he was truly at the end of his strength. Young master, Shen Xiaobai. Both Shu Xiao and Li Ziruo exclaimed simultaneously, snapping back to reality from their shock. Without a moment's hesitation, Shu Xiao rushed towards Shen Xiaobai, intent on supporting him. Stay back, Shen Xiaobai growled, his voice laced with pain, halting her in her tracks. This beast is not yet dead. What? Shu Xiao froze, her face a canvas of horror and confusion. Not dead? How is that possible? Its head is obliterated. Instinctively, she glanced toward the corpse of the demon spider. To her astonishment, the massive, headless body was still twitching slightly, its swollen abdomen heaving and convulsing with a bizarre rhythm, as if something were attempting to emerge from within. Crack! Crack! A series of chilling sounds emanated from the spider's abdomen, where the hardened shell had begun to fissure with intricate cracks. Not good. A sense of dread enveloped Shen Xiaobai's heart. This creature was employing a cunning ruse. Its true vulnerability was not its head, but that engorged abdomen, where it nurtured its progeny and stored its vital essence. Quick! Attack its belly! Now! Shen Xiaobai shouted with all his remaining strength at the still-dazed Li Ziruo and Shu Xiao. However, it was all too late. In the very instant he uttered those words, attendre explosion érupted. The demon spider's abdomen detonated, sending a shower of dark green slime and shredded flesh flying in all directions. Amidst the chaotic carnage, a shadow emerged, a dark purple figure, slightly smaller than before yet imbued with an even more solid and chilling presence. It was a spider no larger than a grinding stone. Its form mirrored that of the previous demon spider, yet it had shrunk several times in size, its tricolored patterns on its back now more vivid, as if painted in blood. This was the true essence of the demon spider, its ultimate means of survival. Sensing a mortal threat, it had forsaken its massive shell, shedding it to preserve its life. Now, its 8 compound eyes glimmered with a deep-seated hatred and an insatiable thirst for vengeance against Shen Xiaobai. The moment it materialized, it transformed into a streak of purple lightning, unhesitatingly lunging towards Shen Xiaobai, the nearest and most formidable threat to its existence. Young master, be careful, Shu Xiao cried out, her voice piercing the air in a desperate warning. As Li Ziruo's beautiful eyes turned crimson with urgency, she struggled desperately, yearning to assist. Yet the accursed web rendered her immobile, forcing her to helplessly witness the purple lightning hurtling towards Shen Xiaobai. Shen Xiaobai's pupils constricted in terror. He wished to evade, but the venom coursing through his veins and the severity of his internal injuries left him utterly unresponsive. It was over. For the first time, these 2 words surfaced in Shen Xiaobai's mind. Could it be that after a lifetime of brilliance, he was destined to fall at the hands of this beast today? No, absolutely not. Even in death, he vowed to drag this monster down with him. A glint of frenzied ferocity flickered in Shen Xiaobai's eyes. He began to ignite his own vital essence, assuming a defensive stance. He prepared to absorb the impact with his very body. Yet, just as the spider neared within several paces of Shen Xiaobai, it suddenly veered away. This beast had forsaken its attack on him, instead charging towards Li Ziruo. It emitted a piercing shriek, its speed surging once more. Its intent was to lure Shen Xiaobai into rescuing Li Ziruo, thereby rendering him powerless. How could Shen Xiaobai be oblivious to this beast's machinations? He fervently ignited his vital essence, his body instantly regaining mobility. In an instant, he vanished from his position, reappearing before Li Xiaobai. He shielded her. In this state, he possessed little strength for defense. Bang! Shen Xiaobai was hurled backward by the impact. The 8 eyes of the spider mother gleamed with triumph. At this moment, it disregarded Li Xiaobai entirely, bending its body and propelling its legs with renewed force. It aimed to deliver another fatal strike to Shen Xiaobai. 10 paces, 8 paces, 5 paces. It was over. Who would have thought that despite bearing the great freedom 5 elements technique, I would be so unfree, ultimately falling prey to a beast. Just as it surged within a single pace of Shen Xiaobai. At the critical moment, a howl, infused with boundless majesty and chilling intent to kill, erupted from the beast companion pouch at Shen Xiaobai's waist. Following that, a flash of pure white lightning streaked past, arriving ahead of time. At the precise moment the spider was about to pounce upon Shen Xiaobai, it collided perfectly with the creature. Bang! A dull thud resounded. The once mighty spider emitted a shriek, propelled backward at a speed even greater than its approach, crashing violently against the distant stone wall. A lithe and elegant figure of pure white landed steadily before Shen Xiaobai, firmly shielding him behind its form. Its body was pristine white, devoid of any blemish, as it stood atop a chilling blue aura. Its ice blue eyes coldly fixated on the flung spider, exuding the majesty of a ruler. It was the Xianbing demon wolf, his wolf cub, in the direst of moments. It sensed its master's call and the threat to his life, forcing itself awake from slumber. Once again, it had come to Shen Xiaobai's rescue in a moment of peril. The little creature? Shen Xiaobai gazed at the familiar figure before him, now larger and exuding a more fearsome presence, and a faint smile graced his pale face. Well done. He uttered these 3 words before succumbing to darkness, losing consciousness completely. How? The young wolf cub glanced back at its unconscious master, a flicker of urgency and concern flashing in its icy blue eyes. Yet, it swiftly redirected its gaze towards the spider body it had just sent flying, its expression turning cold and ferocious. Those who dared to harm its master deserved nothing less than death. Hiss! The spider body slid down the stone wall, struggling to rise. The force of the cub's earlier impact was terrifying, shattering most of its exoskeleton and inflicting grave injuries. Fear emanated from its 8 compound eyes. It could not fathom how such a terrifying beast could be concealed within this human. It sought to flee. However, the young wolf cub offered it no opportunity. Howl! The cub released a long, murderous howl, opening its mouth as a visible, frigid blue aura rapidly coalesced within its innate ability, the frost breath. Chapter 64. Disaster. This poison belongs to the Hehuan spider matriarch. The spider body sensed the soul-chilling coldness, its spirit faltering in terror. It let out a desperate shriek, dragging its wounded form in a frenzied attempt to escape into a nearby crevice. But how could its speed compare to the cub's divine powers? Whoosh! A robust breath of frost, akin to the scythe of death, instantaneously traversed the distance, striking the spider body with pinpoint accuracy. Crack! Crack! The spider body didn't even have a chance to scream. Instantly encased in a crystalline ice sculpture, its expression of despair perfectly frozen in that moment. Having completed this act, the young wolf cub seemed unsatisfied and stepped forward, bringing a paw down upon the ice sculpture. Bang! The sculpture shattered explosively, scattering icy shards throughout the air, leaving only a stomach-like mass intact. Thus, the formidable beast met its demise, both in spirit and form. Only after confirming that the enemy was irrevocably vanquished did the young wolf cub retract its murderous aura and hurriedly return to Shen Xiaobai's side, nudging the unconscious master with its large head and emitting mournful whines from its throat. Meanwhile, Shu Xiaoxiao and Li Xiaobai were utterly numbed by the successive twists of fate. They stared blankly at the majestic white wolf, then glanced at the pile of ice shards on the ground, feeling as though they were caught in a dream. We won. Just like that. Senior sister, we. Shu Xiaoxiao stammered, at a loss for words. It was Li Xiaobai who first regained her composure. She glanced at the unconscious Shen Xiaobai, and then at the wretched spider web ensnaring her. Junior sister, quickly, use your magic sword. Cut this damned web for me. Huh? Oh, right. Shu Xiao, awakening from her stupor, hastily summoned her magic sword, clumsily attempting to slash at the web on Li's Hiruo. However, the web, though seemingly soft, proved to be exceptionally resilient. Shu Xiao's sword strike only scattered a shower of sparks upon the surface, utterly incapable of severing it. It's useless. Senior sister, this web is far too resilient. Shu Xiao's distress brought her to the brink of tears. Use fire. Burn it. Li's Hiruo suddenly recalled something and urgently commanded. Upon hearing this, Shu Xiao hastened to conjure a fireball. As expected, under the scorching flames, the tenacious spiderweb began to curl and melt away gradually. With immense effort, Li's Hiruo finally broke free from the densely layered webbing. Ignoring her own disheveled state and pain, she immediately rushed to Shen Xiaobai's side. Shen Xiaobai, wake up. Please don't die. She shook his body desperately. Yet, Shen Xiaobai's eyes remained tightly shut, his complexion dark and purplish, his breath faint, clearly deeply poisoned. What should I do? What should I do? Li's Hiruo was utterly panicked. At that moment, the spider-eye sculpture shattered by the little wolf cub suddenly reacted. Its stomach seemed to be pulled by some force and exploded violently. Bang! A pink mist, imbued with a peculiar sweet fragrance, surged forth from the pile of icy crystals, swiftly filling the entire cavern. Danger! Poisonous gas! Hold your breath. Li's Hiruo's face paled instantly as she pulled her junior sister back and shielded their mouths and noses with spiritual energy. But it was too late. The pink mist spread with alarming rapidity and appeared to penetrate through the spiritual shield, infiltrating directly into their bodies. Li's Hiruo and Shu Xiao inhaled only a slight amount before dizziness overwhelmed them. A fierce heat rising abruptly from their lower abdomen and spreading swiftly throughout their limbs and bones. Their skin flushed with an abnormal redness visible to the naked eye, and their breathing grew rapid and labored. Senior sister, I feel so hot. Shu Xiao's eyes glazed over, her cheeks flushed, and she collapsed weakly against Li's Hiruo. Li's Hiruo herself was no better. A blazing inferno seemed to ignite within her body, parching her throat and blurring her reason. Gazing upon the now completely dissipated icy powder on the ground, then at herself, her junior sister, and the unconscious Shen Xiaobai, a chilling realization surged through her mind. The tricolored patterns, the shedding and rebirth, the spiritual power-sealing technique, and this arousing poison mist. This was no ordinary tricolored demon spider. This was the legendary Huan spider matron, a demonic spider known to feed on cultivators' essence. The four words Huan spider matron thundered in Li's Hiruo's mind, freezing her blood in an instant. As the direct disciple of the overseer, well-versed and knowledgeable, she had once perused an ancient tome in the Sect's archives, the Chronicles of Beasts and Wonders, which contained records of such primordial aberrations. The Huan spider matron is an exceedingly rare and malevolent demon beast. Its toxin is not designed to kill outright, but to induce overwhelming desire. The afflicted are soon consumed by burning passion and madness, their reason unraveling, until their internal spiritual energy spirals uncontrollably, causing their meridians to reverse and their bodies to explode. The spider matriarch, with a poised demeanor, awaited her prey, savoring the pure essence of soul and flesh energy that erupted at the moment of its demise. This predatory method was 100-fold more brutal than simply slaying her quarry. The only solution lay in the intertwining of yin and yang, channeling the raging pure yang or pure yin energy within one body into another, creating a complete celestial cycle to neutralize the overwhelming toxicity. In essence, they were compelled to engage in mutual cultivation. No, it was inconceivable. Les yeux delicata visage pâle dramatically, drained of color, as her body trembled violently. To engage in such an act with this rogue, this scoundrel whom she despised, she would rather perish. Sister, I feel so unwell, as if countless insects are crawling within me. Beside her, Shu Xiao had completely lost consciousness, writhing on the cold ground like a parched fish, her hands frantically tearing at her garments. Beneath her delicate collarbone, expanses of alabaster skin lay exposed to the air, tinged with an alluring blush. She moaned unconsciously, her gaze hazy, filled with primal desire. Xiao Xiao. Li Ziruo's heart ached like a knife at the sight of her junior sister in such a state. Her own condition was scarcely better. The sinister fire within her lower abdomen blazed ever more fiercely, threatening to consume her reason and innards entirely. Her vision began to blur, and bizarre phantoms danced before her eyes. She envisioned herself pinned to the ground by Shen Xiaobai, subjected to unspeakable indignities. She saw Shu Xiao before her, displaying a look of pleasure and satisfaction. She even beheld Shen Xiaobai gripping her chin, tauntingly saying, "Little girl, give me a smile." Chapter 65. Help them. Who will come first? No, go away, Li Ziruo screamed, shaking her head vigorously in a desperate attempt to dispel the mortifying visions. She bit her tongue sharply, the pain restoring a sliver of clarity. No, she could not surrender like this. There had to be another way. In a frantic flurry, she rummaged through her storage pouch for the various antidotes bestowed upon her by her master, heedlessly shoving them into her mouth. Tranquil heart pills, herbal elixirs, azure spirit pills, these remedies were swallowed like mere candies. Yet, they proved futile. The pills sank into her abdomen like stones into the sea, failing to suppress the extraordinary poison of the Hehuan flower. Instead, the stimulation of the medicines only exacerbated the raging fire within her. A sensation of indescribable emptiness and heat surged through her, akin to a flood breaching a dam, overwhelming her final vestiges of rationality. She felt as if her body no longer belonged to her. Every cell clamored in a frenzied yearning for affection. Xiaobai, come, I want to have you beneath my feet. Li Ziruo could no longer contain herself, beginning to speak to herself in delirium. She crawled towards the sole source of warmth within the cave. That man radiating an intense, masculine energy. He was her only hope, her sole remedy. The little wolf cub seemed to sense her intentions, immediately positioning itself protectively in front of Shen Xiaobai, emitting a low, menacing growl from its throat, its ice-blue eyes vigilantly fixed upon her. Move aside. At that moment, reason had fled Li Ziruo. All she yearned for was to approach that man, to draw in his essence. She reached out, attempting to push the little wolf cub away. Yet her current strength was insufficient even to displace an ordinary wild dog. Just as despair was about to engulf her completely, a frail voice resonated. Let her pass. Shen Xiaobai, who had been in a deep stupor, had somehow opened his eyes. His gaze was bloodshot, his face a ghastly hue of black and purple, appearing more wretched than herself. Clearly, he too was afflicted by the venom, and its potency was even more severe than theirs. The little wolf cub turned back, puzzled, glancing at its master. I'm fine, Shen Xiaobai managed to utter with great difficulty. He was channeling the Great Freedom 5 Elements technique, striving to suppress the violent desires surging within him. The poison of the Hehuan Spider Queen was indeed formidable. Even his body, refined by innate spiritual energy, could barely withstand it. However, the principles of the Great Freedom Yin-Yang Harmonization Technique involuntarily surfaced in his mind. At that moment, due to the aphrodisiac effects of the Spider Queen's poison, the technique began to operate autonomously. His condition was, in fact, more dire than that of Li Ziruo and the others. Without the harmonizing essence of primordial Yin, Shen Xiaobai would be utterly extinguished, unable even to enter reincarnation. Yet before him lay a natural antidote. Li Ziruo, with her celestial water spiritual root, at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, possessed an extraordinarily pure primordial Yin essence. And then there was Shu Xiao, whose magical affinities suggested she wielded both earth and wood spiritual roots, her talents equally commendable. They too were poisoned, and without an antidote, they would not survive. If he could absorb the primordial Yin from both of them simultaneously. Sister. At that moment, the delirious Shu Xiao stumbled over, embracing Li Ziruo from behind, her little head nuzzling against her neck, murmuring dreamily, so hot. Help me. The embrace from her junior sister jolted Li's Hiruo's body. This was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. With no time to spare, she shoved Shen Xiaobai away and lunged toward the man before her. Give me. Li Hiruo cried out, using all her strength to cling tightly to Shen Xiaobai. She frantically tore at his garments, her feverish cheeks rubbing against his chest, as if this were the only way to alleviate the searing heat consuming her. Shen Xiaobai found himself aroused by her bold advances. He had yet to take the initiative, but instead found himself in a passive role. Hey, you are the one being forward. The wicked fire within him surged higher. Sister, I want to. The dazed Shu Xiaoxiao, seeing this, began to mimic her, struggling to wrap herself around him from the other side. In an instant, the cave was awash with the vibrant hues of spring. Two exquisite young maidens stood within, one fiery and headstrong, the other charmingly delicate. At this moment, they transformed into the most primal of beasts, unveiling their innate desires before the sole male presence in the cavern. Shen Xiaobai felt as though two searing furnaces were igniting within him. Who could possibly withstand such fervor? He internally lamented. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. I must assist them. Who will approach first? Just as he was on the brink of being wholly engulfed by desire, the incantation of the great freedom Yin-Yang Harmony Technique surged within his mind, restoring a flicker of clarity. No, I cannot allow desire to dictate my actions. This technique is perilously potent. If I merely indulge and release, it would only serve to alleviate the poison momentarily. I must adhere to the principles of the great freedom Yin-Yang Harmony Technique. I must construct a flawless cycle of the 5 elements centered around me, channeling their surging spiritual energy for my benefit. With this thought, Shen Xiaobai bit down on his tongue, forcing himself to draw a breath, and took the initiative, pinning the still erratic Li Hiruo beneath him. What are you doing? Li Hiruo, suddenly jolted back to a semblance of awareness by his assertive action, gazed up at the man before her with dazed eyes. What am I doing? Shen Xiaobai's crimson gaze burned with intensity. I am here to save you. Or did you think otherwise? He panted, continuing, Listen, we are all poisoned, and only through harmonious cultivation can we survive. But you must follow my lead, or we shall all perish. He shifted his approach. Do you not wish to be cured? Shen Xiaobai gestured towards Shu Xiaoxiao, who was already mindlessly gnawing at her own arm. Then watch as your junior sister succumbs first. Her cultivation is the weakest. She will undoubtedly falter first. Xiaoxiao. Li Ziruo's heart ached at the sight of her junior sister's dire state, tears streaming down her face involuntarily. Here lay the dilemma. Her own life and her junior sister's safety on one side, and her own purity and dignity on the other. How should she decide? Enough with the hesitation. Time is of the essence. Shen Xiaobai, impatient, leaned down abruptly, sealing her lips with his own. No, do not deceive me. Li Ziruo ceased her struggles, instead responding to his kiss. As he held Li Ziruo, he reached out with one hand to pull Shu Xiaoxiao closer. A bold and audacious thought took shape in his mind. Since the great freedom Yin-Yang Harmony Technique emphasizes the cycle of the 5 elements, why not involve all 3 of them? Li Ziruo possessed the water spirit root. Shu Xiaoxiao had both earth and wood spirit roots, and he himself was a composite of all 5 elements, serving as the ideal nexus and bridge. Water nourishes wood, and wood enriches earth. Centered around him, they could intertwine their spiritual energies, forming an unprecedented, perfect cycle encompassing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Once this idea emerged, it cannot be contained. I am truly a genius. Chapter 66. Dreams and reality. A resolute glimmer flickered in Shen Xiaobai's eyes as he decisively pulled Shu Xiaoxiao towards him. Are you insane? What are you trying to do? Li Ziruo exclaimed, a mixture of shock and embarrassment washing over her. This man, how could he possibly silence? Shen Xiaobai commanded, his tone firm. If you wish to survive, do as I instruct. Channel your energy and direct your spiritual power into my body. Upon hearing Shen Xiaobai's admonition, Li Ziruo steeled her heart and complied. Shen Xiaobai began to draw his spiritual energy into Shu Xiaoxiao. Given Shu Xiaoxio's simpler condition compared to Li Ziruo's and her already dazed state, she instinctively began to cultivate as she sensed the comforting aura enveloping her. A radiant display of diverse spiritual lights enveloped the three. Shen Xiaobai's luminescence shimmered in a myriad of colors, while Li Ziruo's glowed a deep azure akin to the sea. Shu Xiaoxio's was a vibrant blend of yellow and green. Under the guidance of Shen Xiaobai's technique, the three distinct energies began to flow in a mysterious rhythm. Great Freedom Yin-Yang Harmony Technique unify the five elements. Mutual aid of Yin and Yang commence with a thunderous roar. As Shen Xiaobai propelled the technique to its zenith, the trio's energies shattered the final barriers of resistance. A colossal surge of energy erupted from Shen Xiaobai's stanchion, coalescing into a powerful torrent. Li Ziruo felt a profound transformation. She was no longer herself. The ethereal waters of her spiritual energy surged towards Shen Xiaobai like tumultuous waves, finding their equilibrium. Likewise, Shu Xiaoxio's dual-rooted energies of earth and wood followed suit. The initial forces of primal Yin converged like two roaring rivers, flowing into him. What pure, exquisite energy! Shen Xiaobai reveled in ecstasy. Li Ziruo's pristine water elemental energy fervently nourished the water pathways in his kidney meridian. Meanwhile, Shu Xiaoxio's energy split, with pure earth and wood elemental forces rushing into his spleen and liver meridians, respectively. This was truly the most wondrous tonic in existence. His own five-elemental energy, under the operation of the Great Freedom Five Elements technique, was equally active. Metal nourishes water. The metal energy from his lung meridian continuously transformed into water energy, replenishing Li Ziruo and alleviating her sense of depletion. Water nourishes wood. The replenished water energy flowed into his liver meridian, merging with Shu Xiaoxio's wood energy to strengthen both. Wood nourishes fire. Fire nourishes earth. Earth nourishes metal. A flawless cycle of five elemental interactions took form within the trio's Danshin pathways. You exist within me, and I within you, no longer separated. The once ferocious and toxic allure of the harmony technique transformed under this ceaseless cycle into an intoxicating embrace, willingly surrendered to. Li Ziruo was the first to respond. That sensation Shen Xiaobai, Shu Xiaoxiao time and again. The flush on Li Ziruo and Shu Xiaoxio's faces faded, their cultivation levels skyrocketing at an unprecedented pace, especially for Li Ziruo, already at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. She was but a step away from the consummation of Qi refinement. Under the nurturing of the five-elemental cycle, the bottleneck of her cultivation shattered instantaneously. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from her being, signifying the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Furthermore, her energy continued to ascend, her foundation growing increasingly stable, while the spiritual power within her became several times more refined than before. Shu Xiaoxio's gains were equally monumental, as her cultivation surged from the 7th to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Yet, the one who benefited the most was none other than Shen Xiaobai. The central figure in this transformation, he felt as though he might be overwhelmed by the immense energy coursing through him. Two streams of pure primordial Yin energy spiraled like colossal dragons within his Danshin, roaring and crashing against the barriers of his already perfected Qi refinement realm. If he so wished, with just a thought and the possession of a five elements foundation pill, or even a mere foundational pill, he could immediately condense his spiritual energy and assuredly break into the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, this would occur in a most organic manner. Upon success, he would leap past the initial accumulation phase of foundation establishment and directly enter the mid-stage. The temptation was overwhelming, enough to drive any Qi refinement cultivator into madness. However, Shen Xiaobai gritted his teeth, determination flashing in his eyes. He could not break through. Not now. The spirit of the tower had advised him to consume the five elements foundation pill to forge the most impeccable foundation. Moreover, should he advance to the foundation establishment stage, The regulations of the Sect competition would immediately disqualify him from participation. All of his prior efforts and plans would be in vain. He had promised his master to lead the Ziyun cave heaven away from its dismal fate. This vow he must fulfill. Suppress it. Shen Xiaobai roared internally, fervently channeling the Great Freedom 5 Elements technique while simultaneously communicating with the 9 transmutation mystic tower in his mind. Tower Spirit, assist me. As you wish, Master, came a Tower Spirit's tranquil voice in his mind. In the next moment, a vast and boundless power surged forth from the mystic tower imprint on his forehead, transforming into an invisible net that forcefully subdued the overwhelming energy threatening to erupt from his dantian. Subsequently, this immense energy was forcibly compressed and refined by the power of the tower, ultimately coalescing into 2 energy crystals, one golden and one silver, each the size of a longan, radiating an enigmatic aura, quietly suspended within his dantian. These 2 energy crystals were the essence of Li's Heruo and Shu Xiao as primordial Yin power and 5 elemental spiritual energy combined, containing unfathomable purity. They represented both his supreme resources for future ascension to higher realms and his ultimate trump card. Upon completing this process, Shen Xiaobai exhaled deeply, relief washing over him. He gazed at the 2 tranquil energy gems floating within his dantian, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Although he had not broken through, the rewards had been far greater. He slowly opened his eyes. The cave remained dimly lit. The 2 girls had already fainted from exhaustion. Observing their exquisite sleeping faces, a peculiar feeling stirred within Shen Xiaobai. He retrieved 2 sets of clothing and tenderly covered them. Sleep now, my little maidens. An indeterminate amount of time passed before Li's Heruo gradually awakened. She felt as though she had traversed an exceptionally lengthy dream, wherein she, along with her junior sister and that most detestable scoundrel, were entwined in a peculiar scenario. Upon opening her eyes and witnessing the reality before her, the boundaries between dream and actuality blurred. A terrified shriek escaped her lips. It was no mere dream. To her astonishment, she found herself awkwardly embracing her junior sister, Shu Xiao, while that rogue had one hand on her. Shen Xiaobai. I shall slay you. Li's Heruo's mind buzzed, overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions. Without a moment's hesitation, she thrust her palm towards Shen Xiaobai's chest. Chapter 67. Li's Heruo's heart in turmoil with a resounding clap. The sound reverberated throughout the cave as Li's Heruo, filled with fury, struck Shen Xiaobai's chest with considerable force. However, the anticipated scene of Shen Xiaobai being sent flying did not materialize. He merely emitted a muffled grunt, his body remaining steadfast. Conversely, Li's Heruo felt as though her palm had collided with an indomitable block of ancient iron, her hand numbing and her tiger's mouth aching from the impact. You. Li's Heruo gazed incredulously at the man before her. How could this be? She had attained the pinnacle of qi refinement. The power of this strike was vastly superior to her previous attempts. Even a second-tier beast should have been knocked back by such force. What madness was this so early in the morning? Shen Xiaobai rubbed his eyes, yawning languidly as he sat up. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. The scene was most enchanting. Seeing Shen Xiaobai's reaction, Li's Heruo felt a surge of embarrassment and indignation, hastily covering herself with her clothing. You dare to look? As she spoke, she raised her palm once more to strike at Shen Xiaobai. He merely scoffed and turned his head away. Enough. So you've reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. And yet this is your strength? It feels akin to a mere tickle. You speak nonsense. Li's Heruo was both furious and ashamed. Will you clearly? Shen Xiaobai shot her another sidelong glance. It is evident that your abilities are lacking, yet you blame me for being tough-skinned? He stood up, stretching languidly to reveal his sculpted musculature, as the bones in his body cracked and popped. After a night of recuperation, his injuries had healed substantially. Although forcibly suppressing his cultivation caused some discomfort, the strength of his physique had ascended to new heights through the refinement of immense energy. Now, not only could he endure Li's Heruo's strike, But even if that triangular armored beast were to charge at him again, he could confidently withstand several blows without harm. All right, stop your theatrics. Shen Xiaobai approached the cave entrance, glancing at the sky outside. We must tidy up. It is time for us to depart. You halt. Li Ziruo scrambled to her feet, rushing to block his path. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon him. Shen Xiaobai, you scoundrel. What did you do to us last night? What did I do? Shen Xiaobai raised his hands and feigned innocence. I saved you both, did I not? What else would you expect? Do you believe the three of us can still stand here, full of life? Rescue us. Is that what you call saving us? You are clearly taking advantage of our plight. Oh, are you already tearing down the bridge after crossing it? Li, the beauty, you ought to possess some conscience. Were it not for me, you and your junior sister would have long since perished, reduced to mere flesh. Not only did I save your lives, but I also facilitated your breakthrough to the pinnacle of qi refinement, allowing your junior sister to ascend 2 levels as well. Instead of kneeling to express your gratitude, you dare to buy back? Is there no justice left in this world? Shen Xiaobai spoke with righteous indignation. He added, have you forgotten who was the one who leaned against my clothes? It was clearly Li Ziruo, yet she could not retort. She knew every word he uttered was the truth. However, the shameful events of last night made her wish to disappear into the ground. Sister, stop it. Shu Xiaoxiao had awakened and tugged at Li Ziruo's sleeve, continuing, we were also poisoned and had no choice. The young master was a victim too. Moreover, last night, we took advantage of him. We cannot blame him. Junior sister, are you still under the influence of the poison? Upon hearing her junior sister defend Shen Xiaobai, Li Ziruo felt a surge of anger. She glared at Shu Xiaoxiao and, in her fury, exclaimed, I don't care. You still took advantage of us. You must take responsibility for us. Responsibility? Shen Xiaobai stroked his chin, casting a glance at her neck, still marked with scratches, and smiled mockingly. All right, how about we do it again? And you can bear my child. Then I will take you back to Zun Cave as my concubine. My master is very kind. I'm certain he would welcome you. You shameless rogue. Li Ziruo was utterly incensed, screaming as she attempted to rush at him. But as soon as she moved, Shen Xiaobai effortlessly seized her wrist, rendering her immobile. Enough of this. I have no time to play house with you. His expression turned serious. He released Li Ziruo's hand, his tone firm. Do not think that just because you are the direct disciple of the overseer, you can act willfully. Do you even resemble a direct disciple of the overseer? I am genuinely curious how you managed to become his disciple with your meager skills. Does the overseer not fear you dying in the trials and bringing disgrace to him? Shen Xiaobai paused, a look of sudden realization dawning upon him. Oh, I see. Could it be that you are the overseer's illegitimate daughter? These words struck Li Ziruo's already fragile pride like the sharpest of daggers. Shen Xiaobai, I will fight you. She had completely lost her composure, regardless of her chances, channeling all her spiritual energy and unleashing a Qinglian sword technique aimed directly at Shen Xiaobai's face. The azure sword lotus spun rapidly in the air, producing a piercing sound as it sliced through the atmosphere, its power magnified several times compared to before. Yet, in the face of this ferocious strike, Shen Xiaobai merely extended 2 fingers. Under the astonished gazes of Li Ziruo and Shu Xiaoxiao, he effortlessly pinched the whirling sword lotus. The violent sword lotus trembled violently at his fingertips, yet it could advance not a fraction further. The force was commendable, but alas, the accuracy was lacking, and the spiritual energy too dispersed. Shen Xiaobai shook his head and applied a slight pressure with his fingers. Crack! The sword lotus, composed of pure sword energy, was crushed in his grasp, transforming into countless specks of light that dissipated into the air. Li Ziruo stared blankly at this scene, feeling her worldview utterly shattered once again. He actually crushed my sword technique with his bare hands? How is this possible? The cave fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Shu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with admiration. Truly impressive, my lord. Li Ziruo stood frozen, her mind a complete blank. The cultivation she took pride in, the realm she had just broken through, all her pride and confidence as a direct disciple of the esteemed Lord Supervisor, especially after being conquered last night, now lay in ruins beneath Shen Xiaobai's nonchalant fingers. A wave of defeat washed over her heart. Had the gap between them grown so vast? Was she truly regarded as a mere amateur in his eyes? Have you realized the disparity between us? Chapter 68. The Little Maid? Shen Xiaobai's voice drifted through the stillness, shattering the silence. He approached Li Ruo, patted her shoulder, and spoke earnestly, "Little Li, it's not that I wish to chastise you. One must possess self-awareness. If you cannot win, do not force it, for it is you who will ultimately suffer. Behold, you gained benefits last night, yet here you are again, falling under my hand. We had an agreement. You and your junior sister shall be my little maids until the trials conclude." He flashed a grin. "But fear not, I am quite democratic in nature. You may choose to be my personal maid or my bed warmer. You must be dreaming." Li Ruo trembled with rage. She was genuinely beginning to fear this man. Unable to best him in combat or conversation, he always employed various unscrupulous tactics that left her at a disadvantage. What was most perplexing was that although she felt furious, deep down, her anger was not as profound as it appeared. She merely put on a brave front, hoping for him to soften his tone. She desired a way out. What would her junior sister think of her otherwise? Not dreaming, but perhaps daydreaming? Shen Xiaobai scoffed, fully aware that Li Ruo would not yield easily. The temperament of a young lady could not be altered overnight. He maintained a light-hearted demeanor to encourage her to lower her guard, lest it affect the forthcoming competition. "All right, enough of this nonsense. Since you have acknowledged the bet and accepted defeat, you must bear the responsibilities of a maid." Shen Xiaobai pointed towards the cave entrance. "Go, take a look outside. See if there is any commotion." Then he turned to Shu Xiao and said, "You, come here and massage my back. I suffered a severe internal injury, saving you all, and my whole body still aches." Shu Xiao's delicate face flushed, her heart sweetly warmed. Yet she habitually glanced at her senior sister. "Shen Xiaobai, we must never speak of last night again, or I won't let you off." Li Ruo glared fiercely at Shen Xiaobai. Ultimately, she nodded slightly towards Shu Xiao. Shen Xiaobai thought to himself, "If you want to mention it, then I'll await your visit." "My lord," Shu Xiao's heart leapt with joy. She approached Shen Xiaobai, stretched out her small hands, and began massaging his shoulders. "My lord, is the pressure adequate?" Quite good, apply a bit more." Shen Xiaobai hummed contentedly, closed his eyes, and began to savor this rare luxury. Li Ruo watched the scene, her anger nearly shattering her teeth. This fellow truly regarded himself as a nobleman. She stomped her foot and, deciding it best not to see any more, walked toward the cave's entrance. Meanwhile, Shen Xiaobai felt utterly delighted. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and said to the one massaging him, "From now on, don't call me my lord. It sounds too formal." "Then what should I call you?" Shu Xiao whispered. "Master." At that moment, Li Ruo, standing guard at the entrance, nearly lost her balance and almost tumbled from behind the waterfall upon hearing this. "Master? How could he be so shameless?" Shu Xiao's cheeks turned crimson, nearly wishing to sink into the earth from embarrassment. "What is wrong? Reluctant?" "And no," Shu Xiao murmured softly. "My master." "Good girl." Shen Xiaobai nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, obedient maids were far more endearing than a certain Miss Li, who was as prickly as a hedgehog and only obeyed when beaten. For the next half-day, Shen Xiaobai rested peacefully in the cave, recuperating his wounds, while Li Ruo and Shu Xiao became his exclusive attendants, standing guard, keeping watch, fetching water, roasting meat. All the trivial chores were confidently assigned to them by Shen Xiaobai. Though Li Ruo was reluctant, under Shen Xiaobai's authoritative presence and Shu Xiao's persuasion, she begrudgingly accepted her role. No one mentioned the events of last night again. Gradually, Li Ruo calmed down and realized that her spiritual energy had grown remarkably profound, surpassing that of any qi refinement cultivator she had ever met. She sensed this was connected to the accident from the previous night. That scoundrel had left an exceptionally pure yang energy within them, subtly transforming their bodies. This revelation stirred her emotions into a complex turmoil. Once Shen Xiaobai's injuries fully healed, he rose, stretched his limbs, and felt better than ever before. All right, two little maids, rest time is over. He clapped his hands and declared, "We shall go out and continue hunting." Go out again? Shu Xiaoxiao asked timidly. It's so dangerous outside. Dangerous? With me here, there is no danger. Shen Xiaobai smiled confidently. Moreover, how can one accumulate points without venturing forth? Do you wish to see the esteemed disciple of the venerable master Du Shou eliminated in the first round? He cast a meaningful glance at Li Ziruo, causing her to blush and retort with a huff. Who says I will be eliminated? If we are to go, then let us go. Her strength had surged significantly, and she was eager to challenge a reckless beast. The trio, accompanied by a wolf, departed the cave and re-entered the blood-red forest. Shen Xiaobai led the way, with Li Ziruo and Shu Xiaoxiao flanking him on either side. They tacitly refrained from revisiting the sultry memories of the previous night. Meanwhile, the young wolf darted through the shadows of the forest like a specter, tasked with reconnaissance and vigilance. Before long, they encountered new prey, a peak second-tier ghost-faced leopard, renowned for its swiftness. Xiaoxiao, ensnare its limbs with the vine technique. Li, launch your assault from the left, targeting its neck. Shen Xiaobai commanded, standing still, too lethargic to even raise a hand. Understood. Yes. Shu Xiaoxiao and Li Ziruo instinctively responded and executed their attacks as directed. Although Shu Xiaoxiao's vine technique did not completely restrain the ghost-faced leopard, it significantly impeded its speed. Li Ziruo, seemingly venting her emotions, swiftly unleashed the Azure Lotus Sword technique, and a piercing beam of sword light precisely sliced through the leopard's neck. With a splatter of blood, the ghost-faced leopard collapsed. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, a harmonious collaboration. Li Ziruo and Shu Xiaoxiao stood in astonishment, gazing at the lifeless body on the ground, then at each other, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Had this been resolved so effortlessly? Li Ziruo felt a profound shock. She sensed that the power of her strike just now was more than double what she could achieve alone. Both her timing and the application of her spiritual energy had reached an unprecedented level. She couldn't help but glance back at Shen Xiaobai with a smug expression. Indeed, progress had been made. Shen Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging her potential for growth. Now, retrieve the false demon core, and we shall proceed to the next location, he commanded with a sense of entitlement. Li Ziruo's lips twitched, yet this time she refrained from retorting and silently stepped forward to gather the spoils. Senior sister, the young master is truly formidable, Shu Xiaoxiao whispered, trailing behind her. Indeed. Chapter 69. Little Rain in Peril. Under Shen Xiaobai's devilish, commanding guidance, Li Ziruo and Shu Xiaoxiao's combat experience and practical ability soared. In less than half a day's time, their synergy reached near perfection. Li Ziruo's Azure Lotus Sword technique grew increasingly formidable, her cultivation at the peak of qi refinement being fully realized, often delivering lethal strikes. Shu Xiaoxiao's dual-element earth and wood spells became more versatile, evolving from mere binding to creatively utilizing the terrain to set traps, thus crafting optimal opportunities for Li Ziruo's assaults. Most of the time, Shen Xiaobai merely moved his lips, instructing them on how to fight and cooperate. He only intervened when confronted with particularly tenacious foes or third-tier beasts, swiftly and decisively ending the battle. Yet each time he acted, the two girls' perception of his strength ascended to an unprecedented pinnacle. Their points surged at a terrifying pace. They had slain no fewer than 30 second-tier beasts, even dispatching 3 early third-tier beasts. The combined value of these beast cores and elixirs had already surpassed 300 points, an impressive score that positioned them among the top contenders. Cease. Aren't we just too formidable? Shu Xiaoxiao gazed at the gleaming pile of beast cores in the storage pouch, her face brimming with excitement and disbelief, a notion once unimaginable to her. It's not us who are formidable, Li Ziruo replied, her mood complex. Casting a glance at the leisurely figure ahead, she whispered, it's him. These past days had transformed her perception of Shen Xiaobai beyond that fateful night. She now saw him in a new light. This man was not only monstrously powerful, but possessed battle acumen and command skills of an extraordinary caliber. It was as though every weakness of the beasts, every shift on the battlefield, lay entirely within his grasp. Fighting alongside him was a pleasure, an exhilarating experience of witnessing their points steadily climb, a veritable harvest. Enough with the sentimentality. Shen Xiaobai's voice came from ahead. The two maidservants hastened to keep pace. There seemed to be a formidable presence ahead, through spiritual connection. The little wolf cub in his beast pouch conveyed the signal of numerous life essences gathered nearby. A formidable presence? Li Ziruo and Shu Xiaobao's spirits lifted as they quickly followed. The three, accompanied by the wolf, silently crept to a hillside, peering downwards. Below, in the basin, a brutal melee unfolded. On one side stood a dozen disciples clad in uniform attire from the Shen Sect, forming a circular formation, valiantly resisting. Their adversaries were over 1,000 blood-red-eyed, frenzied-looking blood-patterned hyenas. Though most were late first-tier beasts, their overwhelming numbers rendered them relentless. They charged like tidal waves, wave after wave, battering the Shen Sect's defenses. The defenders' line was faltering. Several bore wounds, their spiritual energy nearly depleted, barely holding on. They're from Jinglei Cave. Li Ziruo immediately recognized their attire. Leading them was the senior disciple Lei Ming. Beside him, a petite figure struggled to hold a small shield shimmering with lightning. Lei Xiaoyu. Shen Xiaobai also recognized her. He held a favorable impression of this kind-hearted young girl who had once generously lent him contribution points. Should we rescue them? Shu Xiaoxiao asked with some reluctance. Rescue? Shen Xiaobai was about to respond when Li Ziruo frowned. How? Before them lay thousands of blood-spotted hyenas. What difference would it make if the three of us charged in? Though she had gained confidence in her abilities, she had not yet become so arrogant as to believe she could contend with such a formidable number of beasts. Your senior sister is correct. Shen Xiaobai nodded in agreement. Li Ziruo paused, glancing at him with surprise. How had he changed so suddenly? To actually concur with her opinion? So, are we to merely stand by and watch? Shu Xiaoxiao exclaimed anxiously. They can hardly hold on any longer. Who said we would just watch? Shen Xiaobai scoffed. I meant we cannot rush in recklessly. He stroked his chin, his gaze swiftly scanning the battlefield as if searching for something. Capture the leader to subdue the flock. Shoot the horse before the rider. Such a simple principle, yet you fail to grasp it? He pointed towards the back of the hyena pack, to a small mound. Do you see that? The one larger than the rest, with a darker coat? That is the leader of this horde, a late-stage second-tier hyena king. Once we take it down, the rest will surely scatter. Li Ziruo and Shu Xiaoxiao followed his finger's direction. Indeed, atop that mound stood a particularly robust hyena king, emitting low growls as it commanded the battle. However, with so many hyenas guarding it, how can we reach it? Li Ziruo raised the most critical question. Thus, we need someone to draw their fire. Shen Xiaobai grinned, revealing a smile that made Li Ziruo feel uneasy. What are you planning? Li Ziruo instinctively took a step back. Do not be alarmed. Shen Xiaobai patted her shoulder. How could I possibly send you into such a perilous task? He said, pulling out a large handful of talismans from his storage bag and stuffing them into Shu Xiaoxiao's hands. Xiao, the time for your trial has come. Do you see those fellow disciples from the Thunder Cave below? In a moment, you will hurl these talismans into the empty spaces beside them with great vigor. The louder the commotion, the better. Huh? Shu Xiaoxiao, holding the handful of talismans, was utterly bewildered. Hurling talismans near fellow disciples? Are you insane? Li Ziru exclaimed. Do you intend to kill them? Why would I want to kill them? Shen Xiaobai rolled his eyes. I want them to draw the attention of the hyenas. If we create enough noise, a portion of those beasts will surely divert to attack them, giving us the opportunity to ambush the hyena king. This seems rather cruel, doesn't it? Li Ziru's lips wisha. This is called strategy. Do you understand? Shen Xiaobai retorted. If you are unwilling, we can turn back and leave them to their fate. No, I will do it. Shu Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, making up her mind. Although she felt this approach was somewhat dangerous, it was certainly better than watching her fellow disciples be torn apart by hyenas. That's the spirit. Shen Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to Li Ziruo. As for you, we will flank them from the side. Remember, conceal your presence. You must not reveal yourself before I act. Understood. Li Ziruo took a deep breath and nodded. All right, let the operation commence. With Shen Xiaobai's command, they set their plan into motion. Xiao Shu inhaled deeply, channeling her spiritual energy into the talisman clutched in her hand before hurling it fiercely toward an open space on the flank of the Jinglei cave, disciples below. Boom! 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 Over a dozen explosive and fireball talismans detonated simultaneously, igniting towering flames and deafening blasts. Chapter 70. Come, I will lead you to avenge. In the basin beneath the mountain, Lei Ming and the disciples of Jinglei Cave were locked in a desperate struggle. Over 1,000 blood-marked hyenas charged recklessly against their defensive formation, undeterred by death. Lightning flickered and blades sliced through the air, yet against the inexhaustible tide of beasts, their spiritual energy rapidly waned, and their lines were repeatedly breached. Big brother, I can't hold on much longer, a disciple screamed as a hyena pounced, tearing a chunk of flesh from his shoulder. Xiaoyu, shield him with a thunder shield. Lei Ming's eyes blazed crimson as he cleaved a fierce Stage 2 early hyena in two, shouting toward his sister behind him. He himself was exhausted, bearing no fewer than 10 wounds across his body. Desperation was seeping into the hearts of every Jinglei Cave disciple. Suddenly, boom, 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 a series of earth-shaking explosions erupted from their rear flank. Flames soared skyward and shockwaves rolled forth, hurling dozens of charging hyenas into the air. The unexpected turn startled everyone. What is happening? Lei Ming gazed suspiciously toward the source of the blasts. The blood-marked hyenas, drawn by the commotion, ceased their assault and turned, growling warily in that direction. A hyena king atop a nearby earthen mound rose on its hind legs, roaring furiously, as if questioning which fool dared wreak havoc in its domain. Then, a further volley of detonations erupted, greater in magnitude than before. Scores of talismans were flung recklessly, instantly conjuring a sea of flames that claimed many lives. The hyena pack was thoroughly enraged. Under the Hyena King's command, nearly half their number veered toward the fiery inferno, launching a frenzied assault. The pressure upon Lei Ming and his comrades eased dramatically. Heaven favors us. Which fellow disciple is aiding us? A Jinglei Cave disciple exclaimed with a mixture of surprise and joy. A glimmer of hope flickered in Lei Ming's eyes. Don't dwell on it. Now is our chance. Break through with all our might. He bellowed, leading the remaining disciples in a countercharge toward the weakest point in their encirclement. At the very moment the hyena's attention was wholly diverted, two figures moved like phantoms, concealed by trees and terrain, silently circling around to the rear of the hyena pack, targeting the commanding Hyena King. They were none other than Shen Xiaobai and Li Ziruo. Though cunning, the Hyena King never anticipated such a lavishly reckless feint. By the time it sensed danger, Shen Xiaobai and Li Ziruo were less than 100 meters away. Attack! Shen Xiaobai commanded sharply. Li Ziruo did not hesitate in the slightest. The profound energy within her surged forth with a thunderous explosion. With a swift charge, she unleashed the Qingyan sword song, manifesting two identical azure sword lotuses that simultaneously sealed off all escape routes for the Hyena King. After 2 days of rigorous training, her mastery of the sword technique had reached an extraordinary level. The Hyena King, upon witnessing this, was struck with terror and let out a piercing shriek. It attempted to summon its minions for protection, but it was too late. Just as it opened its mouth, a golden flash of light, faster than the sword lotuses, descended upon it. Gold conquers wood. The sharp golden blade pierced through its heart. Shen Xiaobai had appeared above it without a trace of notice. With his fingers poised like a sword, a solidified golden sword radiance descended like a divine spear of judgment, piercing precisely through the crown of the Hyena King's skull. With a soft thud, the formidable second-tier Hyena King could not even emit a cry before its massive body stiffened, its brilliance fading rapidly, and it collapsed to the ground. With the death of the Hyena King, The pack of hyenas surrounding Lei Ming and his companions below fell into disarray. They lost their commander, emitting a chorus of anxious shrieks as they scattered in panic. A potentially lethal crisis was thus effortlessly resolved. "Let us go down and collect the spoils," Shen Xiaobai declared, dusting off his hands as he skillfully retrieved a large pseudo-demon core from the hyena king's skull before making his way down the mountain. Li Ziruo gazed at his nonchalant figure, then at the lifeless body of the hyena king, her shock beyond the capacity of words to convey. Was this strategy? Using dozens or even hundreds of talismans as bait, all for this decisive strike. This man was not only formidable in strength, but also possessed a terrifyingly meticulous mind. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, Lei Ming and the others had already dealt with the remaining hyenas and were resting in place. Upon seeing Shen Xiaobai and Li Ziruo approach, a knowing expression crossed Lei Ming's face. "Senior brother Shen, it is indeed you." He stepped forward, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you once more for your assistance. This immense favor will never be forgotten by the Lightning Thunder Cave." The disciples behind him cast looks of appreciation and reverence. Lei Ziao ran up to Shen Xiaobai, her large eyes sparkling with admiration. "Senior brother Shen, you are simply incredible." "It was merely a trivial effort," Shen Xiaobai replied, waving his hand dismissively as his gaze fell upon their disheveled state. "What happened? How could you be besieged by a pack of first-tier beasts?" At the mention of this, a flicker of anger and fear crossed Lei Ming's face. "Don't even mention it. We were originally hunting demon beasts in a valley when a group of scoundrels from the Golden Light Cave unexpectedly attacked us. Without a word, they unleashed their assault and used a special incense to lure this pack of blood-marked hyenas, attempting to trap us all here." "Golden Light Cave?" Shen Xiaobai and Li Ziruo exchanged a glance. Once again, it was the scoundrels from the Golden Light Cave. Li Ziruo clenched her silver teeth, her delicate face brimming with fierce resolve. These scoundrels were truly relentless. "Where did that group go?" Shen Xiaobai inquired. "They fled," Lei Ming replied. "We were ensnared by those ravenous hyenas and couldn't break free. Were it not for senior brother Shen's timely arrival, we might have been utterly annihilated here today." "Fled?" Shen Xiaobai stroked his chin, a glint of icy determination flashing in his eyes. "In which direction did they escape?" Lei Ming pointed toward a certain path. "Excellent." Shen Xiaobai smiled broadly. "Come, I shall lead you to exact vengeance." "What?" Lei Ming was taken aback. "How so? After being humiliated, you do not intend to reclaim your honor?" Shen Xiaobai cast him a sidelong glance. "Were the disciples of Jinglei Cave all spineless?" "Certainly not." Lei Ming, roused by the provocation, felt a surge of fervor. "I have longed to deal with those rascals from Jingyang Cave. Then waste no more words." Shen Xiaobai commanded with a wave of his hand. "Let us strike." Without hesitation, Lei Ming assented, thanks to the unparalleled tracking prowess of the young wolf cub. The Jingyang Cave bandits were utterly exposed. Within less than an hour, Shen Xiaobai and his companions discovered 7 or 8 Jingyang disciples nursing their wounds in a concealed gorge. "It's you." The leader of the Jingyang disciples turned pale upon seeing Shen Xiaobai and Lei Ming. He had never imagined these survivors of an onslaught by over 100 blood-patterned hyenas would pursue them so swiftly. "Indeed, it is us." Lei Ming gripped his long blade, stepping forward with a visage cold as ice. "Grandsons, weren't you so boastful earlier? Why do you no longer flee?" "Lei Ming, don't be so arrogant." The Jingyang disciple roared, his bravado thinly veiling his trepidation. "We are from Jingyang Cave. If you dare lay a finger on us, senior brother Qianchong will never forgive you." "Qianchong?" Shen Xiaobai glanced at Lei Ming with curiosity. Chapter 71. Who truly invests in whom remains uncertain. "Qianchong?" Shen Xiaobai repeated the name, turning to Lei Ming with genuine intrigue. "Is he renowned? I have never heard of him." Lei Ming's expression darkened as he lowered his voice to explain. "Senior brother Shen, you have been secluded in Xiun Dongtian and may be unaware. Within the sect, rumors have swirled for the past month that the Jingyang Cave's leader, Qian Li, has an illegitimate son. Not only is he prodigiously gifted, but he also possesses the gung metal constitution, endowing him with an extraordinary affinity for metal-based spells. Jean méthode constitution? Shen Xiaobai stroked his chin thoughtfully. That is indeed an exceptional physique. In the realm of cultivation, those with unique constitutions are exceedingly rare treasures coveted by every major sect. Such individuals cultivate corresponding techniques with remarkable efficacy, rendering them nearly invincible among peers. It is fortunate you know this. Although the besieged Jingguang disciple's face was pale, when mentioning Qian Chong, a fervent arrogance gleamed in his eyes. Senior brother Qian Chong is the true ace Jingguang cave has concealed for 20 years. He is undoubtedly the foremost genius of our generation. He seemed to have recalled something that could bolster his courage, straightened his back, and bellowed with a fierce yet hollow bravado. I assure you, brother Qian Chong's strength far exceeds your imagination. He has even achieved victories over foundational stage cultivators. If you dare to touch even a single hair on us today, once we enter the second round, brother Qian Chong will undoubtedly tear each of you to shreds. Oh, killed a foundational stage cultivator? At these words, Shen Xiaobai not only displayed no sign of fear, but rather chuckled. So, he must be quite formidable then? He inquired. Absolutely. The disciple, believing he had instilled fear, grew even more arrogant. If you're scared, just scram. Hand over all your points. And perhaps brother Qian Chong will spare your miserable lives. Sighing, Shen Xiaobai shook his head, disappointment evident on his face. I had hoped to converse with you further. Yet alas, you have invoked such a formidable figure that I am left trembling in terror. As he spoke, he stepped forward languidly. The disciple from the Golden Light cave assumed he was about to yield, a smug smile beginning to spread across his face. However, in the next instant, slap. A resounding smack silenced his remaining words and sent his teeth scattering. Clutching his swollen face, the disciple stood dazed, his mind buzzing. How dare he strike? Not only him, but even Lei Ming and Li Ziruo were taken aback. Shen Xiaobai, are you certain about this? Lei Ming hesitated, recalling the competition's rules, which prohibited malicious harm among peers. What is there to fear? Shen Xiaobai shot him a glance, speaking with unwavering conviction. He threatened me first. This is merely self-defense. With that, he approached another disciple from the Golden Light Cave. Did you not glare at me just now? I didn't see. The disciple, terrified, retreated repeatedly. Smack. Another crisp slap echoed. I said you glared, therefore you did. Shen Xiaobai shook his hand and continued. You lot attempted to incite a beast tide to endanger the disciples of the Thunder Cave. How shall we settle that score? Now you wish to speak of rules? Do you even deserve to? His voice was cold and merciless. Step by step he advanced, and every disciple from the Golden Light Cave who met his gaze felt like a frog ensnared by a venomous serpent, paralyzed with fear. Smack! 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 The sharp sounds of slaps reverberated throughout the canyon, accompanied by the muffled cries of the Golden Light disciples. Shen Xiaobai did not strike with lethal intent, but each slap was delivered with precision, inflicting excruciating pain. He resembled a tyrant disciplining disobedient children, reducing the once arrogant disciples of the Golden Light Cave to a pitiful state. Li Ziruo and Shu Xiaoxiao stood in the background, their thoughts diverging significantly. Shu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with admiration, believing her master to be incredibly handsome, and the warm-up exercises concluded. Shen Xiaobai clapped his hands and approached the leading disciple, surveying him from a position of superiority. Now, let us converse properly. Surrender your storage bags. I assure you, I am a fair man. All I seek are your points, and I shall not take your lives. Half an hour later, when the disciples from the Golden Light Cave, bruised and disheartened, were released, their gazes towards Shen Xiaobai resembled those of individuals who had encountered Spectre. This fellow from the Purple Cloud Cave was no mere human. He was a demon. Not only had he stripped them of every single demon core they had painstakingly amassed, but he had also coerced them into swearing a profound oath of the heart demon, vowing to reveal not a single word of the day's events until the competition concluded. Begone, and remember to keep your wits about you next time. Shen Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a swarm of flies. The group departed as if granted a reprieve, vanishing swiftly into the depths of the canyon. Senior brother Shen, are you truly letting them go? Lei Ming inquired, perplexed they will undoubtedly report to Qianchong. Report? Shen Xiaobai chuckled. Do you think they would dare? Upon reflection, Lei Ming realized the truth. Having lost all their points and being forced to swear an oath, if this incident were to leak, how could the Golden Light cave maintain its dignity? In fact, I would welcome their complaint. Shen Xiaobai's smile turned mischievous. I am quite curious to witness the character of the one capable of slaying Qianchong. He tossed half of the recently acquired demon cores to Lei Ming. These are yours. This is unacceptable. Lei Ming hurriedly declined. This time, it was entirely thanks to you, senior brother. We contributed nothing. Take it without further ado. There's no need for such pleasantries, Shen Xiaobai replied impatiently. Consider it an advance investment in your Thunderbolt Cave. In the future, should anyone dare to trouble our Purple Cloud Cave, you must not stand idly by. Upon hearing this, Lei Ming's heart stirred. He gazed at Shen Xiaobai and nodded earnestly. Rest assured, senior brother, from now on, your affairs in the Purple Cloud Cave shall be our Thunderbolt Cave's affairs. Lei Ming understood that their generation's strength was merely above average. Yet, after several encounters with Shen Xiaobai, he discerned the boundless potential he harbored. It was truly uncertain who was investing in whom. At that moment, a resonating hum filled the air. Chapter 72. The first round concludes. The identity tokens of all disciples illuminated simultaneously, producing a gentle buzzing sound. An ancient and authoritative voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. The time has come. The first round of the Beast Tide survival has officially concluded. All disciples are to be transported to the martial arts square immediately. Before the words had fully dissipated, a powerful force of transportation enveloped them, and as the world spun around them, when Shen Xiaobai reopened his eyes, he found himself once again on the familiar grounds of the Sect's martial arts square. The square was abuzz with activity, far more lively than before the competition commenced. Upon the high platform, the figures of King, the overseer of the 36 caves, along with several golden elixir elders, reappeared. In the heart of the square stood an immense white jade monument, its surface as smooth as a mirror, shimmering with countless glimmers of light. Gradually, beams of white radiance began to illuminate various corners of the square, revealing the figures of disciples who had participated in the grand competition. Some exuded exuberance, their faces alight with joy, clearly having achieved remarkable success. Others appeared disheartened, their expressions marred by disappointment, evidently eliminated prematurely with their scores reset to 0. There were also those who were grievously injured, appearing utterly disheveled, collapsing to the ground upon their sudden transport, only to be assisted away by attending disciples for healing. In the brief span of 3 days, it felt as though eons had passed. Li Ziruo and Shu Xiaoxiao stood behind Shen Xiaobai, gazing at the throngs of people, their hearts heavy with myriad sentiments, particularly for Li Ziruo, reflecting upon her perfected chi refinement stage and the events of the past 3 days felt akin to awakening from an absurd yet exhilarating dream. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the back of the man ahead of her, the individual who had irrevocably altered the course of her life. Senior sister, it seems we have become the focal point of the gathering, Shu Xiaoxiao murmured, tugging at her sleeve. Snapping back to reality, Li Ziruo noticed the multitude of eyes fixed intently upon them, some filled with astonishment, others with confusion, jealousy, or disdain. Look, is that not Shen Xiaobai from the Ziyun Cave? He is still alive. Not just alive. Observe his demeanor, calm and composed. He appears far from disheveled. Isn't that senior sisterly beside him? How could she be associated with Shen Xiaobai? And those from the Thunderous Cave, why are they standing so closely to him? When did these sects become so closely allied? The murmurs of speculation rippled through the crowd. The uproar intensified when the onlookers perceived the formidable aura of perfected chi emanating from Li Ziruo. Heavens, am I mistaken? Has senior sister Li truly achieved the perfected chi refinement stage? How is that possible? Just 3 days ago, she was at the 9th level of chi refinement. How could she have broken through in such a short time? She must have encountered an extraordinary opportunity. The blood-red forest truly abounds with treasures. Countless envious and jealous gazes turned toward Li Ziruo. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, her cheeks flushed, and she instinctively sought to distance herself from Shen Xiaobai. Yet, she resolutely suppressed that urge, lowering her head and pretending not to hear anything. Meanwhile, Shen Xiaobai remained oblivious to the surrounding chatter, his attention drawn to the opposite side of the square, where the area of the Golden Light Cave lay. There, a young man with a stern countenance and an imposing stature fixated his hawk-like, piercing gaze upon him. Clad in the attire of a core disciple of the Golden Light Cave, the young man's presence emanated an air of calm, yet sharp intensity, akin to a legendary sword unsheathed, instilling a profound sense of pressure simply by standing there. It was as if an invisible aura surrounded him, causing other disciples of the Golden Light Cave to hesitate in approaching. Qiancheng. The name flashed vividly in Shen Xiaobai's mind. This individual was formidable, surpassing any opponent he had encountered thus far. As if sensing Shen Xiaobai's gaze, Qiancheng's lips curled into a chilling smirk, and he made a gesture across his throat, a blatant provocation. How intriguing. Shen Xiaobai responded with a grin, extending his finger to beckon him. Come on, you brat. Just as the tension escalated between Shen Xiaobai and Qiancheng, the authoritative voice of Supervisor Zhou Xianqing resonated from the elevated platform, silencing the crowd. Quiet. The results of the first round of the Beast Tide survival are now compiled. He pointed to the enormous white jade monument in the center of the square. Now, we shall announce the final rankings. As his words fell, the monument radiated with brilliance. Lines of golden names and numbers surged upward from the base of the stone, rolling forth like bamboo shoots after a rain. Every pair of eyes was instantly drawn to the monument, and hearts raced in anticipation. This stone would determine whether they would remain on this stage or retreat in disgrace. Look, the rankings are out. Zhang San, Thick Earth Cave, 23 points, ranked 872. Li Si, Azure Water Cave, 45 points, ranked 610. Familiar and unfamiliar names flashed rapidly, accompanied by waves of cheers and sighs. Ha! I made it into the top 500. Alas, I'm over 900. I'm definitely out. The atmosphere in the square grew palpably tense. Shen Xiaobai watched the ever-rolling leaderboard with keen interest. The rankings fluctuated in real time, but he felt no anxiety regarding his position. After distributing most of his accrued points to Li Ziruo and Lei Ming, he retained only a little over 400 points. In his estimation, he should comfortably secure a place within the top 20. Though he had initially promised his master a top 3 finish, he reconsidered, realizing that such overt ambition might paint a target on his back, especially since achieving a top 3 would result in being taken as a true disciple by the Grand Elder, a fate he wished to avoid. Look, we're in the top 200. As the leaderboard continued to rise, the names displayed grew increasingly prestigious. Those securing spots in the top 200 were primarily core disciples from various caves, with cultivation levels at least at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Jingle Cave. Lei Ming, 285 points, currently ranked 50th. When Lei Ming's name appeared, cheers erupted from the Jing Lei Cave area. Brother Lei is magnificent. Lei Ming himself exhaled in relief, a smile breaking across his face. This achievement exceeded his expectations, all thanks to Shen Xiaobai. His gaze instinctively drifted towards the direction of the Ziyun Cave. At that moment, the names of Li Ziruo and Xu Xiaoxiao also appeared on the leaderboard. Tianquan Peak, Xu Xiaoxiao, 210 points, currently ranked 89th. Wow. Junior sister Xiaoxiao has made it into the top 100. Chapter 73. Rankings initialized. Wow. Junior sister Xiaoxiao has made it into the top 100. Impressive. Isn't she only at the 7th layer of Qi refinement? How could she have accumulated so many points? Tianquan Peak, Li Ziruo, with a score of 306, currently ranks 45th. A thunderous uproar erupted as Li Ziruo's name and score were revealed, sending shockwaves through the crowd. 306 points. This score far exceeds the limits achievable by an ordinary perfected Qi refinement disciple. It implies she must have hunted at least 3 third-tier demon beasts or hundreds of second-tier ones. How could this be possible? Is this a fabrication? How could senior sister Li be so formidable? Surely, There must be foul play involved. How could a delicate girl like her amass such points in merely 3 days? Hush. Keep your voice down. She is the direct disciple of the esteemed supervisor. One can never know what hidden cards she holds. In an instant, voices of envy, jealousy, and skepticism surged forth. Standing amidst the crowd, Lizaruo felt her complexion shift from crimson to pale as she overheard the discussions. She knew that these points were not earned by her own merit. The vast majority were bestowed upon her by that scoundrel. She instinctively glanced at Shen Xiaobai, her expression a medley of emotions. Meanwhile, the leaderboard's scrolling speed had noticeably slowed, approaching the coveted top 20. Each name that appeared elicited gasps of astonishment. Gungjin Cave, Sure Potion, with a score of 390, currently ranks 15th. Wanfang Cave, Sun Hao, with a score of 402, currently ranks 13th. These names belong to renowned prodigies from the 36 caves, each regarded as a favorite to claim victory. Just then, an unexpected name materialized on the board, catching everyone off guard. Ziyun Cave, Shen Xiaobai, with a score of 450, currently ranks 11th. In that instant, all eyes in the martial arts square widened in disbelief, fixed on the glaring name inscribed on the stone tablet. Shen Xiaobai of Ziyun Cave? That waste with a mixed 5-element spiritual root? The one who managed to kill Qian Kuan by sheer luck on the life and death stage? How could he possibly accumulate 450 points? This surpasses even the core disciples of those elite caves. Am I seeing things? This must be a mistake on the stone tablet. How could a waste from Ziyun Cave rank in the top 20? This is undoubtedly a conspiracy. After a brief moment of silence, the square erupted into chaos. Voices of doubt, curses, and ridicule surged like a tidal wave towards Ziyun Cave. Even the Golden Core elders on the high platform exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with skepticism. Only Hu Yunshu, upon witnessing this ranking, was momentarily stunned before a radiant expression of joy and pride blossomed in her beautiful eyes. She knew. She always believed that her treasured disciple would deliver her a monumental surprise. Meanwhile, on the other side of the crowd, in the Jingguang cave area, Qianchong stared at the name, his previously calm demeanor now marred by a sinister expression. His gaze turned icy. Shen Xiaobai. Silence. As the uproar in the square intensified, the supervisor on the high platform, Zhou Xianqing, furrowed his brow and issued a cold command laced with the authority of a golden core cultivator. Like thunder erupting suddenly across a tranquil plain, all the clamor was instantly silenced. The Sect's grand competition was proclaimed fair and just. All points were automatically recorded by the disciples' identity jade talismans and verified by the protective mountain formation, leaving no room for error or deceit. Any who dared to question the competition's integrity or disrupt the assembly would be dealt with according to sect regulations. No leniency granted. Zhou Xianqing's voice was cold yet commanding, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, causing those who had been clamoring moments before to shrink back, silenced. Though their hearts brimmed with confusion and envy, none dared to challenge the authority of a golden core master. Silence returned to the square. Yet countless eyes remained fixed upon the stone tablet, the atmosphere charged with an eerie tension. At last, the list's scrolling reached its climax, the much-anticipated top 10. 10th place, Jingguang Cave, Qianchong, with 488 points. As Qianchong's name and score appeared, a long-suppressed cheer erupted from the Jingguang Cave area. Brother Qianchong is formidable. No wonder he made the top 10. Yet Qianchong's expression betrayed no joy. His face was as dark as storm clouds about to burst. 10th place? Such a result was a humiliation to him. Born with a pure metal constitution, hailed as a once-in-a-century prodigy of Jingguang Cave, his ambition had been the top 3, perhaps even first place. Now, he found himself trailing behind a so-called waste from Yindong Tian, his eyes fixed on the name just below his murderous intent nearly materializing. The onlookers were rendered speechless by this revelation. Even with his monstrous strength, Qianchong only ranked 10th? What terrifying prowess then did those ahead possess? Hearts quickened, gazes unwaveringly fixed upon the stone tablet, eager to witness the unveiling of the true prodigies. 9th place, Kuan Yuan Dong Tian, Zhao Wuji with 512 points. 8th place, Lihua Dong Tian, Zhu Rong with 530 points. 3rd place, Qian Tian Dong Tian, Long Ao with 690 points. One illustrious name after another thundered forth, each representing the pinnacle of Xiantian Sect's younger generation. Their scores grew ever more formidable, sending chills down the spines of the disciples below, especially the top 3, whose points formed a stark gulf, leaving the rest far behind. Terrifying. Is this still the Qi refinement stage? These must be monsters. Indeed, 690 points. How many fiendish beasts must have fallen? As the crowd marveled at the staggering scores of the top 3, the list finally revealed its final suspense. 2nd place, Tian Shu Peak, Chen Mianxi with 720 points. 1st place, Yao Guang Peak, Xiao Yi with 721 points. At the appearance of these names, the assembly fell once more into profound silence. Chen Mianxi, the sacred maiden of Xiantian Sect, was an unsurprising choice for 2nd place. As the sect leader's direct disciple and bearer of the legendary 9 profound divine body, her rank was well-deserved. But from where did the first-ranked Xiao Yi emerge? Yao Guang Peak. Isn't that the peak dedicated to alchemy within the sect? When did such a formidable individual arise? Moreover, his score is merely 1 point higher than that of the saintess. This situation is rife with intriguing coincidences. Shen Xiaobai gazed at the names on the list, raising an eyebrow. Chen Mianxi? This beauty, renowned among the disciples since the founding of the Xiantian sect as the most enchanting saintess, proves to be formidable as well. As for the one named Xiao Yi, he had no recollection of him. However, none of this was of his concern. His sole desire was to discover if any of his 4 unfortunate junior brothers had managed to squeeze into the top 100. Soon, the complete list was finalized, and many disciples' rankings underwent alterations. Chapter 74. A temporary conversation. Shen Xiaobai's gaze descended, scanning the lower section of the list. The 98th place, Ziyun Cave, Wang Erniu, with a score of 135. Found it. A surge of joy welled up in Shen Xiaobai's heart. Excellent. At last, there was someone to uphold the honor of Ziyun Cave, preventing a total collapse. Alongside himself, their lineage had 2 participants advancing to the 2nd round in this competition. This was undoubtedly a remarkable achievement for Ziyun Cave, unparalleled in recent years. Hu Yunshu stood in the cave master area below the high platform, gazing at the final list. Her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears, overwhelmed with emotion and speechless. The other cave masters beside her cast a myriad of complex glances, some congratulatory, some envious, and others filled with suspicion. Particularly, Qian Xiong, the deputy cave master of Jingguang Cave and brother to Qianli, wore an expression as dark as the bottom of a pot. The limelight this time had undoubtedly been seized by Ziyun Cave. All right, the first round of the competition concludes here. Zhou Suinking's voice resonated once more. Those named on the list will advance to the 2nd round. The remaining disciples are to disperse. The advancing disciple shall rest for 1 hour. After 1 hour, the 2nd round of the competition will officially commence. As his words echoed, the eliminated disciples scattered like birds and beasts, filled with disappointment and reluctance. Meanwhile, the 100 remaining disciples became the brightest stars of the event. They reveled in the surrounding cheers and admiration, each standing tall. Shen Xiaobai was soon surrounded by a throng of admirers. Senior brother Shen, congratulations. Lei Ming, accompanied by a group of disciples from Thunderclap Cave, approached with joy radiating from their faces. Senior brother Shen, you have truly brought honor to our cave. Indeed, who would dare to label Ziyun Cave as worthless now? The other Ziyun Cave disciples were equally exhilarated, their faces flushed with excitement, their gazes toward Shen Xiaobai brimming with fervent admiration. In this moment, they felt as if they could finally walk with pride within the sect. Amidst the flattery and praise, Shen Xiaobai merely nodded subtly, exuding an air of aloofness. He was not in the mood to engage in such trivialities. His attention shifted to the 2 girls nearby, whose expressions were laden with complexity. You two, come here for a moment. He exchanged a brief word with Li Ziruo and Xu Xiaoxiao before making his way toward a secluded corner of the square. Li Ziruo and Shu Xiaoxiao exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Shen Xiaobai's intentions. Senior sister Shu Xiaoxiao tugged at Li Ziruo's sleeve. What are you afraid of? Li Ziruo feigned composure, puffing out her chest. Can he really harm us? With that, she grasped Shu Xiaoxiao's hand and strode confidently after him, resembling a proud peacock prepared to charge into battle. The trio arrived at a quiet nook. Shen Xiaobai turned, crossing his arms, his expression a blend of amusement and scrutiny as he regarded them. Two maidens. Have you forgotten your station in front of so many witnesses? His words caused a jolt of anxiety in both Li Ziruo and Shu Xiaoxiao. Vouvet. Shu Xiaoxiao lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Who are your maidens? Li Ziru raturta da fianli. Shen Xiaobai, do not push your luck. What transpired before was under extraordinary circumstances. We acted to neutralize the poison. It was merely a temporary measure. Now that the poison is resolved and the first round of the competition has concluded, our agreement is null and void. Her argument was coherent and well-reasoned, clearly rehearsed in advance. Oh, null and void? Shen Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. I don't recall us having any such agreement. Moreover, he stepped closer, his voice dropping to an intimate whisper. Are you certain it was merely a temporary measure? You certainly did not voice such sentiments when you were in my embrace that night. Boom! Li Ziruo's mind went blank in an instant, her cheeks flushing crimson. This scoundrel! How dare he utter such shameless words? You speak nonsense. I did not, she retorted, though her voice lacked conviction. Whether you did or not, you know in your heart. Shen Xiaobai chuckled lightly, stepping back and surveying both her and Shu Xiaoxiao. Enough of this squabbling. I did not summon you here to argue. His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Li Ziruo, Shu Xiaoxiao, let me ask you, do you aspire to advance further in the upcoming competition? Do you wish for your master to feel pride in you? The two girls were momentarily taken aback, confused by his sudden inquiry. Is that even a question? Of course we do. Li Ziru instinctively replia. Do you think you can achieve this relying solely on yourselves? Shen Xiaobai bluntly countered. You have seen the caliber of competitors in this contest. Not to mention Qian Shong. How do you expect to contend with those ranked in the top 10? Li Ziruo fell silent, her pride tempered by reality. She was not foolish. She understood that without Shen Xiaobai, not only would they struggle to accumulate over 300 points, but their very survival in the blood-red forest was in jeopardy. Thus, you need me. I am your best ally. I can assure you that as long as you cooperate with me, not only will I safeguard your well-being in the next 2 rounds, but I will also enable you to achieve a ranking that will astonish everyone. Even squeezing into the top 30 is not an impossibility. His words echoed in the hearts of the two girls like a devil's temptation. Entering the top 30? That is a height achievable only by the most exceptional geniuses. Li Ziruo's heart raced uncontrollably. If it were truly possible, she would not only bring glory to her master, but also prove herself to all those in the sect who looked down upon her. So what are your conditions? She managed to ask with difficulty. My conditions are quite simple. Shen Xiaobai grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. From now until the conclusion of the grand competition, both of you shall be under my command. Whatever I instruct you to do, you must comply. If I direct you east, you cannot venture west. Naturally, he added with a slight shift in tone, I am a person who distinguishes clearly between reward and punishment. If you perform well, I will not treat you unfairly. Any techniques, elixirs, or artifacts we acquire will be shared with you. I can even personally guide your cultivation, elevating your strength to new heights in a short span of time. Observing the girl's intrigued expressions, he unveiled his final trump card. What do you think? This deal is quite advantageous, isn't it? A few days of freedom in exchange for a future brimming with promise. Will you continue to be the exalted daughters of heaven, only to be eliminated in the second round and become the subject of ridicule? Or will you cast aside that laughable pride and become my trusted allies, standing alongside me at the pinnacle of this grand competition? The choice is yours. Having spoken, Shen Xiaobai fell silent, merely gazing at them, awaiting their response. The atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. Li Ziruo's heart wrestled fiercely. Rationality urged her to trust him, yet emotionally, she struggled to accept the thought of submitting completely to this rogue. Just then, Shu Xiaobai, who had remained silent, suddenly lifted her head. She looked at Shen Xiaobai, her clear eyes filled with determination and admiration. Master, I am willing. Chapter 75. The Start of the Hunt. How fortuitous. Master, I am willing. Though Shu Xiaoxiu's voice was soft, in the stillness of that corner, it resonated distinctly. Xiaoxiu. Li Zizhuo gazed at her junior sister in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that her typically timid and indecisive sister would be the first to make a decision. Senior sister, Shu Xiaoxiu grasped her hand, her voice low yet resolute. I believe what the master says is true. Our strength would not carry us far in the second round. Rather than facing elimination, it is better to follow the master. Moreover, I trust the master. He will not harm us. As she concluded, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her voice softened. Li Zizhuo looked at her junior sister's eyes brimming with trust and admiration, then at Shen Xiaobai, whose expression exuded a smug satisfaction, as if to say, see? The eyes of the public are sharp. A wave of frustration surged within her. What on earth has this scoundrel fed my junior sister to lead her astray? Why is her elbow continuously bending outward? Very well, since Xiao has consented, what about you? I, Li Zizhuo, open my mouth, only to find myself at a loss for words. Even my dearest junior sister had betrayed me. What else could I possibly do? Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes briefly before reopening them. I understand now. Though unspoken, this was undoubtedly an implicit agreement. That's the spirit, Shen Xiaobai declared with satisfaction, snapping his fingers. Why not settle this sooner instead of wasting words? Remember what you have agreed upon today. From this moment forth, you two belong to me, Shen Xiaobai. Anyone who dares to harm, you will be crossing me. His words carried an imposing authority, causing Shu Xiaoxiu's eyes to gleam with admiration, while an inexplicable sensation stirred within Li Zizhuo's heart. All right, an hour is almost up. Prepare yourselves for the second round, Shen Xiaobai said, waving his hand as he strode toward the center of the plaza. Li Zizhuo and Shu Xiaoxiu followed, though their hearts had undergone a profound transformation. Both understood that their fates were now irrevocably intertwined with this man. The hour passed swiftly. On the elevated platform, Supervisor Zhou Xianxing appeared once again. Observing the 100 contestants below, all rejuvenated and eager, especially noting the demeanor of Li Zizhuo and the others, he nodded with approval. Excellent. It seems you are all prepared. The time has come. The second round of competition commences. The crowd's spirits soared instantly. The second round was called the hunting game. With a grand sweep of his sleeve, Zhou Xianxing caused the space at the plaza's center to warp violently. A colossal floating island slowly emerged from the swirling void. A landscape of rolling mountains, dense forests, and faint silhouettes of pavilions shrouded in mist. It resembled a legendary immortal garden, suffused with mystery and enigma. An aura older and more profound than the blood-red forest previously encountered emanated from the island. All advancing disciples were to enter this hunting ground. Zhou Xianxing's voice continued, elucidating the rules. Within the hunting ground lay 100 identity tokens, scattered randomly across the island. Among these, 10 were hunter tokens and 90 were prey tokens. Contestants must locate a token within 1 hour, or they would be immediately eliminated. Those who obtained hunter tokens started with an initial score of 50 points. Eliminating a prey would grant the hunter all of the prey's points, with the prey instantly ousted from the competition. Those who acquired prey tokens began with 100 points. Successfully turning the tables to eliminate a hunter would double their total points after acquiring the hunter's score. The defeated hunter would be immediately eliminated, and the prey would transform into a hunter. Hunters were forbidden from hunting fellow hunters for points, just as prey could not hunt other prey for points. Most importantly, neither hunters nor prey were allowed to inflict mortal harm. Doing so would result in automatic disqualification and expulsion from Sect. The duration of the game was 24 hours. 24 hours later, the top 30 in points will advance to the third round. Now, let the competition begin. Boom! The moment Zhou Xianxing announced the rules, the entire plaza erupted with excitement. My goodness, this rule is utterly thrilling. The hunters start with low points, compelling them to hunt. Although the prey begins with a higher score, they must contend with the hunter's pursuit and the temptation of earning double points by defeating them. This is truly ruthless. The identities of prey and hunters will interchange, meaning there will always be 10 hunter tokens in play. For the sake of double points, the prey will not simply wait for their fate. How brutal! Indeed, it is remarkably harsh. The advancing disciples were all flushed with excitement, their eyes shimmering with eagerness and greed. This rule exploits the intricacies of human nature and the psychology of speculation to the fullest extent. Listening to the rules, Shen Xiaobai stroked his chin thoughtfully. Another hunt? It resembles the first round so closely, akin to a wilderness survival scenario. He mused silently. Nonetheless, he found this rule quite appealing. The more chaotic the rules, the better they suited him. Let's go. He flashed a smile at Li Ziruo and Shu Xiaoxiao beside him. I'll take you hunting. With a flash of light, a powerful sensation of spatial distortion enveloped him. When Shen Xiaobai regained his sight, he found himself amidst a dense, primordial jungle. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, their vines entwined. Has he been randomly teleported again? Shen Xiaobai surveyed his surroundings, his consciousness quietly expanding. Similar to the blood-colored forest, the space on this floating island was also confined by a peculiar force, greatly compressing the range of his spiritual exploration. He did not detect any sign of Li Ziruo and Shu Xiaoxiao nearby. Evidently, they had been transported to different locations. First, I must find the tokens. Shen Xiaobai did not rush to act. Instead, he swiftly ascended the tallest ancient tree, moving like a nimble ape. Standing atop the canopy, his view instantly broadened. The entire island's terrain lay before him, with mountains, rivers, swamps, and ruins interwoven in a far more intricate pattern than the blood-colored forest. Hunter or prey? Shen Xiaobai pondered, stroking his chin. Both identities possessed their own advantages and disadvantages. As a hunter, he held the initiative, capable of proactively seizing points, with risks and rewards intertwined. As prey, he was relatively passive, needing to remain vigilant against the hunter's onslaught, yet a successful counterattack would yield significant rewards. If only he could choose, Shen Xiaobai murmured, beginning to meticulously search for the tokens. These tokens were scattered randomly, potentially hidden in any inconspicuous corner. While scanning his surroundings, a flicker of light caught his eye from a nearby bird's nest below. Shen Xiaobai's heart stirred, and he swiftly descended. Parting the layers of branches and leaves, he discovered a jet-black token, palm-sized, inscribed with the ancient characters for prey, lying quietly within a nest. A prey token, indeed. Shen Xiaobai picked up the token, weighing it thoughtfully. The game commenced with prey. Was this fortune favorable or otherwise? Chapter 76. You've been deceived. The prey token? Shen Xiaobai twirled the obsidian token between his fingers, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. How intriguing, truly intriguing, he mused. To him, this was nothing short of a divine opportunity. What pleasure is there in being the hunter? Scouring the world for targets is a laborious endeavor, far too inefficient. Being the prey, however, is an entirely different matter. One simply needs to find a prime location, brew a pot of tea, and await the self-important hunters to present themselves at his doorstep. Was this not a splendid method for accruing points? The heavens appeared to favor him. Knowing his aversion to exertion, Shen Xiaobai, in high spirits, tucked the token into his bosom. It seemed that this token formed a peculiar bond with his identity jade pendant. A surge of information flooded his mind, and his points instantaneously elevated from 0 to 100, a capital of 100 points. He did not linger, but pressed deeper into the island. After all, one must choose an optimal spot for fishing, mustn't one? This primitive jungle, while concealed, offered poor visibility, rendering it unsuitable for comprehensive observation. He needed a location that was easily defensible, yet allowed him to survey a significant expanse of the island. His movements were as fluid as the wind, weaving through the forest without a sound. The little wolf cub, like a specter, shadowed him closely, reporting every rustle and whisper within 100 paces. After about the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Shen Xiaobai halted at the base of a steep solitary peak. This mountain, like a sharp sword, pierced the heavens, surrounded by sheer cliffs, with only a rugged path leading to the summit. This was the spot. Shen Xiaobai glanced upward, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He eschewed the solitary path, instead employing both hands and feet, climbing the steep rock face with the stealth of a gecko. His cultivation at the pinnacle of qi refinement, combined with a physique honed by innate spiritual energy, made such feats effortless. Soon, he reached the summit. Atop the peak, bizarre rocks jutted out, with a few resilient pine trees stubbornly thriving in the crevices. Standing there, the vista opened up magnificently. Rivers, swamps, ruins, and even faint silhouettes on other peaks lay before him in their entirety. An impeccable sniping point, nay, a fishing spot. Shen Xiaobai nodded in approval. Rather than seating himself immediately, he surveyed the terrain atop the peak. His fingers brushed against the rocks and pines, silently laying out his meticulously crafted talismans. Explosion talismans, vine talismans, ice spike talismans, gravity talismans. These talismans were skillfully concealed within the crevices of the rocks and the folds of the tree bark, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Even with careful scrutiny through divine perception, discerning any trace would prove exceedingly difficult. Having completed this task, he finally found a sheltered boulder to sit comfortably, retrieving from his storage pouch a flask of spirit fruit wine brewed by his master, Hu Yunshu, and leisurely took a sip. All preparations are complete. Only the eastern wind is lacking. He squinted his eyes, savoring the fine wine, while leisurely awaiting the arrival of the first fortunate customer. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the island, a tall, proud young man gazed excitedly at the crimson token inscribed with the word hunter in his hand. Heaven favors me. I start as a hunter. The young man's name was Zhao Hua, the chief disciple of the medium-grade Dantianxian cave, possessing a cultivation level of the 9th layer of qi refinement, making him a significant figure within his sect. After an underwhelming performance in the first round of the grand competition, barely squeezing into the top 100, he felt stifled. However, in this second round, fortune shone upon him. If only he could eliminate a few high-scoring prey, breaking into the top 30 or even the top 10 would be a trivial matter. Zhao Kuo's eyes gleamed with greed and ambition. At that moment, the hunter token in his hand suddenly warmed slightly, a faint red dot flickering at the edge of the token, pointing towards the northeast. There's prey nearby. It turns out this token can scan for nearby prey. Zhao Kuo's spirits lifted, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Such good fortune to have it delivered right to my doorstep. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his movement technique, darting forward like a hunting cheetah towards the direction indicated by the red dot. He had already begun to calculate. The second round had just begun, and everyone was preoccupied with searching for tokens. This unfortunate soul must have just found theirs and not yet had time to hide. It was like meat served on a platter. His speed was incredible, and soon enough, the solitary peak came into view. The red dot on the hunter token grew brighter, ultimately locking onto the summit. Hiding at the top of the mountain? What a fool. Does he think that being higher up ensures his safety? Zhao Kuo snitted, lowering his opinion of this prey even further. In his view, such behavior was akin to exposing oneself to everyone's gaze, a clear path to self-destruction. He ascended the only path leading to the summit with unabashed strides. He intended to let his opponents see him, to make them wait in fear and despair for the arrival of death. He relished this theatrical feeling. Soon he spotted the figure at the peak, sitting cross-legged with their back to him, seemingly meditating. Found you, my prey. A sinister smile crept across Zhao Kuo's face, and he quickened his pace. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps resounded clearly in the stillness of the mountaintop. However, the figure remained motionless, as if oblivious to his approach. Playing tricks. A hint of disdain flickered in Zhao Kuo's eyes. He suddenly accelerated, transforming into a crimson blur, and launched a punch aimed at the figure's back. The wind from his punch howled, carrying a scorching wave of energy, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Yet, just as his fist was about to make contact with the figure, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. Beneath his feet, the ground suddenly erupted, unleashing a fierce shockwave that hurled him through the air. What? Zhao Kuo's face paled in alarm as he twisted his body mid-flight to regain balance. Glancing downward, he saw that the very spot where he had been standing moments before was now a vast crater. En explosion d'étendissement, he abruptly lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes on the figure who remained seated cross-legged, undisturbed. Yet, under his scrutiny, that figure gradually dissolved into shimmering motes of light, vanishing into the air. An afterimage? Zhao Kuo's pupils contracted sharply, a foreboding sensation swiftly enveloping his heart. A feint to the east while striking the west? But you yourself, before he could finish. A languid voice sounded from behind him. I'm right here. Looking for me? Every hair on Zhao Kuo's body stood on end as he spun around. There stood Shen Xiaobai, arms crossed, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. You. Zhao Kuo was both startled and enraged, about to retort. Too late. Shen Xiaobai grinned broadly and snapped his fingers. Boom! 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 Instantly, dozens of diverse talismans, cunningly concealed within a radius of 30 meters surrounding the young man's position, detonated simultaneously. Chapter 77. If you can't play, don't play. Flames soared skyward. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. Icicles rained down. Countless resilient vines erupted from the shattered earth, like spectral hands clawing up from the underworld. In an instant, the entire mountaintop was bathed in the dazzling glow of myriad spells. The cacophony of explosions, the howling shockwaves, and the cracking of rocks intertwined into a violent yet lethal symphony of death. This sudden, devastating assault, a veritable talisman onslaught, left Zhao Kuo, the foremost disciple of Xian Dongtian, no time to react. No, he only managed to emit a scream steeped in utter terror before being completely engulfed by the raging torrent of energy. From a distance, Shen Xiaobai watched the scene at leisure, his expression unperturbed. He even had the composure to retrieve a flask of wine from his storage pouch and take a sip. Tisk. I wasted so many talismans. I hope this guy has points 1T disappoint me, he mused inwardly. He had invested heavily in crafting this opening gambit trap. If he were to kill a penniless wretch, it would be a huge loss. As the dust gradually settled, the once jagged mountaintop now lay in utter ruin. The ground was pocked with craters of varying sizes, blackened scorch marks, and shattered ice crystals strewn everywhere, as if ravaged by a meteor shower. At the very epicenter of the blast, a figure, charred and clad in tattered garments, plummeted from midair with a heavy thud, lying motionless. Is that all? Shen Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He had assumed his opponent, at least a fellow disciple at the 9th level of qi refinement, would hold out longer. He expected such fragility. Just as he prepared to advance, the charcoal lying motionless on the ground suddenly erupted into a violent fit of coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Kuo struggled to rise from the ground, his appearance utterly pitiful. Every inch of his body bore the marks of his ordeal. His hair and eyebrows had been singed away, and the once flamboyant crimson robe was reduced to tattered rags barely clinging to him. You scoundrel! I shall kill you! Zhao Kuo exclaimed, his bloodshot eyes filled with unrelenting malice, fixated on Shen Xiaobai, resembling a vengeful spirit poised to strike. He could scarcely comprehend that he, a once lofty hunter, had unwittingly stumbled into a meticulously laid trap, resulting in such a disgraceful predicament. This was a profound humiliation. Oh, you're still alive? Shen Xiaobai remarked, his expression devoid of sympathy as he found amusement in Zhao Kuo's disheveled state. Quite resilient, aren't you? After enduring my barrage of talismans, you still managed to stand. However, this is where it ends. Arrogant fool, Zhao Kuo bellowed, suppressing the pain that coursed through him. He summoned the last remnants of his spiritual energy, the inferno fist of raging flames. Flames ignited once more upon his right fist, this time an eerie dark red, intertwined with wisps of black energy. This was a desperate strike fueled by his own vital essence. He transformed into a streak of dark red light, recklessly charging toward Shen Xiaobai, burning 1's essence. If you cannot afford the game, then do not play. Just as Zhao Kuo's dark red fist was about to make contact, Shen Xiaobai raised his left hand. Water extinguishes fire. Is this not a simple principle to grasp? He murmured as an exquisitely pure stream of blue water elemental energy surged forth from his palm. Frozen waters of the abyss. Crack, crack. A bone-chilling cold instantaneously enveloped the mountaintop. The air temperature plummeted, as if one had been abruptly thrust from the height of summer into the depths of winter. The moment Zhao Kui's dark red flames, still fueled by his essence, met this frigid wave, they were visibly engulfed. Thick layers of blue ice swiftly encasing him from the feet upward. In the blink of an eye, his lower half had become a translucent ice sculpture. You despicable wretch! Zhao Kui, still able to move his upper body, finally broke free from the icy prison, unleashing a torrent of curses. He attempted to channel his energy to escape, only to discover that his lower half remained frozen, immovable. If you possess any courage, release me. Let us engage in a fair duel. Fair duel? Shen Xiaobai chuckled at what he perceived as a ludicrous jest. He shook his head, crouching down to observe Zhao Kui's frenzied demeanor with amusement. Why should I fight you fairly? Before his words had fully settled in the air, Shen Xiaobai's hand darted like lightning, snatching the hunter's token from Zhao Kui's waist. Glancing at the inscription of hunter upon it, he refrained from immediately siphoning Zhao Kui's points. Instead, he contemplated his own token, devising a plan in his mind. Reflecting on the situation, a mischievous smile crept across his face as his hand reached towards Zhao Kui's storage pouch. You have squandered a considerable number of my talismans. How shall we settle this debt? It appears your storage pouch is rather affluent, so let us consider it compensation for my losses. You dare! Zhao Kui's eyes reddened with fury. He had not anticipated such brazen unscrupulousness from his adversary. That is my property. You are robbing me. Robbing you? Shen Xiaobai rose. Looking down upon him with an air of superiority, his finger pointed like a sword, gently tapping the frozen lower half of Zhao Kui. In this hunting ground, all possessions of the eliminated shall belong to the victor. Therefore, I am not robbing. I am merely reclaiming my spoils. As his fingertip emanated a surge of spiritual energy, the ice sculpture emitted a sharp crack, fissures spreading throughout. Now, surrender all the contents of your storage pouch. Shen Xiaobai's tone turned frigid. Otherwise, I shan't hesitate to leave your legs permanently here. You cannot. Zhao Kui bellowed, his bravado faltering as he attempted to impose the rules of the competition. The regulations state that one cannot take a life. Let us see what you can do. A chuckle escaped Shen Xiaobai's lips as he lightly kicked the already fractured ice. Crack! The fissures deepened. The competition may forbid taking lives, but it does not prohibit the loss of limbs. If your legs were to vanish, how far could your path truly extend? Is it worth sacrificing your legs for such paltry resources that could eventually be regained? Fear gripped Zhao Kui as he realized the psychological warfare Shen Xiaobai was waging. Observing the resolute demeanor of his opponent sent shivers down his spine. Stop! Stop! I'll comply. I shall give it. He feared that with another moment's delay, he would indeed lose his legs. Instantly, the storage pouch glimmered with spiritual light as thousands of low-grade spirit stones and several vials of quality healing and recuperative elixirs cascaded to the ground. Quite affluent indeed, Shen Xiaobai remarked as he unceremoniously gathered the items into his possession. After counting his spoils, Shen Xiaobai hesitated no longer. He approached Zhao Kui, and with a gentle point of his finger, he infused a soft stream of spiritual energy into Zhao Kui's brow, causing him to fall into a deep slumber without a sound. He did not immediately absorb Zhao Kui's points. A plan had already taken shape in his mind, to have this controlled hunter aid him in the hunt, accumulating points under his purview, only to absorb them at a pivotal moment. What a splendid strategy that would be. Having made his decision, he prepared to relocate with the unconscious Zhao Kui to continue his endeavors. At that moment, the hunting token nestled in his arms began to emit warmth once more. A red dot, brighter and more urgent than before, flashed wildly from the opposite direction of the token. Another arrival? Shen Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. What is happening today? Are they all eager to come and offer me warmth? He followed the direction indicated by the red dot and beheld two streaks of light engaged in an intense chase amidst the distant woods. Suddenly, Shen Xiaobai's gaze sharpened. He found a figure ahead, being pursued, somewhat familiar. Chapter 78. The Little One in Peril? Shen Xiaobai narrowed his eyes, channeling his spiritual energy into his gaze, scrutinizing the distant chase. As he drew closer, the two figures became increasingly distinct. Upon recognizing the one fleeing for their life, his expression shifted to one of perplexity. Shu Xiao. He realized that the petite figure clad in an ochre robe, desperately wielding an ochre shield to fend off the attacks from behind, was none other than his own insufferable maid, Shu Xiao. At that moment, she appeared utterly disheveled. Her delicate face was ashen, her breath erratic. It was evident that her spiritual energy had been severely depleted. Had it not been for the decent quality of the flying artifact beneath her feet, she would have undoubtedly been caught by her relentless pursuer. Following closely behind her was a young man in a golden robe, his expression sinister. He stood atop a resplendent flying sword, moving with astonishing speed, a cruel smile dancing upon his lips as he unleashed razor-sharp golden sword energy upon his Shu Xiaoxio's shield, producing a cacophony of clangs. He seemed in no hurry to slay her. Rather, he reveled in the thrill of the chase, delighting in her desperate struggles. The scoundrel from the Golden Light Cave. Shen Xiaobai's gaze instantly turned frigid. He recognized the distinctive golden robe adorning the young man. Once again, it was these relentless fiends. A surge of uncontainable fury ignited within him. One must respect their master when dealing with a dog. Shu Xiao was now his nominal maid, his possession. How foolish of them! Shen Xiaobai snorted coldly, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Without a moment's hesitation, he shifted his form and leapt from the towering peak, soaring towards the fray like a great rock in flight. Little beauty, don't run. Your turtle shell may be hard, but how long can your spiritual energy hold out? Wang Tao, a disciple of the Golden Light Cave, called out mockingly as he leisurely pursued Shu Xiao. He was in high spirits, never anticipating such fortuitous luck at the outset, encountering such a delicate and charming beauty. She was truly enchanting. He had resolved that once he caught this little beauty, he would certainly have his fun before eliminating her from the game. You shameless fiend. Shu Xiaoxio's face flushed crimson from his lewd words, her heart racing with fear and urgency. She had never imagined that, barely having grasped the hunting token, she would find herself targeted by this villain from the Golden Light Cave. His prowess far surpassed her own. She could only cling to the few life-preserving artifacts bestowed by her master, but her internal spiritual energy was dwindling. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before she would be caught. Master, where are you? The image of that man, though domineering and unruly, yet always able to provide her with a sense of security at the most critical moments, uncontrollably surfaced in Shu Xiaoxio's mind. A wave of profound grievance surged within her heart. If only her master were present, that scoundrel would surely not dare to bully her so. Missing your beloved. Are you? Wang Tao seemed to pierce through her thoughts, his smile growing increasingly lewd. Don't even think about it. Today, no one will come to your rescue. Behave and allow me to cherish you properly, and perhaps I might make your exit a bit more merciful. As he spoke, a flicker of impatience flashed in his eyes. This cat-and-mouse game was drawing to a close. With a sudden surge of energy, he propelled his flying sword beneath him, its speed skyrocketing, instantly bridging the gap between him and Shu Xiao. Yin-Yang Harmonization Technique.What, with fingers poised like a sword, a golden sword light, stretching several feet long and imbued with the terrifying force to tear through the air, descended upon Shu Xiaoxio's head. He intended to shatter her irritating shell with a single strike. Feeling the deadly pressure looming behind her, Shu Xiao's complexion turned pale, and her beautiful eyes filled with despair in an instant. It was over. She could not evade it. Just as this crisis reached its peak, a sudden voice rang in Wang Tao's ear. Which scoundrel dares to make such a racket? Xiao is mine. Do you understand? Who? Wang Tao was struck with alarm. Abruptly turning around, he had not sensed anyone approaching. There, behind him, stood a young man clad in a simple purple robe of Yundong Tian, appearing seemingly out of nowhere. Shen Xiaobai. In that moment of recognition, Wang Tao's pupils constricted, his expression morphing into one of disbelief. How could it be him? How'd he end up here? Meanwhile, upon hearing that familiar voice, Shu Xiaoxio's heart, which had sunk to the depths, suddenly began to race with fervor. She turned in surprise, and upon seeing the man who had descended like a divine weapon behind her, her eyes grew warm, nearly spilling tears. Master! The way she called out was heartfelt, brimming with endless grievance and reliance. Master? Upon hearing this address, Wang Tao was momentarily taken aback. Then his face transformed into one of enlightenment. He scrutinized Shen Xiaobai and Shu Xiaoxiao, his gaze becoming increasingly contemptuous and disdainful. I was wondering who had enticed this little beauty away. It turns out to be you, the good-for-nothing from Yundong Tian. What? Have you deceived the junior sister of Tian Quan Peak with just your pretty face? Engaging in a master-servant game. Are we? You truly know how to play. He seemed to regard Shen Xiaobai with utter disregard. In his view, Shen Xiaobai's high score in the first round was merely a stroke of luck or some underhanded tactic. As for the incident on the life and death platform that resulted in Qian Kuan's demise, he dismissed it as mere fortune. How much capability could a waste with a mixed elemental root possess? Merely relying on high-level talismans. Your words are truly repugnant. Shen Xiaobai cleared his ears, his expression turning icily resolute. Originally, I intended to afford you some dignity. Yet now, it appears such courtesy is unwarranted. How utterly brazen. Wang Tao sneered coldly. Who do you presume to be? The fool Qian Kuan perished by your hand. That hardly renders you extraordinary. Today, I shall cleanse the Golden Light sect of your presence. Moreover, I will reveal to all what substance your so-called dark horse truly possesses. With these words, he pivoted his sword and charged fiercely at Shen Xiaobai. The Gung metal sword technique unleashed a torrential golden rain. His hand wove a swift incantation, and the radiant golden sword instantly fragmented into hundreds, nay thousands, of slender golden sword energies descending like a golden tempest, engulfing Shen Xiaobai entirely. He sought to annihilate this vexing adversary in the most splendid and overwhelming manner. Yet, confronted with this seemingly formidable assault, a look of disappointment graced Shen Xiaobai's countenance. He shook his head gently, raised his right hand, and flicked it lightly toward the golden rain. Earth engenders metal. The Vajra wall, with a thunderous roar, an immense, heavily fortified earthen wall shimmering with metallic luster erupted from the ground, forming an insurmountable chasm between him and the attack. The countless golden sword energies clanged against the Vajra wall, producing a dense cascade of crisp sounds reminiscent of rain striking banana leaves, but they left only faint scratches, failing to produce even the slightest fissure. What? Wang Tao's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. How could this be? His all-out strike was so effortlessly repelled? In his stunned moment, Shen Xiaobai's voice resounded once more, like the pronouncement of death. Pathetic. Metal overcomes wood. Razor metal slash. A golden sword radiance. More than tenfold sharper than Wang Tao's, condensed to its utmost solidity, erupted without warning from the formidable Vajra wall. Its velocity was unparalleled. Wang Tao had no time to react. A muffled, flesh-piercing sound echoed crisply in midair. That golden radiance, devastating as a withering storm, instantly shattered all his hastily erected spiritual shields and precisely pierced his right shoulder. A piercing scream rent the sky. Wang Tao plummeted like a severed kite, crashing heavily into the dense forest below, stirring dust and broken branches. His right shoulder bone was thoroughly impaled, blood gushed profusely, and half his body lost sensation. The unmatched, piercing power of Ti on the other side. The despondent Shu Xiaoxiao floated in midair, her small mouth slightly agape. Master, she instinctively called out softly. Shen Xiaobai raised an eyebrow upon seeing her tear-streaked face. He swiftly approached her, extending his hand to roughly wipe away the traces of her tears. Why are you crying? Are my people so easily bullied? His tone was both domineering and somewhat disdainful, Yet to Shu Xiaoxiu's ears, it was more reassuring than any gentle comfort. A wave of warmth surged through her entire being. Unable to contain herself any longer, Shu Xiaoxiao threw herself into Shen Xiaobai's embrace, burying her small head against his chest and sobbing loudly. Wu, master, I thought I would never see you again. In that moment, she poured forth her fear, grievances, and lingering dread, all transformed into tears. Shen Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback by her sudden display of affection. Hey, there are others around, he exclaimed, yet he did not push her away. All right, stop crying. It's not a big deal. If you keep crying, your face will turn into a little raccoon. He internally mused, women are truly fragile creatures. Though he feigned disdain, a surge of protectiveness inexplicably welled up within him. After all, Shu Xiaoxiao was his woman, albeit unspoken between them. Only he could bully her. How dare anyone else lay a finger on her? Just then, a rustling sound emerged from the dense forest. Shen Xiaobai looked down to see Wang Tao struggling to rise from the ground, one hand clutching his bleeding shoulder while the other trembled as he fumbled with a jade talisman for his storage bag, seemingly intent on shattering it to surrender. Thinking of fleeing? Shen Xiaobai's lips curled into a cold smirk. A labor delivered to him with such effort could not be allowed to escape so easily. He gently patted Shu Xiaoxiu's back, soothingly instructing, "Stay here and wait for me. I'll be right back." With that, he swiftly dashed toward Wang Tao. Seeing Shen Xiaobai rush toward him like a vengeful deity, Wang Tao was struck with terror, instinctively attempting to crush the talisman in his hand. But it was too late. Shen Xiaobai was faster. With a sharp crack, Wang Tao's hand, clutching the talisman, was forcefully driven into the ground. The sound of shattering bones echoed clearly. Wang Tao cried out in agony, rolling on the ground in pain. "Please, don't kill me. I concede. I'll give you all my points." He was utterly terrified, gazing at Shen Xiaobai as though he were a demon risen from the depths of hell. "Kill you?" Shen Xiaobai crouched down, grasping Wang Tao and lifting him from the ground, looking down at him with a playful smile. "Killing you would be a waste. How dare you touch my people? You have quite the audacity. Now, tell me, how will you compensate?" Shen Xiaobai's voice sent chills down Wang Tao's spine. Wang Tao, I'm sorry. I will never dare again. Please spare my life." "Spare you?" Shen Xiaobai curled his lips, conceding that it was indeed possible. He leaned closer to Wang Tao's ear and spoke in a voice audible only to the two of them. "From this moment forth, your life belongs to me." As soon as the words left his mouth, he struck swiftly, his fingers darting like lightning to seal Wang Tao's spiritual power. Then, from his storage pouch, he retrieved a dark, murky pill and unceremoniously forced it into Wang Tao's mouth. This pill, which he had previously confiscated from the demonic cultivators in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, was now put to good use. "What have you made me ingest?" Wang Tao exclaimed in terror. "A delightful concoction," Shen Xiaobai replied, patting his face with a devilish grin. "This pill will ensure your obedience. Every 12 hours, without my unique antidote, you will experience the torment of 1,000 ants gnawing at your heart. Now, you have two choices," he continued, his gaze fixating on Wang Tao's lower half, his smile taking on a sinister undertone. "Either you obediently become my loyal hound and do my bidding, or—" Wang Tao felt a chill run down his spine as he faced Shen Xiaobai's menacing gaze. He had no doubt that if he dared to utter a word of dissent, this seemingly harmless yet ruthlessly cunning individual would follow through on his threats. The prospect of enduring the agony of 1,000 ants, compounded by the potential loss of his dignity as a man, shattered his final psychological defenses. "I choose one. I choose one," Wang Tao cried out, desperation evident in his voice, completely devoid of the arrogance he once held as a disciple of the Golden Light Cave. "I am willing to be your dog. Please spare me. I will obey your every command." "Excellent," Shen Xiaobai said with a satisfied nod. "Hand over your hunter's token." Wang Tao dared not resist and quickly retrieved the crimson token from his bosom, presenting it with utmost respect. Shen Xiaobai accepted the token, but did not immediately absorb the points within. His plans were just beginning. He dragged Wang Tao back to where Shu Xiaoxiao waited, much like one would a defeated dog. "Master," Shu Xiaoxiao observed Wang Tao, who appeared battered and forlorn, and then looked at her master, who seemed unfazed by the whole affair. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration, nearly overflowing with reverence. So powerful, so domineering. This is my master, my man. At that moment, she resolved that once the competition concluded, she would find an opportunity to secretly pledge herself to him, to repay his life-saving grace. Enough of this. Why the long face? Shen Xiaobai glanced at her. He was oblivious to the bold decision Shu Xiaoxiao had made. And no, she quickly wiped away her tears. The redness around her eyes, coupled with her delicate features, made her look utterly pitiable. Tell me what happened. How did this fellow set his sights on you? Shen Xiaobai inquired. Upon hearing his words, Shu Xiaoxiao's expression fell, and she recounted the entire incident with a sense of grievance. Upon her arrival on the island, fortune smiled upon her as she swiftly discovered a prey token hidden within a cave behind a waterfall. Initially, she intended to find a secluded spot to conceal herself while waiting to reunite with Shen Xiaobai or her senior sister, Li's Hiruo. However, before she could properly hide, she was discovered by Wang Tao, who wielded a hunter's token. Relying on his status as a hunter and his superior cultivation, he relentlessly pursued and taunted her with vile words, intending to take advantage of her once her spiritual energy was depleted. Had it not been for Shen Xiaobai's timely arrival, the consequences would have been dire. Chapter 80, 2 Hunters at Work. After listening to Shu Xiaoxiao's account, Shen Xiaobai's expression grew even colder. He kicked Wang Tao, who was nearby, and scolded, "One impressive feat, bullying a young girl. I won't do it again, master. I swear." Wang Tao grimaced in pain, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy. "Enough. Hand over your storage bag," Shen Xiaobai said dismissively. "What?" Wang Tao was taken aback, his face betraying his reluctance. "Are you not going to pay me for this heart-corroding pill? I did not ask for a reward for saving her." Shen Xiaobai glared at him. "Do you wish to experience the taste of the 10,000 ants devouring heart right now?" "Please no. I will give it all." Wang Tao trembled in fear, quickly removing his storage bag and presenting it with both hands. Shen Xiaobai accepted the bag, and with a sweep of his consciousness, a satisfied smile emerged on his face. This fellow had quite a fortune. Over 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, several bottles of healing and spiritual energy, replenishing elixirs of decent quality, and most importantly, a number of unique Jangjin talismans from the Golden Light Cave, which possessed considerable offensive power, much to his pleasant surprise. "You have some sense?" Shen Xiaobai unceremoniously emptied the contents of the storage bag before tossing the empty bag back to him. "Master, where shall we go now?" Shu Xiaoxiao observed Shen Xiaobai's seamless act of thievery with a sense of normalcy, even feeling a hint of excitement. "Patience," Shen Xiaobai mused, weighing the two tokens in his hands, his prey token and Wang Tao's hunter token. A bolder plan rapidly took shape in his mind. He glanced towards the direction of Zhao Kuo, the chief disciple of the Xian cave, whom he had previously knocked unconscious with a talisman and subsequently controlled, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Come, let me introduce you to our new ally." With one hand grasping Shu Xiaoxiao's, he swiftly took flight toward the solitary peak they had visited earlier. As Shu Xiaoxiao felt the warmth emanating from his palm, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and her heart swelled with sweetness, causing her to forget her earlier fears entirely. Before long, they returned to the summit of the solitary peak, now in disarray from the earlier explosion. There, behind a large rock, leaned Zhao Kuo, the chief disciple of the Xian cave, whom Shen Xiaobai had similarly subdued. "Is this Zhao Kuo from the Xian cave?" Shu Xiaoxiao gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. "How did he become my dog as well?" Shen Xiaobai succinctly explained his intentions. He approached Zhao Kuo and administered a pill to him, subsequently releasing a portion of the restraints that bound him. As Zhao Kuo regained his mobility, he instinctively sought to resist, only to be quelled by the insidious poison surging within him, leaving him wide-eyed and terror-stricken as he gazed at Shen Xiaobai. "From this moment forth, you two shall serve as my hounds," Shen Xiaobai declared, surveying the kneeling Zhao Kuo and Wang Tao from his elevated stance. "Your task is quite simple." He tossed Zhao Kuo a hunter's token. "Continue your roles as hunters. Seek out additional prey for me. These pills and talismans are returned to you. Spare no effort in seizing their tokens and storage bags. Accumulate the plundered tokens and points into your respective identity tokens. Do you comprehend? Zhao Kuo and Wang Tao were left speechless upon hearing this plan. Were they being transformed into robbers, or mere lackeys for others? The audacity of it all was staggering. What? Are you unwilling? Shen Xiaobai's tone turned icy. Absolutely willing. We are entirely willing. Both men, alarmed, hastily acquiesced, keen to avoid the dire consequences of refusal. Excellent. Shen Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction. Form a team and commence your mission. Remember, should you dare to play tricks or attempt to flee. His words trailed off, yet the coldness in his gaze conveyed everything necessary. Yes, indeed, we would never dare. Zhao Kuo and Wang Tao, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, quickly rose and chose a direction, vanishing swiftly into the horizon. Observing Zhao Kuo and Wang Tao retreating without a backward glance, Xu Xiaoxiao could no longer contain her curiosity. Master, why allow them to depart and hunt for points? A slight smile graced Shen Xiaobai's lips as he addressed Xu Xiaoxiao. Do you not understand? My identity is that of prey. Should I eliminate one of them now, I would merely double my points, instantly becoming a hunter, thereafter relegated to preying upon others. What will be the ultimate yield of points then? It is far more advantageous to let them continue as hunters pursuing prey and then strike back in a decisive counterattack to reap even greater rewards. Xu Xiaoxiao finally grasped the strategy. If she were to retaliate now with a base score of 100 points, it would double to 300, and each subsequent kill would yield only 100. Conversely, if she refrained from immediate retaliation, each kill by either Zhao Kuo or Wang Tao could accumulate to 500 points, allowing her to ultimately transform a counterattack into a staggering 1,000 points. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, filled with admiration as she beheld her master's profile. Master, you are truly remarkable, she exclaimed, overflowing with genuine admiration. So, by simply remaining here, the points will come to us effortlessly. In her eyes, this was nothing short of divine strategy. In this perilous hunting ground, where others are gripped by fear and struggle desperately for points and survival, her master effortlessly tamed two ninth-tier Qi refinement hunters as free laborers with mere words. The disparity is staggering. What a delightful prospect. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaobai cast her an amused glance and gently flicked her smooth forehead with her finger. Ouch! Xu Xiaoxiao winced in pain, covering her forehead with a look of grievance. Use your little brain to think, Shen Xiaobai chided. Those two are a chief disciple from Xian Cave and a core disciple from Jingwan Cave. Are they not proud and arrogant individuals? Do you truly believe they will obediently serve us? They are currently intimidated by my poison, but once they are far away, who knows what devious thoughts might cross their minds? Huh? Xu Xiaoxiao immediately grew anxious. What should we do if they run away or find a place to hide? Won't our efforts be in vain? The excitement she had just felt evaporated instantly. Thus, professional matters require a professional attitude, Shen Xiaobai said leisurely. Of course, we must follow closely behind them. Firstly, to observe if they attempt to slack off, and to lend a hand should they encounter formidable opponents, lest my hounds be killed. Secondly, Shen Xiaobai grinned, displaying a row of pearly whites. If they truly entertain any unseemly thoughts, I shall be the first to enlighten them on why the flowers bloom so beautifully. Xu Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, she vigorously nodded. Yes, Master is truly brilliant. Her admiration for Shen Xiaobai had reached a point of blind reverence. Every word he spoke seemed imbued with profound wisdom. Enough with the flattery. Shen Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively. Little wolf cub, go and keep a close watch on Wang Tao and Zhao Kuo. Their every move must be reported back to me. He instructed softly. Awu. The little wolf cub responded quietly, its form shimmering before vanishing like a specter atop the peak. Let us also venture forth and assist them in their hunt. Certainly, Master. Xiao Xiao replied with excitement, nodding eagerly. Chapter 81. The First Earnings of the Laborers. A New Punishment. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the hunting ground, Zhao Kuo and Wang Tao were gliding through the woods with grim expressions. Damn it! What terrible luck! Zhao Kuo muttered under his breath as he flew, unable to contain his curses. How could we encounter such a calamity? Not only is he extraordinarily powerful, but his heart is as dark as night. He still could not fathom how he, a chief disciple of Xian Cave, had fallen to the level of a mere hound working for someone else. Brother Zhao, keep your voice down, Wang Tao exclaimed, startled, glancing around anxiously, fearful that Shen Xiaobai was lurking nearby. His dread of Shen Xiaobai had penetrated to the very marrow of his bones. What are we afraid of? Zhao Kuo retorted, attempting to sound defiant, though his voice unconsciously dropped significantly. Isn't he just following behind us? What could he possibly do? What shall we do now, Brother Zhao? Are we really going to engage in that robbery? Wang Tao asked with a mournful expression. What other option do we have? Zhao Kuo retorted irritably. Do you wish to experience the agonizing torment of the heart consumed by 1,000 ants? The mere thought of that horrifying poison made Wang Tao shudder involuntarily. But this is truly humiliating, Wang Tao exclaimed, his face filled with resentment. All the points we've painstakingly acquired will ultimately benefit that scoundrel. Benefit him? A flicker of malice crossed Zhao Kuo's eyes. Dream on. He expects us to act as hounds, and we will truly become hounds? Brother Zhao, do you have a plan? Wang Tao's eyes brightened. The plan is simple. Zhao Kuo smirked coldly. We will do as he says and go hunting. However, we will keep a portion of the spoils for ourselves and only hand over the bulk. Can he possibly inspect each of our storage bags? Moreover, all points should be collected in your token. In the event he unleashes the poison, he can only control me. You will have the chance to escape with the points. If we encounter Sister Zhou, Brother Long, and the others, they will advocate for us. Is it conceivable that Shen Xiaobai is superior to these core talents? Can this truly work? Wang Tao hesitated. Why not? A dead horse can be treated as a living one. Zhao Kuo gritted his teeth. I refuse to believe he can follow us indefinitely. Once we find an opportunity, we will split up. This hunting ground is vast. What could he do to us? As the two plotted their subterfuge, Zhao Kuo's hunter's token grew warm in his hand, and a red dot flickered in the distance. Pray. They exchanged glances, both sensing a thrill of excitement and ferocity in each other's eyes. To hell with it. Let us complete this deal first. They immediately stifled their presence and stealthily moved towards the indicated red dot. Soon, they arrived by a small stream, where they spotted a disciple drinking water. The disciple, clad in the attire of the Bai Shui cave and possessing only the cultivation of the 8th level of Qi refinement, scanned the surroundings with wary vigilance. That's him. Zhao Kuo and Wang Tao exchanged a knowing glance, then sprang into action from either side. Who goes there? The disciple from Bai Shui cave reacted quickly, exclaiming as he summoned a shield artifact to protect himself. However, against the onslaught of 2 9th level Qi refinement experts, his resistance was utterly futile. Boom! In just a few exchanges, the disciple's shield was sent flying, and he was kicked to the ground by Wang Tao. Please don't kill me. I surrender. The disciple's face turned ashen with fear as he hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Enough nonsense. Hand over your token and storage bag. Zhao Kuo barkid menatsingly, fully embodying the role of a robber. After a rough search, the unfortunate Bai Shui disciple was left with nothing but his undergarments, despondently shattering his transmission jade talisman, disappearing in a flash of white light. Ha! We've succeeded. Wang Tao beamed at the additional 100 points and the spoils in his storage bag, a long-lost smile gracing his face. The thrill of such effortless gain, nay, the exhilaration of seizing by strength, was simply intoxicating. Zhao Kuo was in high spirits, his earlier frustration completely dispelled. At that moment, their tokens simultaneously emitted a faint warmth, elevating their moods even further. Unbeknownst to them, not far above in the treetops, Shen Xiaobai stood with arms crossed, observing everything with keen interest. Indeed, the operation was executed with commendable proficiency. Stroking his chin, a satisfied smile curved his lips. Suddenly, the young wolf cub he had just sent away emitted a low whimper, transmitting a mental signal into his mind. Shen Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he turned toward another direction. Disciples of the Golden Light Sect? Or was it a large contingent? A cold, calculating smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. The Golden Light Sect was notorious for its overbearing speed and tyranny. Recently, Shen Xiaobai had clashed with several core disciples from their sect. And now, such an opportunity was presenting itself at last. The main course was about to arrive. Through his spiritual connection with the wolf cub, Shen Xiaobai clearly discerned a group of Golden Light Sect disciples gathered in a valley roughly 5 miles northeast from Zhaoque and Wang Tao's location. They appeared to have just concluded a battle and were resting in place. At their head stood a composed figure, unmistakably a 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Truly, just as one grows drowsy, a pillow is delivered. Shen Xiaobai's eyes flicked downward to Zhaoque and Wang Tao, who were dividing their spoils. A glint of amusement sparkled within them. Rather than revealing himself, he employed an exceedingly covert secret sound transmission technique, precisely delivering his voice into Wang Tao's ear. Wang Tao. The voice seemed to emanate from the depths of the netherworld, cold and elusive, causing Wang Tao, who was counting spirit stones, to stiffen entirely as the stones clattered to the ground. Master, Wang Tao's face instantly drained of color, his voice trembling. He shot a terrified glance around, but not a trace of Shen Xiaobai's figure was visible. This was far more terrifying than if Shen Xiaobai had appeared before him directly. It signified that their movements had been under constant surveillance without their slightest awareness. Junior Brother Wang, what's wrong? Zhaoque frowned, noticing Wang Tao's ghostly demeanor. Nothing. Wang Tao forced a smile more pitiable than tears, unwilling to reveal the truth to Zhaoque. He feared that this reckless youth might utter something imprudent and provoke the demoness' wrath. I have a new task for you. Shen Xiaobai's voice rang out again, devoid of any emotion. Go and eliminate all your fellow disciples from the Golden Light Sect. What? Wang Tao's mind reeled. The prey their tokens had sensed was none other than his own sect mates. And Shen Xiaobai, this fiend, was commanding him to attack his own brethren? How could he possibly comply? Master, no, they are my fellow disciples and seniors. Wang Tao's silent plea was almost choked with sobs. Yet he dared not utter a word aloud, resorting only to a desperate mental supplication. How could I raise a hand against them? If this reaches the sect leader, I'm utterly doomed. Oh, do you mean to say you are unwilling? Shen Xiaobai's voice remained flat, yet the underlying chill sent Wang Tao into a frigid abyss. No, that is not my intention. It's just, Wang Tao was on the brink of tears. On one side lay the bond of brotherhood and the tenets of their sect. On the other, the excruciating torment of the heart-corroding poison and the wrath of that demon. He felt as though he were being roasted over a fire, trapped in an inescapable predicament. I shall grant you 10 breaths to ponder your decision. Shen Xiaobai's voice resonated like the grim toll of the death knell. Either you comply, or I shall make you acquainted with what it truly means to be unable to live or die. 10, 9. The chilling countdown struck each number like a heavy hammer against Wang Tao's heart. Beads of sweat formed upon his brow, his complexion as pale as parchment, while his body trembled uncontrollably. He envisioned the consequences of betraying his brethren, being reviled by his peers, and having his bones ground to dust by senior brother Qianchong. He also recalled the horror of the heart-corroding poison's onset, a pain that penetrated to the marrow, causing even his soul to quiver. In the face of such torment, a singular thought uncontrollably seized his mind. Death would bring an end to all. Yet, the agony of living, which was even worse than death, was a notion he scarcely dared to entertain. 3, 2, I will go. At the final moment of the countdown, Wang Tao's mental fortitude shattered entirely. With every ounce of strength, he forced those 2 words through gritted teeth. Excellent. A hint of satisfaction finally crept into Shen Xiaobai's voice. By the way, I require you to approach in your true form. No ambushes. Remember, I want the points and storage bags of them all. Should even one be missing, I shall hold you accountable. With that, the voice faded. Wang Tao felt as if all vitality had been drained from him, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. Junior Brother Wang, what on earth has happened to you? Have you lost your mind? Zhao Kuo approached, kicking him lightly, his face a mask of impatience. Wang Tao raised his head, his eyes bloodshot and filled with despair, struggle, and madness, startling Zhao Kuo. Senior brother Zhao. Wang Tao's voice emerged hoarse. We have a new target. He stood, pointing towards the northeast, gritting his teeth as he declared. There is a group of disciples from the Golden Light Cave. The Golden Light Cave? Zhao Kuo paused, then frowned. Aren't they your kin? It would be inappropriate to target them. Wouldn't he? Though not a virtuous man himself, he understood that fratricide would tarnish their reputations irreparably. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Wang Tao erupted suddenly, like a cat with its tail stepped on, his voice filled with hysteria. This is the Master's command. The Master's command? Zhao Kuo's expression shifted. Though he was arrogant, he was not foolish. Would they dare defy Shen Xiaobai's orders? He wants us to eliminate all those from the Golden Light Cave? Zhao Kuo's voice grew hoarse. Exactly. Wang Tao nodded, a glint of resolve and madness flashing in his eyes. Not a single one shall remain. Zhao Kuo fell silent. Senior brother Wang, why not wear a mask and launch a surprise attack? That way, they wouldn't know it was you. Zhao Kuo offered this suggestion. My master forbids it. You want me to first gain their trust, then strike, Wang Tao replied helplessly. At this, Zhao Kuo fell utterly silent, gazing at the seemingly deranged Wang Tao. A chilling sensation surged through his heart. This Shen Xiaobai was truly a fiend incarnate. Not only did he covet the points, but he sought to wound the spirit as well. Sending Wang Tao to slay his own sect mates was far crueler than killing Wang Tao outright. Will you do it? Wang Tao turned his head and fixed Zhao Kuo with a piercing stare. I will. Zhao Kuo gritted his teeth. At this juncture, did they even have a choice? Wang Tao deliberately exuded his aura, while Zhao Kuo restrained his own. They advanced one after another toward the valley. Inside the valley, Senior Brother Li, we've made a fine haul this time. Just this early third-rank ironclad rhinoceros alone is worth quite a few spirit stones, and it even produced a demon pill, exclaimed a disciple from Jingguang Cave excitedly. Indeed, thanks to Senior Brother Li's excellent command, we managed to secure it with ease. Several disciples surrounded the leader, a young man at the 9th level of Qi refinement, lavishing praise upon him. They knew their cultivation levels were mediocre. Even if they amassed enough points, they wouldn't take place in the 3rd round. So they hunted beasts within the secret realm to gather materials and accumulate cultivation resources, a common practice among some disciples, though few engaged in it. The young man called Senior Brother Li was named Li Mo, one of the core disciples of Jingguang Cave alongside Qianchong, and a formidable presence. Before entering the secret realm, he had been instructed by Qianchong to reserve points for him until the end. Thus, he and some other junior brothers from Jingguang Cave set about hunting beasts. Listening to their junior's flattery, Li Mo's face bore a proud smile. Don't grow complacent. This hunting ground is fraught with peril. Who knows what awaits us next? If we encounter those prodigious senior brothers and sisters, we'll be doomed. Though he spoke thus, his expression brimmed with confidence. At the valley's entrance, Wang Tao and Zhao Kuo approached the Jingguang Cave disciples who were resting. Wang Tao's every step felt as if he trod upon a blade's edge. His face was pale, lips parched. His heart was locked in a fierce struggle between fraternal loyalty and Shen Xiaobai's demonic orders. He dared not imagine how Senior Brother Qianchong would judge him if news spread that he had harmed his own sect mates. Yet he dared not defy Shen Xiaobai's command. The terror ingrained in his bones forbade even the thought of escape. Junior Brother Wang, what are you doing here? Within the valley, Li Mo, who was tallying spoils, was the first to spot Wang Tao, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. And Zhao Kuo of Xian Cave? Why are you two together? Other Jingguang Cave disciples turned to look, their gazes wary and puzzled. Wang Tao's heart skipped a beat, a chill crawling over his scalp. Forcing a smile more pitiful than tears, he steeled himself and stepped forward. Senior Brother Li, what a coincidence to find you here as well. Indeed, it is quite fortuitous. Li Mo nodded slightly, yet his gaze flickered between Wang Tao and Zhao Kuo, clearly not relinquishing his vigilance. What brings you here? Wang Tao stammered incoherently, uncertain of how to begin. He certainly could not declare outright that he intended to rob them. We have come to seek refuge with you. Senior Brother Li, just as Wang Tao was breaking out in a cold sweat from anxiety, Zhao Kuo stepped forward abruptly, bowed to Li Mo, and proclaimed loudly. Zhao Kuo's heart raced, but given the circumstances, he resolved to steel himself and continue the charade. He was determined not to be frightened half to death like Wang Tao before even a confrontation commenced. To seek refuge with me? Upon hearing this, Li Makawesha bro furuwa dape. He glanced at Zhao Kuo, then at the distraught Wang Tao, suspicion growing within him. A chief from Xian Cave Heaven and a fellow disciple from Jingguang Cave inexplicably banding together, now approaching him to seek sanctuary. The entire situation exuded an uncanny aura. Listen to my explanation. I was forced into this. Zhao Kuo straightened his posture, unflustered, and began to fabricate his tale. Senior Brother Li, to be frank, Wang Junior Brother and I just encountered a formidable adversary and narrowly escaped elimination. Fortunately, we were quick-witted and swift. This hunting ground is perilous beyond measure. After deliberation, we concluded that strength lies in numbers. Your prowess is formidable, and as a core member of Jingguang Cave, we reasoned that only by following you could we safely endure the second round. Zhao Kuo's words were heartfelt and plausible, leaving no obvious fault to pick. Moreover, he produced several sprigs of spirit herbs from his storage pouch and offered them. These blood-condensing herbs are of fine quality, perfect for healing our junior brother's injuries. One cannot refuse a smiling face extended in goodwill. Witnessing Zhao Kuo's considerate gesture, the wariness in Li Mo and his companions softened considerably. Junior Brother Zhao is thoughtful indeed. Li Mo nodded and signaled his juniors to accept the gift. Exactly so. Wang Tao quickly chimed in. Senior Brother Li, please accept us. We pledge unwavering loyalty to you. Li Mo pondered silently, sensing the matter was not so straightforward. Yet no reason emerged to distrust their intentions. Robbery? With only the two of them? He had 5 comrades on his side, and himself at the 9th level of Qi refinement. After some reflection, he ultimately nodded. Very well. Under such circumstances, you shall accompany us for the time being. Additional assistance is always welcome, and Wang Tao is, after all, a fellow disciple from the same cave heaven. He could not outright reject them. Thank you, Senior Brother Li. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao and Zhao Kuo both breathed a sigh of relief and expressed their gratitude fervently. Yet neither noticed that not far behind them, concealed in the shadows, Shen Xiaobai stood with arms crossed, observing the entire scene. Quite a convincing performance indeed. Shen Xiaobai stroked his chin, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Naturally, he was well aware of the cunning schemes brewing in these two men's hearts, but he cared little. Master, it seems they have genuinely pledged their allegiance. Xu Xiaoxiao concealed herself behind Shen Xiaobai, peeking out with a hint of nervousness as she whispered, Do not fret. The grand performance has only just commenced. Shen Xiaobai gently patted her head, reassuring her to enjoy the spectacle. Within the valley, after accepting Wang Tao and Zhao Kuo, Li Mo and the others commenced the distribution of their freshly acquired spoils. The demon core of this armored rhinoceros is rightfully mine. The remaining materials can be divided among you, Li Mo declared, unreservedly claiming the most precious treasure. Although the other disciples eyed it with envy, none dared to voice dissent. Wang Tao and Zhao Kuo stood aside, observing the division with a glimmer of greed in their eyes. Brother Li, where shall we venture next? One disciple inquired. Li Mo pondered briefly before responding. We have thoroughly scoured this vicinity. Lingering here would yield little benefit. Let's explore the marshlands to the west. The terrain is intricate, and perhaps we shall uncover something novel. Excellent. The group responded in unison. Thus, a procession of 7 set forth toward the western marshes. Wang Tao and Zhao Kuo were positioned at the rear of the party, exchanging glances that revealed a shared sense of helplessness and urgency. What shall we do? We cannot merely follow them as bystanders, can we? That demon is still watching us from behind. At that moment, Wang Tao's mind echoed with Shen Xiaobai's chilling voice. The time is nigh. Act now. Wang Tao's body stiffened abruptly. It was here. The death summons had finally arrived. He glanced at the back of Liemo and the others ahead, feeling the insidious poison within him, stirring restlessly. Gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve, he thought, if my companion must perish, then so shall I. Brother Zhao, he signaled to Zhao Kuo beside him. Zhao Kuo's heart raced, instantly understanding the implication. In the next heartbeat, both sprang into action. Wang Tao's target was a fellow disciple of the 8th layer of Qi refinement, walking beside Li Imo metallic gold sword technique, Void Rend. He channeled all his resentment, fear, and frenzy into this strike. A golden sword light, without warning, sliced through the air toward the unsuspecting disciple. Meanwhile, Zhao Kuo targeted another disciple on the opposite side. Crimson flame, burning heaven fist. The searing fist wind surged forth like a cannonball, striking fiercely at the opponent's back. This sudden betrayal caught the disciples of the Golden Light Cave completely off guard. Wang Tao, have you lost your mind? Li Montak, sensing the violent surge of spiritual energy from behind, whirled around, his eyes filled with disbelief and unfathomable rage. Thud, bang. The simultaneous sounds reverberated through the valley. Blood and screams intertwined. The disciple ambushed by Wang Tao fell forward, a grievous wound gaping on his back, rendering him incapable of further combat. The other disciple, struck by Zhao Kuo, coughed blood and was propelled backward. Though he did not perish instantly, he sustained severe internal injuries. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Wang Tao, so, Kuo, you wretches dare to betray your comrades. Limo's eyes burned crimson, resembling a man driven to madness. He could scarcely comprehend how, in the blink of an eye, the two individuals who had vowed loyalty to him moments ago could turn and strike with lethal intent against their own kind. Moreover, Wang Tao was one of their fellow disciples from the Golden Light Cave. Brotherly, do not blame us. Zhao Kuo, having successfully landed a blow, did not pause for a moment but surged forward again, engaging in a fierce battle with another disciple from the Golden Light Cave who had finally come to his senses. He found himself with no retreat left. There was only one path ahead, and it was shrouded in darkness. We were also compelled. Wang Tao's face was a mask of struggle and torment, yet his hands moved without a hint of hesitation. He understood that there was no turning back for him. Rather than suffer a slow death from that heart-corroding poison, he would send these fellow disciples out of the game himself. With the golden metal sword technique, a rain of golden blades filled the air. As he altered his incantation, countless fine streams of golden sword energy poured forth like a torrential downpour, descending upon the remaining two disciples of the Golden Light Cave. Seeking death, Liemo roared, no longer concerned with questions, as he drew forth the golden long sword from his back. Today, I, Liemo, shall cleanse our ranks and slay you. The traitor, his powerful aura, honed to the 9th level of Qi refinement, erupted with a thunderous force, transforming him into a streak of golden light as he charged directly into Wang Tao's sword rain. Clang, clang, a series of rapid metallic clashes resounded. Limo's prowess was undeniably formidable. His long sword weaved a flawless defense, managing to block the entirety of the torrential sword rain. Wang Tao, prepare to meet your end. Breaking through the curtain of blades, Liemo thrust his sword towards Wang Tao's throat, the momentum relentless and merciless. Wang Tao's face blanched in terror as he hastily retreated, narrowly evading this lethal strike. Brotherly, please let me explain. Di traitor. Liemo granted him no opportunity for explanation, his onslaught akin to a tempest, each strike faster than the last, forcing Wang Tao to retreat step by step, utterly powerless to counter. Meanwhile, Zhao Kuo, also at the 9th level of Qi refinement, found himself in a perilous struggle against two foes. The tide of battle seemed on the verge of being turned. Tisk, what a pair of inept fools. From a distance, atop the treetops, Shen Xiaobai observed the unfolding scene, a look of disappointment crossing his face. He had anticipated they would last longer, but they proved to be so ineffective. Initially, he wished to watch the spectacle for a while longer. However, it appeared that would not be possible. Master, should we lend a hand? Shu Xiaoxiao asked nervously. Assist? Of course, we shall assist. Shen Xiaobai grinned widely. My dog cannot be beaten by others. As he spoke, he pointed his finger like a sword towards the distant battlefield, casually gesturing in the air. Earth gives birth to gold, the diamond wall. Suddenly, as one disciple from the golden light cave grappled with Xiao, the ground beneath him gave way, and a massive earthen wall sprang up, colliding with him and knocking him off balance, leaving a gaping vulnerability exposed on his chest. A prime opportunity. Xiao's eyes lit up as he seized the fleeting moment, delivering a devastating red flame, burning heaven fist squarely upon his opponent's chest. Bang! The disciple let out a wretched scream, falling like a kite severed from its string, following in the footsteps of his fallen comrade. What? The sudden turn of events filled Li Mo, who was currently overpowering Wang Tao, with immense shock.